This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Traveler. Asta Campbell. With fluffy blonde hair slightly rolled up. Light blue eyes. Delicate features as sharp as a knife. A slightly childish face. And a slender and well-proportioned figure. This is a young man who is both handsome and youthful. His face was pale and bloodless. His forehead was sweating. And his body was trembling slightly. He looked as if he had just escaped from a catastrophe. He has indeed traveled through time. Russell looked at the face in the mirror that was completely different from his own and sighed heavily. But when he woke up, he became another person. A poor boy who had just died in a mysterious incident. After a period of brainstorming with severe pain, he took a deep breath and completely accepted the memory of this body. Asta Campbell, the name of the true owner of this body. He is a down-and-out nobleman living in the West End of Backland. Roan. He has just turned 18 this year. And yesterday was his 18th birthday. Last night, when he was 18 years old, he returned to his room, closed the door, laid out various materials, and performed a mystical ritual that was said to be able to bring people back to life. He had not even stepped into the extraordinary starting sequence 9. So he was naturally unable to complete the ritual. He was also backlashed by the ritual, died, and was replaced by Russell. This is a poor child. The reason why he took the risk to hold the resurrection ceremony was to bring his mother, who had been dead for 10 years, back to life. The ancestors of the Campbell family also had a glorious period. His grandfather, Don Campbell, was still a member of the House of Lords when he was alive and accumulated considerable wealth. But when it came to his father, Voltaire Campbell, because of his gambling and stupidity, he not only succeeded in losing his status as a member of Parliament, but also sold his titles one after another, leaving only a baronet status for him to inherit. As for the manor real estate, it was basically squandered. It can be called a different world version of Fudyer. Faced with such a hopeless gambling father, his mother died of depression when he was 8 years old. Fortunately, his father was also exhausted due to drinking and sex. When he came home late one time, he accidentally slipped and fell into the river, and passed away immediately. Otherwise, he would definitely not have lived to this age normally. He was brought up by the loyal old butler Robert Jones. 1 month before his 18th birthday, the old butler Robert Jones left him because he was too old and became ill due to hard work. Already despairing of the future, with his last little hope, he used all the cash he had left to buy a bunch of occult materials and try to hold a resurrection ceremony. If he succeeds, he can be reunited with his mother. If he fails, he can go down and accompany them to avoid living alone in the world. In the end he failed. May the goddess bless you to find your mother and old housekeeper in the world of death, and never be alone again. Russell sighed solemnly and tapped his fingers 4 times on his chest, drawing a crimson moon. Yes, the original owner is also a devout believer in the goddess of the night. Russell stared at the person in the mirror, bowed slightly and said softly, "Although I cannot fulfill your wish to resurrect your mother, I will help you restore the glory of the Campbell family. From now on I am Asta Campbell." Asta. This name doesn't sound very auspicious. Asta frowned slightly. In a world where mysticism flourishes and mysterious events occur frequently, to have the same name as the King in Yellow is either too ambitious or too ignorant. Based on the stereotype of Voltaire Campbell in his memory, such a name should belong to the latter. In this mysterious world, there shouldn't be an old god like the King in Yellow. Right? Asta felt inexplicably confused and looked around. The mysterious world is inherently dangerous and full of pitfalls. If he has anything to do with the King in Yellow, he won't be able to survive for long. But now, he can only live as Asta Campbell. Even if there are pitfalls, it is his unavoidable fate. Gulu. Gulu. Asta lowered his head and looked at the source of the sound in embarrassment. His stomach was protesting. After all, he had not eaten a grain of rice since last night until now. Alas, compared to the possible appearance of the King in Yellow in the future, the current situation of hunger is more urgent. Life is not easy. Asta sighed. Before leaving the room, Asta first cleaned up the things in the room after the ritual failed. Some scrap or useless materials were wrapped in a few newspapers. Then he walked to the window, pushed open the 2 closed windows, and opened the door. A little wind. In the distance, tall chimneys stand tall, and black smoke is constantly pouring out. Near the chimneys are a row of rows of townhouses on both sides. The streets there are filled with stalls selling goods, and passers-by stop to buy some food from time to time, and daily necessities. Compared to the quietness and petty bourgeoisie of the West District, life there is obviously more lively and lively. Woo! Woo! A whistle echoed on the platform, and a huge monster-like steam train dragged more than 20 carriages across the platform. Backland, the capital of Lone, is also known as the capital of 10,000 capitals, and the land of hope. It is also the most mixed-up metropolis. Since Hastur received the memory of the original owner, he has realized that he has traveled to the world of the Lord of Mysteries, and the timeline is several months ahead of Zhou Mingrui. After stopping for a while to appreciate Backland's customs, Hastur's intense hunger made him have no intention of delaying any longer. Although the scenery is good, the stomach is more important, because the original owner had dismissed all the servants in advance. The 3-story building was quiet at the moment, with the only sound of his footsteps on the floor. The 3rd floor was the floor where Voltaire Campbell lived alone. It has 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 cloakrooms, a sunroom, a study, 4 bathrooms, and an oversized balcony. The 2nd floor is where Hastur and the old housekeeper live. In addition to the 2 bedrooms, there are 4 rooms for guests, a living room, a cloakroom, 4 bathrooms, 2 studies, and a moderately sized balcony. On the bottom floor, there is an oversized living room, 2 kitchens, 2 dining rooms of different sizes, 3 bathrooms, and 4 servant rooms for servants to rest. There is also a sizable garden, as well as stables, storage rooms, basements, etc. This is the only remaining property owned by the Campbell family. Originally, Voltaire Campbell also wanted to sell this building and replace it with a smaller house. But the old housekeeper stopped him with his earnest words. It is said that this is the last dignity of the Campbell family, and it cannot be sold anymore. And as a noble, there must be a suitable place to communicate with other nobles. The old butler also used the reason of maintaining the last dignity of the Campbell family, and helped Hastur leave a large manor in the suburbs for entertainment and enjoyment, as well as a plantation for planting cotton and vineyards. These 3 properties are the last fig leaf of the Campbell family, and they are also the little bit of property that the old butler tried his best to save for Hastur. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. These 3 properties are all owned by the Campbell family. Unlike a certain poor god, they still need to rely on renting to maintain superficial respectability. But compared to the real aristocrats, they were quite poor and were almost on the verge of bankruptcy. If Asta fails to live up to his expectations, one will no longer have the noble surname Campbell in the future. Hastur went downstairs, passed through the large living room, and came to the kitchen on the right. The first thing that caught the eye was a dazzling array of kitchen utensils and a variety of condiments. There were no vegetables, meat, or fruits. The only edible thing was 2 pounds of oatmeal bread placed on the table. Fortunately, it's not unpalatable black bread. Hastur breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't think his stomach could bear it if he ate that kind of food. He walked to the stove, took a kettle and made a pot of water, turned on the gas, and prepared to boil the water. Add some honey, and have it with oatmeal bread for breakfast. Gulu. Feeling hungry again, Asta couldn't wait patiently for the water to boil. He pulled up a chair and sat at the table, tore a small piece of oatmeal bread with his hands and ate it. It does have a strong wheat flavor and tastes very soft, but the sweetness is average. Well, he is a staunch sweetie. He only eats sweet tofu and insists on not touching salty tofu. He also likes to eat a series of sweet snacks such as puffs, pastries, and white rabbit toffee. But there is a saying that goes well: when you are hungry enough, everything you eat tastes delicious. Before he knew it, Hastur had eaten 1/3 of a pound of oatmeal bread. His mouth was dry and he was choking. Fortunately, the water has been boiled. Go to the seasoning area. Find a jar of honey that has not been used much. Take a bowl. Take a spoonful of honey. Brew it with boiling water and stir. After letting it cool for a while, I blew it along the edge of the bowl and took a small sip. After making sure it wouldn't burn my mouth, I took a big gulp. At the same time, I ate 1/3 of a pound of oatmeal bread with honey water. After eating and drinking, Hastur sat back in his seat with satisfaction, caressing his bulging belly with his right hand, and burped. He placed his left hand on the table and tapped his fingers on the table in turn. He should also think about what he is going to do next. Chapter 2: The Hall of Stars. The Jinn God and the Fallen Mother Goddess. Since he came to the mysterious world, he must become an extraordinary person. Fortunately, the original owner hadn't randomly chosen a way to take the magic potion. Otherwise, most of his new account would have been useless. In the mysterious world, Once you have chosen the extraordinary path to take, your enemies and friends will be roughly determined. If he wants to hit sequence 0 in the future, he must avoid the path to becoming a god and the path to becoming a god. The Chuanwu family, the Gaozan family, and the Black Death War are all 11 paths that cannot be chosen. There are other gods, as well as the path of the hidden sage, the original witch, Lilith, and the bound god. You cannot choose the path of the devil. The demon path is too dangerous and not suitable for you. He actually wanted to take the path of destiny, but this was the lucky path that belonged exclusively to Emperor O, and he really had no confidence in his own luck. If he had had 1 miracle or 10 double gold medals, then he would still have a little confidence in himself. The African chieftains who almost hit the bottom every time. It is better not to take the path of destiny. Otherwise, they will easily become negative teaching materials. Then, there are only 3 extraordinary paths left: Judgment, Black Emperor, and Hunter. If you really want to consider becoming a god, the Hunter path is the best choice, because the ingredients for the 3-color hot pot base have been gathered. You just need to wait for the best time. And it may not be impossible to become a god in 1 step. Unfortunately, there is already a god in the adjacent path. Coupled with the cunning of the Red Angel and the attention of Adam and Amon, there are too many variables, and the risk factor is too high. The most suitable and safest extraordinary path is undoubtedly the Order path of Judgment and Black Emperor. These 2 paths are adjacent, and there is no corresponding god appearing for the time being. They are the most promising paths to becoming a god. He is now in Backland and has the noble status of a baron, so he is more suitable for these 2 paths than ordinary people. Choose the trial path or the Black Emperor path? Hastur thought carefully and finally chose to take the path of the Black Emperor. Although he didn't want to face his fellow countrymen, this was the best way for him. Now that he has inherited this body, he will fulfill the original owner's last wish to restore the glory of the Campbell family. The Black Emperor path is a path specially designed for the noble class. Moreover, Backlund has a Black Emperor card that has not been taken away. As long as he gets it, the Black Emperor path will no longer have any secrets for him, which can save him a lot of effort. Another point is that in the future Backlund, there are people who want to become gods through the Black Emperor path, but ultimately failed. If I had been strong enough at that time, I might have been able to gain huge benefits after the Black Emperor's ritual of becoming a god failed. Hastur thought of a certain possibility again in his mind, smiled, and became more determined to take the Black Emperor's path as his extraordinary starting path. Once you have chosen the extraordinary path, you must start looking for the recipe for a Sequence 9 lawyer. In their Campbell family's collection, there are only the Sequence 8 barbarian and Sequence 7 bribery potion formulas of the Black Emperor path. But there is no starting Sequence 9. This is very strange. Fortunately, it is only the starting Sequence 9. The price of the magic potion formula is not too expensive. I should be able to afford it. If I go to occult gatherings a few more times, I should be able to buy it. So now comes the biggest question. He is not a law major. He knows nothing about the legal profession. But he is also ignorant. If you want to play the role of a good lawyer, legal provisions that are so cumbersome that one will become bald at an early age are absolutely unavoidable hurdles. What a headache. Hastur rubbed the corners of his eyebrows. Lawyer is probably the most difficult Sequence 9 among the 22 starting paths. Hey, learn it. It's all fate. Asta sighed. And in the afternoon, he went to Backlund University to sign up for a lawyer training class. Fortunately, in order to hold the resurrection ceremony, the original owner had some knowledge of Hermes, ancient Hermes, giants, elf, etc. Although he was not very proficient, he was not completely illiterate. Otherwise, he would have too much to learn. I am afraid that he did not learn so much knowledge during the 3 years of college entrance examination. After determining the direction of his next action, Hastur relaxed and suddenly felt a wave of sleepiness rushing into his heart. I have to catch up on some sleep first. Hastur cleared the things on the table and covered the remaining oatmeal bread with a piece of blue floral cloth. This was the only food he had left today. The original owner had purchased a lot of occult materials and no longer had even 1 penny in cash. Although the plantation of cotton and vineyards could provide some financial support, it could only generate income twice a year. The earnings for December have all been used up by the original owner. The next earnings will not be available until the middle of the year, probably around June 20th, which is still 4 months away. As for selling houses and land, he would not do it unless he had no other choice. As a person from Greater China, house and land are imprinted in our genes, and they are wealth that makes people feel extremely at ease. I have to think of a way to make money quickly. Hastur finally realized that the life of a poor god was not easy. He returned to the room on the second floor tiredly, closed the open window, and set the time for the chime bird. Then he came to the bedside and laid down on the silky and soft bed. He fell asleep on the soft quilt. As if sleeping and waking up, Hastur's body floated lightly and came to a place where stars gathered. The surroundings were empty, except for the dazzling starry sky above his head. Each star was like a pair of eyes staring at him. It was so beautiful that it also made people's scalp numb. It is even more horrifying to think that each star may represent an ancient and alien god. Where is this place? Is it just a dream? Hastur stared at the stars above his head, trying to figure out why. It shouldn't be a simple dream. Asta studied for a long time and came up with a guess. This place is more like a mysterious world separated from reality. Possibly a place similar to Source Castle. Could this be my golden finger? Hastur's heart was burning, and he had an idea, wanting this space to change like the Origin Castle. Suddenly the stars shone brightly, and a majestic, sacred and spectacular white gold palace slowly appeared under the reflection of the stars. 4 huge, towering crystal pillars dotted with stars hold up a circular dome. The center of the dome is hollow, allowing people to clearly see the stars in the sky above their heads. Directly under the dome, where the stars converged, a long table appeared, which looked like it was forged from black crystal stone. It was dark and deep. The endless starlight condensed the first seat directly above the long table, and then 5 seats were condensed on each side of the long table, for a total of 11 seats. Hastur turned around with great interest, then came to the first chair where the leader sat and sat down. The moment he sat down, a sudden realization came to him. The Palace of Stars, the master of chaos and order, the origin of all rules in the starry sky, and the returner of the stars. Hastur frowned and thought for a long time, still unable to understand the full meaning of these words. I just vaguely understand that this place is related to order and rules. Being here, with the rules imposed, he is the master of this Palace of Stars. In other words, as long as he is in the Hall of Stars, he should be invincible. But why are there only 11 seats? Is it purely based on my thoughts? Or is it because there is a secret hidden in it that I don't know yet? He is more inclined to the latter. The 22 seats in Mr. Fool's Origin Castle correspond to the 22 extraordinary paths. The 11 seats in the Hall of Stars must also have their own meaning. It seems that this place is indeed similar to Source Castle. Presumably, it is transformed from a certain source of matter, related to rules and order. But this does not look like a country of disorder. Stars are the theme here. Order and rules can only be inferior to the stars. Hastur couldn't figure it out, so he didn't continue to delve deeper. When he becomes stronger, he will naturally solve these problems one by one. Now, he is more concerned about one thing. Can the Hall of Stars hold meetings like Source Castle does? Hastur turned his gaze to the starry sky above his head. Each star was emitting its own light. As Hastur's thoughts moved, the starry sky that was originally extremely far away suddenly zoomed closer, so that he could observe more carefully. Hastur's eyes swept from star to star, and finally landed on the 2 brightest stars. Looking closely at a star on the right side, it seems that some kind of boundary has been broken. The starlight dissipates and is replaced by an illusory magic lamp. There seems to be a certain being imprisoned in the magic lamp. Could it be the Chaos Sun who was partially made into a wishing lamp? The more he observed, the more he felt that it was the hapless old man of the lamp. When a slender hand appeared above the lamp, his guess became certain. That is the Jinn and Huang Bebe. Does this mean that he wants to invite the Jinn from the past to come to the Hall of Stars for a meeting? If he could really be invited to a meeting, then the status of the Hall of Stars might be higher than he thought. Hastur naturally had no impulse to experiment, but gave up observation and turned to the equally bright star on the left. Just kidding. If the old god of Jinn is invited to a meeting, and the Palace of Stars cannot suppress him, then wouldn't he be like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth and delivering goods to his door? But the Palace of Stars granted him such an ability, and he presumably had a way to suppress any old people who came to the meeting. After all, under the rules of the Palace of Stars, he was the master of this place. No rush. Just wait. As Hastur's gaze shifted, the starlight on the surface of the second star dispersed, and what appeared in front of him was an illusory stargate. Inside the stargate, there were 2 light clusters of different sizes competing with each other, devouring and entangled together. Could this be Mr. Min and the fallen mother goddess? It should be. Hastur observed for a moment, and found that the light ball formed by Mr. Min was obviously at a disadvantage in the confrontation with the fallen mother goddess. And the light was gradually compressed and swallowed. Alas! What a pity for the great gate of 10,000 gates. He liked the character of Mr. Min very much. Even though he was plotted by Amon and Adam. And faced with the opportunity to become a god in one step. He still chose to sacrifice himself to prevent the pollution of the fallen mother goddess from spreading. Unfortunately, there is nothing I can do now. Unless he could ensure that the person he brought to the meeting was a pure Mr. Door and not a fallen mother goddess. He would not take the risk. One star is connected to the chaos child, the Jinn god. And one star is connected to the outer god, the fallen mother goddess. It can be seen that the Hall of Stars is indeed a place where a group of old outer gods meet. At the moment, I am not even a sequence 9. So it is better not to provoke them easily. Maybe when I become a sequence 9 beyonder, there will be new changes in the Palace of Stars. Well, let's go offline and go to bed first. Chapter 3, Down and Out Nobleman. Pocket Watch Collector. In the Suanya Sea, the vast sea reflects the green of the blue sky. A large ship is slowly sailing to the place where the sea and the sky meet in the distance. If a pirate fleet passes by here, they will definitely choose to stay away. Because this ship is the dawn of the mysterious queen. In a room on the top floor, a lamp with a dim yellow light and a unique shape was flashing. You feel very strange today. Bernadette looked solemn. And as she spoke, she continued to strengthen the seal to prevent any accidents. Oh! I don't need to tell you what happened. Unless you are willing to make a wish for it. You know this is impossible. Then there's nothing to say. As the voice of the lantern god disappeared, the wishing lantern returned to its former peace. Inside the wishing lantern, the genie was thinking about what had just happened. He could feel that a mysterious being was peering at him through the seal just now. As if as long as that mysterious being was willing to help, he could break away from the seal of the wishing lamp and regain his freedom. Faced with the temptation of regaining his freedom, he naturally would not wait for the other party to make a decision. However, when he followed the source of his gaze upstream, he found that there was a starry sky in front of him, making it impossible for him to move any further. In that brief contact, he vaguely sensed a kind of suppression. A superior suppression of rules and order. This is impossible. He is the one who controls order and rules. Even if the 3 pillars are stronger than him, they cannot suppress him in terms of order and rules. Could it be that someone is taking his place? The Jinn god was a little panicked. It would be more terrifying than sealing him in the wishing lamp. If it replaces and devours it, it will be difficult for him to regain the dual pathways and source essence that should belong to him. Even the part of yourself outside the starry sky will suffer a catastrophe. Damn mystery. If it weren't for him, how could I have ended up at the mercy of others? No. I must find a way to break the seal as soon as possible and regain my freedom. If necessary, you can use Bernadette's power to grant her a wish without any negative impact. The Jinn fell into cursing thoughts. Cuckoo! Cuckoo! On the table beside the bed, a mechanical time bird composed of various parts is telling the time to remind people on time. It was a really comfortable sleep. Asta was awakened by the sound of the chiming bird. Turned over, lay on his back on the quilt, stretched his hands up, and stretched. From falling asleep around 10 in the morning and sleeping until 3 in the afternoon. It was a full 5 hours of sleep. The feeling of fatigue completely dissipated, and the whole person was extremely awake, thinking of the Palace of Stars in his sleep. The corner of Haster's mouth raised slightly. Finally, he had a trump card, which gave him more confidence to face this crisis-ridden world. After staying in bed for another 10 minutes, Asta got up from the quilt, folded the quilt, went out, came to the mirror, smoothed the wrinkles on his clothes, and straightened his appearance. Wearing a white shirt, a black vest, and black pants, he has a slender figure and a straight back, and he looks very energetic. As a noble, even if he is down and out, he still needs the necessary attire. Haster walked to the cloakroom next door, put on a dark coat, chose a top hat, tied a bow tie, and selected a silver-plated ebony cane from among a dozen canes. The handle of the staff is made of sterling silver and decorated with intricate carvings. The overall look is solid with color and elegant, compared to the dazzling gold-encrusted cane and the noble gemstone cane. This cane was more in line with his aesthetics. It is not ostentatious, but also contains low-key luxury. This is also the type that most lone nobles prefer. A pocket watch that can keep track of the passage of time is also a must-have for travel. Asta opened the drawer where the pocket watch was stored. There were various pocket watches in it. About 12 or 13. There are gold-plated ones, gem-set ones, and luxurious versions made of pure gold, etc. Most of them are round and oval, supplemented by exquisite and elegant embroidery patterns. Every pocket watch here can be called a small piece of art. Asta was startled, and then opened a drawer next to him. There was still a dazzling array of pocket watches. There are 5 drawers containing pocket watches. In response, he fell into a deep silence. Well, he admitted that he originally had a big misunderstanding of the term down and out noble. No matter how poor one is, various collections can still be worth a lot of money. The original owner seemed to be a pocket watch collector. Even if he had no money, he did not choose to sell his collection. At the risk of being dazzled, Hastur finally chose a rather ordinary pocket watch, mainly made of silver with a ring of gold wire on the edge, and a matching silver chain. After everything was ready, Hastur was a little afraid to go out. If he didn't have these collections at home, it would definitely not matter to him. But now, all the servants at home have been dismissed, and no one is home. If a petty thief comes in, wouldn't he suffer heavy losses? Alas, it is a sin to carry a jade. What kind of pain this is. Now is not a good time to hire a housekeeper or servant. We can only hope that the door lock is strong enough and the security in the area is good enough. Locking the door and taking a set of keys, Hastur walked out of the room and onto the street. The gray weather is very characteristic of Backland. He had no money for the time being, so he had no choice but to walk to Backland University and take the opportunity to familiarize himself with the nearby roads. There is still a long distance to go from the West District to Backland University, so taking a horse-drawn carriage or steam train is a better option. However, he was short of money and had no choice but to walk on foot. Some nobles living nearby often cast curious glances on the road. After all, the news that the original owner dismissed all his servants has spread throughout the neighborhood. But no one came forward to ridicule him. They just looked over with a bit of pity in their eyes. Voltaire Campbell's absurd deeds are no secret in the lone noble circle. Many nobles also use this as an example to educate their descendants and strictly discipline themselves, for fear of becoming the next prodigal son. From this aspect, Voltaire Campbell made certain contributions to the lone aristocracy. Hastur felt helpless, but his face was calm and composed. When he met a noble he was familiar with, he would take the initiative to say "Lo." After walking for more than 2 hours, we finally arrived at Backland University. As a baron, Hastur received a warm welcome from Backland University. After learning of his intention, they quickly arranged corresponding study courses for him. You can come to the lawyer training class every day, and you can study until 9 o'clock in the evening at the latest. Asta's request for more free time, and his request to arrange his own study time was also allowed. It is equivalent to hiring a private tutor, and the learning fee is higher. As for when to pay off the study fees, Backland University is not in a hurry. They firmly believe that a baron's financial resources are enough to pay for this small study fee, even if the noble's family is now in dire straits. This pleased Hastur. After solving this matter, it was getting dark. Hastur did not go home immediately, but instead went to the home of a noble with whom he had a relatively good relationship, Viscount Greylant. Ever since the original owner began to pursue occult knowledge, he got to know Viscount Greylant, who was also pursuing occult knowledge. The two had communicated no less than 7 or 8 times, and they had a pretty good relationship. Of course, it was only limited to good. If it weren't for the fact that Greylant's line could contact Audrey, Zio, Furs and others, Hastur would have chosen to find another noble friend with a closer relationship. Seeing Hastur come to visit, Greylant's eyes lit up slightly, and he hugged Hastur enthusiastically. He is one of the few people who knows that Hastur will hold a resurrection ceremony. If Hastur doesn't come to him, he will find a reason to visit Hastur's house in a few days. My friend, you look better than ever. Well, this is all thanks to the blessing of the ceremony and the blessing of the goddess. Hastur didn't lie. If it hadn't been for that resurrection ceremony, he probably wouldn't have been able to come to this world. Greylanti's eyes became even more fiery, and he pulled Hastur to a private room. After the two sat down, he asked about the detailed process of the resurrection ceremony. Hastur did not hide anything, and directly told him that the resurrection ceremony had failed. He described the corresponding process in detail, but skipped the matter of replacing the original owner. After hearing this, Greylanti lamented, "It would be great if we could truly witness the miracle of resurrection from the dead." "No, that's definitely not a good thing," Hastur murmured in his heart. "Beings that can truly resurrect from the dead are all very powerful. If an ordinary person like Grey Lint were to witness it directly, he would definitely go crazy and die. Hastur said with a smile. Pursuing this kind of miracle is exactly the original intention of our search for mysticism. Right. The two chatted for a while. And then Asta explained the purpose of his visit. Borrow money. He currently needs a sum of cash at his disposal to purchase the lawyer's potion formula and the required extraordinary materials. Before he could find a new way to make money, he also needed some money to cover his daily expenses. In this regard, Grey Lint was very generous. Hastur originally wanted to borrow £1,000 for emergency use, but Grey Lint lent £2,000 with a wave of his hand. The only requirement is that if Hastur has any new discoveries in the occult, you must try to share them with him. Hastur naturally had no reason to refuse this request. The two discussed some occult knowledge again, and this time Hastur selectively revealed some simple occult knowledge to him. This made Grey Lint listen with interest, and he felt that his generous borrowing was a completely worthwhile investment. As the two of them were talking, it was already dark outside. Grey Lint, who was getting excited, naturally left Hastur behind and had dinner together. This is much better than Hastur going home alone and eating oatmeal bread. After dinner, Grey Lint chatted with Hastur for a while. Hastur thought for a moment and then brought the topic to the manuscript left by Emperor Russell. Chapter 4 Bar Potion Formula. Grey Lint lowered his voice and said, I heard that as long as you can decipher the manuscript left by Emperor Russell, you can gain great power. Indeed? Hastur answered in the affirmative. If you can understand Chinese characters, the value of Russell's manuscript can be described as priceless. Of course, some less serious content needs to be removed, such as the taste of the witch is really good. Grey Lint sighed. I have 2 or 3 of them here, but I haven't been able to decipher the contents. Hastur smiled and said, I am an admirer of Emperor Russell, and I am interested in collecting the manuscripts he left in this world. If you are willing to sell them, I am willing to buy them for £100 each. No need to go to such trouble. Grey Lint smiled and waved his hand. I have given you all the manuscripts here. If you can decipher the contents, I hope you can tell me. Must. Asta smiled and agreed. This was a surefire deal. Before leaving, Hastur asked Grey Lint to help him pay attention to the manuscripts of Emperor Russell. On the one hand, he was really interested in these diaries. But on the other hand, he also planned to hoard a bunch of them and sell them to the extremely wealthy Miss Justice. Well, they are sold at a price of £500 each. I believe Miss Justice will generously spend this small amount of money, carrying a huge sum of £2,000. Hastur naturally did not choose to walk back by himself. Instead, he hired a carriage and went to Baklan's largest bank to deposit £1,000 before returning to his home. The door was still closed and the lock was intact. Most of Asta's worries were gone. He walked in and went up to the 2nd floor. He checked the drawer where the pocket watch was stored and found that nothing was missing. It seems that the security level in the Western District is pretty good. Asta smiled and went to the study on the left side, placing the 3 introductory books on law that he took from Bakland University today on the desk. After staring at it for a long time, Hastur sighed. He had already got the books back, so he could only worry about it. Wednesday, February 28th, 1349. Hastur got up from the bed and yawned. It was already around 10 o'clock in the evening when he returned home last night. He suppressed his sleepiness and watched the introduction to the law for an hour. He was really exhausted. When he fell asleep, he came to the Hall of Stars again. He observed the Jinn and Mr. Men for a while, then exited the Hall of Stars and fell asleep completely. Get up. Get dressed. Go to the bathroom to freshen up. Then go downstairs to the kitchen on the right, and continue to have honey water and oatmeal bread for breakfast. He was a little tired. If he wasn't really hungry, he would have wanted to try some other food. After breakfast, I went up to the 2nd floor, changed into a new set of clothes, and then went out wearing a top hat and holding a cane. Today he is going to visit some friends of the original owner, mainly to report that he is safe so as not to worry them, thereby attracting the attention of the church power, and at the same time to buy some ingredients that he likes to eat. He didn't want to eat oatmeal bread for breakfast every day. If he could buy some rice, cook some porridge, and add some side dishes, that would be the food that best suited his taste. Of course, it would be better if you can cook a bowl of rice. After leaving the house, he spent 6 pence and took a car to the house of his first noble friend. After a pleasant chat, Asta naturally stayed at the friend's house for lunch. After lunch, Hastur first went to St. Samuel's Church in the North District, which is the headquarters of the Church of the Night Goddess in Backlund Parish. If Hastur were asked to choose a true god to believe in, he would definitely fall into the arms of the Night Goddess without hesitation. After staying in the church for half an hour, Asta turned to Backlund's most prosperous Hillston area. This is the economic, commercial and financial center of the Lone Kingdom, with the Backlund Stock Exchange, Clearing House, Future Center, 7 major bank headquarters, various trust funds, various railway companies, and various bulk cargo trading companies. Asta walked around with great interest. It was already around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He went to another friend's house nearby and enjoyed afternoon tea amidst a pleasant conversation. As night fell, Hastur had already appeared at the third friend's home. He couldn't refuse his friend's warm hospitality, so he could only stay there to have dinner together. After the visit, Hastur took a walk on the street to eat. He was very satisfied with his busy schedule today. Back in the West End, he spent 12 sols to buy a lot of beef, steaks, pork chops, vegetables, 2 loaves of oatmeal bread, and a piece of Tasoc fish suitable for baking. Unfortunately, he did not buy any rice that could be used for cooking. After transporting the ingredients back home, Hastur went upstairs to take a shower, changed into a simpler set of casual clothes, locked the doors and windows of the building, and took the carriage to the Braid Bar. Although the original owner had been in Backlund for many years, he had not attended many extraordinary gatherings, let alone any fixed extraordinary gatherings. Hastur had no choice but to choose the Braid Bar, an extraordinary gathering place that was relatively secluded. And he might even have a chance to meet Miss Sharon. Even if you can't meet him, it's not a bad idea to get acquainted here first. Hastur spent 5 pence on a glass of Southwell beer to try. He took a sip and smacked it in his mouth. It tasted okay, but he didn't want to take a second sip. After wandering around for a while, I found Casper's Kemlinen outside the No. 3 billiards room. In his slightly surprised eyes, he calmly said that he was introduced by the old man. "Come in." Hastur walked in, and the other person in the room left voluntarily and closed the door at the same time. Caspers, who had rosacea, stared at Hastur with a somewhat evil look and said, "What do you want?" "I want to be part of tonight's extraordinary party." £5. I remember that Schauke only spent £2 to successfully attend the party. When it was his turn, it was directly increased to £5. "Is this because you are young and want to take advantage of yourself?" Hastur hesitated for a moment, but decided to spend £5 to solve the problem. "You are so generous." Looking at the £5 note handed over by Hastur, Caspers was slightly startled, then thought for a moment and said, "People like you are not suitable to enter that dangerous and crazy world." Asta smiled and said, "I just came here to take a look and gain some knowledge." Casper said nothing more. His kind reminder was only one. After walking out of the billiard room, Caspers gave a few instructions and led Hastur through the back door of the kitchen, into the alley behind, and around to a dark house. He took out an iron mask that could only cover the upper half of his face, handed it to Hastur, and said in a deep voice, "Wearing a mask can reduce unnecessary trouble for you, if you don't want people to recognize you." "Thanks for the reminder." Hastur took the iron mask and put it on, messing up his hair a little. Seeing that he was ready, Caspers knocked on the door rhythmically. 7 or 8 seconds later, a small piece of wood on the door was pulled open, revealing a pair of brown eyes. After looking at it for a moment, he opened the door and handed Hastur a set of hooded robes with dissatisfaction. Then, he led Hastur into the door, passed through the dark living room, and came to the living room on the first floor. There was a candle lit on the coffee table indoors, emitting a faint yellow light, and a dozen or so people could be vaguely seen sitting around it. Hastur walked to a corner naturally and sat down, waiting for the party to continue. Soon, the calm atmosphere was broken. Some people were looking for magic potions. Some were looking for sequence formulas. Some were selling magical items. And some were selling extraordinary weapons. Hastur just listened quietly and watched the orderly transaction between them. It's a pity that he didn't hear the pharmacist's unscrupulous voice and speaking style. As the transaction came to an end, the wise-eyed old man sitting on the single sofa looked in the direction of Hastur. "New friend, do you have any needs?" "I want the magic potion formula from the Sequence 9 lawyer. I will pay in gold pounds. The price is negotiable." Hastur said his purpose. When he heard that a female beyonder was selling weapons, he knew that he could buy the lawyer's potion formula from her tonight. "I can sell it to you, but I want £300. Maybe she felt that the price she was asking was a bit high, so she added, I'm not that short of money for the time being. Can Hastur agreed to the deal, not caring about the small premium. The most important thing is that tonight she sold her the Sequence 9 Lawyers formula at a premium. And in the future she will sell her the Sequence 8 Barbarians potion formula at a double price. He knew the magic potion formula for the Sequence 8 Barbarians and the Sequence 7 Briber of the Black Emperor path. But he did not know the potion formula for the starting Sequence 9 Lawyer. After being notarized by the Eye of Wisdom, the transaction is completed. Sure enough, the lady who sold the magic potion formula to her lawyer asked for the barbarian potion formula. Judging from her tone, she wasn't in a hurry yet. Maybe because the potion hadn't been fully digested yet. Hastur remained silent and waited until he attended the party again before selling the barbarian formula to her at a double premium. Time passed quickly, and he didn't need anything else except the lawyer's potion formula. He waited for the entire party to end before the attendees left here one by one. When leaving, Hastur returned the hooded robe to the gatekeeper, and returned to the Brave Bar with the impression he had when he came. Caspers was quite surprised to see Hastur come back and said, "It's really good to be able to come back alive. As long as you can control your desires, you will naturally not die easily." Hastur replied with a smile and bought Caspers a glass of Southwell beer for 5 pence. It was getting late, so he didn't stop at the Brave Man's Bar. He went out and waited for a carriage before returning home. Restraining desire sounds simple, but how many people can completely stick to this point? Caspers heard the voice behind him and asked curiously, "Are you interested in that young man?" Merrick said from behind, "The reason why desire is called desire is because it is difficult to satisfy the human heart." Caspers chuckled and said, "Now I only have the desire to earn gold pounds. I want to make more money so that I can retire early." Chapter 5 Sequence 9 Lawyer. After returning home, Hastur took out the paper recording the lawyer's potion formula and memorized the required extraordinary materials and auxiliary materials. Extraordinary materials: 1 jade lily of the valley, 5 drops of black striped snake blood. Auxiliary materials: 10 milligrams of crushed pear tree bark, 1 sweet elephant grass, 10 drops of rose water, 100 milliliters of beer. Southwell beer is the best. The method of taking it is also very simple. Just mix all the ingredients and drink it in one gulp. These materials are relatively common and are not too difficult to collect. Among them, the most difficult one, the blood of the black-striped snake, can be purchased on the black market that sells extraordinary materials. The extraordinary materials for the resurrection ceremony that the original owner purchased last time were purchased on the black market. You can become an extraordinary person tomorrow. It's really exciting. In order to celebrate a little, Asta went downstairs to the kitchen and made a pan-fried steak, sprinkled with enough seasonings. It was very tender and attractive. After enjoying the supper, he walked heavily to the study and continued to study introductory books on the law. Early the next morning, Asta finished washing, had a quick breakfast, then locked the doors and windows and went out. It was close to 3 o'clock in the afternoon before he bought all the necessary materials. Back home, he chose to mix the potion in the kitchen. First pour all the ingredients into the pot. Mix carefully with chopsticks, and then pour into the bowl. After a light sniff, the smell is not very good. Fortunately, the aroma of Southwell beer covers most of the smell of other ingredients. Hastur closed his eyes and drank the potion in one breath. The entrance was very cold, and it didn't stay in the mouth for long. It quickly flowed down the throat and into the stomach. His whole body began to heat up. And then the veins on his forehead jumped, and his ears vaguely heard whispers from another world. In his mind, there seemed to be a starry sky rising, chains representing order and rules falling from the sky, and rays of light blooming in the starry sky. It was knowledge, an illusion, and a pair of eyes of the evil god peering at him. Hastur tried his best to stay calm and imagine the palace of stars in his mind, clearly outlining its shape and 11 seats one by one. Soon, all the illusions and sounds dissipated, and the heat in the body also eased, replaced by an exceptionally cool feeling. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes in his body, and at the same time receiving the new knowledge in his mind. Lawyers, guardians of order and discoverers of loopholes, understand and exploit rules and order to their own advantage. There are 3 main abilities. First, he is good at discovering and exploiting loopholes in rules and weaknesses in goals, and he is good at attacking opponents with order. Second, you have good eloquence, can easily persuade the other party, and can distort or guide the target's thinking to a certain extent. Third, his thinking has become extremely agile, and he seems to have the extraordinary ability to see through other people's mental activities. Other abilities have also been strengthened, such as strengthening a certain physical constitution, being active in thinking and making it easier to learn new knowledge, and having stronger memory than ordinary people, etc. Hastur silently experienced his new ability to become a lawyer, and did not open his eyes again until he roughly understood and mastered it. Compared with other extraordinary paths, lawyers are not suitable for fighting, and do not have much fighting ability. They are more suitable to be lobbyists. They are naturally easy to persuade others, and let others act according to their wishes, which has a certain meaning of dominance. The next step is to try to activate spiritual vision. Hastur turned off the lamp in the room, plunging the surroundings into darkness. In the darkness, he focused his attention on the center of his eyebrows, and the position of his eyes, and tried opening and closing his eyes many times. Soon after, other colors appeared in the dark world, which was somewhat similar to the yin and yang eyes in movies that can see ghosts and ghosts. He looked back and forth at the things in the room several times. The extraordinary materials that had not all been used up shone with different lights, while the things without life and extraordinary power were just like what he usually saw. Gradually, I got used to this state of spiritual vision. I didn't turn off my spiritual vision until my eyebrows hurt and my head felt swollen. After taking a short rest, he set a simple switch button for his psychic vision and snapped his fingers twice in succession. But he felt that this was too arrogant and obvious, so he changed the switch button to rub his index finger 3 times with his thumb, kind of like counting money. After practicing for a while, I began to feel overwhelming pain in my eyebrows and temples. Hastur stopped his spiritual vision, felt dizzy, held on to the wall and the escalator, and went up to the 2nd floor. He pushed open the bedroom and threw himself directly on the bed. Not long after, he fell asleep. In the dream, the Palace of Stars reappeared, this time with more changes than before. The starlight in the starry sky was exceptionally bright. A thick platinum chain, shining with bright starlight, descended from the starry sky and hung down on the back of the first seat. In addition to this significant change, Hastur is also keenly aware that the power of order and rules in the Hall of Stars has increased a lot. He glanced at it a few more times, then stretched out his right index finger and thumb to gently rub it 3 times. When the spiritual vision is turned on, the first thing that comes into view is a vast, extremely bright starlight. He seemed to be in the center of the entire starry sky, and the stars all around him were rotating and converging around him. The white gold chain hanging down from the starry sky turned into a regular pillar that held up the heaven and earth and anchored the flow of the stars. He looked at himself again, and there were dots of stars in the blur, which were pure astral spirits. Every time he comes to the Hall of Stars in the form of a star spirit body. After scanning a few times, he turned off his spiritual vision. As I walked to the first seat and sat down, a new understanding came to my mind. The chain of order, the pillar of rules, an opportunity to formulate new order and rules. Hastur could clearly understand the first 2 nouns, but the last sentence, an opportunity to formulate new order and rules, made him a little confused. Does this mean that you can set a rule at will, and then it will affect the Palace of Stars and yourself in reality? If you make a rule that buying things for yourself is free, does that mean you don't have to pay for anything you buy in the future? It shouldn't be that simple, right? No. If you want to buy something without paying, you don't need to go to the Palace of Stars to do so. In reality, I can do this at any time, as long as I am not afraid of being caught and beaten by the vendors, or being invited to drink tea in the bureau. This is a bit like the ability of the magic lamp to make wishes. It can help you fulfill your wishes, but the way it is fulfilled may not be what you want to see. For example, make a rule that you will never die. It sounds as if he can never die, but in fact, he may be sealed in an alien space where time does not flow. In a space where time is completely stagnant, you will indeed not die, but you will be imprisoned forever, unable to regain your freedom. What is the use of this kind of immortality? Another example is to formulate a rule that oneself must become a god. Does that mean you need to write down the specific time when you become a god? Even if there is a specific time, can he really become a god? Will he become a true god or an evil god? There are too many possibilities and uncertainties here. And does such a usage that approximates wishes conform to the meaning of order and rules? Order, where order focuses on orderliness and not chaos, and order focuses on order and not inversion. It means that there is a certain degree of consistency in both natural and social processes, and it is a stable and sustainable state. Rules are similar in meaning to laws, a set of systems and regulations for everyone to abide by. The two are similar but not identical. If he really had to explain it, it would be difficult for him to fully explain it. After all, he had just stepped into the door of the extraordinary path, and his understanding of both was limited. We can only use a simple example to make a slight distinction, such as running a red light and crossing the road. Stop when the light is red and go when the light is green. Most people will consciously abide by this, and then cross the road together when the light turns green. This is a kind of order that does not need to be forced or driven by others. It is more of a kind of consciousness. But when it comes to crossing the road, there are always people who are unwilling to abide by this order. They insist on crossing the road within the time when the red light is on. And then, they are hit by a car, causing a traffic accident. When a traffic accident occurs, it is natural to analyze the cause of the accident, then determine who is responsible, and finally make a judgment based on primary and secondary responsibilities or one person's full responsibility. Among them, the traffic police and judges base their decisions on the law, which is a rule. It can be said that rules are more mandatory and everyone must abide by them, whether you are willing to accept them or not. The rules will not change just because of you. Of course, only the most ideal situation is discussed here. In real reality, there are naturally many exceptions. Every order must have shadows, and every rule must have loopholes. Hastur thought about the symbolism of lawyers again. No matter what kind of order and rules, there must be shadows and loopholes in it. No matter what kind of rule he finally formulates, it will definitely not be perfect. Faced with this situation, we can only try our best to use appropriate words to avoid and reduce the large shadows and loopholes. It's really hard to decide. Hastur put away all the distracting thoughts in his mind, and he didn't have any good ideas for a while. Anyway, there was still some distance before he could be promoted to Sequence 8 Barbarian, so he could think about this matter slowly. Putting this matter down for the time being, Hastur looked at the chain that represented order and rules. He should be able to control it now. Right? With a thought in his mind, the chain of order hanging down the back of the seat floated along with his thoughts, then flew left and right, sometimes coiling into a circle, sometimes forming a fishing rod. He called this chain, which represented order and rules, the chain of order. After practicing to be able to drive like an arm, Hastur looked at the star that represented the jinn. It's time to find a test subject for the chains of order. Chapter 6: The Chain of Order. The powerless jinn. Compared to the star where Mr. Min and the fallen mother goddess reside, the jinn who is sealed in the wishing lamp is obviously a better target to bully. If this chain of order cannot even be dealt with by the jinn god, let alone solve the complicated situation between the fallen mother goddess and Mr. Door. Looking closer, the starlight dispersed, revealing the shadow of the magical wishing lamp again. After watching for a while, Hastur drove the chain of order to fly directly in front of the star. Then the chain of order circled and curved, and suddenly drew towards the shadow of the magical lamp of wishing. I saw the stars gathering together, and the chain of order seemed to penetrate a barrier. The front chain head, with endless starlight, struck hard on the body of the wishing lamp, sending it flying out. It really works. Hastur was delighted, and was just thinking of pumping the genie a few more times to see the effect. His mind felt empty, blurry, and painful, and the astral body that represented his own state was mostly dimmed, making it impossible for him to pull out the chain of order a second time. Hastur secretly thought it was a pity, and had to withdraw the chain of order. At the same time, he observed the changes in the star where the jinn was. After waiting for a while, he found that the jinn could not follow the network cable to hit him, and could only stay in place and rage. This made him narrow his eyes and smile. Although he can only smoke once now, he can enter the Hall of Stars every night. If he smokes once a day, it will be very impressive over time. After observing for a long time, and confirming that the jinn was really unable to follow the network cable, Hastur put away the chain of order, and went offline to sleep in a happy mood. The red moon is in the sky, and the stars emit faint light, reflecting the beauty of the crimson moon and also reflecting on the endless sea. On the dawn, Bernadette, who was resting with her eyes closed, was strangely disturbed by the wishing lamp. The magical wishing lamp, which had been sealed until now, suddenly crashed into the cabin, hit the bulkhead, fell to the ground, and rolled twice. Then, an angry roar came from inside the wishing lamp. Damn it! It's such a bully! The angry face of the lamp god emerged from the wishing lamp, and a pair of eyes made of topaz were full of evil aura. Hee. Bernadette stood up and walked over, and kicked it again to make the wishing lamp roll on the ground a few more times. and then wait to summon it. Have you had enough trouble? Bernadette glanced at the magic lamp. In the past 2 days, this lamp god has been restless at all. He was making trouble the night before and last night. Both nights. He suddenly appeared from the wishing lamp, and then sulked and silently returned to the wishing lamp. He was so angry that he yelled again tonight. And looking at his posture, it seemed as if he had been insulted. Do I want to cause trouble? The lantern god was really angry. Being sealed in the wishing lantern was a very unfortunate thing in itself. But in the past 2 days, his situation has become increasingly difficult. The first 2 nights were fine. He was just vaguely aware of being watched. Looking down from the starry sky, his eyes looked like he was watching a joke. Although it made him angry, it was not unacceptable. But tonight, across the starry sky, through the seal of the wishing lamp, that being whipped himself in the air, although it is not painful or itchy and does not cause any harm to yourself, it is extremely insulting. He is the son of chaos. Even in the old days of the starry sky, he was a powerful being. Although he is indeed down and out now, not everyone can step on him. This is not just a whip. This is clearly a slap in the face. What's even more irritating is that he originally wanted to follow the whip back to its source, but it was still blocked by the starry sky and couldn't cross even half an inch. He could only stay where he was, helpless and furious. The seal of the wishing lamp did not weaken due to that whip, resulting in him being whipped in vain. After the anger passed, he gradually regained his senses and fell into deep thought. Which being is taking pleasure in himself? Across the starry sky, the mighty power of the stars, could it be a superstar master? Or is it a high-dimensional overlooker? Only these 2 guys should have such ability. But something is wrong. If their power could target themselves across the starry sky and through the barrier, they would have already actively affected reality like the fallen mother goddess and the mother tree of desire. But I have never heard of their faith existing on this continent. Moreover, they do not possess the ability to order and rules. If not them, who would it be? The jinn carefully thought about the specific process that happened during these 3 nights. Maybe that existence was not looking for fun with himself, but was testing something? He felt that he had grasped the key points and made a reasonable assumption. That unknown existence should have accidentally discovered himself trapped in the wishing lamp. After a night of observation and confirmation that he was incapable of fighting back, he would try tonight. As for why he was able to discover himself and take action against himself, the reason is also very simple. Like himself, he has the ability to master order and rules. People who share the same extraordinary path are mortal enemies. And those who hold the same authority in the past are even more mortal enemies. No one wants to share their authority with other beings. And aggregation is an instinct, which is an irresistible temptation. The more the jinn thought about it, the more possible it became, and the more dangerous it became. In his current state, if there really comes a time when he has the same path, he will definitely not be his opponent. Even the true God, who has the same path, may devour him. No, we can't sit still and wait for death any longer. Try to save yourself. The lantern god's thoughts suddenly changed. His eyes glanced at Bernadette. He chuckled, said nothing, and returned to the wishing lantern with an incomprehensible smile. This made Bernadette unable to rest at ease, fearing that the jinn god would do something wrong again. After all, this was a level 0 sealed object. Even the true gods could not destroy it, so it was extremely dangerous. Right now, we can only strengthen the seal first to prevent the jinn from really escaping. Even if the probability is very low, we can't gamble. Several seals were placed one after another, so that the wishing lamp could not even move. Even if the jinn wanted to manifest from the wishing lamp, he was no longer so free. After doing this, Bernadette walked out of the cabin and ordered the Dawn to change direction and sail towards the nearest Stormlord church. If the jinn really escapes from the wishing lamp, she will immediately throw the wishing lamp into the Church of Storms, and let the Lord of Storms wait for the 7 gods to deal with it. This is the worst possibility, and the future that needs to be avoided the most. In the wishing lamp, the lamp god silently looked at Bernadette's behavior, and was in a good mood. His strategy worked. He wanted to see if the mysterious existence could still target him across the starry sky after strengthening the seal. If something unexpected happened, he would rather Bernadette throw herself into the headquarters of the Church of Storms, even if she was suppressed by the 7 gods, than to be replaced and swallowed by others. This is also his life-saving measure against the worst-case scenario. In the early morning, Hastur woke up from the big bed, feeling extremely energetic. Perhaps it was his thoughts about order and rules last night that partially digested his lawyer potion. This is a good beginning. Get up, open the window, and breathe some fresh air. The sunshine outside the window is just right, and the gray fog has not yet had time to invade the sky of Backland. It is another beautiful day. After washing and having breakfast, Asta locked the doors and windows, got on the carriage, and headed to Backland University. He has taken the lawyer's potion, and his learning ability has been greatly improved. It is time to chew through the complicated legal provisions in one go. I believe that in the process of learning the legal provisions, his lawyer's potion can be further digested. Arriving at Backland University, Asta was warmly received again. He took out 5 10-pound notes from his pocket and handed them to the person in charge to pay for his study fees in advance. This amount of money is enough to support Asta for more than half a year, even if he spends every day studying at Backland University. Soon a middle-aged professor named Wayne took Hastur to an empty classroom and taught him alone. All laws are made by men. All laws have a fair and unselfish side, and they also have a flawed side. The original intention of all laws is for everyone to abide by them, and there will always be situations that go beyond the laws. Professor Wayne gave many levels of definitions to the law at the beginning, including a bright and fair side and a shadowy side. Hastur nodded secretly when he heard this rhetoric that did not just preach the supremacy of the law, but the justice of the law. Seeing that the young baron was not angry at his somewhat arrogant words, he actually listened to them with great interest. Professor Wayne also felt relieved, and there was a smile on his old-fashioned face. The real law cannot have only one glorious and upright side, nor can it cover all aspects. Otherwise, there would be no need for the profession of lawyers, and judges would only need to be like puppets to make decisions in full accordance with the law. If this is really the case, the profession of judge can also be abolished, and all powers can be directly handed over to the police department, and people can be arrested and sentenced immediately. This is so straightforward and saves time. It is precisely because there are deficiencies and shadows that the lawyer profession needs to assist, observe, and correct. As a law professor who has studied law for most of his life, the law he pursues in his heart is naturally the state in which the law is impartial and the law is supreme. But this is not realistic. At least not yet. And there is still a long way to go. Professor Wayne did not want to mislead others. But if Hastur only wanted to hear the law of pure justice, then he would only impart this part of the knowledge. For other knowledge, let the young baron experience and learn from the frustration and loss of society. This is a student who is not aristocratic and is quite enlightened. The more Professor Wayne spoke, the smoother he became, and he no longer cared about the other party's noble status. The first class, which lasted 2 hours, ended quickly with Asta still feeling unsatisfied. Professor Wayne closed the book, wiped the blackboard, held the textbook and smiled. Baron Campbell, I look forward to teaching you next time. Hastur stood up, bowed slightly and said, Professor Wayne, you can just call me Hastur. A teacher who teaches seriously and solves doubts deserves the respect of every student. Professor Wayne nodded and left with a smile. Chapter 7: The Era of Blending of Barbarism and Civilization. Hastur did not leave immediately, but sat in the empty classroom for a while. Today's course has benefited him a lot. Professor Wayne did not follow the script, but first talked about the birth of the law and the fairness and unfairness of the law. He also said, there is no fairest law, only the most appropriate law. Such insight that is independent of the times is truly rare. Of course, it is possible that this sentence is also one of the classic sayings of Emperor Russell. Snap. Asta took out his pocket watch and took a look. It was already past 12 o'clock, and it was time to prepare for lunch. It's a good time to try the campus restaurant of Backland University. After the lecture, he went to the restaurant to eat, which made Asta feel like he was dreaming back to his college days. He put away his pocket watch, got up and walked out of the classroom. He spent more than 10 minutes walking through the teaching buildings and teachers' dormitories before arriving at the restaurant that the students loved. Asta walked in and took a look at the price. It was basically much cheaper than the food outside. Sure enough, no matter where in the world, students are a well-loved group. For only 10 pence, Asta had a sumptuous lunch of fish, steak and vegetables. The only pity is that there is no rice here. After lunch, Asta took a walk around Backland University, which gave him an initial taste of the university scenery of this era. After leaving the gate of Backland University, Asta spent another 6 pence to take a ride to the court where Backland tried prisoners. There's no better way to spend an afternoon than watching a trial and conviction proceed. As a baron, there is naturally no additional fee to enter the court to observe the judgment. Hastur was satisfied with this. There are many people who have the same idea as Hastur. They are basically nobles of a certain age. Especially the noble ladies. Apart from drinking afternoon tea and partying, they are very free all day long. This is also understandable. A person who worries about 3 meals a day will not spend time on such boring things that have no value to them. Hastur's arrival made many noble ladies' eyes light up, and they all looked at him appraisingly. Some bold noble ladies were already discussing quietly in private. Fluffy and dazzling blonde hair, a tall and strong figure, handsome facial features, a gentle and polite smile for everything, coupled with a newly grown, slightly green face. Not only little girls like such a young and handsome boy, they also like this one very much. Facing the increasingly undisguised looks, Asta tried his best to maintain a decent smile and chose to sit in the corner of the last row. Then he turned slightly sideways and stared at the simple lines on the wall, trying to avoid those scorching gazes. After sitting for about 10 minutes, a body odor mixed with rose essence came, and it kept getting closer. The corners of Asta's mouth twitched slightly, trying to ignore the noble lady who boldly sat next to him. The noble lady stared at Hastur for a while, and seeing that Hastur had no intention of talking to her, she asked, "Good afternoon. Sir, can you tell me what time it is now? I'm afraid I might accidentally miss the meeting at 3 p.m. Countess Mori's tea party." When she spoke, she showed an apologetic and decent smile. "Sure." Hastur took out his pocket watch, took a look at it, and said, "Dear madam, the time is now 1:40 in the afternoon." "Really?" The noble lady tilted her upper body slightly toward Hastur, deliberately touched Hastur's shoulder, and slowly glanced at the hour hand of the silver pocket watch in Hastur's hand, carefully looking at it 2 or 3 times, and then slowly returned to her straight body. Hastur quietly clenched his fists and loosened them slightly. He naturally understood that this noble lady had bad intentions, but as a lone noble, he could not act too rudely. Moreover, this lady also knows how to start a conversation by asking for the time, instead of boldly talking about pornography, or directly touching someone. This was considered a more polite behavior, and naturally he could not refuse this reasonable request. But this kind of behavior, which was like being teased by others, still made it a little difficult for him to adapt. He is not Emperor Russell. He has excellent adaptability and strong communication skills. "Thank you for your generous explanation. I wonder if I am lucky enough to know your name." She gently brushed the hair beside her ear and spoke softly. "Asta Campbell." "My God, are you the only son of Voltaire Campbell?" The exclamation tone made Asta's face stiffen slightly, and he nodded, seeing that the lovable young man next to her was the Baron whose family was in decline. The smile on the noble lady's face became more obvious, and the gaze she cast became a little more intense. "I am very impressed by your father. If you have any inconvenience in your life, I will be happy to provide some trivial help," the noble lady said, and then reported her name. "Germani, a countess." In this regard, Hastur just said some polite words to refuse. At the same time, he stared at the judge who had just appeared, pretending to refuse to continue the conversation. Seeing Hastur's guarded look on her, Mrs. Germani covered her mouth and smiled, her eyes even more intense, compared with those bed playmates who can be summoned at a moment's notice. It is more in line with her interest to tease this kind of young man who has just opened his mouth. It would be so interesting to witness and guide a young man from youth to maturity. Already knowing Hastur's origin, she was not so anxious. This is the court where criminals are tried, and in a sense, it is also a very sacred place. The arrival of the judge caused everyone present to stop whispering so as not to affect the silence and sanctity of the courtroom. The judge said a few opening words, indicating that his subsequent judgment would fully comply with the provisions of Loan's laws, without any partiality, and with a sacred nature. Then the plaintiff's lawyer starts the lawsuit, and the defendants are often farmers who work on the manors, unemployed people without jobs, servants working in noble families. These people basically cannot afford lawyers, so when they come here, they just go through the motions silently, waiting for the judge and jury to make their verdict. Of course, there are also defendants who will talk about their grievances and desperation to gain sympathy, so that they may have a chance to be acquitted. Here, unless the crime committed by the defendant is extremely heinous, it will most likely depend on the likes and dislikes of the judge and jury. Being good-looking will be a very favorable external condition. When faced with a likable defendant, these aristocratic ladies would often show their kind and compassionate side and cry out for the defendant. Once there were more voices like this, the judge would also make a decision as appropriate. If the defendant is really ugly, even for saying a dirty word, he may be sentenced to hanging. There is a classic case where a person just painted himself black at night and did not commit any criminal act. But in the end the judge and jury unanimously sentenced him to death. The basis for their judgment was that a normal person with no bad habits would not paint himself black at night, unless he was a thief. And for caught thieves, hanging is the most suitable destination for them. Reasonable and convincing. Hastur just listened silently, referring to the specific verdicts of these cases. These prosecutions are basically simple. Farmers working on the manor either failed to apply fertilizers and weeds in time, or were lazy while working, resulting in a poor final harvest. Vagrants are basically arrested for petty theft, robbery and theft, and generally there is no grievance. Servants working for nobles may steal things, break something of higher value, or simply offend those nobles. The first category of defendants. The circumstances are generally not serious. As long as they talk about how difficult their life is, they will be acquitted in 9 out of 10 cases. This is also the main opportunity for the noble juries to satisfy their good intentions. For the second category of defendants, as long as the theft is true, they will basically start with the death penalty, regardless of the amount involved. In their view, even if you become a beggar, you are more worthy of being saved than being a thief and robber. For the third category of defendants, the situation is more complicated. Sometimes there is no harmony between nobles and nobles. Generally, the judge makes a judgment based on the actual situation, which may be monetary compensation, imprisonment for a period of time, or death penalty, unless there is strong intervention by the nobles. Time is gradually passing, and today's court trial has come to an end. Among them, there was one verdict that impressed Hastur the most. A farmer was sentenced to death by hanging for cutting down saplings on a plantation, setting fire to corn piles, and injuring horses and cows. In a world where punishment often starts with hanging, this was originally a normal thing. But the reason given by the judge for the decision was, both corn and cows can use money to make up for their losses, but trees cannot, because the damage to trees is irreparable. So the perpetrators need to pay with their lives as repayment. When hearing this, Hastur could hardly control his expression. Cutting down a small tree turned out to be a heavier sentence than burning a pile of corn or injuring a cow. Do the nobles of Lone really value life so much? Or is it because of the influence of the Mother Earth goddess that all life is precious? But why should every petty theft be directly punished with death? Don't those people's lives deserve attention? Respecting life, while at the same time disregarding it. This is the era of savagery and civilization. Hastur could only come to this conclusion in the end. Chapter 8 Bernadette. The starry sky is always so scary. After the trial, Mrs. Germani cordially invited Asta to be a guest at her home tonight. Her words also vaguely revealed that her husband was out to entertain tonight, and would not come back. For such a flirtatious invitation, Asta could only decline politely, saying that he had important matters to attend to tonight, and it was inconvenient. Mrs. Gemini was not angry. She just looked back at Hastur a few more times before getting into the carriage and leaving. Then she left with satisfaction. Snap! Hastur took out his pocket watch. It was 4:13, which was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Hee. Women are all liars. Boys should also protect themselves outside. Hastur sighed, and was keenly aware that naked eyes were looking at him from behind, looking down from his shoulders, especially at his buttocks. At a glance from the corner of his eye, he saw 2 elderly male nobles with round bellies. This made him feel a chill, and he hurriedly stopped a carriage and left. After returning home, Asta walked to the kitchen and started working. There was still a long time before dinner, and he planned to make some handmade beef balls to eat. First, use a round rolling pin. Carefully tap the surface of the beef several times. Beat the beef into mincemeat. Then sprinkle with an appropriate amount of flour. Pour in water, a little salt, a little spice. Then knead into a ball. Put it into warm water to shape, and the beef the pill is done. After a delicious meal, Asta took off his coat, rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt, and began to clean the bowl and rolling pin. At this time, he wants to hire a suitable chef to prepare 3 meals a day for him. It is best to be a pastry chef who is good at making various desserts, so that he can satisfy his appetite. But the thought of a stranger living in his home made him feel uncomfortable, so he gave up the idea for the time being. After he has a stable income, he will consider hiring a housekeeper and a chef. At present, apart from the £1,000 deposited in Backland Bank, he only has £405, 8 sols, and 4 pence in cash left on him. The lawyer's potion formula and potion materials alone cost him about 530 gold pounds. And he spent another 50 gold pounds to study law. He also spent a lot on various food and transportation. He also had to prepare a sum of money to purchase extraordinary materials for Sequence 8 barbarians, and set aside 500 pounds as an emergency fund. There was not much money left to actually spend. At the same time, he also had to prepare to collect 2,000 pounds to return to Viscount Greylingt. The thought of still owing so much money gave him a headache. No matter which world he was in, he couldn't live a decent life without money. He would like to open a law firm and take on some clients to make money. But his current legal level is still far behind. And he is far from being able to stand alone. The best way to make money is to meet some extremely vicious beyonders. Then deal with them, and sell their beyonder properties and magic potion formulas. But this requires you to advance to Sequence 8 barbarian before you can try it. Hey, let's just endure it for now. After 2 months, I will be able to digest the potion. Asta gathered his mood, and went upstairs to take a shower. He also needed to put the clothes he changed into a bag, and take them out to be washed in a special laundry room. This is another expense. The long nights were long, and he could only burn the midnight oil in his study, and continue to study the 3 introductory books on the law. After fighting until 11 o'clock, it was Asta's favorite time. Close the book and put it away. Get up and walk to the next bedroom. Lie down on the quilt, and prepare to fall asleep. To be precise, entering the Palace of Stars. In the boring life every day, there is only a little fun left in beating the djinn with a whip at night. Sitting on the first chair, he looked towards the star where the djinn was, while driving the chain of order, gathering strength and ready to go. When the shadow of the wishing lamp appeared again, Hastur smiled and whipped it with a powerful and heavy whip. This time, he didn't watch the djinn's reaction and left without stopping for a breath. Asta tapped the fingers of his right hand on the table, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and murmured, "It's time to rest again. I hope the djinn can also have a pleasant night." Snapped. The heavily sealed wishing lamp was flung out again and fell to the ground. "You bastard. It's more hateful than secret." The phantom of the lamp god appeared again, looking up at the starry sky above his head with evil eyes. This time, Bernadette also became interested. Tonight, in order to explore the secret of the lantern, she stayed awake and captured the moment something strange happened to the wishing lantern. At that moment, the heavy seal seemed to be broken through by some mysterious force. A powerful force hanging down from the starry sky seemed to have whipped the wishing magic lamp, and whipped it away. This is not a change that the djinn himself can cause, but the power from the stars is affecting the wishing lantern. Although he couldn't see clearly the expression on the djinn god's face at the moment, he knew he must be angry. It's really surprising that you, who pride yourself on being great, can be so depressed at times. Bernadette started taunting directly. The djinn just sneered. "You don't understand what that kind of power means. I just need to understand that that power is not here to help you break through the seal." "Humph. Are you really so sure? Is there really anything in the stars that wants you to return?" Bernadette asked in return, causing the djinn to fall silent. He also had a brilliant record back then and provoked many enemies. Now that he is sealed in the wishing lamp, those beings, let alone saving him, are already showing kindness to him by not taking the opportunity to destroy him. "I think we can work together." The djinn expressed his willingness to cooperate. Time was running out, and he no longer wanted to play tricks with Bernadette. "I reject." Bernadette didn't give the djinn a chance to speak again, and said, "It's late at night. I should go and have a good sleep." The djinn watched Bernadette leave without appearing too anxious. Bernadette is a smart person, and it is difficult to find conditions to impress her. But there was one bargaining chip that she absolutely couldn't refuse. But he didn't want to waste this opportunity for the lion to open his mouth. For several days in a row, every night at around 11:30, the magic lamp would be blown away. Bernadette had gone from being wary at the beginning to mocking the djinn for her incompetence. Of course, she was still sufficiently vigilant deep down in her heart. And the dawn was still wandering in the waters near the Church of Storms. On this day, the genie finally chose to manifest himself from the wishing lantern. Being whipped away once a day, coupled with Bernadette's ridicule, had made it impossible for him to endure it any longer. He must find a way to counter this situation. He cannot let the other party make him round or flat, no matter what. He is also a powerful old man. Bernadette said unceremoniously, "TSK. Have you finally stopped being a coward?" The djinn ignored Bernadette's taunt and said in a cold voice, "Let's make a deal. I think this is the perfect time to watch you being whipped like a dog once a night. Verbal attacks don't get you anywhere, but it makes me happy." "Humph. My patience is limited." Sooner or later you will need help more than I do. Bernadette waved her hands gently and said, Then let's wait until the future. Seeing that the conversation broke down, the djinn returned directly to the wishing lantern. Bernadette put a seal on the wishing lamp, stood up and walked out of the cabin, came to the bow of the ship, and looked up at the starry sky above her head. It's really interesting to watch the djinn look so angry these days. But this also brings a crisis. The mysterious power coming from the stars is unknown whether it is a friend or an enemy. What if it is already trying to help the djinn break the seal? Nowadays, the djinn is asking for cooperation and deals in a low voice. It may be that he is acting in order to relax himself. She would not easily believe in the sincerity of an evil god. But she has tried all kinds of sealing techniques. But she still can't stop the changes every night. Is it really necessary to hand over the wish-making genie to the 7 gods for suppression and safekeeping? This is a level 0 sealed object that can save lives at critical moments. Even if it faces the descendants of the 7 gods, there is still a certain chance of saving one's life. The starry sky is always so scary. A sigh floated on the vast sea. Chapter 9 Party. Salted Fish Forcey. In the early morning, 2 invitations were placed on the table. One on the left and one on the right. The overall black color exudes luxury. And the light yellow invitation card is embroidered with more than a dozen red roses, and is carefully sprayed with rose essence, giving it a fragrant aroma. The black invitation came from Grey Lint, inviting him to attend a small party in his villa tonight, saying that he wanted to introduce an extraordinary person to him. The rose invitation came from Mrs. Jemani, who also invited him to attend the banquet in the evening. The writing also revealed a touch of deep longing and a little sadness. He seemed like a heartless man. Which banquet to attend was not a difficult decision. What was difficult was that he didn't really want to reply to Mrs. Jemani. But not replying was really too rude for a nobleman. But once he replies, Asta is sure that he will receive invitations from Mrs. Jemani every once in a while. Maybe it's not just a separate banquet invitation, but maybe some explicit and ambiguous words. It's also a worry to be too good-looking. Hastur sighed, drank the last sip of milk, cleared the table a little, and went upstairs with 2 invitations. In the study, he took up a pen and wrote a reply to Mrs. Jemani. First, I thanked her for her sincere invitation. And then I wrote that I couldn't attend a meeting because I couldn't spare the time. It is simple and clear, never sloppy, and will not give Mrs. Jemani any chance of possible ambiguity. As for Grey Linty's invitation, he had no intention of writing a reply. When the time came in the evening, he would just go directly to the villa for the meeting. After settling the matter, he put on a set of decent clothes and went out carrying a bag of laundry. If he wasn't afraid that his hand-washing skills wouldn't be up to par, he would also want to save some money. But the problem of cleaning the white shirt and tie was really difficult for him to deal with. So it was easier to leave it to professionals. As for whether this would seem too shabby, Hastur didn't care about this at all. Anyway, everyone knew that Voltaire Campbell had ruined his family fortune to the point where he could no longer maintain the dignity of a nobleman. I spent 6p again to go to Backland University. Professor Wayne's lectures were as good as ever. He rarely talks about specific legal provisions in class, but mainly explains to Hastur how to appeal and make judgments when encountering some special cases, as well as some tips on how to persuade judges and juries. As for the specific legal provisions, he asked himself to go to the library to borrow books and read them. After class, Asta went to the on-campus restaurant to eat as usual. It was good quality and cheap, and he could relive his student days. There was no better arrangement than this. After solving the problem of food and clothing, Asta went to the library of Backland University, preparing to stay in the library all afternoon. This was so as not to meet Mrs. Jemani again at the court this afternoon. Some of Loan's legal provisions are very old, barbaric, and have strong characteristics of the old times. But some of the legal provisions are very interesting. For example, stealing is an extremely serious crime, no matter what the reason is. Even if you are about to starve to death, you cannot steal. Anyone caught committing a crime will be hanged. There is a serious lack of empathy, and naturally there is no moral bottom line. The act of killing can be divided into many situations. When people without status kill people, one life is basically worth one life. If a person of some status kills a person, he may consider using money to atone for his crime. Killings by powerful people are divided into several categories, but generally speaking, they are all conducive to the powerful getting away without guilt. There are also some special circumstances, such as self-defense in times of danger, encountering burglars, etc. In these cases, You can basically be acquitted without even going to jail. When it comes to issues involving the Church of the Seven Gods, the law of loan is inferior to itself, and it has the flavor of the divine right of kings. Of course, on the surface, it just means respecting freedom of belief. While flipping through the books, Hastur got a general understanding of the kingdom of loan. In his view, there is no doubt that loan's laws are rough and barbaric. But compared to the laws of other kingdoms, loan is at the forefront, and is at the forefront of the times. For example, the level of civilization reflected in its laws in Fasak, where the Church of the God of War is located, is at least 100 years behind loan. As night fell, all the lights were on in Graylint's luxurious villa, and about a dozen guests came, enjoying food and wine. Hastur arrived on time and saw that Graylint was busy chatting with other nobles, so he did not come forward to disturb him, and just continued to carry the dinner plate and choose from the dazzling array of food. Well, he hasn't had dinner tonight. After eating some staple food, he went straight to the dessert area. Since coming to the mysterious world, in order to save money, he has to hurry up and leave every time he passes by the dessert shop. I'm just afraid that I can't control my urge to eat desserts. On the white tablecloth, there are various desserts, including cream cakes, ice cream, waffles, puddings. With a smile on his face, Asta selected a few tempting-looking desserts and walked to a place not far away, enjoying the desserts while observing the guests attending tonight's meeting. After finishing one round, he poured a glass of wine to taste, and then continued to select a plate of desserts. Rather than dealing with those unfamiliar nobles, it was more in line with him to enjoy the delicious food quietly. Another person, who had the same idea as him, was a woman who also loved desserts. Asta counted her, and found that she had eaten 4 rounds of desserts in less than 20 minutes. The lady was about 23 years old, 1.65 meters tall, wearing an orange stand-up collared dress with ruffles. Her brown hair was slightly curly. Her facial features were delicate and small, and her light blue eyes were slightly slender. Looked playfully at other guests at the meeting. Seeing Hastur's gaze, she looked back, smiled politely, and then walked to the other side, avoiding Hastur's gaze. Isn't that lady the salted fish Forsey? An idea came to Hastur's mind, but he did not come forward to deal with it. He still watched the banquet quietly. Half an hour later, after dealing with the other guests, Graylint came to Hastur with a smile. After a few words of greeting, he whispered, "Tonight I will invite a real extraordinary person. I will invite you later. Take you to see me. Is it a lady? Hey, you already know? I just have a feeling. After all, I am also pursuing the extraordinary, and I have a certain understanding of people like them. When you become an extraordinary person, don't forget to help me. It's natural." The two exchanged briefly, and then Graylint led Hastur to the lady. Graylint introduced Ms. Furs is an outstanding writer. Each of her works reflects her wisdom and ingenuity that are far beyond ordinary people. Sure enough, it was Force's salted fish. Asta's heart moved slightly, but he did not show any abnormality. He just smiled and said, "It is my honor to know a writer who is both beautiful and intelligent. This is the current heir of the Campbell family, Baron Hastur Campbell. He is knowledgeable and has studied many languages. Now he is studying the law seriously." Graylint made a timely introduction to Hastur. Forsey just smiled and nodded without saying anything. He looked a little cold and proud. Hastur knew that this was just an appearance, and she was simply too lazy to waste unnecessary words. "You can have a chat first. After I see off a few guests, we can go to the study to talk in detail." Graylint left, leaving Hastur and Forsey alone. The desserts here taste pretty good, especially the cream cake. The cream is sweet, but not greasy, and melts in your mouth. It's a rare treat. Asta didn't expect Forsey to take the initiative to deal with him, so he could only bring up the topic of dessert to avoid an awkward moment. Forsey's eyes brightened and he smiled. "The cream cake is indeed not bad, but I prefer the ice cream tonight. It fills my mouth with a sweet taste." No, tonight's ice cream was clearly too sweet, almost cloying. If the score was out of 10, then this ice cream would only get 3 points. Failing at all, Hastur retorted in his heart, but said with his mouth, "That is indeed not bad." Viscount Graylint has always been a very generous person, especially when it comes to food. With the topic of desserts unfolding, the two of them were no longer as strangers as they were at first. After chatting for a while, they each took another plate of desserts and chatted while eating. During the chat, Forsey was surprised to find that Baron Campbell's understanding of some occult knowledge was better than hers. And no matter what aspect of the occult she talked about, He was able to keep up with his own thinking and provide some interesting and insightful insights. This Baron Campbell is really not simple. No wonder Viscount Greyland said that he had tried to perform a resurrection ceremony. That was a taboo area that she didn't even dare to touch. The two chatted for a long time, and the topic somehow came to Emperor Russell. Asta's eyes were full of smiles, and he said, I am an admirer of Emperor Russell. If Ms. Furs has the corresponding original manuscript, I can buy it for £50 apiece. £50 a ticket? Force's eyes lit up. This was a very good deal. Anyway, she couldn't understand a single word of those words that were like a heavenly book. Rather than keeping it as waste paper in your own hands, you might as well sell it and make a small profit. She agreed to the deal immediately and waited until the next time she came to Grey Lint for the two parties to make a deal. Hastur picked up the wine glass and said with a somewhat profound look, Happy transaction. Happy trading. Force's lips curled up slightly. And he was also very satisfied with this transaction. Chapter 10 Mature Lady and Pure Girl. The night was getting late, and the red moon had risen high in the sky. The guests at the small banquet gradually left. After seeing off a few important guests, Grey Lint came to Hastur and Forsey again. Seeing that the two of them were chatting happily without any awkwardness, he couldn't help but smile and said, I was worried just now that you two don't have a common language. The desserts in the evening were very good. I think it's great, too. The two of them exchanged words, and the smile on Grey Lint's face became even brighter, and he said with a smile, Let's go. Let's go to the study to talk. After walking through the garden and passing the living room, the three of them entered the study room on the second floor. The sensible attendant closed the door and stood guard not far away. Grey Lint sat behind the desk and said, After getting along just now, I believe you already have an understanding of each other. Right? Well, Baron Campbell is a very wise scholar. Thought for a moment, and finally gave this evaluation. Ms. Force is also a wonderful writer, and an extraordinary person. Hastur also made a simple comment, but added in his heart, except that it is too salty. Grey Lint was very satisfied with this situation, and said with eager eyes, I also want to become an extraordinary person. I wonder if you can give me some useful suggestions? Forsey looked at Hastur and indicated that he should answer first. Hastur thought for a while, and said, I think it is most suitable for you to choose the moon path where the pharmacist is. Medicine master? Moon path? Grey Lint looked puzzled, not quite understanding the specific meaning of these words. Forsey on the side was slightly surprised. Not any extraordinary person could understand the extraordinary path so well. There are many extraordinary paths, but not every path is suitable for you to choose, based on your own situation. I think the moon path where the pharmacist is most suitable for you. Hastur knew that Grey Lint still couldn't understand, so he explained patiently, the extraordinary starting sequence 9 of the moon pathway is the pharmacist. This is an extraordinary sequence that has the ability to prepare magical medicines. For example, he can easily cure some diseases that are declared death by hospitals. And he can also prepare drugs for pleasure in bed to enhance certain aspects of endurance. Even among extraordinary people, pharmacists are a very popular group. The more he listened, the brighter his eyes became. It was obvious that he was attracted by the medicine man's extraordinary ability. He stood up and said eagerly, Then how do I get the pharmacist's magic potion formula? As far as I know, the moon path originates from the vampire clan. As long as you can find the hidden vampire clan, it will not be difficult to obtain the medicine master's potion formula. The vampire medicine master's potion formula. Grey Lint murmured a few words and looked at Forsey. I will try to find it. And if I find anything, I will come and let you know. First took on this task. She couldn't let Hastur handle everything, as that would make her a Beyonder. Seemed too useless. According to the information she learned from Grey Lint, this Baron Campbell has not yet become a Beyonder. As for whether she can find the vampire, she is not worried at all. If she can't find it, she can't find it. So she just thinks she has made less money. Very good. Ha ha ha. Grey Lint laughed, feeling very happy. Isn't it that pursuing mysticism for a long time means wanting to become an extraordinary person with extraordinary abilities? Pharmacists are good at mixing medicines, and can enhance their abilities in that area. This is simply an irresistible temptation. After laughing, he looked at Hastur and asked, Are you also planning to become a medicine man? I want to think about it again. I am also interested in the abilities of other extraordinary people. That's fine. Grey Point nodded and said, Have you seen Ms. Forsey's extraordinary ability just now? It's too late to see it. Forsey naturally understood the meaning of their words, and didn't mind letting him see the magic of extraordinary people. She walked slowly to the door, stretched out her right palm, and pressed it against the door handle. Then she seemed to turn into a phantom and easily penetrated the door. After a while, Forsey opened the door handle from outside and walked in. Even though he had seen this magical ability more than once, Graydland still felt shocked. Haster's expression was calm, with a hint of envy in his eyes. If Gosanja's path was not too dangerous, and it was also the path where the Lord of Mysteries lived, he would definitely choose to become an apprentice. In the later stage, the space door that allows you to travel anywhere at will is really cool. Sequence 9 Apprentice. Haster told the path where Forsey was. This is to give Forsey a little shock, and at the same time, it also makes Graydland understand that making friends with him is a very valuable thing. He actually knows the path to where I am? His knowledge of occult science is really profound. Forsey was indeed surprised, but quickly ignored it. Once someone found out, she would know. She rarely took action anyway, and she didn't even want to leave the room door. After chatting for a while, Forsey quickly said goodbye and left. If it weren't for the purpose of getting acquainted with the powerful people of Lone so that she could get explicit help in the future, she would not have chosen to leave the room and come to such a complicated gathering. Fortunately, I gained a lot tonight, including praiseworthy desserts and an introduction to a young baron who is knowledgeable in mysticism. After Forsey left, Graydland spoke in a more casual tone and teased. Did you provoke Mrs. Germani? Asta looked at him in surprise. Could it be that Mrs. Germani's behavior was already so blatant? Haha. No matter how big the circle of Lone's nobles is, these romantic anecdotes are most likely to be spread out through drunken conversations. She has entrusted other noble ladies to ask me about your current situation, Graydland said, looking at Haster up and down, and sighed. If I could have an outstanding appearance like yours, then I could have a wonderful encounter every night. Talking about sexy topics in private is a sign of good relationship between the two parties. Haster knew this very well, and did not shy away from saying, Mrs. Germani is indeed a seductive woman, but I prefer those pure and innocent girls. They are as pure as crystal and lovable. Graydland came over, put his arm around Haster's right shoulder and said, Asta, as someone who has been through this, I must warn you that a mature lady is far better than a pure girl. Before Haster could refute, he continued, girls' feelings are very sincere and pure, and cannot tolerate a grain of sand. If you provoke them and make them fall in love, then they will definitely force you to marry them. Otherwise you may seek life and death, which will seriously affect your reputation. As for mature ladies, they are like ripe grapes, sweet and moist. The key is that they are not clingy at all, and they know how to serve others better. Mrs. Germani's reputation is quite good, and she is a rare beauty. You can really try to get in touch with her. It will open the door to a new world for you. Haster thought for a while, shook his head and smiled. Graydland, I don't agree with your opinion. When we are young, we naturally pursue beautiful girls of the same age. When we are older, we can try other possibilities. You try to be a mature lady when you are young. But what happens when you are older? Do you pursue young girls in turn? If you just keep eating ripe grapes, wouldn't you miss the taste of youth and ignorance? So I have always felt that there is no need to be too aggressive in life, and you should slowly enjoy the beauty that should be at every age. Otherwise you may regret it when you are old. Graydland let out a light sigh, obviously touched by Haster's words. He loosened his arms around Haster and stood aside, lost in thought. What you said makes sense. I did miss out on some experiences that should have been wonderful. Graydland, you are still very young. Graydland laughed, and he felt more and more that having a close friend like Haster by his side was a very worthwhile thing. After a while, Haster also said goodbye and left. He was not in the mood to talk to Graydland at night, especially since they had been discussing these ambiguous topics. After returning to his home, Haster lay on a familiar bed, pulled a quilt, and gently covered his chest. He had no desire to sleep for the moment. Tonight's banquet really gave him a more intuitive understanding of the life of the nobles. The lone nobles are indeed relatively reserved, but when it comes to some private issues, they are equally passionate. Graydland obviously talked a lot more than before, and his interactions with him were more relaxed and casual, especially when it came to talking about Mrs. Germani. He couldn't help but sigh when he thought that Mrs. Germani had been eyeing him covetously. It's so annoying, having to smile and maintain a gentle and elegant gentlemanly demeanor when you meet someone. I really want to digest the magic potion as soon as possible and be promoted to Sequence 8 Barbarian. If Jiminy does something dangerous, he can also have the ability to protect himself. Of course, it would be better if he could beat her secretly. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. So I'd better give the djinn a beating to vent my anger. Soon, Hastur fell into sleep, and the astral body came to the Hall of Stars, and found the star representing the djinn again. He whipped it unceremoniously, and whipped it away again. This time he did not leave immediately, but deliberately stared at the shadow of the wishing lamp. Just imagine how angry the djinn looked. And he felt much better. Now that your thoughts are clear, you can fall asleep. Chapter 11, Trying to Make New Rules. Early Sunday morning, March 11th. Hastur woke up and had breakfast, but did not go to Backland University to study law with Professor Wayne. He gives himself a day or two off every week to deal with other things. The things he needs to deal with most at the moment are walking around to get familiar with Backland, seizing the time to memorize the legal provisions of Lone and other kingdoms, finding ways to digest the lawyer's potion as quickly as possible, and purchasing the extraordinary materials needed by the barbarians. How to make money is not among these 4 things. Making money is something you always have to do. He returned to the study, took out a blank piece of paper, and wrote down the barbarian's potion formula from memory. Extraordinary materials: a quanhua grass, a solid horn crystal of an earth rhinoceros. Auxiliary materials: a deep grain walnut, a lemon balm plant, 10 milliliters of hydrosol soaked in poplar bark, and 100 milliliters of spirits. As for whether there is anything left behind in this potion formula, Hastur is not sure. He is just copying it on a blank piece of paper, preparing to wait for the next extraordinary gathering to take it to the Eye of Wisdom. Check the authenticity for free. The best way is to sell this potion formula to the lady, who is also in urgent need of this potion formula. If the transaction succeeds, it proves that the barbarian potion formula is correct. If it fails, then he needs to find other methods. At this time, he envied the soothsayer's extraordinary ability. Not only could he predict good and bad luck, but he could also identify the authenticity of the magic potion formula. It was so useful. At this moment, there was a knock on the door downstairs. Asta frowned slightly, stood up, opened the window, and glanced down. There were 3 people coming. One was a calm middle-aged man, and the other 2 were strong men accompanying him. These 3 people are all strangers. He searched his memory, and found no impression of these 3 people. And judging from the other party's approach, it didn't look like a normal visit between nobles. Generally speaking, nobles would not visit directly. Instead, they would send an invitation first, and ask the host in advance whether they are available. If the host is free, they will come to visit with some gifts. If not, they will choose another time. In this regard, Grey Lint and Mrs. Germani are typical examples. Is the visitor unkind? Asta closed the window, thought for a while, and decided to go down and meet them for a while. After all, this is his home. There is no reason why the owner would not dare to see outsiders. Put on your coat, take a cane that is heavy enough, and wave it a few times to make sure that the cane can knock out a big bag. Go down the stairs, walk through the living room, and open the door as if you're going out for a long trip. When the leading middle-aged man saw Hastur appearing, he took off his hat and said, "Good morning, Baron Campbell. Please forgive our intrusion. You are indeed very rude, especially when I am not familiar with you at all." Hastur did not look down upon the middle-aged man. He smiled awkwardly and said, "I forgot to introduce myself. Andrew Wilson, Voltaire's good friend." "Oh, are you a gambling buddy that we get along well with?" Hastur's tone was even more unkind. Voltaire Campbell had been dead for several years, and yet someone still came to see him. A coldness flashed in the depths of Andrew's eyes, and he said with a smile, "It's not wrong to say that. We know that Baron Voltaire has sadly passed away, and we should not bother him again. But there is a gambling debt that we have not yet settled." Now, Hastur was able to confirm that the 3 people in front of him came to his home to extort money. He probably saw that his family was in dire straits, so he came here to extort the last money. It may also be that they received news that they had recently borrowed £2,000 from Grey Lint. Hastur also smiled and said, "Mr. Andrew, you must not be familiar with loans laws." "Right." Andrew looked a little ugly and said, "We have an IOU written by Baron Voltaire himself." As he spoke, he asked a strong man behind him to take out a piece of IOU written in black and white from his handbag. It clearly states that Voltaire Campbell borrowed £2,000 from Mr. Andrew Wilson because he lost in gambling. And there is a notary's name at the bottom. Regardless of whether this IOU is true or false, even if it is true. According to Loan's law, the gambling debt will be cancelled after death. An IOU arising from a gambling game does not have legal significance. Star looked disapproving. Andrew put away his smiling expression and said in a serious tone, "This IOU is real. As the heir of Baron Voltaire, shouldn't you pay off the debt for your father?" "Oh, Mr. Andrew, do you need me to say it again? This IOU has no legal significance. I don't need to repay a debt that came out of nowhere." Andrew's face turned completely dark, and he said fiercely, "Aren't you afraid that we will do something extraordinary for the sake of the 2,000 pounds of debt?" As soon as the words fell, the two strong men stepped forward at the same time, gearing up, with cruel smiles on their lips. Hastur remained unmoved inside. "Are you planning to threaten a noble in broad daylight? Very good. Let's go!" Andrew glared at Hastur for a few times, then led the two strong men away. This is the West District, where many powerful people and wealthy businessmen live, and the public security is very good. Once they make trouble here, no matter whether they succeed or not, they will be held accountable and then sent to the gallows for extorting nobles. After all, no nobles and wealthy businessmen are not afraid of problems with public security. Hastur watched them leave, raising the corners of his mouth slightly, and murmured, "They are indeed a group of legally illiterate people who don't understand the law." What he just said about gambling and losing money after death was just something he made up casually. He didn't know if such a legal provision really existed. They made it up to deceive, and the effect was really good. These people obviously thought that they were alone and easy to bully, so they wanted to defraud them of a sum of money, with an IOU that came out of nowhere. They wanted him to pay a huge fortune of 2,000 pounds. Do they think they are too rich? Or do they think too well? If making money was so easy, why would anyone take the risk to rob a bank? Hastur cursed a few times in his mind, then closed the door, locked it, and then returned to the study on the second floor. The episode that just happened made him even more eager to master power. That Mr. Andrew, you can tell at a glance that he is not a good person. Maybe there is a professional team or gang behind them. With his current strength, it would be terrible if he was beaten by them. Lawyers still lack the means to attack. Maybe he should also get a pistol. But then, he would need to practice his shooting accuracy. This is another considerable expense. Look again. As long as we don't leave the West District casually, they will never dare to act rashly. Of course, we also need to be on guard against their extreme behavior. Perhaps when entering the Hall of Stars tonight, it's time to write down an order and rules that can ensure your own safety. Asta thought about it, took another blank piece of paper, and tried to formulate a rule that could protect himself. Write directly. Order is conscious collective understanding, and rules are mandatory control and obedience. For a reasonable and effective new order, the new rule should conform to at least one of them, or both. After writing this, Hastur stopped writing, a little embarrassed. The best way to protect yourself is to make a rule that you will never be harmed. But is this description too vague? In the legal provisions that represent rules, each law is very specific and clear, and there will be no ambiguity or vague descriptions. After thinking for a long time, Asta picked up the pen and wrote another paragraph. Clear the main body of the rule, the purpose to be achieved, the affirmative tone that it will definitely take effect, and the evasive words to minimize the occurrence of other accidents. This simple template made Hastur's thinking much clearer in an instant. For example, make a rule so that you will never get hurt. It can be described like this: Asta Campbell, a traveler from another world, the last heir of the Campbell family, will never be harmed by any life-threatening injuries at any time and anywhere. This rule will be used as a rule, a reasonable and correct way to take effect. Among them, the three directional descriptions of Hastur Campbell, a traveler from another world, and the last heir of the Campbell family, are the main subjects of clear rules. No matter when and where, these two sentences never are an affirmative tone that will definitely take effect. The goal of this rule is to avoid any life-threatening injuries. Reasonable and correct are evasive words to prevent other accidents from happening. Hastur read the first rule he tried to write several times, and found that there were still some major problems with the description of this rule. Is the requirement of being unable to be harmed too strict? What counts as a life-threatening injury? Is it not life-threatening harm to imprison you until you starve to death? Can reasonable and correct methods really play an evasive role? Is it the right and reasonable way to turn you directly into an evil god? In fact, there are still many details that can be slowly pondered and modified. He also found that it was much easier to formulate a rule if he did not make himself the subject of the rule. For example, he could make a rule like this: under the starry sky. There is no more true God or the old days. Such rules suddenly become simple and clear. But such rules obviously have no effect on me now. Moreover, he is only sequence 9 now. So this rule is destined to be impossible to realize. Unless he is promoted to true God or the old one. It is possible to make this rule come true. Chapter 12: The Fusion of the Chain of Order and Rules. Maybe he shouldn't take his steps too far all of a sudden. After all, he is only a sequence 9 lawyer now. Hastur pondered for a long time. And then wrote on the paper, under the gaze of the stars. Hastur Campbell, a traveler from another world. The last heir of the Campbell family. Will use order as a gun and rules. As a shield. Anyone who offends or harms him will be subject to the most severe judgment and sanctions. This rule is fair and reasonable, and will not be changed due to any external factors. After finishing writing, Hastur looked at it carefully and read it silently several times, feeling increasingly satisfied. This time, he tried to think of himself as a protected creature protected by legal rules, such as the national treasure giant panda. He just replaced the giant panda as the protection target in the law with himself. Such a description would obviously satisfy the requirements for a new rule. The phrase under the gaze of the stars was specially added by him, referring not only to the stars in the sky, but also to the palace of stars. Let the hall of stars with high status serve as witnesses, which can greatly strengthen the governing power of this rule. Using order as a gun and rules as a shield sounds like two things. But it is also a description of mastering powerful power, which can be used to ensure that one can grow up safely. Hastur read it a few more times, and after confirming that nothing was missing, he memorized the sentence. Then handed the paper full of writing to a coal lamp and burned it to ashes. Then, he took a new blank piece of paper and prepared to write a ritual magic that could communicate with the palace of stars in reality. It is too passive to always rely on entering during sleep. He is also planning to come up with a 3-part real name. But he doesn't know if it can effectively communicate with the Hall of Stars. The Lord of Chaos and Order. The origin of all rules in the starry sky. He who returns the stars. This was the realization that flashed through Hastur's mind for the first time when he sat on that chair. It must be the key to communicating with the Palace of Stars. After writing these 3 sentences, he translated 3 more sentences into Ancient Hermes. Fortunately, the original owner's research on Ancient Hermes was not low, and the process was stumbling. But he finally translated it. Hastur breathed a sigh of relief, mobilized his spirituality, and silently recited in Ancient Hermes, the Lord of Chaos and Order, the origin of all rules in the starry sky, he who returns the stars. Boom! There seemed to be a thunderclap in Asta's mind. The whole mind is stagnant, unable to think, unable to move, as if chaos has begun. Everything is hazy. The oil lamp that originally emitted dim yellow light in front of me was now constantly distorting, cracking, and fragmenting. The light, like fireflies, like fiery trees and silver flowers, was reduced to the purest light spots. This process was very slow, but it seemed to be very fast. When all the visions in front of him disappeared, Hastur's spiritual body, soul, which can also be called the astral body, came straight out of the top of his head. He subconsciously looked down. In the room with dim lights, a young man with slightly curly blonde hair was lying on the desk. His eyes closed, a smile naturally flowing from the corner of his mouth. And he was sleeping soundly. Is my soul separated from my body? This was Asta's first reaction. Such plots often appear in novels such as Ghosts and Strange Tales. It's really fluttering. Like leaving the world and being independent. He tried to control his astral body. Like a ball of flying cotton. Light and unstretched. A gust of wind could send him thousands of miles away at this moment. After circling his body in the room, he looked up. I saw a starry sky hanging low, as if hanging on the roof of the room. The bright, but not dazzling starlight could make the whole room look like a sea of stars. Really successful? Hastur flew up, stretched out his right hand, and touched the starry sky suspended above his head. The moment it was touched, the entire star spirit body was sucked into the starry sky by a gentle force. When he opened his eyes again, he had successfully arrived in the Hall of Stars. Everything in front of him was exactly the same as what he saw when he fell asleep at night. After the shock, Hastur naturally walked to the first high chair and sat down. With a thought, the chain of order hanging on the back of the high chair floated to his eyes and landed on the table. He lowered his head and reached out to caress the chain of order. The chain of order, which seemed to be forged from platinum, exuded warmth that reached deep into the soul. It was as if this chain of order was born from the depths of his soul. After the novelty wore off, he remembered the need to establish the first order and rules. With no pen and ink, and no blank paper to write on, he thought about using his own thoughts as a knife to carve the words he just memorized onto the chain of order in front of him. Under the gaze of the stars, Aster Campbell, a traveler from another world and the last heir of the Campbell family, will use order as a gun and rules as a shield. Anyone who offends or harms him will be punished. The most severe trial and sanction. This rule is fair and reasonable, and will not be changed due to any external factors. Things went much smoother than Haster imagined. As soon as his thoughts came up, the chain of order in front of him changed accordingly. Light blue lines like starlight spread from the top of the chain of order along the entire chain. The stars gathered together, seeming to cheer the birth of the first rule of the Hall of Stars. Haster carefully observed the trend and shape of the starlight lines, and knew that this should be a certain kind of text that he had never heard of, or an external manifestation of the imprint of rules. He couldn't grasp this star pattern, but he understood what it meant. This is exactly the new rule that I want. And it even automatically completes the omissions and flaws of the new rule, making it more complete and less likely to find flaws and loopholes. When the entire chain of order is completely imprinted with rules. With a slight shock, a mighty force of order and rules envelopes the entire palace of stars. Then under Haster's surprised gaze, the chain of order flew up automatically, and the top gently touched his eyebrows. Ah! Haster groaned. It was an indescribable feeling. From the center of the eyebrows through the back of the head, then along the cervical spine, through the spine, and straight to the lumbar spine. He seemed to see an illusory chain of order being reborn on his spine. In other words, there is a chain of order integrated into his spine. Is this how the Hall of Stars creates new rules that affect reality? Asta had some guesses in his mind, and silently accepted this change. This did not take long. And soon the chain of order automatically fell on the table, and everything returned to its original state. Asta twisted his neck and turned around a few times, but didn't feel any new changes. It seems that new changes will not appear until I return to reality. Boom, boom, boom. Haster tapped his fingers on the table, thinking about the changes in the night. It was considered a success. After all, his needs were basically met, although the process was difficult for him to figure out. But it is a happy thing after all. After pondering for a long time, he looked towards the star where the djinn was. Even though we are here, we have to do something. Snapped. Another chain of order was drawn. How can it be? I have gradually become accustomed to the constant harassment of the djinn every night. My heart is shaking, and my fear is manifested in my body. Looking up at the starry sky, his eyes were filled with deep vigilance for the first time. After this period of time, he was harassed many times, but each time it was painless. For him, apart from the strong sense of humiliation, there was no other loss. But this time is different. He was hit hard by that whip. It hurts too. If the previous whip was an illusory shadow, then tonight's whip has a physical form and can already interfere with the real world. This revealed a lot of terrible information. There is no doubt that the existence above the starry sky, through the barrier, has the power to interfere with reality is gradually increasing. This is definitely not a good thing for him. What kind of tricks do you want to play? Are you comfortable with being spanked? Bernadette's voice came, interrupting the djinn's thoughts. Bernadette, haven't you always wanted to know why the wish-making dungeon has been acting abnormally frequently in recent times? The djinn's tone was solemn. He stopped pretending, and was ready to show off his cards. Bernadette chuckled and said, "Oh, have you set the trap yet? If I still had such ability, you would definitely not be able to grow up to where you are today. Is it your kindness that allows me to live till now?" Bernadette mocked, with a sneer on her face. On the road of her growth, part of the danger comes from the outside world. Part of the danger comes from the hidden sage. And the last part of the danger comes from this magical lamp of wishing. Level 0 sealed objects naturally have the power to change the situation of the battle. But they also always want to destroy the holder, so that they can regain their freedom. There is a saying, you can always believe in the majesty of the gods, but never believe in their kindness. The lamp god sighed, what I want to say is that I, who is sealed in the wishing lamp, do not have the ability to cause these changes in the sky. Oh, if you were me, would you believe such rhetoric? Using light words to construct fatal traps is what you are always good at. Bernadette ignored the djinn again. Chapter 13 The chain of order integrated into the spine. I feel top-heavy, and my head feels like paste. If I shake it, it may completely solidify. This was Haster's most intuitive feeling at the moment. He stood up with his arms on the desk, walked out of the door while holding onto the wall, and staggered back to his bedroom. If I had known better, I wouldn't have been so hasty to whip the djinn. Haster smiled bitterly and collapsed on the soft quilt. Entering the Hall of Stars through the ceremony in the state of the astral spirit body has already wasted a lot of spiritual power. Adding the changes caused by formulating a new rule, it basically consumed 7788. He had to whip the djinn again, which overloaded his spiritual power. His head was as heavy as mercury and lead, and the pain was unbearable. But without that whip, he would feel incomplete. TSK. You still have to smoke when you should. Asta thought about it for a while, and then fell asleep. The next day, the early morning sunlight filtered through the screen window, dyeing his blonde hair and almost blinding Asta's eyes. He covered his eyes with his right hand to block the dazzling sunlight and looked at the time. It was already 9:43. This was the morning he got up the latest. It's a new day. It's time to get up and work hard. After muttering, he turned over, buried his head under the quilt, and rested for another 10 minutes before slowly getting up. After washing, he came to a large full-length mirror and took off his shirt, revealing his smooth back. From the corner of his eye, he looked at the picture shown in the mirror, from the back of his head down his spine, and finally stopped at his tailbone. He did not notice any obvious changes in his spine, nor could he see any trace of the chain of order. Do I need to turn on my spiritual vision to see different changes? As soon as the thought came to his mind, Asta stretched out his right middle finger and thumb and rubbed it gently 3 times. When the spiritual vision is turned on, a circle of ripples seems to ripple on the surface of the mirror. On the vaguely smooth back, the spine slightly exudes a light blue pattern that is difficult to see clearly, as if there is a chain of order that is perfectly integrated with the spine. There really is a chain of order. Although Haster had expected it, he was still shocked. The rules set by the Palace of Stars can really affect reality. I just don't know what kind of abilities such a chain of order can provide me. Is it specifically used to bind enemies? Well, it should be said that it specifically limits the enemy's mobility. When you encounter a suitable enemy in the future, try out its abilities. After admiring it for a while, Haster frowned. The abnormality of the spine was so obvious after turning on the spiritual vision. Wouldn't it be easy for others to find out that there was something wrong? As long as you are not a fool, you will know something is wrong when you see the spine glowing. Turning on spiritual vision to look at others is a subconscious behavior of many extraordinary people when they come into contact with others. It is very common. Can the traces of the chain of order be hidden? As soon as the idea of Haster appeared, the light blue chain of order pattern on the spine was completely integrated into the spine, without any abnormalities. That's about it. Haster was pleased with the result. He put on his coat again, tidied up his appearance, then closed the door and window and went out. As for breakfast, it's already 10:30. So of course we have to wait until noon to eat together. Between taking in that little energy and not having to cook and wash dishes, he would only choose the latter. When he arrived at Backland University, it was already around 11 o'clock. Haystater asked Professor Wayne if he was free to teach in the afternoon. If he didn't have time, he would go to the Queen's District of Backland, and then arrive at the court gate on time. The lunch at Backland University is as good as ever and reasonably priced. After dinner, I took a walk to eat, and then waited for a reply from Professor Wayne that he didn't have time for personal training in the afternoon. The Queen, the most powerful group in Backland, gathers together. King's Avenue runs through it, and is very close to St. Samuel's Church. It is the real political center. The Campbell family originally lived in Queens, and owned more than one property here. Unfortunately, due to Voltaire Campbell's hard gambling, those properties were lost one by one. In the end, all the houses in Queens were lost, and the family moved to the second-tier West End. He also lost only one house in the West End, making him a true prodigal son. Setting foot in Queens again, Haster couldn't help but sigh at the prosperity, luxury, grandeur, and the fact that no disheveled person appeared here. After all, nobles are kind-hearted and cannot tolerate the suffering of the poor. There were also many beggars who wanted to come to Queens to ask for some money to make ends meet. They did get what they wanted, and they could get dozens or even hundreds of pounds in a day's work. Then, at night, they were beaten to death, and all their money was taken away, and their bodies were thrown directly into the Tasoc River. After all, nobles are kind-hearted and cannot tolerate the suffering of the poor. Hey, he is also a noble himself. It was quite a complicated mood. Oh, He is also poor now. The mood is more complicated. Hastur was daydreaming while walking on the Kingdom Avenue, admiring the scenery on both sides. In addition to the praiseworthy large houses here, the shops here are also more unique than other places. From this street to that street, clothes are sold. From here to there, jewelry is sold. And that area is dedicated to selling gems. Hastur just passed by the gate outside the shop, without going in to take a look. He was simply familiar with the terrain, hoping to use it someday. After 2 hours of shopping, it was almost time for the court session to begin. He hired a carriage and left Queens. When the steady voice of Mr. Justice sounded in the court, Hastur came out from the corner, walked into the door, and sat in the corner of the last row. Well, very good. Mrs. Germani did not come today. Hastur is in a good mood and listens carefully to today's case. Except for catching a ship of pirates and being sentenced, there is nothing new. After the court session, Hastur was the first to stand up, step out of the way, hire a carriage, and drive away in a cloud of dust. Phew. Perfect. Hastur sat in the carriage, shook his head and laughed, then opened the curtain and looked at the street scene outside. Out of the corner of his eye, he vaguely saw a familiar figure, one of the strong men behind the former fraud Sir Andrew. The strong man's eyes were unkind, and when he saw his eyes sweeping over him, he subconsciously wanted to turn around and avoid looking at her. There's definitely something weird. It should be Andrew who sent him to monitor me. He really doesn't want to give up. Hastur lowered the curtain. His face became more solemn, and he tapped the bottom of the carriage lightly with his cane, thinking about countermeasures. Since the other party refuses to give up, he will naturally take action. Back in the West District, before entering the front door of his house, Asta was keenly aware of eyes looking at him in the dark. He looked normal, took out the key, opened the door, and then closed the door. The other party was bolder than he thought. He had already set people to monitor his door. It was estimated that the other party would take action no later than tomorrow night. Although the security in the West District is good, it is impossible to monitor this area all the time. And there are always times of negligence. Hastur went up to the second floor in thought, came to the study, sat at the desk, took out 2 blank envelopes, and began to write. In the first letter, he planned to write to Graylin, explaining to him that Andrew's group came to his place to defraud him a few days ago and failed to defraud him. They were angry and wanted to deal with his affairs, so that he could put some pressure on the police station stationed in the West District. In the second letter, he wrote a report letter directly to the local police station, saying that Andrew's group was trying to bully a nobleman. The words in the letter were fierce, and he asked them to send someone to protect themselves secretly as soon as possible. After writing the letter and stuffing it into the envelope, Hastur went out again to prevent other incidents. He hired a carriage and went to Graylin's house. But he did not go in. He just asked the butler, who happened to be at the door, to hand the letter to Graylin, and at the same time asked him to send someone to deliver another letter to the police station in the West District. After doing this, Hastur hired a carriage to take a look around before returning to his home. This back and forth not only wasted a lot of his time, but also cost him 1 soul and 4 pence. Let him, who was not rich, become even poorer. When Andrew is caught, he must double the compensation for my losses. Shouldn't you pay the price for trying to bully a noble? Asta hummed softly, held a kitchen knife and chopped a piece of celery, and then cut a whole piece of beef into thin slices. He was going to make a tender stir-fried beef. At night, Asta closed the bedroom door and slept on the floor in the study next door. Well, this is to avoid unnecessary trouble. Now he doesn't want to fight with a group of desperate men. Time passed little by little, and around 2 o'clock in the night, the sound of a window being carefully smashed open was heard on the originally silent first floor. Did it come as expected? Hastur, who was meditating and resting his mind, opened his eyes immediately and picked up a boning knife specially used to remove bones. The blade is slender and sharp, and is suitable for swinging. It is much easier to use than a clumsy cane. Chapter 14. Anyone who jumps off a building here will definitely break both legs. Hastur tiptoed to the door and squatted down, listening to the movement outside the door. Tonight's visitor obviously knew the layout of the house very well. He did not stop on the first floor and quickly went up to the second floor. He vaguely heard the footsteps of 3 people when he reached the second floor. The footsteps split into 2 directions. One footsteps went up the stairs to the 3rd floor, and the other 2 footsteps cautiously walked toward the bedroom next door. Fortunately, there were only 3 people. Not too many. If we could sneak attack one and knock down another, we could probably capture the remaining person on the 3rd floor. I am afraid that the people who come tonight may be extraordinary. Although this possibility is very low. Hastur lowered his breathing, tried to stay calm, clenched the boning knife in his hand, and waited for the moment the other party pushed the door open and entered. He's not in this bedroom. An angry voice came from next door. Isn't he in the house tonight? It's impossible. Our people have been keeping an eye on this place. We can be sure that he will be there tonight. Maybe he changed his room to sleep in another room tonight. Search every room carefully. We must find him. At this moment, the 2 people in the next room walked out of the bedroom and were about to come to the study to investigate. Suddenly, there was a sound of neat footsteps outside the house. And at the same time there was a loud shout, to the effect that the thief in the house was told to take off his underwear, and then use his hands, hold it up to your head. Step out and surrender. Officers from the Western District Police Division arrived in teams, armed with kerosene lamps and pistols. They also entered the 1st floor of the house through the broken glass window. Damn it. How could these stupid pigs who only know how to lie in the police station and collect their wages come so fast? Don't worry about how they got here. Just run away now. The 2 people who were already standing at the door of the study discussed it and walked back to the bedroom they just came out of. Smashed the window and jumped out. My window. Asta, who had already relaxed a lot, gritted his teeth angrily. Installing a whole stained glass window would cost a lot of money. He didn't think tonight's intruder could come up with such a sum of money. We absolutely cannot let them run away like this. He knew that with the height of the 2nd floor and the buffer of the lawn, it would be difficult for the 2 intruders to fall to death or become disabled. You will definitely break both legs if you jump off the building here. Hastur used his spiritual power to try to formulate a new temporary rule for this place. As for whether it would be useful, he didn't have much confidence. This is just a simple try. Reed is a sergeant at the West District Police Station. He has been in this position for 10 years. He is usually responsible for some security cases in the West District. He basically solves fights and petty thefts. Every day seems very busy, but in fact it is very relaxed. There are very few homicide cases. He only needs to stay in the police station and wait for the church bell to ring at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so that he can go home from get off work. Occasionally, for some important cases, he would be notified to work the night shift overnight. Generally speaking, this is a relatively leisurely job that is revered and respected by many people. The salary is also very good. 1 week does not include extra overtime, and you can get a salary of £2 and 5 sols after tax, not counting 1 month. Overtime work can earn you almost £10, or £120 a year. Although it is not as good as those of bank managers and solicitors, it is far better than those workers working in factories. Tonight, he had been resting at home, but the police station said that he needed to work overtime in the evening. He was also willing to work overtime when there was nothing important to deal with. After all, overtime was another salary. When he came to the police station to work overtime, Inspector John repeatedly told him to protect Baron Campbell tonight. If he is harmed by gangsters, not only will he be punished, but his bonus for a year will also be deducted. Hearing this, he immediately became serious and even put out the cigarette on hand. He immediately found 5 veteran police officers and rushed to the house where Baron Campbell lived. The wind at night was not too cold, but it still made people shrink their necks and tighten their coats. After all, it was only March. Around 11:30, the dim lights in the target's bedroom on the 2nd floor went out, making the surrounding streets even darker. Logically speaking, for this kind of job of protecting people, they should follow the target. But who told them to observe and protect in secret? They are nobles, and I am just a small police chief, so naturally I have to listen to them. Reed's upper body was leaning against the wall of the alley at the corner. His right knee was arched, and the soles of his feet were stepping on the wall. He lowered his head slightly and skillfully pulled out a cigarette, lit it and took a few puffs, closed his eyes, and blew out a circle of smoke. Quietly wait for time to pass. It was not until about 2 o'clock in the night that the police informed him that 3 people had secretly broken the glass window and sneaked into the house of Baron Campbell. Reed took 2 puffs on his half-smoked cigarette, coughed, and walked out and gestured for 4 nearby police officers to go in and arrest the person. He and another elderly police officer were guarding outside the big house to prevent the 3 gangsters from escaping. Before he even needed to shoot, 2 figures jumped out of the 2nd floor window. The first person was obviously more experienced. The moment he was about to land, He held his head tightly and rolled forward. After rolling for a certain distance, he immediately got up and started running wildly in one direction. The second person who jumped down was more miserable. Maybe his posture when he jumped was wrong. As soon as he landed, he let out a miserable cry and both his legs were broken. The man had no choice but to lie down on the lawn, holding his knees with his hands and rolling back and forth, wailing in pain. Reed asked another police officer to arrest the person, while he took out his pistol and chased the first person who jumped down. After chasing for more than 10 meters, the lucky guy who jumped off the building and ran away suddenly let out a scream. His legs seemed to have been hit by something, and they softened instantly. He lay forward in an awkward posture. TSK. What an unlucky guy. Reed walked forward with a smile, holding the gun against the unfortunate guy's head in his right hand, holding the cigarette between the fingers of his left hand, taking another long puff, blowing out a large puff of smoke rings, and said slowly, "You are under arrest." Not long after, 4 other police officers also arrested the third gangster, and tonight's work ended successfully. Reed asked 4 police officers to take the 3 gangsters back to the police station to await trial and verdict. He knocked on the door of the house. Even though he came, he still had to go through the necessary procedures. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the door was opened from the inside. The person who opened the door was a young man with slightly curly blonde hair. Is this Baron Campbell? He was a baron at such a young age. What a good life he had. Reed suppressed the envy in his heart and said, "Baron Campbell, I am the police chief responsible for protecting you tonight. You can just call me Reed." "Chief Reed, thank you for protecting me tonight. Without you, I might have been in danger." Reed smiled and said, "I want to thank you for allowing us to get a big credit for nothing." Hastur also laughed, turned sideways, and invited Chief Reed to come in for a chat. In the large living room, 2 gorgeous ceiling lamps have been turned on, and the bright light is far beyond the comparison of kerosene lamps. Hastur made a cup of marquee black tea for Reed, and Reed took a sip, feeling the aroma of tea wafting in his mouth, and even the smell of smoking was neutralized. Reed spoke first, "To take up your precious rest time, I hope you can explain this matter in more detail, so that I can write a dossier when I go back. It starts with a fraudster named Andrew Wilson." Hastur didn't hide anything and told all the reasons why everything happened, and how he accidentally saw someone staring at him today, and wrote a letter to the police station in grey lint. Reed nodded repeatedly, and carefully extracted the key information in the words. After listening for about 10 minutes, Reed already understood the whole process of the matter, so he stood up and left without staying any longer. As for Hastur, he can continue to have a good sleep without going to the police station to take a statement, because he is a noble. After sending Sheriff Reed away, Hastur closed the door, turned off the lights, and went up to the 2nd floor. He came to his original bedroom, looked at the smashed stained glass window inside. He also asked Chief Reed just now to see if he could let the 3 gangsters tonight compensate him for the corresponding losses. Reed said that it should be possible, and asked him not to have high expectations. Money-grubbing gangsters usually cannot afford to compensate a noble for his losses. In other words, Hastur has to consider himself unlucky. Of course, if Andrew is successfully caught, the police department will give priority to compensating for losses if he has money. While Asta understood this, he was really distressed because there were 2 stained glass windows that were broken. He did not take the opportunity to ask the 2 gangsters who jumped from the building whether their legs were broken. This was too rash and too obvious. He only needed to find grey lint to inquire about the specific situation in the police station, and then he would know whether the temporary rules he made tonight were effective. According to the promotion direction of the Black Emperor pathway, one should have to reach the sequence 7 bribery level to have the extraordinary ability to formulate and bend rules. But there is a chain of order hidden in the spine of his back, and he may be able to use his extraordinary ability to formulate rules in advance. Asta thought for a moment, then put away his thoughts and glanced at the time. It was already past 3 o'clock in the night. In order to stay awake tonight, he didn't dare to really sleep. Now that he was busy with things, he felt a little tired. He walked forward, picked up the quilt on the bed, and went to a guest room on the right. When he got to the guest room, he briefly ventilated it to let the stagnant air flow. After about 10 minutes, Asta changed the quilt in the guest room. After everything was packed up, he lay on the quilt, fell asleep, and came to the Hall of Stars. The things for tonight are indeed almost done, but there is still one thing left to do. After driving the chain of order and whipping the gin hard, Hastur left the Hall of Stars with satisfaction. Chapter 15 Friend. Gray Kinnigan. At the West District Police Station. Reed smoked a cigarette and walked briskly into the police station. As soon as I stepped into the door of the police station, I heard the shouts of the three gangsters tonight. And at the same time, there was the sound of whips. A gang broke into a baron's house late at night with a murder weapon. Not only did they steal money, but they also had a plan to murder the baron. Such a crime was enough to send them to the gallows. The whipping is just to let them understand a truth in advance. In loan, the nobles are a group that cannot be easily offended. Thank you for your hard work tonight. You did a great job. Inspector John smiled and walked over and patted Reed on the shoulder. He also stayed at the police station to work overtime tonight just for this matter. A baron plus a well-established viscount would need to pay more attention to a small case, especially a large case involving the attempted murder of a baron. Reed smiled and said, I have better luck tonight. Goddess above. May luck be with you always. Reed also drew a crimson moon on his chest and said, the benevolent goddess will definitely protect every devout believer in her. After chatting for a while, Reed went to the interrogation room where the three gangsters were detained. He still needed to finish the work and compile tonight's case into a file. The first gangster who jumped off the building huddled in the corner, hugging his knees and saying in fear, Evil spirit. It's an evil spirit. An evil spirit just attacked me. What evil spirit? Reed became more interested and lit another cigarette. He raised his feet and crossed them on the table with a lazy posture. The evil spirit is the evil spirit. It must have been the evil spirit that broke my legs. Otherwise I could have run away. Oh, that must be the goddess' punishment for you people. Reed chuckled disapprovingly. The man didn't say anything else. After all, he was afraid that the abnormality that would happen to him tonight was really a punishment from the goddess of the night. I also feel the power of that evil spirit. Another man who jumped from a building and suffered a fracture also said in a panic. Reed raised his right foot, knocked on the table, blew out a smoke ring and said, even if there is an evil spirit, with the crimes you committed tonight, you will just go to H.L. to keep it company. A police officer on the side waved his whip and said, cooperate with our work honestly, so that you can suffer less, and we can finish work early and go home to rest. Soon, the three gangsters confessed to the crimes they committed tonight, and admitted that they were ordered by Andrew, and revealed that Andrew's current hiding place was in a bar in the Backland Bridge area. Very well. You can have a nice night now. Although there is only an hour left before dawn. The police officer hung the whip in his hand on the wall. The tip of the black whip was still mixed with a small piece of flesh, and blood was dripping from it. I'll take a look at the compiled files. Reed asked one of his police officers to sort out the file. He took it and read it twice. When he found that there were no flaws, he asked the police officer to file the file. It's time for a cup of coffee to cheer me up. Reed put out his cigarette, put away his legs, stood up and left the interrogation room, went to Inspector John's office, and poured himself a cup of coffee from the southern continent. Then he sat comfortably on the sofa and waited for other police officers to come to take over in the early morning. At 8 o'clock, Reed opened his sleepy eyes, stood up, stretched, and left the police station. On his way home, he happened to pass by Baron Campbell's house again. When he reached the location where he captured the escaped gangster last night, he was startled. The terrain here is open, and there are no obstacles around it. So why did the man suddenly break both legs last night? He vaguely remembered that the man's leg fractures were complete and pulverizing. Only a heavy blow with a blunt instrument could cause that kind of fracture. A wandering evil spirit. Reed felt a chill in his heart and couldn't help but glance around. The sun was shining brightly, and everything was just right. He breathed out gently, stretched out his hand, and tapped his chest 4 times to draw a crimson moon. Praise the goddess. Why didn't someone come and notify me when such a big thing happened? Don't you recognize me as your friend? Or do you think I will alienate your good friend because of the decline of your Campbell family? In the living room, on the sofa, Hastur looked at the young man with black hair and blue eyes sitting opposite him with an embarrassed look. Greg Negan was the original owner's best friend. The two were playmates growing up, and they were as close as brothers during their school days. It wasn't until the original owner left Queens and moved to the West End that the two gradually stopped interacting with each other. When he was short of money before, Hastur also thought of his friend, but never thought of asking him for help. Instead, he would rather find Grey Lint, who had a relatively ordinary relationship. This includes the original owner's subconscious desire not to trouble this good friend, and also Hastur's desire not to have easy contact with this good friend for the time being. After all, they are best friends. They get along all year round. and it is easy to find abnormalities between them. I'm very angry now. Haster, shouldn't you give me an explanation? In your eyes, do you think Greg Negan, am a friend not worth keeping? Or do you think that guy Graylint is more suitable to be your friend than me? The more Greg talked, the angrier he became. If someone hadn't told him, he wouldn't have known that there were gangsters who wanted to kill his good friend last night. Drink some tea first to relieve your anger. Haster handed him a cup of Marquis black tea, and then said in a gentle tone, Greg, no one is more suitable to be my friend than you. I have always been proud that we are friends. Snort. Greco's stern expression softened, and he took a sip of Marquis black tea, waiting for what Haster would say next. You know, I have always hoped that I can become a qualified nobleman who can handle all affairs alone. Just like you, who can help the family take care of all aspects of affairs at a young age. The reason why I sought Graylint's temporary help is simply because I don't want our friendship to be eroded by money. You don't want me to lose the little pride I have left because of this. Right, Greg? The friendship between you and me will not change because of this incident. Will you resent my friend because I don't seek your help? In just 3 sentences, most of Greg's anger had dissipated, especially the last rhetorical question, which almost made him wonder if he was the one who was not so firm in their friendship. The friendship between the two of them has long been in need of proof. Thinking of this, Greco apologized slightly. Asta, I didn't consider your mood. Haster waved his hand and said generously, it doesn't matter. We are best friends. Yes, we are best friends. Greg laughed, and Haster smiled too, although Greco's visit made him a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, as a lawyer, he did have a strong ability to persuade others. After this matter was over, Greco asked Haster about his current life. He could only try to pick some good aspects to talk about. For example, I was studying the law seriously, and was praised by Professor Wayne. I went to the court to learn how the law demonstrates its justice. Greco frowned after listening for a while, and said, it is naturally a good thing to study the law and understand the national conditions. But you don't really want to be a lawyer. Do you? I have this idea. Asta did not hide it. Asta, it's not good for you to be like this. You are a noble, and you will definitely not be limited to the status of baron in the future. You should have a broader future. Greg, I am more determined than you think when it comes to restoring the glory of the Campbell family. Becoming a lawyer does not mean that I will leave my aristocratic status. It is just a little hobby of mine. Greco's expression softened again, and he asked tentatively, do you need me to help you prepare a law firm in Queens? He originally wanted to send him to a law firm directly, but he changed his mind because he was afraid that Asta would think that his actions were insulting the friendship between the two. Asta shook his head and said, Queens is not a suitable place to open a law firm. I prefer Hillston District, where the business is the most prosperous, and where lawyers are more needed. No problem. Let me solve this matter for you. Don't be polite to me anymore. Greg decided on the matter directly, and did not allow Haster to refuse. He has already planned that when Asta opens a law firm in Hillston, he will help with a large business deal. Based on their family's business investment in the Hillston area, Asta would probably need to hire several more barristers if he wanted to take over this part of the business. All right. Haster sighed, and did not refuse Greg's kindness. In fact, he really wanted to try to restore the Campbell family to its former glory through his own efforts, rather than relying on the convenient channels brought by his friends. There was no way around it. It was really normal for nobles to help each other, especially since his good friend had a really powerful family background. Greg Negan. His father is Duke Negan, the leader of the Conservative Party, the largest landed aristocrat after the king, and the brother of the current prime minister. His words can really save someone from struggling for 10 years, or even a lifetime. Alas, this feeling of being taken care of by others really makes people want to work harder the more they think about it. Asta, there is one more thing I need to remind you. Although Mrs. Jimani is good, you are still young and not married yet, so you should be careful. 3 big question marks flashed across Haster's forehead. No, I only talked to Mrs. Jimani once. During this time, when I went to the court to hear the trial in the afternoon, I tried to avoid her as much as possible, and the only reply I received clearly stated my attitude. But now listening to the tone of Greco's words, it seems that he has some improper relationship with Mrs. Germani? How can this prove someone's innocence out of thin air? Chapter 16. If you can't refuse, just lie down and enjoy it, Haster said with a dark face. Greg, you should believe in my aesthetics and morality. This kind of inexplicable blame must not be carried away. You really have nothing to do with Mrs. Germani? No. But when someone asked Mrs. Kimini about you, she said with a satisfied look, "You are a much more mature and reliable man than you appear on the outside." Asta didn't know what to say for a moment. Mrs. Germani's answer really demonstrated the art of speaking. Even if she was dissatisfied, she couldn't raise an issue over this matter. After all, in a literal sense, Germani was praising herself, but coupled with a satisfied expression. It is easy for people to have daydreams and misunderstandings. He does not believe that Mrs. Germani is not aware of this. Hastur didn't want to discuss this issue anymore. In this kind of matter, he was no match for Mrs. Germani. "Greg, don't you have to deal with things today? After I have lunch with you, I will go back and deal with those things in the afternoon. I don't have a chef here yet." Asta was a little embarrassed. Greco smiled and said, "I just wanted to try into-style lunch. Greg, do you want to make my finances even worse? As a qualified nobleman, it is worth paying a little price to maintain the necessary dignity." The smile on Greco's face became even brighter. "Greg, do you know where there is a place that sells blood? This service should be provided in the East District." Well, the two chatted for a while, during which many wealthy businessmen and minor nobles living nearby came to visit. Greco had no intention of avoiding suspicion. Instead, he and Hastur enthusiastically received the guests who came to visit. Hastur knows what he means. This is to let others understand that even if the Campbell family has declined, there is still him, Greg Negan, as a solid backing. Near noon, the two sent away all the visitors and took Greco's luxurious carriage to the luxurious Intis restaurant. Greg was obviously a regular visitor here, and he skillfully ordered a large table of luxurious dishes, while Asta ordered 2 complimentary desserts. This Intis restaurant is said to have inherited the taste of Emperor Russell's hometown, and the cuisine it produces is different from the food desert like Loam. Hastur liked the taste of these dishes very much, especially a few plates of exquisite side dishes paired with a bowl of rice, which made him very satisfied. After enjoying lunch, Greco naturally asked the accompanying attendant to pay the bill, without worsening Hastur's fragile financial situation. "I will arrange a position as a legal advisor for you at Bavard Bank. You don't have to go to work on weekdays. You can go when you want to. As for the weekly salary, well, it will be only £10 for the time being. You don't have to rush to refuse. I have my own selfish reasons for arranging this." Greco has realized that Hastur's financial situation is far more difficult than he thought. As a friend, he must provide all the help he can. "No, Greco, you still overestimated my financial situation. I really didn't want to refuse." Hastur sighed in his heart. His eyes were complicated, and he remained silent. He had already figured it out. Since he couldn't refuse, he would just lie down and enjoy it. With a weekly salary of £10, the annual salary can be more than £500, which is enough for a family of 3 to maintain a relatively decent life. They can also go to work when they want. If they don't want to go to work, they don't have to ask for leave or say hello in advance. This kind of work is like putting a bowl of soft rice in front of you and feeding yourself carefully. Seeing that Hastur did not refuse, Greg had a smile on his face. And at the same time, he also regretted that he should have increased his weekly salary several times more just now, to better help his good friend survive this period of poverty. But if he does this, Hastur may not accept his kindness easily. Alas, Hastur is good everywhere, but he can't save face. Otherwise, I can give him another house in Queens and a plantation that can generate regular income every year. After Greco left, Asta looked at the time. It was 2:20, and there was still time to go to the court to hear the trial. But before that, he still needed to buy 2 stained glass windows, and he was still used to sleeping in his original bedroom. After shopping around, he bought it, which cost him a total of £6 and 8 sols. No matter how expensive it is, you still have to pay for it. After paying the money, he led the 2 workers home to install the glass, and then he locked the doors and windows and went out. Sitting in the carriage, Hastur was thinking about what he would do next. Digesting the lawyer's potion is the top priority. Listening to Professor Wayne's lectures and going to the court to observe and learn. Although it can speed up the digestion of the potion, it is not as fast as playing the role of a lawyer yourself. The reason why he did not refuse Greco's arrangement today was because of this consideration. Baffet Bank is one of the major banks in Loan. As a lawyer consultant there, it is obvious that it can contact and handle some commercial cases. And he is also planning for his future. For himself, the real way to make money should be the investment industry. After all, I know the major events that will happen in Lone and other countries in the northern continent in the next few years. There are few places where it is easier to get the latest news than the bank. You should find a time to confirm the barbarian potion formula. Let's do it tonight. As soon as possible. You can confirm whether it is true or false, so that you can start collecting extraordinary materials earlier. According to the latest news from Chief Reed, Andrew Wilson was not caught. This is something that needs attention. He had a hunch that Andrew Wilson was most likely an extraordinary person. After you have a stable weekly salary, you should also hire a suitable housekeeper and let him arrange all the chores at home. As for 3 or 2 maids, the chef is the most important. Soon, the carriage arrived at the door of the court. After paying the money, Asta took out his pocket watch and checked the time. Then, based on past experience, he stood far away from the crowd and waited until the familiar voice of the justice came from inside the court. He walked in slowly. Hastur glanced at the seats in the last row and found that all the empty seats were occupied. This time, the majority of people who came were no longer noble ladies, but also many male nobles. It seems like something big is going to happen today. Hastur looked around and finally found an empty seat in the 3rd row from the bottom. After listening for a while, Hastur understood why so many nobles came to the court today. Because both the defendant and the plaintiff were nobles. One is a conservative party representing the interests of the established aristocrats, and the other aristocrat is a liberal party representing the interests of capitalists. With this level of relationship, no matter how small a friction occurs, it may escalate into a major incident. The issues between the two sides revolved around a coal mine. The reason was that a coal mine appeared in the territory of the conservative aristocrat. He leased the mining rights of this coal mine to capitalists to open factories to earn a lot of profits. This was originally a matter of mutual benefit. But the problem arises in the rent of mining rights. The conservative aristocrats had hired professionals to survey the size of the coal mine in advance and used this to determine the corresponding rent for the mining rights. Later, with the mining of coal mines, the size of the coal mine was twice as large as expected. Now the conservative nobles no longer wanted to lease at the original rent. And the liberal nobleman came up with a contract and believed that it must be respected. The spirit of the contract is to act in accordance with the contract and not to increase the rent at will. The two parties negotiated many times, but were unable to reach a settlement on this issue. In the end, the conservative nobles directly closed the coal mines in the territory, while the liberal nobles took the conservative nobles to court with a lawsuit. This case is like a landlord renting a house to a businessman for business. Later, seeing the house prices rising rapidly, he wanted to significantly increase the rent. But the businessman was unwilling and wanted the landlord to perform according to the previous contract. Regarding the key contract period, because the businessman was very smart, he directly rented the house for 20 years. Less than 10 years have passed since then. Naturally, the landlord didn't want to make such a large sum of money in vain. So when communication failed, he locked up the merchant's shop and refused to allow the merchant to continue operating. The merchant was not someone to be bullied and directly took the landlord to court. After thinking about this, Asta already had speculations about this dispute. Basically, it's a verdict with Sheeny, where both sides make a 50-50 decision, and then compromise until both sides accept it. It is a normal solution to keep things quiet and make big things small and small things disappear. But what Harsted did not expect was that the justice finally directly declared the conservative nobles as the winners. The reason was, the nobles have the ownership of all properties in the territory. This right is sacred and inviolable. Even if a business contract is signed, it must be this right comes first. In short, the rights of the nobility are above all else. After the verdict came down, some people were happy, some were sad, and some looked solemn. They already had a premonition that there would be more fierce competition between the two parties in the future. The conservative nobleman laughed the most. Such a verdict meant that he could release the coal mining rights at a substantial increase in price. The nobleman of the liberal party looked very ugly. He was naturally dissatisfied with such a verdict, but he was unable to change the verdict. There were only 2 ways left for him now. The first is to admit defeat, end the deal, and close the coal mine factory. The second is to find the conservative noble to admit his mistake, give in, and agree to the other party's previous price increase. But no matter which choice he makes, he must give up more benefits. In the end, he chose the second path. Directly closing the factory will make his initial investment in vain. It is not a rational choice to sacrifice profits due to a temporary conflict of temper. After listening to the lecture, Hastur also had a clearer understanding of nobility and law. At present, The conflicts between the old and new aristocrats will be due to concessions of interests. But in the future the old aristocrats will inevitably be cleaned up. This is a historical trend. The law always serves the trend of the times. And in the future it will inevitably increase the content of the spirit of contract. If a dispute like today's happens again, it may decide that the businessman wins and make the landlord strictly abide by the contract. It was a full and fun day. Hastur felt the potion in his body being dissolved, and walked out of the court door with a smile on his face. Chapter 17 belongs to Merrick's adventure story. Brave Bar. Caspers, who was playing billiards, saw the impressive young nobleman again. Compared with others who had to bargain, the young nobleman directly took out £5 in cash, and bought him a glass of Southwell beer. "Good evening, Mr. Caspers." Hastur greeted him politely, and then let Caspers lead him to the small dark room in the alley for the extraordinary party. He knew the way alone, but thought it safer to let this Caspers give him a ride. As for the cost, just buy him another Southwell beer. Being too obsessed with those things can easily lead to disaster for yourself. Before Caspers left, he gave Hastur another piece of advice. "Thank you, Mr. Caspers, for your advice." Hastur nodded and decided to treat him to 2 glasses of Southwell beer when he came out later. Put on the mask and hood and enter the small dark room, which is still the living room on the first floor. As the transaction progressed, the lady who had sold lawyer Hastur's potion formula at a higher price once again expressed her desire to need the barbarian potion formula. I thought there was still no hope this time, but I was pleasantly surprised to hear a calm voice coming from the corner. "I once got a barbarian potion formula. What do you need?" £800. The lady frowned and said, "Isn't this price a little expensive? The general sequence 8 potion recipe is between £500 and £600. Now this person is asking for £800. The premium is very obvious. I'm not that short of money for the time being." The lady was stunned. Why did this sentence sound so familiar? By the way, at the last few gatherings, a newcomer wanted the lawyer's potion formula, and she used this reason to sell him the lawyer's potion formula for £300. This voice sounds familiar? It's him. Newcomers, who have been looking for a lawyer's magic potion formula before. The lady was taken aback, then smiled bitterly and said, "This is a big fortune. I need some time to raise it." Asta said calmly, "I think Mr. Eye of Wisdom wouldn't mind helping you advance part of it first." Eye of Wisdom chuckled, "I don't mind providing a little help. You can first use extraordinary weapons of equal value as collateral." "That's okay." The lady gritted her teeth and paid a high price of £800 to buy the barbarian potion formula. Hastur gave the barbarian potion formula he wrote to Eye of Wisdom and asked him to identify it for free. He was relieved when he heard the Eye of Wisdom announce that the deal was established. This is not only related to the transaction of £800, but also the potion formula he needs. One time, it is £1,600. After receiving a huge sum of £800, Hastur felt much more relaxed and wanted to buy himself a suitable extraordinary item, preferably a sealed item of order and rules. But unfortunately he failed to do so. At the end of the party, the Eye of Wisdom asked Hastur to leave first to avoid unnecessary trouble. Returning to the Brave Bar, Hastur ordered 3 glasses of Southwell beer for Caspers. Caspers was silent for a moment and said, "I am already old and past the age of liking Southwell beer. Just think of it as reminiscing about what it was like to be young." Hastur gave him a back view, silently drinking a cocktail in his hand called the Disordered One, which cost 2 sura. He originally wanted to try fruit wine, but seeing that people around him were either drinking beer or strong liquor, he thought it was not appropriate for him to drink fruit wine alone. So he finally ordered a cocktail to try. Caspers only drank 1 glass of Southwell beer, and handed the other 2 glasses to other guests who were drinking happily. After finishing his drink, he saw Hastur still sitting in a corner with great interest, admiring the drunken lights here. He walked up and took the initiative to ask, "Are you interested in meeting a true extraordinary person?" "Oh, right here? Can. Come with me." Caspers led Hastur towards a card room deep in the bar. Pushing the door open, there were more than a dozen people playing Texas Hold'em poker inside. Seeing someone arriving, a man in a white shirt and black vest slowly stood up from his seat. At the same time, a dozen other people put down their cards and looked over. No one spoke, and the scene was a bit strange for a moment. Hastur took a brief glance and found that these people's faces were pale. Their eyes were like wild beasts, and their whole bodies revealed the chill of keeping strangers away. This man should be Merrick. Hastur recognized the origin of the man in front of him. which was one of the reasons why he stayed at the brave man's bar. Casper stepped forward and briefly introduced Haster and Merrick, then turned and left, leaving the two of them alone to talk. Are you interested in the world of extraordinary people? Merrick sat back down, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. Asta walked to sit opposite Mariki and said, Mortals always yearn for the world of gods. Oh, have you ever killed anyone? No. The sarcasm on Merrick's lips became more intense, and he shook his head and said, People like you are not suitable, and should not enter this kind of world where people eat people. Do you really look that childish in appearance? Haster sighed in his heart. Whether it was Casper's or Merrick, when they first saw him, they all thought of him as a silly young man from a noble family who came to pursue extraordinary power. Asta thought for a moment and said, Then if you were asked to choose again, would you continue to choose this path? Yes. The sarcasm at the corner of Merrick's mouth subsided a little. Why? Merrick did not answer directly, but chuckled. I don't have as good a living environment as you. Yes. My living environment is already so good. I live in a big house, wake up from a big bed every day, and have servants waiting on me all day long. Since I am already so rich, why not look for some excitement that I have never experienced before? Merrick was silent, always feeling that the other party took the opportunity to show off. Want to play cards? Haster smiled, pointed at the cards on the table, and extended an invitation. He didn't like gambling, but he just missed the feeling of playing cards in his hands. If there were 3 of them, he would definitely suggest playing a few games against evil. That is the imprint that remains deep in my heart. If there are 4 people, they will definitely play upgrading or hoeing the earth. You want to play cards with me? Well, it's just the 2 of us. Okay. The bottom bet is 1 suler, and the raise limit is £1. Haster nodded. The bet was smaller than he thought. There was no difference between winning and losing a few games. He also wanted to see if his luck had gotten better now. Merrick snapped his fingers, and a living corpse standing on the right side began to shuffle and deal the cards. After the cards were dealt, Haster revealed the corners of the 2 whole cards and took a look at them. He saw a pair of aces. This made him slightly stunned. Has his luck gotten better? It seems that your trump card is very good. Merrick saw the slight change in Haster's expression. Learning to control your expression is also a gamble. 5 sulers. Follow. After a round of calling, the living corpse continued to deal cards, and both of them chose to keep calling until all 5 community cards were dealt and revealed. A. Q. 9. A. 8. My card is a straight. Merrick showed his whole cards. A 10 and a jack. And he won the last card in his bet. 4 aces. Asta looked calm and naturally revealed his 2 whole cards, successfully winning Merrick's straight with 4. Merrick thought thoughtfully, is this good luck for beginners? Maybe. In the next few games, Asta's luck has been very good. Although Merrick's cards were also good, he basically lost. In 8 consecutive games, Merrick only won 1, which cost him about £20. What the HL? Merrick frowned slightly and looked at the living corpse responsible for dealing cards, wondering whether he should change the dealer. Asta gave it up when he saw it, and said with a smile, Can I use all the bets I won before in exchange for a piece of news? Oh, what do you want to know? Merrick did not refuse the deal. The god of luck was not on his side tonight, and he did not want to use his bad cards to make others happy. Your adventure story? Haha. That's not an adventure story. Merrick laughed to himself, organized his words, and then slowly told Haster his extraordinary story. In his story, he is a peaceful farmer's child who lives in a peaceful village with a group of friends, leading an idyllic life. But one day, some people full of desire colluded with enemies outside and launched ruthless killings. The peaceful life is no longer. The war is spreading. Some people died tragically. Some fled. Some surrendered to the enemy. He had better luck. With the help of some old people, he and a few companions escaped successfully. But the demons who destroyed their hometown did not choose to let them go. Instead, they kept sending people to hunt them down. They could only live a wandering life until they came to Backland and found a stable life. Perhaps remembering the things that made him angry, Merrick's eyes became more violent, like a wild beast that wanted to bite its prey at any time. But soon, Merrick suppressed his impulse and allowed himself to return to calmness again. Haster sighed. Those who follow desire will eventually be swallowed up by desire. The reason why people are human is because they are not dominated by desire like beasts. They have a self that is higher than desire. He didn't mean to please Merrick by saying this, but he really felt it. The temperance sect that Merrick and Miss Sharon belong to is obviously much better than the indulgence sect. The sensualists are a group of wild beasts who have lost themselves. When their desires burn out, they will be burned into a pile of charred bones. Merrick's eyes brightened slightly, and he said quite proudly, restraining desires and not asking for things from outside is truly extraordinary. The human heart is as greedy as a snake, dreaming that it can swallow a giant elephant. That's a very reasonable statement. Emperor Russell is truly a great thinker. Hastur's expression was a bit unbearable. He had just rephrased the phrase people's hearts are not enough. Snakes swallow elephants. He really didn't want to touch Russell. Great thinker? Also, if you combine all famous quotes from ancient and modern times, at home and abroad, could he not be a great thinker? It's late at night. It's time for me to go back. Hastur was silenced by Emperor Russell's famous words, and had no interest in continuing the conversation. Mariki said, I basically come here at night. That's my luck. Hastur understood what he meant, smiled, and stood up to leave. Chapter 18 Dixie Pie with Sweet Iced Tea. The next day, Hastur went to Backlund University in the morning, went to the court to observe and study in the afternoon, stayed at home to read in the evening, and whipped the gin before going to bed. It was another full day. The information entrusted to Gray Lint to inquire has also become clear. The two gangsters who jumped from the building both had broken legs. One of them suffered an inexplicable fracture while escaping, and the other suffered broken legs when he landed. In addition to admitting their crimes, they also kept shouting about evil spirits. Hastur is very satisfied with this result. The Palace of Stars can indeed interfere with reality, and use its sequence 9 strength to formulate rules that affect reality. However, those two gangsters were just ordinary people, not extraordinary ones, and the testing intensity needed to be strengthened. On the third day, early in the morning, Greg sent someone a message, saying that he had been arranged to work as a legal advisor at Bavard Bank, and asked him to go and register when he had time, in order to receive his first salary as soon as possible. Asta dressed up, put on a new cane, and wore a newly opened gym-set mechanical watch. After the incident with the 3 gangsters, he rummaged through the entire second floor and found a lot of good stuff. As for the third floor, he didn't go up there. If there really was something valuable hidden there, let it continue to gather dust. Bavard Bank, the largest shareholder of the bank, is Miss Audrey's father, Earl Hall. The Gleick family is only the 4th shareholder of the bank, holding about 6% of the shares. When Hastur arrived at Bavard Bank, it was already 9:40, past the normal morning work time. It's really embarrassing to be late on the first day, Hastur murmured in his heart. Walking into the bank gate, Hastur was attracted by the lively and crowded scene inside. In addition to bank employees, there were also many nobles and businessmen who came to the bank to handle business. You basically have to yell to communicate here, because there are so many people. Are you Baron Hastur Kimball? Not long after Asta stopped to admire it, a middle-aged man wearing a white shirt and a black vest, with neat black hair, came up to him with a smile. Ah, you are? Harley Thomas, a manager in charge of the insurance business of Bavard Bank. It was Mr. Greco who asked me to come here to greet you and take you to familiarize yourself with the environment here. Excuse me, Manager Harley. Hastur smiled gently and allowed Harley Thomas to show him around the Bavard Bank. According to Harley Thomas, the bank is divided into 5 floors. The bottom floor is dedicated to handling common issues such as deposits and withdrawals, and personal loans. The second floor is divided into reception rooms, which are used to handle commercial lending, insurance, investment and other businesses. Generally, only nobles and big businessmen with a certain status can come here. The third floor is the office where bank managers such as Harley Thomas rest and receive VIPs. It is also the office where Asta will work in the bank in the future. The fourth floor is the exclusive area for the bank president and vice presidents. The fifth floor is where the shareholders of the bank hold meetings. It is decorated in the most luxurious manner, and Asta was not able to go up to see what was going on. After walking around, Harley led Asta to his office. A signboard for a legal advisor had been hung at the door, with his name written in a small line. The office is not too big, about 1/3 the size of the study room in Asta's home. There is a desk and a small bookshelf carefully built in the corner. There are about 20 books on it, which are basically the same as those in Asta's home. Books on banking laws. At this glance, you can tell that it has been carefully arranged. Asta is still very satisfied with this house, especially since the window of this house is adjacent to a commercial street. When he looks down, He can see dense shops and people. This is your business card to represent you at the bank. Harley handed over a small stack of 3-finger-wide business cards. At a glance, there were about 30 of them. Asta took it with a smile. Turned out one and read it carefully several times. The name of Bavard Bank is written in the center of the business card. And the corresponding seal of the bank is also printed. Asta's simple personal information is written below. There are only 3 items: name, age, and position. There is no relatively private information such as housing information. Your Excellency Greco has already said Low. You can come whenever you want. There is no need to ask anyone for instructions in advance. Harley almost said that Hastur just had an empty name in the Bavard Bank and just came to collect his weekly salary once a week. It doesn't matter if you don't come to collect it. When the uncollected salary reaches 4 weeks, the bank will send someone to deliver the salary directly to Asta's place of residence. This is a privilege that Gleich allows. Asta nodded and said, "Can you help me find some business cases that I'm not so anxious about?" The smile on Harley's face froze for a moment. And after a while he said, "You just joined today. And I haven't prepared any business cases for you yet. How about tomorrow? I can only promise you within a week." "Okay," Hastur said regretfully. Harley secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With a smile on his face again. He did not want the young baron to work at all. He would rather he never showed up and just waited at home to receive his salary. At least this way, you won't make any mistakes. Otherwise, if he makes a mistake, he will be the only unlucky person. No one would hold a baron accountable, let alone risk offending Lord Greco. After seeing Harley off, Asta sat alone on the office chair and leaned to the window to admire the street view outside. After 10 minutes, he felt bored and found a book on the bookshelf to read. The contents of these books are very basic, and there are many commercial cases that the bank has handled. They should be books exclusively used within the bank. The more I see Asta, the more I realize how powerful the bank is. They formulate corresponding business rules based on the loan law. Basically, they leave a certain amount of room in every business rule to prevent the bank from getting into trouble. Even if someone really read through loans laws and the bank's regulations, even if they are the reasonable party, it will be difficult to win the lawsuit against the bank. Banks only allow themselves to be winners, and there is no other possibility, especially when it comes to insurance rules. Banks are playing tricks. As long as the bank does not want to lose money, it does not have to pay compensation, even if it is only 1 penny. But under normal circumstances, banks will not do it so obviously. Hastur looked at it carefully. It was not until Harley knocked on his door that he looked at his watch. It read 12 o'clock. Normal working hours of Bava Bank. Go to work at 8:30. Get off work at 12 o'clock. Go to work at 1:30. And then go home from work at 6 p.m. Working 8 hours a day is in line with Emperor Russell's style. There is a Desi Bay restaurant nearby that makes very good pies, and is worth trying. Harley invited Asta to have lunch. In this regard, Asta naturally would not refuse such a kindness. He also wanted to try how delicious the daisai pie was. After going down the 3rd floor and arriving at the bottom floor, the place was still crowded. The bank staff responsible for handling business were divided into 2 groups. One group handled the business first, and the other group took time to eat. Hastur stood out under Harley's respectful leadership, especially since he was good-looking, and many female bank employees cast interested glances. Hastur has gradually learned to be immune to such looks. Harley smiled and joked, "Fortunately, this is Backland. If they were in Intis, these girls would have already started robbing people. No, they will wait patiently until dark and bring a stick before taking action." Asta replied with a smile. "In my mind, I had a general understanding of Intis, who was born from Russell. No wonder Russell is so good at playing under the influence of Intis's openness that spreads throughout the northern continent. If he can still keep his integrity, he is either impotent or a saint. When I make enough money, I will go to Intis to experience the customs there. I heard that the people there like our subtle and restrained style of loan very much." Harley's smile became more obvious as he thought about the wonderful encounter in Intis in the future. Asta smiled and said nothing. He did not tell Harley that it was not only the noble ladies and ladies who were enthusiastic in Intis, but also the male nobles. In the restaurant, Asta ate the daisai pie as he wished. It was indeed meaty and juicy, leaving a mouthful of fragrance. The most outstanding part was the chopped apple pieces. The slightly sour and sweet taste greatly stimulated the taste buds and neutralized it. The oil in the pie makes you bite into it, and the flavor is endless. At the same time, He also ordered a cup of sweet iced tea for himself. Dixie pie with sweet iced tea. And the fool agreed after eating it. From now on, there should be at least 3 chefs hired at home. One is responsible for desserts. One is responsible for Inta-style cuisine. And one specializes in snacks such as Dixie pies. This is how you enjoy it. Asta eats Dicey pie and thinks about his future life. After receiving the first week's salary from Bavard Bank, he hired a housekeeper, chef, and maid. Seeing that Haster was satisfied with his meal, Harley also breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that nobles who were used to eating good food would look down on a relatively common food like Dicey pie. After enjoying lunch, Asta followed Harley for a stroll around the nearby streets, and did not return to the bank until nearly 1:30. With nothing to do, Haster continued to study the morning book on the relationship between banks and law. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Harley asked someone to bring a dessert and a cup of Marquis black tea. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Asta went home from get-off work as usual. For dinner, he chose a lighter vegetable salad and a small lamb rib. Read a book at night, and then whip the gin before going to bed. For 6 consecutive days, Asta rushed to work at Bavard Bank at 8:30, opened his office, and started reading. After lunch, he continued to go back to the office and read until he returned home from get-off work at 6 o'clock. No matter how much he urged him in the first 5 days, Harley refused to let him take on the commercial case. It was not until the 6th day that Harley, who had no other choice, got him a commercial case from half a year ago. Good guys. The defendant in this commercial case was arrested a month ago on suspicion of fraud, and the related follow-up has also ended. Haster put the case on the table and rubbed the corners of his eyes. He understood Harley's difficulty and did not continue to push him. However, he won't be joining this class for a while. It's too boring. For this reason, it is not worth missing Professor Wayne's lectures. Even sitting in the courthouse in the afternoon to observe and study is more interesting than staying here. The 7th day is a normal rest day, and Asta will also receive his first weekly salary. Chapter 19, £10 salary. £30 drink money. 10 gold pounds. The strong fragrance of ink is the smell of money. Haster bent the middle finger of his right hand and flicked it twice on the 10 gold pound note, making a trembling sound unique to the note. Although 10 gold pounds is not much, it is at least the first money I have earned. Although this money is somewhat suspicious of free money. Would you like to have a drink together after get off work? Before getting off work, Harley came over with a smile on his face and extended an invitation, because Asta told him that he would not come to work at the bank starting next week, and he no longer had to worry about finding suitable business cases. This sounds a bit embarrassing, but Harley is still very happy. It would be best to send him off as soon as possible to avoid being distracted every day. It's a good choice. Asta nodded in agreement. After all, this was his first salary in this world, so it was indeed worth commemorating. It's time to invite Greco. After all, he arranged this job for himself. Asta asked Harley to help ask if Greg had time tonight, and if so, they would go out for a drink together. Tonight will definitely go as you wish. Harley left very briskly, and the smile that could not be hidden at the corner of his mouth betrayed the joy in his heart. That was Mr. Greco, the heir to Duke Megan. He had no chance to meet such a big shot on ordinary days. Even the order assigning him to help take care of Haster was notified by a vice president who had a good relationship with him. President Joel should be free tonight. Right? Even if he is not free, he will not refuse the opportunity to get closer to Mr. Greco. Then why don't you also invite Governor Bowden? Forget it. It's enough that you and President Joel are the only ones to accompany you tonight. Too many people will not be conducive to enhancing the relationship. Harley kept thinking that he had become a big shot. At 8 o'clock in the evening, there were 6 people sitting in the luxurious private room of the Crown Bar located in the Hillston District Commercial Center. The inviter of tonight's bar gathering, Asta, Harley, who is responsible for contacting guests, and the key guest, Gleich, are all senior figures of Bavard Bank. Facing Haster's slightly inquiring gaze, Harley looked embarrassed and fidgeted. He originally thought that he would only make an appointment with President Joel. After all, this president was very kind to him. But he did not expect that the other 2 presidents heard the news and came with President Joel. This was beyond his expectation. But after coming, you can't drive people away. Right? Asta had the same idea. When he thought that he would not work in the bank again in a short period of time, he didn't care. Greco sat next to Asta, leaning on the sofa, with a smile in his eyes, holding a glass of Monica in his right hand and shaking it gently. He naturally understands that those people tonight are here for him. But he doesn't like people who are too incompetent. Greco didn't talk, and Hastur didn't like to deal with strangers. They chatted for a few words and ran out of topics. Harley, who noticed that the atmosphere was a little subtle, gave full play to his ability to mobilize the atmosphere. Soon, the sounds of drinking and chatting gradually increased. Around 10 o'clock, Greco left first, and before leaving, he asked Hastur to attend his banquet next Sunday. After another half hour, the other 3 bank executives also left, leaving only Hastur and Harley. I didn't think carefully about what happened tonight, and I ask for your forgiveness. There were no outsiders. Harley stood up, brushing off his drunken look, and bowed deeply. His attitude was very sincere. Hastur waved his hand and said with a smile, I believe this is not your original intention, let alone blame you for it. And it is good to have some fun. Harley breathed a sigh of relief and was about to go out to help Asta pay the bill. This behavior was stopped by Asta, who knew his thoughts. Tonight's party is not long, but it costs a lot. He will not let Harley pay for him. This is a small party for him to invite Greco. Even Greco did not rush to pay for it, but let him pay for it today. Late protagonist. When he came to the front desk, Asta paid the bill of £30 and ate solely with no expression on his face. Not just 1 week's pay, but 3 weeks' pay. It is indeed a luxury bar located in the business center, and the price is indeed worthy of its location. The smiling and silent look in Greg's eyes just now seemed to have seen this scene in advance. Harley also took a breath when he saw the bill. After leaving the Crown Bar, Hastur hired a carriage to go home and looked out the window to sober up. He didn't drink much, but he was still a little dizzy. The main reason was that Greco kept asking him to drink, which made him a little overwhelmed. On the contrary, he was a little lucky that Harley invited 3 other guests. Otherwise Greg would have been able to drink with him until 1 or 2 in the middle of the night tonight. After returning home, Hastur took a comfortable bath to recover from the dizzy feeling just now. When he came out of the bath, it was already 11:50, so he had no desire to continue reading, and he felt a little sleepy. Lying on the soft bed, I fell asleep soon. Before going to bed, he whipped the gin out of habit. The next day, Asta slept until 10:30 before waking up. He went to the bathroom to freshen up, took another bath, and then changed into a new set of clothes and went out. The Metropolitan Helping Household Servants Association is a very professional association that is good at providing suitable butlers and other staff for nobles or rich people. It was raining lightly in Backlund today, and Asta got off the carriage holding a black umbrella. He came here today mainly to hire a suitable housekeeper and let him take care of all the trivial matters of life. At the reception desk, Balin looked at Asta, who was walking towards him with his umbrella folded up. A gleam of surprise flashed in his eyes. He is dressed in a neat yet elegant formal suit, with slightly curly blonde hair, a face that makes people look at him more and more, and a hint of youthfulness all over his body. Couldn't it be the young Baron Campbell? Balin had some guesses in her mind. She lowered her head and adjusted her clothes. Then with a smile, she took the initiative to leave the reception desk and came forward to chat. Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. Sir, is there anything I can do to help you? Yes. What should I call you? Asta Campbell. I need a good professional housekeeper. Balin's eyes lit up, and she sighed inwardly. It was indeed the young Baron Campbell. The real person is more handsome and good-looking than the rumors. Some time ago, after the young Baron's housekeeper passed away, the Metropolitan Helping Household Servants Association received the news and has been waiting to introduce a good housekeeper to the Baron. Unfortunately, the other party never came, and instead dismissed the servants at home. Baron Campbell, please sit over here. Balin suppressed the exclamation in her heart, blushed slightly, led Asta to the reception area, and pointed to a fabric sofa. Please wait a moment while I ask someone to get the corresponding information, so you can choose. Well, that's troublesome. Do you like coffee or tea? Black tea. She asked Hastur to sit for a while, stood up and gave some instructions, while she walked briskly into the inner room and made a cup of marquee black tea. Asta took a sip and said softly, nice black tea. As long as you like it. Balin smiled even more happily. This was a special tea she drank just for herself. She would not serve it to other people. Not long after, someone brought a stack of information. Balin took the information and said with a smile, there are 3 housekeepers who meet your requirements. They are Balin gave a brief introduction to the three housekeepers. Hastur listened silently. After she finished introducing them all, he spoke. They are all very good housekeepers. I can't make a decision immediately. I will ask them to come to my place of residence at 9 o'clock tomorrow. After the interview, I will make a decision. Balin smiled and said, "This is a wise and smart decision." The two chatted for a few more words, and Asta said goodbye and left. In the afternoon, he would go to Backland University to attend lectures. Oh, it's a pity that I am not a housekeeper. Otherwise, it would be a very good thing to take care of such a master's food, clothing, housing and transportation. Balin felt it was a pity that it would be better to stay with such a young baron than to be a receptionist here. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Professor Wayne, who finished his lecture, asked Hastur to stay for a moment. "This Friday, I'm going to the dock area to do some things. Do you have time?" After receiving Hastur's nod in agreement, Professor Wayne smiled and said, "No matter how much law you learn, it can't compare to experiencing life in person. Backland is more than just nobles." Hastur understood what Professor Wayne meant. He wanted to take him to the dock area for a practical lesson. The purpose of law is to benefit more people. If a law can only benefit a minority group, then it is definitely not a good law. At this point, Professor Wayne sighed. The life of the common people at the bottom cannot even guarantee 3 meals a day, and the light of the law seems difficult to shine into the area shrouded in haze. He had a hunch that the young baron in front of him would go very far in the future, so he wanted the baron to understand how polarized the world was. Maybe it will actually play a role in the future. Chapter 20 Housekeeper. Chef. Maid. Hastur didn't know Professor Wayne's little thoughts. And even if he knew, he wouldn't care. It is a very lucky thing to have such a caring teacher on the road of life. In the next half hour, Professor Wayne made additional points and solved Hastur's confusion, allowing the lawyer's potion in his body to be digested faster. But if you want to truly digest the magic potion, you still have to actually play the role of a lawyer. There is no hope for Bavard Bank for the time being, and I am not capable enough to open a law firm. Perhaps being a free legal aid would be more suitable for me now. With this in mind, Hastur began to look forward to the short trip to the Docklands with Professor Wayne this Friday. Before leaving, Professor Wayne gave Hastur a book. This book has no title and is more like a portable diary. Hastur only opened 2 pages and knew that this was Professor Wayne's own insights and thoughts on the law. Its value cannot be described in terms of money. Study hard. You still have a long future. Professor Wayne left with a smile. The next day, Hastur went out early in the morning to buy 3 small gifts, which cost him £8 and 6 soldi. This was for the convenience of gift giving, because he was going to interview the 3 housekeepers today. No matter what the result was, a small and exquisite gift was indispensable. In addition to 3 gifts, he also bought 2 cans of Marquis black tea and some desserts to go with the tea. Compared to coffee, black tea is more in line with his preferences. At about 8:50, the 3 housekeepers who came for the interview came to the door of Asta's big house. This is a very suitable time. If you come too early, the host will be unprepared, and it will be embarrassing to sit dry. If it is after 9 o'clock, then there is no need to come for the interview. A person who does not respect time will naturally not be respected by others. After a brief introduction and a few words of greeting, Asta asked 2 of the interviewers to wait in the living room on the first floor, and he led one interviewer to another study room on the second floor that was not commonly used. Bud Lewis, the first interviewer, is a middle-aged man with slightly white temples. He looks about 45. Before starting the interview, Hastur had used spiritual power to set a rule in the room in advance. Lies are not allowed in this room. Choose the right steward. The fortune teller has his own methods. For today's interview, he thought about a lot of questions last night, covering all aspects, enough for him to judge which person is more suitable to be his butler. "Mr. Bud, my interview is very simple. As long as you can answer a few questions from me simply and honestly." Bud said respectfully, "It is my honor to answer your question." Asta nodded and said, "For what reason were you fired from your last employer?" "Baron Hill no longer wants to live in Backland and plans to move to a seaside city. But I am reluctant to leave the beautiful Backland. How do you think you should be a good steward? Be honest, careful, serious, not greedy. Talk less. Will you work for me wholeheartedly?" Bud said naturally, "This is the duty of a steward." Hearing this, Hastur laughed. This Mr. Bader had lied about this issue. He would not work for himself wholeheartedly. But that question wasn't enough to prove he had other ideas. Haster continued, "What do you think of the workers working in the factory?" The sudden shift of the question made Bud stun for a moment. But he still maintained his usual calmness and replied, "Those are the lucky ones who deserve pity. Compared to workers who have jobs, there are many more people who live more miserable lives." There was pity in his calm tone, and his whole face was covered with a touch of sadness because of this question. TSK. Mr. Bud, why did you lie again? This is not your intention at all. Your heart is not as compassionate and kind as you show. At this time, Haster had already excluded Mr. Bard from being a steward and asked a few more questions casually. Among the remaining questions, he panicked again. Haster asked him to go downstairs and wait while the next interviewer came up. The second interviewer, Mr. Mike, is obviously more honest than the first Mr. Bud, and his moral character deserves recognition. The third interviewer, Mr. Neil, is the oldest of the three interviewers, already 52 years old, but he has the best mental outlook. He didn't seem to like words very much, and his eyes seemed to have a repulsive indifference. But whenever Haster asked him a question, the indifference in his eyes would dissipate. But he did not show any joy, and his tone was calm. He was gentle and answered every question calmly. His work history is also very good. He was once the butler of an old earl. He only left when the old earl passed away and a new earl took over. This is an old butler who is used to many big scenes. Very fond of Haster. In order to get to know Mr. Neil better, he asked several more questions. Neil still acted very honestly, and the content of his answers was in line with Haster's value orientation. Even on some deliberately difficult issues, he adhered to his honest character and did not deal with it with perfunctory words or nice words. At the end of the conversation, Asta asked with a smile, "Mr. Neil, what is your desired salary?" Neil said calmly, "The annual salary is 150 gold pounds. I think my ability should be worthy of such remuneration. Your honesty and kindness are the reasons why you got this job." At this point, Neil naturally understood that he had won out of the three interviewers. But he was not too excited. It was a normal thing for an excellent housekeeper to meet a discerning employer. Neil stood up and bowed respectfully. "Okay," and said, "Your moral character will be the banner for my future actions. Well, there are 3 gifts here. One is yours, and you can bring the other 2 to them. Thank you for your generosity." Neil walked out of the study with 3 small gifts and went down the stairs. After about 5 minutes, he returned to Haster. Haster stood up with a smile and said, "Asta Campbell, your new employer." Neil also bowed and said, "I am proud to serve you. You can start working from now on." Asta smiled. "I don't like to be served by too many people, so the staff at home must be streamlined. Do you have any more specific requirements?" Neil immediately got into work. "I like to enjoy delicious food, desserts, and snacks from various places, such as the Intis cuisine left by Emperor Russell. And the Dixie pie is also good. It would be even better if I could eat the delicacies of the southern continent. Apart from food, Haster does not have many requirements in other aspects, as long as it can satisfy daily life. As for maintaining the pomp that a noble should have, we will talk about it later." Neil thought about it based on Haster's request and said, "I think you need a pastry chef who specializes in desserts, a top chef who is good at cooking delicacies from all over the world, a family property manager, and a personal servant. 1 first-class maid in charge of the bedroom, 2 second-class maids in charge of the living room, 2 valets responsible for receiving guests, a store maid, a kitchen maid, 2 scullery maids, and 2 menial servants. We also need chef assistants, coachmen, gardeners, attendants, and laborers." Asta listened silently, and after Neil finished speaking, he considered it and said, "I don't need valets, gardeners, attendants, and small laborers. I can let other people do the work part-time, and then give them a little more salary. And the number of maids will not change. It takes so much. This Lord Baron is more thrifty than he thought. Except for the emphasis on food, other aspects seem to be dispensable." Neil was startled for a moment, then nodded and said, "I will comply with your wishes." Soon, Neil listed the number of people to be hired: 3 chefs, pastry chefs and assistants, 1 household property manager, 1 coachman, 3 people responsible for cleaning all living rooms, bedrooms, living rooms and other simple tasks, and a man to receive guests. The 2 servants also serve as servants. 3 other maids do chores, and the 2 male servants also serve as gardeners and laborers. 15 people in total, not including him. Asta originally wanted to reduce the number of people, but seeing Neil's expression of embarrassment, he didn't reduce the number of people anymore. After all, his house was really big. If they are willing to work more, give them more salary. Thank you for your generosity. You choose someone first, and then ask them to come to the study to meet me. Even though they were only in some unimportant positions, Asta also felt that he needed to ask a few questions to see if they would concentrate on staying here to work. He didn't want something unpleasant to happen every few days. The two discussed the order and rules of working at home. Asta mainly proposed it, and Neil was responsible for taking notes. As a lawyer, order and rules should be integrated into your life at all times. Simply pretending to be a lawyer is just a superficial resemblance, rather than a true understanding of its connotation. A similar acting method cannot truly digest the magic potion. The two talked about it around 12 o'clock. Neil originally wanted to say goodbye and leave, and then stay here after hiring enough servants in the afternoon. Hastert asked him to stay for a working meal, and spent some money to have 2 dishes delivered to him from a nearby restaurant. After enjoying lunch, Neil went out to do errands. The Metropolitan Helping Household Servants Association has prepared a group of maids and servants in advance who can go to work at any time. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Neil led 30 people to the interview. Hastert spent 2 hours meeting each of them and asking them some questions. For example, if you see an ownerless wallet, will you leave it there and wait for the owner to claim it? Do you think of stealing and act on it when no one is watching at home? Do you like talking behind someone's back? Will he be bribed with money from other nobles? There are about 10 questions in total, covering almost all aspects, except for a few inconsistencies. They are generally very good, which shows that Neil has a good eye for selecting people. In the end, Hastert left 15 people behind, and then handed 500 gold pounds to the housekeeper who managed the finances, asking her to look at the arrangements and pay 1 week's salary in advance. There are many things in this house, and there are very few places where big money is really needed. There are even 2 carriages. One is a carriage that previously belonged to Voltaire Campbell, and the other is used by the original owner in his daily life. 500 gold pounds is enough for a long time. As long as there is no banquet, no more money will be needed for at least 2 or 3 months. After finishing these trivial matters, Hastert asked Neil to handle them while he stayed in the study to read quietly. Chapter 21 Docklands. Workhouse. A new day starts with a beautiful morning. The maid knocked on the door and called twice loudly and sweetly. Asta woke up and laid down on the bed as usual, resting for about 10 minutes to wake up from his thoughts that had been sleeping all night. He got up, changed his clothes, and went to the bathroom to wash up. There was a maid standing next to him who could provide him with the services he needed at any time. Being stared at like this made him somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, he rejected Neil's suggestion of a personal maid in advance. Otherwise, the maid would help him get up in the morning, take off his pajamas, and put on new clothes for him. If you are too lazy and don't like to do it yourself, there are also specialized personnel who can provide services such as brushing your teeth, washing your hair, washing your face, and taking a bath. As a noble, you just need to be like a doll and let them dress you up beautifully. Hastert couldn't help but shudder when he thought about this kind of life. This is not a question of whether he can adapt, but that he really feels that there is no need for it. At least at this stage, he cannot enjoy such warm service with peace of mind. After washing up, I straightened my appearance in front of the mirror. There was a maid beside me to help smooth out some wrinkles. When we got downstairs, the tempting aroma was already wafting from the restaurant. Today's breakfast consisted of several plates of exquisite side dishes and 2 bowls of white porridge. On the side were toasted muffins and a slice of bread that was browned and smeared with mayonnaise. Finally, being able to drink a bowl of white porridge in the morning made Asta very satisfied. It was really inconvenient for him to cook porridge when he was alone. After breakfast, under the watch of Butler Neil, he got on the carriage belonging to the Campbell family and asked the carriage driver to take him to Backland Bridge near the dock area. This was the meeting place he had arranged with Professor Wayne. Hastert asked the coachman to go back first, and he stayed alone on the Backland Bridge to wait. Snap! I looked at the time. It was 9:42. Still 18 minutes away from the agreed 10 o'clock. Hastert put away his pocket watch and stood by the bridge, looking at the dock area not far away. It is where Backland goes to sea. It has many ports, the most advanced shipyards in the world, and the most industrious workers. The chimneys there were in rows and sheets, breathing out cloud-like black smoke. making the already gray sky even darker. After watching for about 10 minutes, Professor Wayne's familiar voice sounded. I'm late. No. I came a little early. Haster smiled and said low to Professor Wayne, and found that there were two men beside Professor Wayne. A man wearing black-rimmed glasses, in his early 30s, and with a strong bookish spirit, should be a lecturer in Backland, or an assistant to Professor Wayne. The other man was dressed similarly to a worker in the dock area. He was about 40 years old. He was a little thin, with slightly swollen eye sockets. His brown hair was slightly curly and messy. This should be the dock area guide that Professor Wayne is looking for. This is my student Fulan Simpson, who is also a law lecturer at Backland University. This time, he came here specifically to be my assistant. This is Jim, who has lived in the dock area all year round. He is our guide this time. Professor Wayne smiled and gave Haster a brief introduction. After a brief exchange, the group of four decided to walk to the dock area. The dock area is noisy and congested, and the roads are often filled with all kinds of goods from all over the world. There are also many children who like to run around on the roads, which is not suitable for riding in a horse-drawn carriage. As a tour guide, Jim quickly stepped into the role and introduced various situations in the dock area to the three Hasters. At the beginning, he asked himself to be as gentlemanly as possible and use civilized language as much as possible. However, after getting used to it, he started to sound like an idiot. Curly-haired baboons to describe those responsible for the dock factory. This seems more real. Haster and the lecturer Fulan listened with smiles. Professor Wayne occasionally asked some questions, and Jim was responsible for introducing and answering them. The group soon arrived at the dock area. As soon as I stepped into the dock area, it felt like a heat wave was rushing towards me, and the blazing sun hanging high in the sky cast golden ripples on the sea. Dozens of ships, large and small, docked near the port. Most of the workers responsible for moving ships back and forth between ships at sea and warehouses at the dock were naked from the waist up, exposing their strong muscles. Jim explained that this was because carrying things in clothes would easily cause damage to the clothes. It was better to just work shirtless. Wait until the day was over, take a shower, and then put on clothes and go home. The arrival of the group of people caused curious looks from nearby workers. Several of them greeted Jim enthusiastically, and Jim responded one by one. As a few people continued to go deeper into the dock area, there were more and more children. They were dressed in shabby clothes and had messy hair. Most of them had bare feet. Some children wore shoes. The shoes under their feet were often too fat. They were obviously eliminated by the adults. Old shoes coming off. They ran and played in the streets with workers and cargo boxes, fish stalls, vegetable stalls, etc., with smiles on their faces that could dispel the gray fog. Don't look at them, because they are still young. They might have done it one by one. In the evening, after the workers took a rest, they gathered in groups to search for some goods that had been accidentally left at the port. For this purpose, they divided into several small groups. There will be a few fights from time to time, Jim mentioned. When a group of people passed through the children's play area, a few bolder children gathered around them. They all stretched out their dry hands and shouted, "Dear gentlemen, can you give me some money?" Professor Wayne had obviously experienced this kind of battle, and was not at all flustered. He said with a smile, "I will donate money to the workhouse nearby. As long as you are willing to go to class there, you will have food." The children who were watching were stunned. Just having food did not impress them. And they also had to go to the workhouse to learn some knowledge. That was such a boring thing. And it was not as enjoyable as playing outside. Go! Go! Let's play. Seeing that Professor Wayne had expressed his stance, Jim stood up with a fierce look on his face, and waved his hands to drive away the children surrounding him. The children dispersed in a hurry, mocking Jim for being an old bachelor as they ran. Seeing that Jim was angry and wanted to chase them, they hurried back to join their own small group. Humph. They are a bunch of ill-educated brats, who are still gossiping about the women at home when they are young. Jim was still angry. In front of distinguished guests, a group of children revealed the fact that he was not married, which made him feel very embarrassed. Although not getting married is normal. Professor Wayne smiled and said, "Let's go." That is to say, gentlemen are kind-hearted. If they encounter a gentleman with a bad temper, they will ask the servant to whip him. Some time ago, 2 of our children were severely punished with a whip because they bumped into someone. The clothes on their backs were soaked with blood, but they didn't dare to step forward to stop them. Finally, the parents of the 2 children came over. They didn't dare to say anything. They could only hold their children home in tears. It is said that they are still lying in bed recovering from their injuries. Jim talked more. Didn't they think about asking the attacker to pay compensation? Lecturer Falun, who had been silent, couldn't help but speak. Jim chuckled. Of course there is compensation. But it is the parents of the child making an apology to those gentlemen. That's it. It depends on whether the other party is willing to reveal the matter. If you encounter those unreasonable and savage gentlemen, they will even give the children's parents 2 whips. Lecturer Falun was startled for a moment. His face turned pale, and he said nothing more. The Sunrise Almshouse is located at the end of the dock area, halfway up a hill. Whenever the sun rises from the sea level in the early morning, you can always see the sunrise first here. Let the poor and suffering people welcome their own sunrise earlier. This is the meaning of the name given to this almshouse by a marquis who fully funded its construction more than 30 years ago. When Hastur and his party arrived at the Sunrise Workhouse, the blazing sun in the sky hung just above the top of the mountain. Jim glanced at the workhouse, forced a smile and said, Sir, my guide mission has been completed. I hope you will have a pleasant stay in the next time. You are a very qualified guide. Thank you for your compliment. Jim smiled and left with 12 sols for the guide's fee. Professor Wayne is a frequent visitor here, and his arrival is warmly received by Dean Don of the Sunrise Workhouse. Hastur, who was standing behind him, could see that his expression was a little unnatural, ranging from happiness to slight irritation. He just looked at Dean Don, and then moved his eyes to the workhouse. Because it is located halfway up the mountain, it is easy to cut stones. So the walls of the almshouse are made of large stones, nearly 4 meters high. The walls are flattened and have moss growing on them, which greatly eliminates the possibility of entering the workhouse except for the gate, way in and out. Surrounded by stone walls, there are gray and black houses, basically 3 stories high. The overall layout is in the shape of a sun, with only the highest tower protruding, slightly damaging the overall structure. The whole thing looks more like a school. Professor Wayne chatted with Dean Don for a while, and then introduced Hastur and Lecturer Foreign. When he learned that Hastur was a noble baron, Dean Don's face was filled with smiles. It's getting late. Let's go have lunch first and then talk about other things, Dean Don said. Professor Wayne smiled and said, Of course it's up to you. Entering the gate of the almshouse, there was a faint cold air, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped several degrees. It's so cool. Lecturer Foreign spoke with a smile, and Hastur also smiled. Walking all the way under the sun, I did sweat a lot. When I climbed the mountain just now, it was extremely hot. Entering here was like entering an ice cellar, and I felt much more energetic. Passing through 2 playground-like open spaces, we arrived at the 3rd floor restaurant located in the innermost part. Every time I come here, I prefer to dine with children. It makes me feel younger. Professor Wayne spoke and glanced at Hastur again. Asta understood and said with a smile, I also like children very much. It's more fun to be lively. Dean Don looked strange, but did not object. He also smiled and said, I'm just worried that the children are ignorant and will disturb your meal. Professor Wayne said, This is also a rare experience for us. Okay then. I'll let someone make the arrangements. After Dean Don finished speaking, he asked the 2 almshouse administrators next to him to go to the 1st floor to prepare the table and food. Dean Don, how many people do you have here currently? Lecturer Falun asked out of curiosity. He had just observed that this almshouse is very big. There are hundreds of 3-story houses that are spliced together around it. This does not include the basement and the other 3 independent buildings. House of. He had been to the workhouse near St. Samuel's Church. The workhouse there was large, but the workhouse here was also not small. It stands to reason that a place like the dock area cannot be compared with St. Samuel's Church, which is close to Queens. Dean Don thought for a moment and said, There should be more than 2,300 people, including 122 administrators, teachers, chefs, maids and other staff. It's really not easy. Falun knew very well how difficult it was to live in a workhouse that accommodated more than 2,000 people. This is not only our hard work and dedication, but also the concern of all sectors of society for the charity of relieving the poor. Dean Don behaved very modestly. Your humility and character are truly respectable. Lecturer Falun and Dean Don started chatting, while Hastur just listened quietly while guessing Professor Wayne's thoughts. Chapter 22 Small Classroom on Poor Law and Legal Knowledge. Today's Professor Wayne obviously has something on his mind. Otherwise, he would not have said such words just now and asked himself to cooperate with him. He vaguely guessed some of Professor Wayne's thoughts from this behavior. Workhouses are nominally charitable institutions that house and provide relief to the poor. After the introduction of the George III Poor Law, workhouses were built in various places under the watchful eye of the gods. In addition to each kingdom itself, a workhouse will be established near each church of the 7 Orthodox churches to assist the poor and at the same time promote the love of God. This starting point is of course good and worthy of recognition. But the greed of people will make them even want to get involved in charitable institutions such as the workhouse. It would be the greatest irony when philanthropy becomes a sharp weapon against the poor. Hastur believes in the goodness of people as well as their ugliness. From what he has seen so far, and from some of Professor Wayne's words, he can foresee that there is definitely a problem with this workhouse. Professor Wayne insisted on eating in the same restaurant as the children, probably because he wanted to find out what was wrong with the workhouse. No matter how well the other party does on the surface, as long as there is something really wrong, it will definitely leave traces. And children often can't hide many things. Soon, an administrator came and said that the dining table on the first floor had been set up, and it was also time for the children to have lunch. Our place is relatively simple, and some of the food is not that exquisite, which may not suit your appetite. Dean Don's smile seemed to contain deep meaning. Professor Wayne said calmly, I also came from a poor family, and every piece of food deserves respect. I'm just worried about a poor reception. Dean Don said nothing more, and led the 3 Hasturs downstairs. On the way, Asta observed the surroundings carefully. It was already noon. He walked out of a nearby house. There were many people coming here to eat. Most of the children were between 8 and 12 years old. 15 or 16 years old. There are very few children, according to the provisions of the Poor Law promulgated in the era of George III. Anyone with sound limbs and able to support themselves outside cannot always occupy the resources of the workhouse, and is not allowed to stay in the workhouse overnight. In order to show kindness and care for different groups of people, adults can come to the workhouse to receive food once a day, and children who do not live in the workhouse can come to receive food twice a day. The so-called poverty relief food can be freely adjusted and arranged according to the economic conditions of the local workhouse. In most almshouses, you can get dairy products and bread. In the almshouses with better conditions, you can sometimes eat meat. In the very well-off almshouses, you can even eat meat openly, and occasionally beer is provided. Such living conditions are better than those of some working-class families. Of course, there are only a few workhouses with such favorable conditions. Most of the workhouses can only keep people in a full state. Some workhouses with poor conditions only provide food such as soup and water, which is not full at all, and they may only have 1 meal a day, leaving them hungry the rest of the time. The children there don't have to wash the dishes after eating because their bowls have been licked extremely clean. After every table in the restaurant was filled with people and filled with food, a manager rang the bell in his hand and shouted at the same time, no talking, no playing, and no behavior that affects others while eating. After the eating rules were read out, the children began to eat quietly. The main food at noon today was a generous portion of white bread and a glass of milk, as well as a large bowl of sweet soup that was slowly simmered. Although there is no meat to eat, compared to brown bread, white bread as a staple food is already very good, and milk is also supplied, which can meet the nutritional needs of children. From the outside, at least from the lunch meal, there wasn't much to fault. It's such a touching scene. Lecturer full inside with emotion. In his opinion, it was already remarkable that a workhouse could feed poor children. Yes, I hope all children can grow up healthily. Professor Wayne was also very moved. Hastur did not comment on the scene before him. His eyes fell on the clothes on the children. Their clothing looked similar to that of the children in the dock area. They were gray and black old coats, loose knee-length bloomers, and some also wore round-brimmed felt hats. This is a very normal dress in the workhouse. What made Hastur a little confused was that their clothes were loose and messy, as if someone had temporarily put them on. Another point is that these children's behavior is too calm. Logically speaking, children of this age like to play and learn new things the most. When facing people like themselves, even if they don't show interest, they will secretly take a few glances. Right? But since I walked through the door, every child I met along the way behaved very calmly and well behaved, not even talking loudly or playing around. This is not normal. Let's have lunch too, Dean Don greeted, and the administrator brought lunch. Their lunches were similar to those of the children, except for a small extra piece of steak. Folan looked hesitant and said, Isn't this bad? It would be a bit excessive for the children to eat white bread while I eat delicious steak. Dean Don looked embarrassed and said apologetically, I didn't think carefully enough. With that said, he ordered the administrators next to him to give all the steaks at noon to the children. Dean Don, you are really a kind person. Folan was very satisfied with Dean Don's approach. Professor Wayne and Hastur just watched quietly without commenting, adhering to the eating rule of not talking during sleep or eating. Hastur and the others did not speak aloud. After lunch, Dean Don asked someone to take them around the workhouse. The entire workhouse can be roughly divided into 5 areas: living area, residential area, teaching area, work area, and confinement area. The living area refers to an area where you can move and play freely. Children can move freely in the living area for a certain period of time after finishing their classes, and adults finishing their work. The residential area is divided into 3 parts. The first part is where children under the age of 14 live. The second part is where the workhouse administrators, cooks, workers, etc. are located. The third part is where children who are over 14 years old live, and the area in which a person who had a job in the workhouse lived. The place where the children live is in the innermost part of the building on the left. The workhouse administrator and others are in the middle, and the staff are on the outermost side. There are iron gates between each other, except for the guards responsible for patrolling. Ordinary people can enter and exit without keys. Once someone is caught crossing the border, the punishment will be very severe. This is also to protect those children from being harmed as much as possible. The teaching area is where children learn knowledge in class. The teaching here is very basic. If you can learn and use rune script, and add and subtract within 100, you can be considered a graduate. In addition, there is another kind of teaching, which is to learn some skills that can be used to find jobs, such as basic survival skills such as sewing clothes, pasting matchboxes, and washing clothes. The work area is an area that can only be entered by people over the age of 14. The workhouse will take some simple jobs from outside and let them work. Firstly, they can exercise their work ability. And secondly, they can earn some money to subsidize the workhouse. The third reason for finance is to keep these people occupied and avoid causing other bigger troubles. Take the workhouse here as an example. Because it is built halfway up a mountain, it is convenient to quarry stone. Many workers' daily job is to dig stones from the mountain. Women who are smaller or in weaker health are responsible for secondary processing of the transported stones. The confinement area is used to detain people who have made mistakes, such as noisy children or workers who get into fights. This area is mainly located in the basement, so as not to affect normal life on the ground. After walking around for an entire hour and a half, Professor Wayne told the administrator that he would stay here tonight. After receiving the news, Dean Don agreed with the matter with a smile, and said that they could stay in the workhouse as long as they wanted. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Professor Wayne led lecturers Hastur and Foran, as well as 2 administrators of the workhouse, out of the workhouse to the dock area. This time, Professor Wayne came to the dock area. In addition to resting at the Sunrise Workhouse for a night, he also wanted to popularize legal knowledge for the unfairly treated workers here during the day, and also provided certain legal knowledge for free. Assistance. Professor Wayne told Hastur that during this period, the Kingdom of Loan had revised its laws many times regarding workers and the economy in an attempt to improve the treatment of workers. This information was very valuable to the workers in the dock area. If they do not know certain legal knowledge, they will not know how to fight for corresponding rights and interests for themselves. This will keep them being squeezed, and the harder they work, the harder it will be. Professor Wayne is an idealistic lawyer. With in-depth contact with Professor Wayne, Hastur felt more and more from him his compassion for the poor people. Since the first contact, he felt that Professor Wayne was a little different. Normally speaking, many teachers would treat a nobleman like himself in a perfunctory manner, and generally would not expect a nobleman to concentrate on being a lawyer. After all, the profession of lawyer cannot be compared with a noble title. But Professor Wayne still taught very seriously, and also consciously told himself that there were many injustices in the current law. It was both bold and fearless to tell a nobleman that there was something wrong with the laws that protected the nobles. A few people walked and chatted until they came to the area where workers lived in the dock area. 2 workhouse administrators were responsible for notifying nearby residents, who were free to come here to attend free classes. Instructors Hastur and Foran moved in 2 tables and a dozen benches. Professor Wayne found a blank board and a piece of burned charcoal. After about 20 minutes, people came one after another out of curiosity to see what these outsiders were going to do here. When more than 20 residents came to watch, Professor Wayne began his small class to popularize legal knowledge. Chapter 23 Curly Baboon. The story of a village. Most of the onlookers were elderly people, and some children, who liked to join in the fun. The real breadwinner of the family hardly had time to come here to listen to any lectures. For them, if they have this free time, they might as well hurry up and work, earn more money, and have a full meal. But there are always some adults who happen to have nothing to do and come to join in the fun. Professor Wayne didn't pay too much attention and was very tolerant of some children who liked to cause trouble. You feel that you work hard every day but often don't have enough to eat. Is this problem your own responsibility or is it due to other reasons? When Professor Wayne opened his mouth, he was the old fire-arching master. Bah! We work hard and use our own hands to make money to support ourselves. What can we do wrong? If it weren't for those aristocratic men who run factories lying on us to suck our blood, how could we live so tiredly? They would rather donate a large amount of money than increase our wages. Our jobs are not secure at all. They can fire us at any time without compensating us even a penny. Professor Wayne's words successfully ignited the anger in these people's hearts. The discussion became more and more noisy, and the more people came to watch. Most people are using this issue to vent their daily dissatisfaction. They really have too many grievances to express. Professor Wayne listened quietly and did not stop him. When their emotions were almost vented, he said calmly, "The reason why you are in this situation is not only because you were bullied by bad people, but also because you are too stupid and ignorant." These words caused a new wave of anger. Lecturer Falun looked sideways and glanced at Professor Wayne in confusion. Aren't he and others here to popularize some legal knowledge? Why does it sound like you came here looking for a beating? We respect you, but that doesn't mean you can insult us at will. You should apologize for your offensive words. Several bolder adult men are already inclined to take action. Professor Wayne's expression remained normal, and he said calmly, "Have any of you ever understood the laws of the Kingdom of Loan? We don't even know every word of it. How can we possibly understand any law? Bah! The law is just a means devised by the powerful to oppress us." Sir, are you kidding me? If we knew the law, the judges sitting in the courtroom trying criminals shouldn't be those mindless curly baboons. This sentence soon aroused roars of laughter from the onlookers present, and they even added several words enthusiastically. The general idea is that people in high positions are brainless curly baboons, and a puppet sitting in their position can do better than them. Professor Wayne was not angry, and used the charcoal in his hand to draw a curly baboon on the blank board, and specially hollowed out its brain. The onlookers couldn't help laughing, and someone suggested, "Sir, not only do they have no brains, their limbs have also degenerated. Otherwise, why would they always ride in a carriage when traveling?" Professor Wayne laughed and took this suggestion and let the brainless curly baboon lie on the ground. This move made Professor Wayne suddenly reach a consensus with the onlookers, and the originally tense atmosphere became much better, and even became a bit intimate. After the onlookers laughed, Professor Wayne glanced at them and said slowly, "So are you willing to admit that you are ruled and oppressed by such a group of curly baboons with no brains and degenerated limbs?" The laughter disappeared instantly, and many people's faces became ugly. Of course they cannot admit that they are inferior to a curly baboon. But the group of powerful people and big businessmen whom he regarded as curly-haired baboons were indeed above him, and could give orders to him at will. After a while, someone stood up and said angrily, "They are just in that position. If we were sitting in that position, we would definitely do better than them." Professor Wayne said calmly, "Then you also turned into a brainless curly baboon?" The man blushed, retreated into the crowd, and did not speak casually again. Then someone else stood up and said, "Sir, this is just because they are too cunning and we are too kind. So we are destined to be bullied by them." Professor Wayne still maintained a calm tone and replied, "So you are trying to say that a person who is a miracle in all things is no better than a brainless curly baboon when it comes to using his brain?" The man also blushed and retreated into the crowd. Immediately afterwards, several people refused to admit defeat and wanted to come forward to debate with Professor Wayne. But without exception, they were evaluated as inferior to curly-haired baboons. Lecturer Falun smiled happily and thought to himself, if they can win this debate with a law professor, then Butler University will welcome them to teach. After there was no opposition around him, Professor Wayne sighed and said, "There may be people in high positions who are not as stupid as curly baboons. But most people in power are very smart and very capable. Otherwise it would be reckless. The End Kingdom cannot rise quickly, and Butler cannot become the capital of Endu. Your curses and disdain may be just to vent your emotions. But you must remember not to look down on any group that is above you. Admit your own shortcomings, and don't be limited by your own understanding, so that you can see further. I am here today to teach you. Just to let you understand some basic laws, broaden your knowledge, and let you understand what your legal rights are. Professor Wayne's calm and soothing tone made the onlookers calm down. Some people who wanted to learn eagerly sat in front of Professor Wayne so that they could hear more clearly. Soon, the benches prepared by Professors Haster and Foran were filled. Some nearby residents brought benches and chairs from their homes to form a circle around Professor Wayne. Let me tell you a story first. Maybe after listening to it, you will have some insights into the law. Professor Wayne considered that the residents in the dock area had not read much. If the complicated legal provisions were explained at the beginning, they would not be able to understand them, and they would even question them one after another. Why are these legal provisions formulated in this way? It is obviously unreasonable. They must be laws written down by curly-haired baboons when they go to the toilet. If you want to make them empathize, you must start from the world they know. So, he prepared a story about a village. There is a village located in the mountains. They have never contacted the outside world because they believe that there are still mountains outside. And there are wild beasts on the mountains. And the wild beasts can eat people. At the beginning, there were only a dozen families and about 50 people in the village. The villagers all knew each other well and could clearly know whose child this person was and whose daughter-in-law that person was. They live a life of working from dawn to dusk every day. And they trade things they don't need with other people by bartering. At this time, they might exchange a pound of gold for a pound of potatoes. Or sometimes even not. Because besides looking good and being used as decoration, gold has no other value. But potatoes can fill a person's stomach, so they are naturally much more precious than gold. They lived like this for more than 100 years. In these more than 100 years, the population of the village has increased several times. The original population of less than 50 people now has 200 to 300 people. The size of the original village was definitely not enough to live in. And the food nearby was definitely not enough. They could only start to expand new territories little by little. Because there are so many people, it is difficult for everyone to know each other. And conflicts are easy to arise when working and distributing food. The village chief is elected at this time. The elected village chief was a very wise man, and he formulated many rules and regulations that were beneficial to the village. In terms of work, he asked every household to send strong laborers to open up wasteland to work. When the food was harvested, he would distribute the food equally to each villager based on the population. This distribution system is welcomed by all villagers. After all, as long as there is food in the village, no one will starve to death. More than 20 years later, the village population doubled again, from 200 to 300 to more than 1,000. In order to obtain enough food, villagers can only continue to open up wasteland and plant crops. At this time, some villagers were already old and could not do heavy work. They could only stay in the village to sew clothes, make insoles, wash clothes and other tasks. They were doing relatively simple work. But in the end, they were given the same food as those strong men. At first, because every household had strong men working outside, and there was enough food, no one said anything. What? 20 years later, the population of the village increased sharply again. And the team that was opening up wasteland and planting outside also encountered trouble. A large river blocked their way forward, making it impossible to cross. Food began to run short and everyone was going hungry. At this time, the old people who were already paralyzed in bed had to distribute the same amount of food as the young and strong men. Naturally, the young and strong men were not willing to go hungry to help the old people who had no work to do. And their emotions grew stronger and stronger. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, the wise village chief hurriedly promulgated new village rules. Those families without young and strong men would no longer participate in the distribution of food, on the grounds that they had not contributed to the village's harvest. Those families who are deprived of food are naturally unwilling. They want to make trouble and survive, because they also supported a group of elderly people when they were young. But they were destined to be no match for that group of young and strong men. They were quickly suppressed and had to fend for themselves. Another 10 years have passed, and the village has not found a new road across the river. And food is becoming increasingly scarce. The village chief could only announce again that anyone over 50 years old must go to the mountains, where the wildest animals are the most, and the most dangerous, to find a suitable place to open up wasteland. In fact, they chose to sacrifice these people, and let them leave food to the young and strong men. At this time, the village chief was also very old. According to village rules, he could not participate in the distribution of food, just because he was the village chief and contributed to the village. No villagers openly opposed him. But the village chief is wise. He knows that he may be able to die well, but his children may not become the next village chief. So for the sake of his descendants, he came up with a village rule called hereditary system. All the family's property, including status, can be passed on to one's descendants. Villagers without property and status are naturally dissatisfied with this village rule. But the village chief's majesty is still there, and a considerable number of people also side with the village chief. They can only choose to accept this unfair village rule. Professor Wayne's story ends here. This story has only just begun, Hastur murmured in his heart. He had already anticipated the development of the next story. Chapter 20 for the continuation of the story, and the birth of the law. Another 10 years passed before the village chief inherited his position as village chief to his son. The village finally found a road leading to the outside world, and even encountered another village. That village has abundant products and sufficient food, and every villager can have enough to eat. However, this village has a fatal flaw. There are only a few people in it. Less than 200 people. The new village chief received the news and considered two possible options. One was to live peacefully with the newly discovered village and choose the barter method of transaction. The second is to choose to declare war on this new village and seize their wealth and sufficient food. After some consideration, he decided to choose the second path, because no matter how peaceful they were, the food the new village had could not be given to them for free, and the food was limited and could only feed a certain number of villagers. After decades of attrition and pent-up anger, their village needed an outlet. In this way, under the leadership of the second village chief, they relied on their absolute superiority in numbers to defeat the new village and occupy all the wealth in the new village. Most of the young and middle-aged people in the new village were killed, leaving only the elderly, children, and women. The second village chief thought about it and decided to treat these people as captured slaves. At the same time, he promulgated a new village rule. As long as any villager in his village defeated other enemies, he could raise them as slaves and let these slaves work for him. Work. As soon as this village rule came out, the villagers who had no wealth and status and were unbalanced immediately cheered and supported this new village rule. In the following decades, they discovered several villages one after another. With the wisdom of the second village chief and the blessing of the slave village rules, they successfully annexed these villages. At this time, there were already tens of thousands of villagers in the village. The people were mixed, plus a lot of captured slaves, making it increasingly difficult to manage. The second village chief once again showed his wisdom and announced that he would build a big city that could accommodate everyone. At the same time, he also formulated many new city regulations that were beneficial to maintaining the stability of the city and his own rule. For example, the city lord can only be succeeded by someone from their village chief's lineage, and others cannot overstep. Otherwise they will be punished with death. Any villager who owns more than 5 slaves automatically becomes a slave owner, and they have the power of life and death over these slaves. Those who were close to the second village chief were named city managers, with a status higher than slave owners and lower than city lords. As a result, there are only 5 different classes in the new city. The city lord at the top, the administrator who assists the city lord in managing the city, the slave owner who owns a large number of slaves, the ordinary villagers who do not have enough slaves, and the slaves with the lowest status. With the new city rules, the originally shaky group was brought together again. The citizens of the new city were eager to fight several more wars, so that they could have enough slaves and become new slave owners. Slave owners also wanted to plunder enough wealth through war, so that they could become managers of the city. The smallest number of city lords and managers started wars based on the desires of the majority of people. As decades passed, they occupied many cities, and the individual cities joined together to form a city-state. The son of the city lord became the leader of the new city-state. He formulated many new rules and orders. At the same time, he thought of a method of divine authority to show that he was the chosen son favored by the gods, thus maintaining the rationality and supremacy of his rule. The people who followed and got close to the new leader also gained their own position second only to God in the false myths and legends. After the city-state stabilized, they started a new round of conquest because they did not want to attack others, and would attack themselves when others became stronger. They were lucky. Hundreds of years of war had passed, and the city-state leaders had changed 2 or 3 generations. By the 4th generation of city-state leaders, they had defeated all city-states that dared to oppose them. At this time, a kingdom beyond the city-state appears, and new rules and order will be brewed accordingly. They have a new name: law. Hastur completed the story that Professor Wayne had not told in his mind. At this time, A large portion of the potion was digested, leaving only the last part. He estimated that in another half-month, his lawyer's potion would be fully digested. At this time, the sky was already dark, and the number of residents watching nearby not only did not decrease, but also increased, because the workers working at the dock heard about the situation here and came to join in the fun with cups of cheap beer. Professor Wayne has suspended teaching, leaving Professor Follin to answer questions and popularize the new laws recently revised by Loan for the working class. During this period, some people chose to leave midway because they did not understand. Some were filled with questions. Some frowned and seemed to have gained something. And only one or two had eyes shining like stars rising from the dark night. Do you want to go up and talk? Professor Wayne came to Hastur's side, holding a glass of beer given to him by someone unknown. I still have a lot to learn, so I won't go up and make a fool of myself. Hastur refused the proposal. Professor Wayne took a sip of beer and said, since you are determined to study the law, sooner or later you will have to go on stage and explain your views to a group of people you don't know. Then before that day comes, I need to learn more knowledge to avoid being kicked out of office with stones. Professor Wayne smiled, looked at the residents of the dock area who listened carefully, and sighed. Do you think they understand? You have opened a window for them. As for what kind of scenery they see outside the window, that is no longer your responsibility. I can't open a window. The most I can do is draw a window frame in the room. If they want to open the window, they need to work hard on their own. Professor Wayne said as he finished the large glass of beer, breathed out a breath of alcohol, and said with a smile, do you want a glass too? Thank you for your kindness, but I can't get used to the taste of beer. Professor Wayne looked a little strange and pursed his lips. Hastur did not explain anything. He simply couldn't get used to the taste of beer. Even Southwell beer, which was known as the best in Loan, he couldn't get used to. It was not because he was born into an aristocracy that he looked down upon the cheap beer that the residents of the dock area drank every day. He prefers to drink fruit wine, even if it is a little sweet. After a while, Professor Wayne brought a glass of beer and a plate of sausages from nowhere. The smell of smoke was very strong and had a strong aroma of meat. Want some? This time, Hastur did not refuse Professor Wayne's kindness. By the time Professor Follin finished his lecture and Q&A, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. None of the three of them had eaten dinner yet. The two administrators accompanying the workhouse originally wanted to invite Hastur and the others to try the special delicacies in the dock area, but Professor Wayne refused, because he has had enough to drink and eat. Hastur just counted. Professor Wayne drank 3 large glasses of beer, and ate 4 sausages and 2 slices of toast. He also had something to eat with Professor Wayne, and was not very hungry. Only Professor Follin lectured for 2 hours, making him both thirsty and hungry. Seeing that Professor Wayne and Hastur had no intention of eating dinner outside, he also felt that the security in a place like the dock area would not be very good at night. So he chose to go back to the workhouse first, and then have something to eat. Back at the workhouse, Hastur looked at his pocket watch. 9:18. The work and teaching in the workhouse have ended, and the children have returned to their dormitories to rest. The adults who work during the day are queuing up in the bathroom, wanting to take a bath before falling asleep. The 3 Hasturs returned without disturbing them, and Dean Dawn did not appear again. But 3 rooms had been arranged for them to rest at night. The rooms for 3 people were connected together, in the same area as the workhouse administrators. To the inside is the resting area for children, and on the outermost side is the area where adults live. The room was not very big, only about 1/3 of a study. In addition to a neatly made and clean bed and quilt, there was also a small table with a kerosene lamp filled with oil on it. Can be used in the bathroom. Apart from these, there is nothing else. The walls are made of stone, which is not smooth to the touch and is a bit icy. If it's a rainy day, water will seep out of this wall. Right? Wouldn't it feel too cold at night? Hastur walked around the room several times and knocked on the wall. It is very hard, and it is difficult to make a sound on it with just a person's fist. You have to hit it with a wooden board to make a sound that alarms other people. He didn't have a persecution delusion, but Professor Wayne's performance today made him a little concerned. After confirming that there were no secret doors or basements, Hastur walked to the bed, stretched out his hand to pull up the quilt, put it under his nose and smelled it. There was a soapy smell that had just been washed, and you could vaguely smell some rose essence sprayed on the quilt. But there was no odor like mold or smell. Put the quilt down, then fold it up like tofu, and place it on the right side of the bed. Hastur lay his head on it, and his body lay flat. feeling much more comfortable. Changing places. Without the soft and warm big bed at home, he really couldn't sleep for a while. After lying in bed for 20 minutes, Haster got up from the bed. He wanted to take a bath before falling asleep. But when he went out today, Professor Wayne did not tell him in advance that he would stay here tonight. And he did not prepare a change of clothes. It's not that I have to take a shower before I can fall asleep, but because I can't fall asleep, I want to take a shower before going to sleep. Be patient when you go out. Haster sighed, lay on the bed again, closed his eyes, and tried to fall asleep again. About half an hour later, he vaguely heard someone knocking on the door. This instantly woke him up from his trance. His first reaction was that something had happened. The second reaction is to grab a suitable weapon. Finally, he tightened his grip on the heavy cane and stared at the door warily. Chapter 25. It's not true. Mr. Haster, are you still asleep? There was a voice outside the door. It was Lecturer Falloon's voice. He definitely can't sleep. Another voice sounded. The slightly smiling voice of Professor Wayne. Asta's expression was stagnant. He didn't sleep at night and came to his room for a meeting? He should have rested already. He walked a lot today. Even if he didn't complain, he must be very tired. Even you can't sleep in the environment here. And he, a nobleman with a good living environment, will definitely not be able to sleep. Then why hasn't Mr. Haster opened the door yet? If you knock a few more times, he will definitely open the door. Boom, boom, boom. The depressed and low knocking on the door sounded again. If I keep you up late at night, I should let you stay outside for a while. Haster waved the silver-plated cane in his hand several times, waited for about 10 seconds, and then stepped forward and opened the door. Outside the door, there were indeed Lecturer Falloon and Professor Wayne holding kerosene lamps. Professor Wayne felt Haster's inquiring gaze and said, "Let's go inside first." Haster stepped aside and waited for the two of them to come in before closing the door. Lecturer Falloon said sarcastically, "Mr. Asta, please forgive us for disturbing us so late." Asta smiled and said, "It's okay. I just can't sleep either." Lecturer Falloon breathed a sigh of relief, extinguished the kerosene lamp he was carrying, and complained softly, "The teacher has always been sure that you are not asleep. Otherwise, I would not dare to come and disturb you. Is there something to discuss?" Haster was not angry at this time, but a little excited. In the dead of night, in the dark almshouse, three people lit a kerosene lamp and discussed things in a low voice under the dim light. It really fills up the supernatural atmosphere of ghost stories. There were no chairs in the room, so the three of them could only sit on the bed. Professor Wayne sat in the middle, and Lecturers Haster and Foran sat on his left and right sides respectively. Fortunately, the three of them are relatively thin, so it's not too crowded if they sit together. Of course, I have something to do when I come to you so late. Professor Wayne spoke first. After observing during the day, "Do you think there are any problems with this workhouse?" Asta thought for a moment and said, "It's too quiet. Except for Dean Don, who was a little excited about our arrival. Everyone else, whether they were children or adults working, behaved too calmly. Even they didn't even say a word or two to each other. It's too quiet. So quiet that it seems weird." This is his summary of the workhouse today. Professor Wayne nodded without expressing his opinion and looked at Lecturer Foran on the other side. "There is something wrong with Dean Don." Lecturer Falloon gave his own judgment. "Today I have been observing Dean Don and specifically talked to him. From his body language, I found that he is far inferior to the kindness shown." Professor Wayne said with a smile, "Tell me carefully." Lecturer Falloon said with a serious face, "When the teacher proposed having lunch with the children, he looked a little strange on the surface. But in fact, he was very calm and not panicked at all. As if he already knew about the proposal. What do you want to do? He arranged a steak for us at lunch. And he did it because he knew we would need it, and he knew we would use it to show kindness. In his eyes, our behavior is like a botched performance in a circus. He seems to be overlooking us from a high position. He not only has a sense of psychological superiority, but also has intellectual contempt." Asta was surprised when he heard these words. During the day, he saw Lecturer Falloon chatting happily with Dean Don, and thought that Lecturer Falloon had been conquered by the charisma of Dean Don. Unexpectedly, I didn't expect that this Lecturer Falloon was the one with the best acting skills among the three of them. Professor Wayne chuckled and said, "A school professor who is about to get old, a lecturer who only knows how to teach, and a young aristocrat who looks very immature. Dean Don is indeed qualified to feel superior for this." Lecturer Falloon sighed and said, Teacher. It's time for you to tell us what you think now. Right? My idea is very simple. It doesn't matter if Dean Don is greedy or bad. As long as this workhouse is really helping those poor people. Instead of using the workhouse as a cover to secretly do evil and harmful things. Teacher. What exactly do you know? Professor Wayne was silent for a while, and said in a serious tone, I got the news that several children are secretly buried in this workhouse every week. He has long passed the age of being hot-headed and blindly demanding fairness and justice. He can tolerate darkness within a certain range, because he knows that there must be shadows under the order. Although there are many almshouses in Backland, the only almshouse that can truly fulfill the word relief for the poor is the almshouse opened by the Mother Earth Church. Other workhouses either deduct charity money to make money, or let the poor who should receive relief become free labor, or they work hard on the diet of 3 meals a day. And there are many crimes that secretly persecute children. What he couldn't stand the most was the persecution of children in the workhouse. Those people can make money, and they can withhold donations and 3 meals a day. But they can't target children. That is not only a crime, but also an animal with no humanity. Secretly burying the child? Teacher. Do you know what you are talking about? Lecturer Follin was frightened by what Professor Wayne said. Jim is not the only guide I have in the dock area. Last month, old Jeff secretly sent me a letter. In it, he mentioned that he had witnessed the evil thing of burying the bodies of children in this workhouse. Twice. After I received the news, I rushed to the dock area immediately, wanting to contact old Jeff and ask about the specifics of the matter. But I was never able to contact old Jeff. A few days later, I got the news that old Gia, my husband, died at the foot of a cliff on the mountain. After investigation by the police officer, they finally concluded that old Jeff slipped and fell from the cliff and died. There is no possibility of murder. Speaking of this, Professor Wayne said coldly, old Jeff's physical condition is very good. He doesn't have any hobbies of mountain climbing on weekdays, let alone going to any dangerous cliffs. It is impossible for him to die of natural causes. This must have been a murder. In order to investigate this matter, I came to this workhouse twice to find evidence that they tortured children and murdered old Jeff. But I was obviously not enough to complete this task alone. So this time, I ask you to come with me and see if you can find anything abnormal. Professor Wayne told everything in one breath. Hastur was still calm. Professor Follin's expression changed, and in the end, he just sighed. After a moment of silence, Hastur said, I mean, if old Jeff is really murdered, and this workhouse is really persecuting children, what are you going to do? Of course, the relevant evidence should be handed over to the police department, so that they can arrest all the criminals and bring them to trial. Then why didn't you seek help from the police department in the first place? Professor Wayne wondered, if there is no conclusive evidence, why should the police department come to investigate? What does it mean to be conclusive evidence? Of course, it's evidence that the workhouse is suspected of committing a crime. Lecturer Follin rushed to say. Asta shook his head and said, inviting the police department to investigate does not require any conclusive evidence, but a reason that makes them have to come to the workhouse to investigate. Professor Wayne pondered and motioned for Hastur to continue. If a noble disappears from this workhouse for no reason, then will the police department launch a detailed investigation into this workhouse? Asta slowly expressed his thoughts. He recognized Professor Wayne's idea of seeking justice for children, but he did not approve of his team's sneaky behavior in coming to investigate. If the workhouse is really that dangerous, then the closer they get to the truth while investigating the matter, the more dangerous it becomes. Although he is a Sequence 9 lawyer, in a head-on fight, 3 strong men can overwhelm him and fight him. Professor Wayne and Lecturer Follin don't have much fighting ability at first glance. Moreover, the act of secretly burying the child made him wary. In occultism, children are born with spirituality intact and are excellent sacrifices in many evil rituals. What if this workhouse is really carrying out some evil ritual? It is estimated that no matter how many ordinary police officers come, it is safest to report it directly to the major Orthodox churches. If it had been him, he would have written a letter directly reporting the possible horrors of satanic rituals in the workhouse. I believe that the major righteous churches will secretly send people to investigate. No matter what the result is, it will be safer and more reliable than the 3 of them secretly investigating on their own. Lecturer Follin said blankly, but isn't this fraud? It's just a different way of approaching the problem. This teacher. What do you think? Lecturer Follin threw the question to Professor Wayne. Fine. Professor Wayne laughed, patted Hastur on the shoulder, and said with satisfaction, you are really good at learning to use the other side of the law so quickly. You taught me well. Asta also laughed. Before making this suggestion, he had not thought about using the law, but simply felt that Professor Wayne's approach was unreliable. Ahem. That's not what Chongqing is. Just handle it as you say. Professor Wayne smiled and handed the matter over to Asta to resolve. Lecturer Fulun frowned at first, but then gradually figured it out. Loan's laws are obviously biased towards the interests of the nobles. They may not care about the case of missing children in the workhouse. But if a noble disappears for no reason, then they must seize the time to open a case and investigate. To a certain extent, this is using Loan's laws to benefit oneself. So, now the question is, how can Haster leave the workhouse quietly and create the illusion of missing in the workhouse? According to the administrator of the workhouse during the day, in order to protect the children from being persecuted at night, the 3 living areas are protected by large iron gates. Only patrol officers may have the keys. Moreover, there are more than 2,000 people living here. Even if you want to sneak out in the dead of night, it is very difficult. Chapter 26 Strange Bell Sound. Different script. How about setting a fire, attracting everyone's attention, and then sneaking out of the workhouse during the chaos? Or hide behind the door. Wait for the guard to come to check. Knock him out. Then open the door with a key and sneak away. You can also find a place to hide so that no one in the workhouse can find it. And then wait until no one is around to find a chance to leave. These were all suggestions from Lecturer Fulin. Apparently, he often read some detective adventure novels. Professor Wayne did not offer any suggestions, but left Haster to worry about the problem alone. He believed that since Haster made suggestions, there must be a solution. It would be great if there were makeup and wigs here, and a female dress is also needed. Lecturer Fulin thought of a very feasible method, but the conditions here are obviously not feasible. Actually, it's not that difficult to sneak away. Haster quickly closed the wide-open mind of Professor Fulun. He doesn't know how to wear women's clothes. Do you have any good ideas? Lecturer Fulun looked at Haster with a happy face. I don't have to leave the workhouse in the middle of the night. Tomorrow, I can sneak away at any time during the day. It will depend on the performance of you and Professor Wayne. That's right. You don't have to slip away tonight. Why didn't I think of that? Lecturer Fulun looked annoyed. Haster did not discuss this topic with Professor Fulun, but discussed tomorrow's matters with Professor Wayne. Jingle bell. Jingle bell. Jingle bell. Just as the 3 of them were discussing what might happen tomorrow, 3 clear bells rang outside the house. They had also heard this sound during lunch, when the administrator of the workhouse took out a string of bells and rang them several times while announcing the rules for eating. The sound of the bell disappeared quickly as it came. There were only 3 rings, and the outside fell into silence again. In the room, the 3 people looked at each other with stunned expressions. Why is there a bell ringing in the middle of the night? I feel a little weird for no reason. Could it be that some kid couldn't sleep at night and deliberately made such a prank? Perhaps the sound of the bell is some kind of signal, and they used the sound of the bell to plan their actions? Maybe we heard it wrong. It was a sound caused by the wind blowing through the bell hanging outside the door? Lecturer Fulun gave his own guess. Professor Wayne did not speak. He stood up and came to the door. He listened for a moment and then took a few steps back and forth. Finally he said, "Let's go out and take a look. Maybe we can get something unexpected." Haster firmly opposed Professor Wayne's proposal. The ringing sound just now was definitely not simple. It is very likely to involve extraordinary elements. This was an inexplicable warning from his heart. In this case, he absolutely trusted his intuition. It shouldn't matter if you go out and take a look, right? Lecturer Fulun was also interested. After all, judging from the loudness of the sound of the bell was still some distance away from here. Well, you can just go back to your room and rest. Professor Wayne also agreed with this suggestion. Wait a minute. Haster stopped them and said with a solemn expression, I don't think things are that simple. It's better not to take too many risks. Lecturer Fulun said with a smile, It's okay. Let's just take a look from a distance. Emperor Russell once had a famous saying, Curiosity killed the cat. This means that if you are too curious about things, you can easily put yourself in a dangerous situation. Haster brought out the sign of Emperor Roselle, hoping to dispel their thoughts of adventure. A very philosophical statement, worthy of Emperor Russell. Lecturer Fulun agreed with this statement, and at the same time smiled and assured Asta that he would never run out and take risks in the middle of the night. Having said that, Haster had no reason to stop them anymore, and his bed really couldn't sleep 3 people. When the door opened, Haster stuck his head out and looked around for a while to make sure there were no patrolling guards passing by. And then, he called Professor Wayne and Lecturer Foreign to come out. Then, they watched the two of them leave with their kerosene lamps. They did not do anything extra. They just looked at the source of the bell from a distance for a while, and then returned to their rooms. Hastur breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the source of the bell sound. He also looked twice. The evening breeze blew by, making people shiver. He withdrew his gaze, closed the door, and locked it at the same time. After thinking for a moment, he moved the table behind the door to block it, and then lifted the kerosene lamp on the table to the ground near the head of the bed. After doing all this, he looked at the time, and saw that it was already past 2 o'clock in the night. Go to bed. Lie on the quilt. Hold the cane in both hands across the chest, and yawn. He was really sleepy. As if sleeping, he dreamed that he came to the Hall of Stars, and whipped the djinn again. In the early morning, Hastur was awakened by a violent knock on the door. He opened his sleepy eyes, glanced at the cane held tightly to his chest, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened last night. By the way, after I fell asleep last night, did I go to the Hall of Stars to whip the djinn? Asta frowned slightly. He had been checking in at the djinn's place during this period. If he missed one night, he would not have signed in continuously. Boom! Boom! The sound got louder and louder. And at the same time, there was the anxious voice of Professor Falun. Did something really happen? Hastur didn't waste any more time and hurriedly got up and came to the door. Moved the table, rearranged it, and then opened the door. Teacher! Teacher! He has disappeared. Lecturer Falun had a worried expression on his face. His tone was rapid, and his breathing was up and down. Lecturer Falun was accompanied by 2 workhouse stewards. Speak more slowly. Why did Professor Wayne suddenly disappear? Asta calmed down Professor Falun's anxiety. When I woke up this morning, I wanted to see how the teacher slept last night. When I came to the teacher's door, I reached out and knocked on the door twice. The door opened by itself, and the teacher was no longer visible in the room. As shadow. I didn't pay much attention at first. I thought the teacher got up earlier than me, and had already gone out for a walk. But after I made some inquiries, I found that no one had seen the teacher. I was a little panicked, so I quickly asked people from the workhouse to help me search. But after searching for more than an hour, I couldn't see the teacher, and there was no sign of the teacher on the road. No one saw the teacher. Lecturer Falun became more and more anxious as he spoke, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Really missing? Or are you just acting? After listening to Lecturer Falun's narration, Asta's heart skipped a beat. He felt a little convinced, but also a little doubtful. Last night, the 3 of them also mentioned that they would fake a disappearance to give the police department a reason to come to the workhouse to investigate. Professor Wayne disappeared as soon as he woke up. Professor Wayne is a law professor at Backland University and his teacher. His disappearance is also of sufficient importance for the police department to intervene in the investigation. Perhaps Professor Wayne didn't want to cause trouble for him, so he chose to become the fake missing person. But when he thought of the weird ringing sound last night, Asta became a little panicked, and the expression on Lecturer Falun's face didn't look like he was acting. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to Professor Wayne. Hastur comforted Lecturer Falun and asked, Did the dock area send someone to look for it? One of the workhousemen replied, We have sent people to look for him, but no news has been received yet. Has every part of the workhouse been searched? I've searched more than once, but there's no sign of Professor Wayne. No one has seen him this morning either. I want to see Dean Dan. Okay, I'll take you there. Under the guidance of the workhouse staff, lecturers Hastur and Foreign soon met Dean Dan. He also seemed very anxious at the moment and seemed to be in a bad mood. Seeing Hastur and the others arriving, he put away his angry expression and sighed, Don't worry. We will definitely find Professor Wayne, and we will never let anything happen to him. Asta looked ugly and said in a deep voice, If we still can't see my most respected teacher by 12 noon at the latest, we will choose to call the police and rely on the power of the police department to solve this matter, regardless of whether Professor Wayne really disappears. Taking this opportunity to involve the police department in this matter is the best option. Well, it's better not to trouble the police department. Right? Dean Dan's face became even more ugly. Then can you ensure that we find someone before 12 o'clock? Hastur emphasized his tone, and poked the ground twice with his cane. He obviously suppressed the anger in his heart and said, My teacher is an extremely respected law professor. He has trained many outstanding universities, lawyers, including students who became judges. I understand. We will definitely handle this matter. Dean Dan looked shocked. obviously shocked by Professor Wayne's weight. Soon, Dean Don ordered the people in the workhouse to find the whereabouts of Professor Wayne. Haster and Lecturer Foran did not stay quietly in the room waiting for news, but took several people from the workhouse to the dock area to search. The main reason is that Haster is worried that if Professor Wayne's disappearance is really related to the workhouse, then it will be dangerous for them to choose to stay in the workhouse, especially when 12 o'clock is approaching. If the workhouse still cannot find Professor Wayne, then the two of them may be made to disappear, so as not to attract the intervention of the police department. It's not that he wants people to think so darkly, but in this mysterious world, it's always right to be careful. Even if you don't make a mistake, you may still encounter unknown dangers, let alone if you are stupid. At around 11 o'clock, the entire dock area was almost searched by people from the workhouse. Even many residents of the dock area participated in the search for Professor Wayne, but no trace of Professor Wayne was found. What's even more frightening is that among all the pairs of eyes in the dock area, not a single pair of eyes has ever seen Professor Wayne. Haster stood among the crowd, looking in the direction of the Sunrise Workhouse with a solemn expression. If Professor Wayne was forced to disappear, he would most likely be imprisoned in the workhouse. If he disappeared on his own initiative, he would most likely be hidden in the workhouse. After all, there are a huge number of residents living in the dock area, and many people have to get up to work before dawn. It is too difficult to sneak out of the dock area under so many double eyelids. Instead, he hid in the workhouse. He only had to evade the first few searches, which would easily create the illusion of darkness under the lamp. Lecturer Falun on the side looked at Haster with complicated eyes, and hesitated several times. He really wanted to ask, had all this been discussed in advance between his teacher and Mr. Haster? Obviously the script discussed last night is not like this. Chapter 27 Hugh, the Arbiter of Justice. At noon, the workhouse still did not find Professor Wayne. Dean Don looked gloomy, and did not stop Haster and the two from calling the police. Now residents of the entire dock area basically know the news about Professor Wayne's disappearance. This is a fact that cannot be concealed. After calling the police, Haster and Lecturer Foran waited quietly. When faced with Dean Don's invitation to have lunch first, they refused on the grounds that they were in a bad mood and could not eat. While the people in the workhouse went out to eat, Lecturer Fallen finally waited for the opportunity to be alone with Haster. He came to Haster and lowered his voice. Can we find a teacher? You have to believe in the power of law enforcement agencies. Compared to when he first received the news in the early morning, Asta felt much more relaxed. Based on my observation of Dean Don today, it is obvious that Dean Don does not know the specific circumstances of Professor Wayne's disappearance. Otherwise, he would definitely not let himself and Lecturer Fallen leave the workhouse, let alone call the police. He now has two guesses. One is that this incident was completely directed and acted by Professor Wayne alone. The other is that Professor Wayne was accidentally involved in extraordinary powers, which led to his disappearance. He is more inclined to the former guess, and he does not rule out that it is related to the ringing of the bell last night. Did the teacher discuss something with you alone? Lecturer Falun finally asked the biggest question in his mind. No, I didn't know about Professor Wayne's disappearance at all before you told me. Alas. Lecturer Falun sighed, with a lot of sadness on his face. Haster comforted him not to worry too much and took him out for a walk and to have something to eat along the way. The two of them have been busy with Professor Wayne's affairs this morning. They haven't eaten yet, and they have been looking for a lot of places. They are almost hungry. After strolling around the dock area for about 10 minutes, the two of them found a small restaurant not far away. Asta ordered pan-fried veal steak with sausages and a mushroom soup, while Professor Foran ordered grilled fish, sausages and a glass of beer. After eating the steak and sausage, Asta still felt a little hungry, but due to the presence of Professor Falun, he didn't order anything else to eat. He drank spoonfuls of the tasteless mushroom soup, looking away from the outside of the restaurant. After watching for 7 or 8 minutes, before the mushroom soup bottomed out, Asta caught a glimpse of a petite figure. She has messy, shoulder-length yellow hair and wears a traditional night training uniform. She is relatively short, over 1.5 meters tall at most, with some baby fat on her cheeks. Her facial features are delicate and soft, and her eyebrows are not fully opened yet, and she is slightly green. This image looks a bit like you. Asta carefully checked her height and finally confirmed that the person outside was Zio. He did not approach her to start a conversation. It was unaristocratic to strike up a conversation at an inappropriate time. After a while, Zio, who was outside, also walked into the restaurant and sat down not far from Asta. Did she come here to wait for someone? Or did she come specifically to see myself and Lecturer Falun? Does she have news about Professor Wayne? Hastur had many thoughts in his mind. But he still did not choose to initiate a conversation. After a while, Zio took the initiative to get up and walk over, approaching Asta's side and whispering, "I'm very good at finding people. Do you want to try hiring me?" Asta's eyes brightened slightly, and he said with a smile, "We are indeed looking for someone. And we don't have any clues at the moment. Can you really help us find someone?" "I can't guarantee it. I just think you need to hire a professional. Instead of trusting those police officers, you should trust my professionalism, madam. Although you have charm that is easy to believe. Don't you think this is too abrupt?" Zio sat in another seat, pondered for a moment and said, "I confess that I am interested in finding Professor Wayne. But this does not prevent you from paying me to help." Hastur kept smiling and said, "If your reasons can convince me, we can pay to hire you to help." In fact, even if Zio didn't come up to talk, Hastur was ready to find a reason to invite her for help. After all, she is a member of the future Terra Society, and one of the protagonists of this mysterious world. She should have good luck. With her luck in finding Professor Wayne, things shouldn't get too bad. Professor Wayne is a respectable scholar. I gained a lot from his speech yesterday. People like him should not have to suffer mishaps. Zio still didn't say a word. Even if Hastur and the others didn't ask her for help, she would take the initiative to find Professor Wayne. For no other reason than that. She simply didn't want to let such a respectable elder encounter any mishaps. Hastur nodded and said, "I believe your reasons. Now we can talk about the employment fees. If you don't find anyone, you only need to pay me 10 pounds. If I play a key role in finding Professor Wayne, then you have to pay me 50 pounds as a hiring fee." Zio made his own small request. 50 pounds is a very reasonable price for a professor. "Yes, I believe in your character and ability." Asta did not refuse this condition. Zio stood up and said a little happily, "This will be the wisest decision you have ever made." "No, I have always made wise decisions." Asta felt silently in his heart. Lecturer Falun looked strange, and finally asked about the origin of the lady in front of him. "Hugh Dilcha." Zio introduced herself, and gave a brief introduction to herself. Her words were very convincing, and she quickly dispelled Professor Falun's concerns. After accepting the employment, Hugh immediately got into the zone. After a while of analysis by lecturers Hastur and Foran, he finally came to the conclusion that Professor Wayne was most likely still in the workhouse. This conclusion is consistent with Hastur's guess. Lecturer Falun said with some suspicion, "The workhouse has been searched more than once, but no one has been found. Because of this, it is the most suitable hiding place. We must trust the judgment of professionals." Asta also added, "Okay." Lecturer Falun said nothing more. "Let us go to the workhouse now to search. There's no rush. We'll wait until the police department gets involved." Hastur stopped Zio's move. He didn't want to find Professor Wayne now. It's better to wait for the police department to intervene. Otherwise it will be very embarrassing. Hugh was obviously very smart, and understood the hidden meaning of Hastur's words. "You can't trust the workhouse." That's right. It's impossible for a good living person to suddenly disappear in everyone's eyes. The workhouse is indeed the biggest suspect. After 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 6 police officers arrived at the place where Asta and others were. After a brief verification and explanation, the group went to the Sunrise Workhouse together. Regarding this decision, Hastur was a little bit reluctant. He did not want to step into the workhouse again. But as a noble who cared about the teacher's whereabouts, he naturally could not leave at this time. With the police involved, Dean Don gave the green light to open all the rooms in the workhouse and gather people to facilitate the police's questioning and search. The 6 police officers were divided into 3 teams, with 2 police officers in each team. One team was responsible for questioning the people in the workhouse. The other team searched each room under the leadership of several workhouse staff. And the last team followed Hastur. The 3 of them acted together, accompanied by 2 workhouse workers. There should be some kind of basement in the workhouse. Right? Zio decisively put forward her opinion. She did not think that a normal search could find Professor Wayne. This is not something we can decide. We need to ask Dean Don for instructions. I believe Dean Don will not miss any possible opportunity. Hastur spoke, and a staff member hurried to ask Dean Don for instructions. Soon, the staff member turned back again, and Dean Don came with him. Hastur refused this. This is like having a boss next to you before you start playing in a group. Of course, it is possible that Dean Don is innocent, but this possibility is very low. Zio also frowned slightly, obviously not wanting to go with Dean Don. Aren't you busy with other things? Lecturer Falun asked in confusion. Dean Don explained. The basement has always been a place for some people with bad tempers to reflect. Those people have bad tempers. It would be better for me to lead you in and search in person. Alarm bells rang in Haster's heart. Such words sounded a bit wrong. Zio also realized that there might be some other surprises, and said with a smile, there should be more than one basement here. Right? There are 3 in total. 2 of the basements are connected to each other and separated by iron doors. The other basement is directly below the bell tower. Then let's search separately. So it's faster. Dean Don nodded and said, okay then. I'll team up with 3 of you. And let Vice Dean Bader and others team up with the 2 police officers. There were 8 people present, so they were divided into 2 groups of exactly 4 people. Well, then I'll trouble Dean Don. Zio nodded in agreement. She was very confident in herself. Dean Don seemed to be quite old. Even if he did something bad, he would not be her opponent. Hey, this arrangement is even worse. Haster didn't want to be with Dean Don at all. He was already thinking about what decent reason he should use to leave first later. No trouble. This is what we should do. It was because we failed to take good care of Professor Wayne that this regretful thing happened. Dean Don's tone sounded remorseful, and Lecturer Folling gave him a few words of comfort. The basement that the 4 of them are responsible for is located directly below the bell tower, and the entrance is on the 1st floor of the bell tower. The door here is closed, with a bunch of rusty iron locks hanging on it. On weekdays, the bell ringers responsible for ringing the bell on time use the ladder outside and climb directly to the top floor to ring the bell, without entering the lowest floor of the bell tower. Dean Don stepped forward to unlock the iron lock and pushed the door open. It was so dark inside that it was difficult to see specific things clearly. The sun rarely shines here, so it's darker. Dean Don walked in front holding a kerosene lamp, illuminating a large area in front of him and allowing the 3 Hasters behind him to see clearly what was going on inside. It was very empty, with only a table near the wall and no other clutter. There is obviously a closed secret door on the ground. Zio and Lecturer Falun, who was also carrying a kerosene lamp, walked in and looked around, but found nothing unusual. Since this place is locked, Professor Wayne will probably not be here. Haster stood at the door and forced a smile. He didn't want to go in at all. Chapter 28 Counting Money and Dreaming. Dean Don is not the only one who is weird about this matter. This bell tower is also weird. The sun in the dock area starts to rise from the sea. In order to welcome the arrival of the sun earlier, the buildings here are built facing the direction of the rising sun. But this bell tower is in the opposite direction. The door here faces the mountain, with its back to the sun. This is why the whole room is too dark. He would not simply think that this was because of an accident during the construction of the bell tower. It makes sense. But if you don't stop by and take a look, you won't be able to rest assured. Lecturer Falun still prefers to go into the basement to search, although the chance is very small. What if his teacher is hidden here? Dean Don said with a kind face. This basement is not too big. There are only 12 cubicles in it. It doesn't take much time to search it. Shio also advised. No one will be willing to go in and take a look. Haster could not defeat them alone, so he had no choice but to nod in agreement. Let me help. Zio stepped forward and opened the secret door on the ground together with Dean Don. The secret door had just opened, and a cold wind blew from inside, carrying the smell of earth and a slight stench. This smells really bad. Haster put his right arm under his nose, showing an expression of disgust. Dean Don said awkwardly, the basement doesn't see sunlight all year round. It's cold and damp, and the smell is really bad. Haster looked down at his clothes worth tens of pounds, waved his silver-plated cane, and said in a deep voice, this is not suitable for a noble to enter. Dean Don had nothing to say for a moment. After all, the person standing in front of them was a baron. As a noble, it was indeed difficult for them to lower their bodies and enter such a dark and cold basement. Zio looked at Haster meaningfully and said with a smile, how about this? You stay outside, and the 3 of us can go in. Haster said nothing, expressing his acquiescence in this suggestion by his silence. Although Lecturer Falun was surprised by Asta's behavior, he didn't say anything and just stayed aside silently holding a kerosene lamp. Seeing this, Dean had no choice but to let Haster stay outside alone to guard. The 3 of them entered the basement one after another, with Dean Don at the front, Hugh in the middle, and Lecturer Falun at the back. Haster silently watched them enter the basement. The main reason why he used the topic just now was that he didn't trust Dean Don. There was only one person left outside. If something happened, he would be able to call for help in time. 7 or 8 minutes later, there was a slight tremor in the ground. Hastur immediately became alert, clenched his cane, and stared in the direction of the secret door. Sure enough, there is still a situation. I saw that the basement's secret door that was originally open was closing automatically. Trying to close it again. Hastur's expression changed slightly. His eyes were sharp, and his hands were quick. He took 2 steps forward and inserted his cane into the secret door, pressing it against one side. However, the closing force was not small, making it difficult to stop this trend. In the end, the cane was stuck in the middle, opening a small gap, without letting the secret door completely close. Fortunately, this cane is strong enough. Asta was glad that before he went out, he put on the hardest cane to prevent him from getting into a fight. If it were an ordinary cane, it would definitely be crushed directly. Hastur tried to shake the cane, but it had no effect. It was stuck tightly and could not be pulled out. He came to the secret door, raised his foot, and tried to kick the door down, but still could not open the secret door in the basement. It would be nice to have a big rock. It is a good choice to directly use stones to cut through the secret door, but such conditions obviously do not exist now. He tried shouting a few times to find out what was going on with Hugh and Lecturer Fallen. Dean Don ran away. We are locked in a solitary room. Find someone to help us. Soon. Zio's angry voice came from inside. Hugh, it's good that nothing serious happened. Hastur breathed a sigh of relief. Being locked up in a solitary room was much better than encountering other dangers. I'll find someone to rescue you right away. Hastur shouted 3 times, and after receiving an answer from Quinn inside, he quickly left the bell tower and rushed to the central square. There were 2 police officers gathering everyone there to ask for clues about Professor Wayne. Hastur hurried over and explained his purpose, which quickly attracted the attention of the 2 police officers. They led several young and strong men and followed Hastur to the bell tower. They picked up a few tools suitable for breaking doors on the way. When they arrived at the place, several people worked together and quickly smashed the entire secret door. 2 police officers carried kerosene lamps and led the 2 young men into the basement. Asta still didn't go in, but spoke a few words to Zio from a distance outside to make sure they were okay. After saying a few words, Asta looked at the other 2 young men beside him. They were about 18 years old, wearing brown jackets and black pants. Their hair was messy, and their palms were rough and calloused. It was obvious from a glance that they did some heavy work on weekdays. But when Hastur touched their eyes, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Their gaze towards the basement was too calm. At this moment, even if you don't discuss it privately, you will definitely be curious. Right? How could it be like a piece of wood with no other reaction at all? Feeling Hastur's appraising gaze, the 2 young men looked over together, their eyes still calm and without any disturbance at all. Have you finished your work today? Asta hurriedly found a topic to chat about. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be in danger. We don't have to work today. We have to be busy looking for people. It would be nice if you guys came here more often. The answers from both of them were short, and their emotions still didn't fluctuate much, but they didn't show any malice. Asta asked curiously, how does Dean Don treat you on weekdays? He'll keep our bellies full if we get the job done every day. He doesn't like boys. He likes girls. Hastur continued to ask, what work do you do every day? I go to the mountains to quarry stones. I start working at 8 in the morning and rest at 9 in the evening. After you came, we only had to work 6 hours a day, and we had better food. The 2 people answered all questions, except for obvious mood swings when they talked about having a full stomach. The other answers were very calm. It seemed like he was answering something that had nothing to do with him at all. Such a weird phenomenon makes Asta feel more and more uncomfortable. Could he be brainwashed? He thought for a moment and then asked patiently, besides letting you work and liking girls, what else does Dean Dan like to do? Count the money. Dream. Such an answer almost made Hastur freeze. He knew that the 2 people were answering different things, but when they were connected together, they created a strong comedy effect. Asta took a few deep breaths before suppressing the urge to laugh. Counting money is easy to understand, and he also likes to count money. On the other hand, it is interesting to like to dream. It is indeed not an easy thing for a person to let everyone know that he likes to dream. Hastur tried to ask, what dreams does Dean Don like to have? Finally out, before the 2 young men could answer, Zio's voice came from the basement. The sound is loud, full of energy, and sounds very healthy as soon as you hear it. Alas, Dean Dan turns out to be such a person. Immediately afterwards, there was the sound of Lecturer Fullen sighing, interrupted by these two voices. The two young men said nothing more. After looking at each other, they stood silently aside. Hastur asked again, but they would not say a word. Soon, Lecturer Zio and Foreign came out of the secret door. They looked no different from when they first entered. Zio straightened her hair a little and hummed, "Fortunately, I agreed to let you stay outside at that time. Otherwise you would have been locked up for a long time." Lecturer Fullen came to Hastur and whispered, "We did not find the teacher inside." Hastur was not surprised by this, and began to ask about what they saw and heard inside, and how Dean Darn escaped from the two of them, and put them in a solitary room. Zio was not in a good mood, so Lecturer Fullen told them what they had just experienced. The basement was so dark that even a kerosene lamp couldn't illuminate much of the area. It was also damp and cold, and walking in it felt like walking through a sewer. There are 6 confinement rooms on the left and right sides, and there is a rest room at the end. Only 3 of the 12 solitary cells actually contain people. Dean Don led them to open one room after another, until they opened the penultimate solitary room. There was a figure huddled inside. In order to get a clearer look, Professor Fullen and Zio walked in to get a clear look. Just as the two of them entered, Dean Don, who was standing outside the door, suddenly closed the door to the solitary room, locked it, and ran away without looking back. When they found out they had been cheated, they could no longer get out. At this time, they also saw clearly the figure huddled in the corner. That person was not Professor Wayne, but a dead man. He was thin and young, no more than 16 years old. He was wearing tattered clothes and a light black hat. According to Zio's analysis, this person should have starved to death. The reason why Dean Don escaped may also be because of the death in the solitary room. Later, it was Hastur who found someone to rescue them. After leaving the solitary room, they followed the 2 police officers and searched from room to room. But they couldn't find any secret passage after searching for a long time. The 2 of them discussed it and decided to come out first. The 2 police officers led the 2 young men to carefully inspect every inch of the place inside. Chapter 29. Emperor Russell is really a wise man. After listening to Lecturer Fullen's story, Asta was even more glad that he did not go in. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would not have entered the solitary room where the dead were kept. In this way, he would be alone with Dean Don outside, and he did not have the confidence to face someone who wanted to escape. Maybe Dean Don would stab him a few times when he wasn't paying attention. That's really not good. Zio recovered from the small defeat just now, stared at Hastur and said, "Where do you think the secret passage might be hidden? Suppose I were the designer of the basement. Then I would definitely build the secret passage in the lounge. After all, the main purpose of the solitary room is to confine the prisoners, not to give the prisoners a chance to leave." Asta thinks this is a very normal inference. Zio nodded and said, "Are you interested in entering the basement and finding the secret passage?" "Not interested in." Hastur refused directly. Who knows what is on the other side of the secret passage? What if it is the secret lair of the boss? What if there is a cruel trap laid in the secret passage? What if Dean Dan hides and beats them with black sticks secretly? There are really too many unknowns, and he will not let himself take such risks. If he remembered correctly, Zio was currently only a sequence 9. An extraordinary with such strength would basically be gone if he was not careful. Then you don't want to find Professor Wayne? Of course I do. But finding someone requires wise judgment, not reckless behavior. Well, you are very cautious. Shio thought for a moment and gave a pretty good evaluation. As a noble, I will not risk my life easily. Hastur felt that he needed to emphasize it again, lest these people want to take risks with him. Zio pouted her cute little mouth and really wanted to say, "Who is not from a noble family? So wise as you are. Where do you think Professor Wayne might be? This should be why we hired you, right?" Hastur's calm rhetorical question made Zio feel as if he had been punched in cotton. Zio didn't dwell on this topic with Hastur. He pondered for a while and gave his professional advice. "I don't think Dean Don had anything to do with Professor Wayne's disappearance. Instead, Professor Wayne's disappearance attracted the police department's intervention, which allowed him to escape and panic through a secret passage in the basement. Professor Wayne should no longer be in the workhouse. There are some remote places in the dock area that few people go to on weekdays. Professor Wayne may be hidden in those places." Regarding the first point, Hastur had no objection. Dean Don was exposed too quickly, and he did not have the motive to kidnap Professor Wayne. As for the second speculation, he had a different view. He still believed that Professor Wayne was more likely to be in the workhouse. Dean Don is not suspected, But that does not mean that others are not suspected. And the weirdness of the workhouse is not limited to Dean Don. The people who are suspected of being brainwashed. The bells ringing in the middle of the night. And the weird bell tower. None of these questions have answers yet. If it can be confirmed that Professor Wayne disappeared on his own and is currently safe, then he will definitely stay away from the workhouse and write an anonymous report letter directly to the Church of the Night. He didn't think he could solve much of a problem with a Sequence 9. But the problem is that it is difficult for him to know Professor Wayne's situation. He left here. If Professor Wayne was really in danger, it would be difficult for him to forgive himself for standing by and watching today. Alas, Professor Wayne, you really know how to play hide-and-seek. The police department has already taken over here. We can first check out those remote places in the dock area. Hugh made the suggestion. Hastur had no objection. And neither did Lecturer Foran. Go out and take a look first. If you really can't find any clues, you'll have no choice but to stick to this workhouse. Hastur sighed in his heart and followed Zio and Lecturer Fulan towards the dock area at the foot of the mountain. After walking for a while, he suddenly remembered the two young men who had revealed important information to him just now. The two of them seemed to have disappeared silently when Lecturer Fulan was talking about the encounter in the basement. Seeing Hastur suddenly stopped and looked unhappy. Lecturer Fulan asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "No. It's okay." Hastur shook his head and did not tell what happened to the two people just now. He still went to the dock area first to sort out his thoughts. What if we are lucky enough to find Professor Wayne? At 7 o'clock in the evening, the Asta trio, who had walked around the dock area without any results, sat in front of a bar and sighed heavily. Zio was doubting his own judgment. Professor Fulan was regretful that his detective ability could not be put to use. And Hastur knew that he must investigate the workhouse again. 3 people, 3 thoughts. Professor Fulan ordered 2 glasses of beer, and Asta ordered a few snacks, a glass of fruit wine, and some white bread. Zio took a look at the fruit wine that Asta ordered, thought about the price, and decided to drink the beer handed over by Professor Fulan. After each of them replenished some energy, Zio knocked on the table with his empty beer glass and said solemnly, "I think we have gone into a misunderstanding. Professor Wayne should still be in the workhouse." Lecturer Fulan leaned slightly on the table and said, "What is your reason?" Hastur took a sip of the fruit wine, ate the ham wrapped in cheese, and quietly waited for Zio's next analysis. Dean Don is not suspected. But it does not mean that others are not. There is a secret passage in the basement of the workhouse. So there may be secret passages in other places. We need to find that secret passage. The person who kidnapped Professor Wayne was very smart. He understood that the most dangerous place is the safest. Having said this, Zio praised Emperor Roselle again. Very smart analysis. Asta praised it. Great Emperor Roselle is really a wise man. Lecturer Fulan sighed with emotion. Zio glanced at the two of them, always feeling a little weird. The 3 of them finished the snacks and wine on the table. After Asta paid the bill, he followed Hugh and Lecturer Fulan to the workhouse. Because Dean Don fled in fear of crime today, and the body was found in the basement. Plus Professor Wayne was missing. The police department paid special attention to this matter and dispatched 6 more police officers. When the Hastur trio returned to the workhouse, lamps were lit inside and outside. Many workhouse staff assisted the police in searching and cleaning every corner. According to some intelligence, a lot of the ground was even dug up. A total of 6 bodies have been recovered, including 2 men and 4 women, all aged between 14 and 16 years old. These 6 murders naturally accumulated on the head of Dean Don, who escaped. The reason is also very simple. If it has nothing to do with him, why would he run away? But what disappointed the Hastur trio was that no trace of Professor Wayne was found. And not even Dean Don was caught. "What should we do at this time?" Lecturer Fulan asked weakly. But they seemed to be of little help. Hastur said, "Don't worry. Let's find 3 rooms to live in first. What changes do you think will happen at night?" Lecturer Fulan thought of the strange bell sound at night. "Well, it's just a possibility. And we can't let go of any possibility. But wouldn't that be too dangerous? We can contact a few more officers. Hastur will not risk his life casually. And he still needs to find more people to feel at ease. The only thing to note is that there may not be that weird ringing sound tonight. If the ringing of the bell was artificially manipulated, according to today's situation, that person would never want to cause trouble." Zio stood aside, silently listening to the conversation between Hastur and Lecturer Fulan, and was curious about the unexpected changes they said. Could there be supernatural factors involved in Professor Wayne's disappearance? Soon, The three Hasters found the current head of the workhouse, Vice President Bader. After explaining their purpose, Vice President Bader let them stay in the room where they lived last night. Zio stayed in Professor Wayne's room, while the other two people's rooms stayed the same, right next to each other. This time, they did not wait until midnight for the meeting. Everyone freshened up a little, and then came to Haster's room. According to Lecturer Foran, it is necessary to keep the situation as consistent as possible with last night. Now I can tell you what happened. Excessive hiding is not conducive to finding Professor Wayne. Hughes sat on the table. Haster and Professor Foran sat on the edge of the bed, explaining what happened last night. Asta asked Lecturer Falun to take charge. He found that this lecturer in Falun had a strong storytelling ability, and boring stories could be turned into amazing and fantastic adventures in his mouth. After listening to the lecturer's version of the story, Zio said with emotion, "Fortunately, you didn't chase the source of the bell last night. Otherwise you might also be on the missing list today." Asta pretended to be surprised and said, "Do you think the sound of the bell is the cause of Professor Wayne's disappearance?" Zio raised his chin slightly and analyzed calmly, "Last night, after the three of you went back to your room, Professor Wayne must have left the room alone and quietly went to explore the source of the bell's sound. He must have encountered something, and then leading to disappearance." Haster also thought about this possibility, but Professor Wayne acted steadily, and did not look like a reckless young man who would risk his own life. Lecturer Falun raised the question on Haster's behalf. Zio said calmly, "Many times, people may not be able to completely control themselves." Lecturer Falun looked confused, but Asta heard the implication of Zio's words. Her underlying meaning was that Professor Wayne's disappearance was affected by supernatural factors. Maybe he was brainwashed or bewitched by the sound of the bell, and then he couldn't control himself, so he made a reckless move to explore the source of the bell sound. Shio thought for a while and asked, "Do you still remember what time the bell rang last night?" 2:12 in the evening. Haster gave a very certain time. He has always had the habit of writing down the time. After the bell sounded last night, he quietly glanced at his pocket watch. "Then let's wait here until after 2 o'clock. After Zio finished speaking, he turned sideways, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes to rest. Chapter 30 As an Arbiter. It makes sense to carry a Mitsubishi Thorn with you, right? Haster felt tired, but not sleepy, and quietly thought about how to solve this matter tonight. If you plug your ears, can you resist the weird ringing sound? How should you save yourself when you are in danger? How can I formulate a rule that can ensure the safety of the three of me leaving the workhouse? Lecturer Falun, who was sitting on the other side of the bed, was not sleepy either, but he did not have the big heart of Zio, nor the calmness of Asta. Sometimes he stood up, sometimes looked at the door, and sometimes took out his pocket watch to check the time. Time ticked by, and soon it was 2 o'clock sharp. Lecturer Falun hurriedly came to Asta's side, stretched out his hand to shake him awake, and said in a low voice, "It's already 2 o'clock." Haster opened his eyes and glanced at Zio on the table. She also woke up. "Take the weapons you have at your disposal." As Zio spoke, he took out a black 3-edged thorn from behind his waist and tried to swing it a few times, making a whistling sound. Haster asked curiously, "How do you hide such a 3-edged thorn behind your waist?" "It's a secret." Zio smiled and raised his eyebrows. "It must be because I am too short and my hands are not long enough. So I would be at a disadvantage when fighting with a big man. So I always keep a 3-edged thorn to make up for my innate shortcomings." "Right?" Haster had a guess in his mind, but he was not stupid enough to say it directly. Lecturer Falun glanced at the 3-edged thorn in Zio's hand, then at Haster waving a heavy cane, and then at every corner of the house. "There is no suitable weapon for self-defense," he whispered. "I will be responsible for lighting the lamp later." "Okay." Zio nodded. 10 minutes passed quickly, and while Haster and the other three were on alert, the same bell as last night finally rang outside the door. Jingle bell. "Now, let's go!" As soon as the first bell rang, Zio opened the door and rushed out, followed by Haster and Lecturer Foran. Jingle bell. The second bell rang, and Zio had already located the general location of the source of the bell. It is indeed located in the area where the children live. When the three people rushed along the corridor to the iron door, the third bell had finished ringing. The iron gate that separated the living area between the workhouse staff and the children was very strong, and Zio couldn't kick it open even with all his strength. Seeing this, Haster raised his cane and knocked on the iron door, making a dull sound in the silent night sky. Zio saw Haster's intention and raised the 3-edged thorn in his hand to knock on the iron door. The two irons intersected, making a clanging sound that resounded throughout the night sky. Soon, people who were awakened and attracted by the sound came near the Hastur trio. What happened? A police officer in his 30s asked calmly. Just now, we heard a strange sound of bells coming from over there. When we came out to check, we found a suspicious figure there shaking the bell in his hand. We don't have the key and can't pass through the iron gate. We can only watch the figure disappear. In order to remind you as soon as possible, we have adopted such a simple and direct method. Zio's words were half truths and half false, and her tone was sincere and urgent. It was obvious that she was very used to this kind of scene. The police officer looked solemn and immediately sent someone to get the iron door key. Vice President Bader was also awakened by this late-night incident and came over wearing a black coat and holding a kerosene lamp. I have the key here. Vice President Bader reached out and groped around on his body a few times, took out a bunch of keys, compared them under the dim light, and took out one of the oily keys to open the iron door. Zio let the two police officers who arrived walk in front and followed behind. Hastur, Lecturer Foreign and Vice Dean Bard walked at the back, while the others stayed where they were. After passing through the iron gate, in order to prevent unrelated people from sneaking into the place where the children lived, Vice Dean Bader locked the iron gate again. After confirming that it was correct, he followed Hastur and others to leave. The group came to the source of the bell sound that Shio had locked onto, but did not see any human figures. However, they saw a pair of blurry footprints on the ground. Shio knelt down, stretched out his hand to measure the size of the footprints, frowned slightly and said, "It's a child. Well, we have very strict management here. Children must go to bed when the time comes and are absolutely not allowed to stay or play outside. And we will have dedicated management personnel to lock the door from the outside. They cannot open the door from the inside." Vice Dean Bader's face showed surprise and embarrassment. The footprints are still very new. The child just left not long ago. Zio gave his professional judgment. Lecturer Fuluin also squatted down and looked at the footprints while holding a kerosene lamp. Why couldn't he tell whether the footprints were old or new? We are looking around. Maybe he is hiding not far away. Zio's petite body gradually took over the right to speak and gave orders to the two police officers. Is this the passive talent of the Arbiter? Hastur was surprised to see the two police officers consciously obeying Zio's arrangements. The group of people was divided into two teams, with 3 people in each team. Zio and the 2 police officers were responsible for searching everywhere to find people. Asta, Lecturer Foran, and Vice Dean Bader were responsible for checking whether the door locks of each dormitory were locked. Oh, why are they always disobedient? Fortunately, Dean Dawn is not here now. Otherwise they would have been punished. Vice Dean Bader sighed while leading the way. Hastur asked, "Dean Bard, do you mean being locked up in the basement by punishment?" Being locked up in the basement is the most severe punishment. Generally, only those children who are very troublesome and behave badly will be treated like that. Seeing that Hastur was interested in these things, Vice Dean Bader spread the relevant knowledge to Hastur and the others. In this workhouse, punishment for children is generally divided into 3 levels. If the circumstances are relatively minor, you only need to be punished by standing outside, having your palm slapped, etc. For more serious cases, you are not allowed to eat, and you can only watch others eating at the table while hungry. The most severe punishment will only be given to those who refuse to change despite repeated admonitions. Then what if you are locked up in the basement and still refuse to admit your mistakes and repent? Lecturer Falun asked his own question. Vice Dean Bader was silent and did not answer this question. Isn't this too cruel? Lecturer Falun has realized from his silence that this is how the body in the basement came to be. Right? Even if the child finally admitted his mistake and repented, in the dark and deserted environment, no one would hear his cry, and he could only wait silently for death. Starving to death is too cruel. That kid certainly wasn't the first person to die in the basement. The other bodies were just cleaned up in advance. No wonder Dean Dawn didn't even think about staying to explain, but ran away directly. He knew that as long as he went to court, the crimes he had committed would no longer be hidden. Vice Dean Bader sighed, alas. Dean Dawn did very poorly in some places, but he is very good at raising funds. Most obedient children live quite well here. The 3 people chatted while checking the door locks of each room. From beginning to end, the inspection on the 2nd and 3rd floors is easy. You only need to check whether the iron doors at the passages on both sides are closed tightly. They don't have a lawn as a buffer here. If those naughty children dare to jump directly from the 2nd floor, they will basically be half disabled. Before the 3 of them had finished checking, They heard Zio's voice coming from not far away. They found the kid shaking the bell. No rush. Let's check everything first before going over, Haster said with a smile. He felt that it was better to check it thoroughly before he could rest assured. Maybe the person who sneaked out tonight was not just the child. Vice Dean Bard also thought this was better, and patiently led Haster and Lecturer Fullen to check them all. There was indeed no sign that the door lock had been opened, and the iron doors of the passages on both sides were also tightly locked. After confirming that everything was correct, the three of them went to the place where Shio and others found the child. It was a bathroom on the far right side of the first floor, and the child was hiding in it. Little Amy, why did you sneak out? Seeing the child's appearance clearly, Vice President Bader exclaimed. Obviously he knew this child, who did not follow the rules of the workhouse. Asta is also looking at the little boy named Amy in front of him. He is about 8 years old, 1 meter tall, with short chestnut hair. He is wearing a thin white monk's uniform and has bare feet. He is standing with his head lowered at the edge of the sink. His hands nervously clenched the corners of his clothes. Bah! Dean Bard. I didn't mean not to go back to the dormitory to rest. I just came back too late and was locked out. I didn't dare to disturb Aunt Lisa. Amy raised her head slightly. Her eyes were red. Tears were hanging in the corners of her eyes, and her voice was sobbed and choked when she spoke. It was very endearing to match her immature face that had not yet grown. Zio lowered his voice and said softly, "We are not here to arrest you. We just want to know where you got this string of bells." Amy replied timidly, "I picked it up on the road. I thought its sounded good, so I kept it with me." "Then why are you ringing the bell at night? Aren't you afraid that the sound of the bell will wake up others?" I'm scared to be alone." Amy lowered her head again. "Then why did you ring the bell last night?" "It's not me. My bell was taken away by Simon last night. He said he was going to scare Aunt Lisa." "Simon?" Zio raised an eyebrow. And Vice Dean Bard explained, "Simon lives in the same dormitory as little Amy. He has a stronger personality and often steals other people's toys." "Can we meet this Simon?" "Of course. This is a necessary question." As Vice Dean Bud said, he and a police officer went to find Aunt Lisa to get the key to open the dormitory door. Haster, who had been silent all this time, secretly rubbed his middle finger and thumb 3 times and turned on his spiritual vision. It is easy to attract others' attention by snapping your fingers, but it is not secretive enough. Haster's eyes looked at the bell that Zio held in his hand for inspection. It was 1/3 the size of a palm and was dark yellow in color. There is no fluctuation in the bells. This is just a string of ordinary bells without any extraordinary power. The sound it made was also slightly different from the bells last night. It shouldn't be the same bunch of bells. Chapter 31. Plant a gold coin and grow a golden tree. Taking advantage of Vice Dean Bard's absence, Hugh began to use her professional abilities. "Did you really pick up this string of bells from outside?" Zio's indifferent tone contained a majesty that would not allow anyone to refuse or lie. "She is using her extraordinary abilities as an arbiter." Amy replied timidly, "Yes. I picked it up at the foot of the mountain a month ago. Many people can prove it for me." "What do you think of Dean Don?" "It's very bad. He often doesn't give us food, and he always threatens to put us in a solitary cell underground." "What about Vice Dean Bard?" "Dean Bud is a good man. He treats us very well, and always takes good care of us." "Are there any people in the workhouse who are usually eccentric?" Amy thought for a while, and then said, "Dean Don. He likes to dream very much." Zio became interested. "What dreams does Dean Dan like to have?" Haster, who was finally able to hear the follow-up to this question, also became serious. He always dreamed of digging a hole in the soil and planting gold coins in it, and then it would grow into a golden tree full of gold coins. Both Zio and Haster were stunned by this answer. They had also fantasized about this dream of getting rich. When he wakes up in the morning, he will be angry because of the sudden disappearance of the golden tree. He will loudly curse us as thieves and steal the gold coins that belong to him," Amy added. Zio's expression was strange. She thought she could see something unusual in Dean Don's dream. But this was just the dream fantasy of an extremely greedy person, and there was nothing suspicious about it. Asta pondered for a while and said, "Has Dean Don ever had a dream about burying children in the soil?" Lecturer Falun's face changed slightly, and he looked at Haster in shock. He remembered what his teacher had said before about the cruel things that his teacher had said about the workhouse burying children in the soil many times. Zio also opened his eyes slightly and listened more seriously. "I only remember that he once shouted angrily that the thief who stole gold coins should be buried in the soil, so that his golden tree could bear more gold coins. Dean Dan really said that? Zio had a bad guess in his mind. Well, many people have heard it. We also laughed privately that only a money-grubbing person like him could plant a golden tree full of gold coins by burying it in the soil. Amy's tone was very sure. Zio walked up to Haster and asked quietly, Dean Don really did such a cruel thing? It's just a possibility. It's so abominable. How could he not even let the children go? Zio clenched her fists angrily, feeling even more annoyed that she didn't take a good look at Dean Don at that time, and instead let him run away. Haster restrained the anger in his heart and asked calmly, how is the relationship between Dean Don and Vice Dean Bader on weekdays? Amy lowered her head and thought for a long time before whispering. Dean Don said many times that he would fire Vice President Bard. Once when he was very angry. He even said that he would lock Vice President Bard in prison forever. Let him be a prisoner in the solitary cell for the rest of his life. What was Dean Dan angry about that time? I don't know. I just remember that Dean Don had a bad temper that day. And many people were punished by him. When Asta was about to continue asking, Vice Dean Bader and the police officer came not far away, leading a boy who was obviously half a head taller than Amy. After some questioning, it was found that the boy named Simon indeed snatched Amy's bell last night and sneaked out. But in the end, he did not have the courage to scare Aunt Lisa, and instead hid in the bathroom, like Amy tonight, had a great night. That's good. Zio was obviously relieved and returned the bell to Amy, warning him not to run around late at night, and not to swing the bell at will, so as not to disturb others. The two police officers also gave Amy and Simon a verbal lesson, and then asked Vice Dean Bard to take them back to rest. There seemed to be a misunderstanding tonight, and the two police officers didn't stay too long. After Vice Dean Bader sent the person back to the dormitory, they left together. The iron door was locked again, and everything was calm again. The two police officers and Vice President Bader went back to rest, while Haster and the other two went back to his room for a little gathering. Is there something you are hiding from me? Zio said with a sullen face, waving the three-pointed thorn in his hand and knocking on the table. That's what a man named Old Jeff told my teacher. Lecturer Folan steadily exerted his storytelling ability. After hearing this, Zio was very angry and said very firmly, Are you still doubtful? Old Jeff must have discovered Dean Don's crime and was murdered by him. Has Tamer concluded. It is basically certain that Old Jeff was killed. But even if the person who harmed him was Dean Don, he would need at least one helper. Right? With Dean Don's character of being greedy for money and cherishing life, he would definitely not personally deal with Old Jeff. There must be subordinates working for him in the workhouse. Although today's search confirmed all the charges against Dean Don, it did not find any accomplices who helped Dean Don commit the crime. This is a hidden danger after all. Haster thought for a moment, and then told Zio what he thought. Zio affirmed, I am also very professional in the matter of interrogation. Everything should be bounded by the law, and don't resort to violence casually. Asta felt that he needed to remind Zio. Where am I violent? I just sometimes use more direct methods. Zio's cheeks turned slightly red, and she obviously lacked the confidence to speak. For the sake of our acquaintance, next time if you go to the police station for this kind of thing, you can ask me for help. Zio was very dissatisfied with Haster's words and said rudely, Looking for you? You are a destitute baron? I am also a lawyer. Well, I am now the legal advisor of Bavard Bank. Zio was silent, and then asked in a low voice, Is Bavard Bank very rich? Not very rich, but very rich. Oh, it's a pity that I don't have the ability to rob a bank, so I can only earn some hard money by working hard. Zio sighed, suddenly feeling uninterested. She waved her hand and had no interest in continuing the conversation. Lecturer Phelan followed her and left. I also want to rob a bank sometimes. Haster also sighed, but he was just thinking about it. Just like Dean Don dreamed in his sleep that if he planted gold coins, a golden tree would grow. After locking the door, Haster went back to bed and lay down, thinking about tomorrow. Regardless of whether there was any news from Professor Wayne tomorrow, he had to go back home first. He had not showered or changed clothes for 2 days, making it difficult for him to even sleep. Regarding the remaining doubts about the workhouse, let's wait until we find Dean Dan. Maybe I just think too much, and the culprit of everything is Dean Don. As for the different sounds of the bells on the 2 nights, it may be because different people have different strengths, and the sounds produced by shaking the bells are also different. Haster thought a lot and soon fell asleep, choosing to come to the Hall of Stars. Now he has gradually become familiar with and mastered the Palace of Stars, and can decide independently whether to enter the Palace of Stars after falling asleep. There have been a lot of worries recently. Hastur sat quietly on the chair with his eyes closed for a long time before looking at the star belonging to the jinn. Looking closer, the stars dispersed. The shadow of the magic lamp was still shining with dim light. Very quiet and peaceful. Hastur stared at it for a while, and then he forced the chain of order to whip as usual. After transferring his worries, he felt much more relaxed. Early the next morning, Lecturer Falun knocked on the door again. Hastur, who finally took a nap, was woken up. He got up and tidied his clothes a little before slowly opening the door. If Professor Falun came to disturb his sleep for some trivial matter, then he wouldn't mind letting Professor Falun feel what cruelty is. Fortunately, the news brought by Lecturer Falun was shocking and a great news. Professor Wayne found it. It is said that Professor Wayne returned to his house at 2 or 3 o'clock last night and was soon discovered by police officers who were paying close attention to the area. Then the news came to the dock area early in the morning, and Professor Falun was the first to inform him after receiving the news. Hastur looked unkind and said, "Professor Wayne walked back by himself?" "That's what they said." "Haha. You are so lucky." Hastur's face became more and more sinister. He was just suspicious before, but now he can confirm that this disappearance case was directed and acted by Professor Wayne. He didn't care that Professor Wayne took over his part. What made him angry was that Professor Wayne didn't say anything in advance, causing him to worry here. Lecturer Falun coughed lightly and said, "Well, I don't think teacher did this on purpose. Maybe he was just a little anxious to leave and didn't have time to say goodbye to us." Lecturer Falun, while you were chewing white bread and unable to fall asleep due to anxiety, Professor Wayne must have been alone, quietly drinking wine and spending a very sad night with grilled sausages. Just based on Hastur's description, Lecturer Falun could only feel his anger rising instantly. I feel so angry all of a sudden. Chapter 32: The Positive Side of Rules. The Shadow of Order. After successfully making Lecturer Falun angry, Hastur consoled him. "Maybe it's as you said. Professor Wayne just didn't say goodbye to us because he didn't have enough time." Lecturer Falun didn't answer. The two chatted at the door for a while, and Zio also opened the door and came over. "I heard that Professor Wayne has been found." "Yes. Thank you, Ms. Zio, for your help along the way." Lecturer Falun recovered from his angry state of mind. Well, although I didn't rescue Professor Wayne personally, the necessary hiring expenses cannot be less. £20. This is a reasonable price. Asta gave a quite appropriate reward. Okay. Zio had no objection. After all, this was 10 gold pounds more than he expected. Hastur took out 2 10 gold pound notes and handed them to Hugh. He had to find a way to reimburse Professor Wayne for the money. Lecturer Falun also had the same idea, and he gave Hastur an "I support you" expression. After getting the reward he deserved, Zio didn't wait long and rushed towards the basement. In order to find out the secret passage in the basement, the police officers decided to use gunpowder to blow up the lounge and prepared to do it later. Hastur had no intention of joining in the fun. Now that Professor Wayne was safe, he did not want to stay in the workhouse anymore. Lecturer Falun had the same idea as him, and the two of them simply freshened up and left the workhouse. Boom! Boom! Thick smoke filled the air, and the secret passage lounge was blown open. In addition to rubble, a hidden room separated by a stone door was also revealed. Inside, Dean Don was dead, with his hands holding a wooden box filled with gold coins. When Hastur finally returned home, the first thing he did was take a comfortable bath. The sticky feeling is really uncomfortable. Fortunately, the weather is not too hot. Otherwise, I would definitely smell the sour smell of sweat. After taking a bath and enjoying a carefully prepared dessert, Hastur felt like he was alive again. "Lord Baron, Lord Greco has sent an invitation to invite you to tonight's banquet." Butler Neil came over at the most appropriate time to report the matter. "Well, I'll be there on time. You'd better write a handwritten reply to show your expectation and importance for this banquet." "Okay. I have to catch up on my sleep later. Wake me up again during lunch." "I obey your instructions." Hastur got up and returned to the bedroom. He missed the big bed and soft quilt after 2 days of absence. Only a few minutes after my head touched the pillow, I fell asleep. East District, Professor Wayne's home. After Lecturer Falun went home to freshen up, he immediately rushed to his teacher's home. "Ah, Falun, my good student. I'm so afraid I won't be able to see you." Professor Wayne gave Lecturer Falun a warm hug. Lecturer Folin's expression was still not very good. Folin, are you blaming the teacher? Don't dare. Professor Wayne sighed. Well, after I separated from you that night, I happened to pick up a key on the ground that the guard accidentally left behind. This is such a perfect opportunity. How could I miss it? I didn't have time to say goodbye to you and tell you the truth. I quickly left the workhouse under the cover of night. In order not to be discovered, I deliberately walked up the mountain and made a wide circle. I didn't leave the area near the dock area until dawn. In order to prevent the plan from failing, I stayed in the mountain for another day and night. On the second night, I left the mountain overnight and returned to my home, in order to convince Professor Folin of his words. Professor Wayne took the initiative to roll up his sleeves, revealing his arms that were scratched by vines and branches. Is this really the case? Lecturer Folin was moved. Of course. God. Folin, is the teacher so untrustworthy in your eyes now? Lecturer Folin's anger disappeared. He thought for a moment and then frowned and said, Mr. Asta is not as easy to talk to as I am. For this purpose, I prepared a gift overnight last night. Teacher, where is my gift? Ah. Folin, have you become so greedy now? Lecturer Folin gave Professor Wayne a resentful look. He was still too soft-hearted. Otherwise, he should have had a share of this gift. Hastur arrived at Professor Wayne's house at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Professor Folin had already gone back to rest. Professor Wayne said the same thing again, and Hastur listened quietly. Professor Wayne, I have a few questions that I need you to answer for me. Telling everything you know is a good moral character that I have always adhered to. Professor Wayne smiled and invited Hastur to sit down and make him a cup of Earl Grey tea. Did you really make a new decision because you were lucky enough to pick up the key left behind by the guard? No. After I heard you talk about your plan that night, I already made a decision in my mind. You are a promising nobleman, and you should not waste your credit on such a thing. How did you hide it from everyone in the workhouse, and hide in the mountains overnight? The workhouse patrol arrangements were good, but I had someone I knew who helped me at a crucial time. Vice Dean Bard? Well, he's a better candidate than Dane to be the new director of the workhouse. Did you really hide in the mountains for a day and a night? Of course not. I took a detour through the mountains and left the dock area overnight. I spent the time at a friend's house. Hastur stopped asking, glanced at Professor Wayne, and said in a relaxed tone, So? What gift have you prepared to compensate for my hurt and fragile heart? You are truly worthy of being a student taught by me. Professor Wayne stood up with a smile, went to a bookshelf, and took out a thin piece of contract paper from a book. This is a deed to your Campbell family. Professor Wayne handed the land deed to Hastur and said, Don't show such a strange expression. Your father is a gambler and has exported a lot of property from his hands. This is just a small part of it. Hastur took the title deed and scanned it. It was a title deed for a manor specially used to grow various flowers. Although the area was not large, it was worth at least tens of thousands of gold pounds. The 10,000 pounds worth is not the most important thing. This land deed was the ancestral property of the Campbell family when they first started their business, witnessing the Campbell family's rise from humble beginnings to glory. Voltaire Campbell may have long forgotten this past event, but under the guidance of his old butler, he has always kept this history in mind. This gift is too valuable for me to accept. This belongs to your Campbell family. Now that it has been exported, it no longer belongs to the Campbell family. Professor Wayne laughed, took a sip of black tea, and then said slowly, Because you have a good housekeeper. Asta's heart trembled and he asked, Did the old housekeeper arrange it? He knows that your father is very fond of gambling, and will export all the family property sooner or later, in order to leave some assets for you. The little master? He has thought of many ways. My relationship with him is pretty good. He asked for my help, and then arranged for me to bet against your father. I lived up to his expectations, and won the land title in one night. Speaking of which, Voltaire's gambling skills and luck were terrible. I didn't do anything that night. I just looked at the cards and successfully beat him. Professor Wayne's thoughts flew back to that night's gambling, and he shook his head and smiled. I have never seen anyone with such bad gambling luck as him. Emperor Russell said this about this kind of person. He is good and loves to play. Hastur remained silent, as he had always felt this way. After a long silence, Hastur returned the land deed to Professor Wayne. I think the old butler's agreement with you is that you can keep it for me for a while, and then let me redeem it from you when I have enough money. He knew Robert the old butler very well. He was a wise old man. He would not use empty affection to ensure that Professor Wayne could return the land deed to him unconditionally. He would leave a part of the Campbell family's inheritance for himself and redeem it when he has the strength. This is the arrangement he would make. The affection between you is so enviable. Professor Wayne sighed. As a well-known law professor at Backlund University, he is also a rich man and has a very good butler. But he was sure that his butler would not be as loyal as Robert Butler. That was a man who dedicated his life to the Campbell family, and the honor of the Campbell family was his will. This is a steward that can only be cultivated by a noble family with a long history. In that case, when you graduate from me, I will return this land deed to you, and treat it as my graduation gift to you. Professor Wayne took back the land deed with a smile. Asta chuckled and said, "Isn't this condition too easy?" So far. Only that boy Lowen can truly graduate from my hands. I feel like I've learned some of your essence. Oh, tell me. Flexible bottom line. Shameless mentality. Hastur's tone was very pleasant. And he added in his mind, the shadow of order. Professor Wayne is a very talented and ambitious law professor. He gives himself and Professor Fullen two different teachings. One is the front of the rules, and the other is the shadow of order. Lecturer Fullen is actually very simple and silly. He does not have the protection of a noble status. But learning to use the law to serve the mainstream dignitaries will enable him to live a good life in the future. The knowledge taught to me involves many dark sides, allowing me to understand the overall structure of this society and the nature of the law. Learn to use the law to benefit yourself, and then wait for yourself to change the law. This should be Professor Wayne's greatest hope for himself. Chapter 33 First Meeting. Miss Justice. If Professor Wayne did not tell the truth frankly in today's conversation, but instead fooled himself like he fooled Professor Fullen, then he would definitely feel resentful because of it. In the future, when Professor Wayne is here, he will only learn his knowledge and ignore his so-called grand wishes. But Professor Wayne is indeed an old lawyer who can see into people's hearts. He knows what kind of people should be said and what things should be done. When he went to Backlund University to study law, Professor Wayne must have been eyeing him. So he took the initiative to become his law teacher. Otherwise, even the president of Backlund University would have difficulty making such an arrangement. He has done business with the old butler, owns the land deed of the Campbell family, and is his own law teacher. These are his plus points here. He was still young and had not yet truly integrated into the aristocratic circle. Greg Negan, the heir to the Duke, was still his close friend. Such a good seedling is a plus point for him. Why is it that once the surface of tenderness is revealed, it is all naked calculation? Is this also a lesson Professor Wayne wants to teach himself? Hastur was thoughtful. And Professor Wayne, who was sitting opposite, said with a smile, "Yes. You do learn very quickly. One answer seems to answer two questions. Being good at learning has always been my strength." Hastur also laughed. No matter what purpose Professor Wayne had, he never felt sorry for himself. The two sat and chatted for a long time. Lecturer Fullen, who had gone home for a short break, also came to Professor Wayne's house. As the three of them chatted, the topic returned to the workhouse. Is Dean Don really the source of all evil? The person who raised the question was Hastur. He wanted to give Professor Wayne a little reminder that Dean Don was not a good person. And Vice Dean Bard, who had always been at odds with Dean Don, was not necessarily a good person either. Professor Wayne said with emotion, "Who can tell whether it is the source or not? As long as the children living in the workhouse can live a better life, then what we do has its meaning." Seeing this, Hastur stopped saying anything. Anyway, he probably wouldn't go to the almshouse again. The three of them chatted until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and Hastur left. He wanted to go back and take a rest before preparing to attend Greg's banquet tonight. Attending a banquet hosted by such a great nobleman requires a lot of preparations in advance. Dress appropriately, have the right perfume, and have a light meal before the banquet. You must also pay attention in advance to who are the nobles attending the banquet tonight, so as not to not know anyone by then. There is also a certain time to set off and arrive at the banquet venue around. Generally speaking, the more powerful the nobles are, the later they will arrive. If you arrive later than the big nobles, you will definitely be ridiculed and make others unhappy. If you arrive at the same time, your appearance will appear dull and will cause the displeasure of the great nobles. What level do you think you dare to arrive at the banquet with me? This is probably the mentality. Only by arriving earlier than the nobles will you have a chance to show off your charm. Noble ladies are most familiar with this matter and care about it the most. Many noble ladies started making various preparations for this banquet several days in advance. New clothes, new gems, new diamond rings, new perfume. Always try to show your best side as much as possible. If you are lucky enough to receive an invitation to a royal banquet, then this kind of preparation will be even more terrifying. Sometimes, in order to wear a well-groomed skirt, they will go on a diet in advance, even tighten their belts, and take laxatives to make their waists appear slimmer and slimmer. The banquet held by Greg for the protagonist is not that exaggerated. After all, he is not Duke Negan. Real nobles usually only allow their descendants to attend. It needs to be taken seriously, but it's not that scary. Neil is a very reliable housekeeper and has great experience in dealing with these matters. He believed that although the Campbell family was in decline, it was not comparable to ordinary nobles. It should at least be equal to ordinary earls. After all, this is a hereditary title. If Voltaire Campbell hadn't been too outrageous, Hastur would have inherited the title of Earl. The gap between the Earl and the Baron is huge. For this reason, Neil transformed Voltaire Campbell's exclusive carriage to serve as the carriage carrying Hastur tonight. Hastur had no involvement in these careful and cumbersome arrangements, leaving everything to Neil. As Neil himself said, if a noble is bothered by something like this, then their steward must be incompetent. There is only one thing that Hastur has to do, and that is to wash up, put on the banquet dress, and wait patiently for the banquet to arrive. Queen's, Earl Hall's house. The setting sun shines through the bright stained glass and gently shines on the blonde hair of an elegant and noble girl sitting at the desk in front of the window. The girl was reading a book carefully. At the girl's feet, there was a big dog with the same golden hair lying on her stomach. It closed its eyes and moved its tail lazily, as if to dispel the boring atmosphere in the room. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sudden knock on the study door. The sleeping golden retriever shook its golden hair and quickly got up from the ground. Who? The girl put her finger on the page of the book and looked at the door with an elegant posture. Miss, can you come in? You should get ready. The maid asked outside the door. The girl put the bookmark on the latest page, then closed the book and said softly, Come in. Miss, you have agreed to attend Mr. Greco's banquet tonight, and now you will start trying on clothes. The maid came in. Okay. What style of gem would you like to wear tonight? The blue teardrop one. The girl's answers were brief. As she spoke, she leaned down and stretched out her hand to tease the golden retriever's chin. The maid asked some more questions about the girl's preferences tonight, then turned and left, going down to prepare clothes, gems, perfume, and other items. The girl was obviously not interested in these things, and just let her personal maid watch the arrangements. She still has some impression of Greg. It is said that she has a very good relationship with her eldest brother, and is also very good at business. If nothing else, this Lord Greco is the next Duke Negan. Due to these reasons, she did not refuse the invitation to tonight's banquet. Susie, when do you think I can find the door to the mysterious world? Viscount Greyling has been recommending a person to me recently. He seems to be named Hastur Campbell. He is a young baron. He said that he once held a resurrection ceremony and successfully survived. He has a very profound knowledge of mysticism. I will look for an opportunity to observe Baron Campbell tonight. If my impression is good, I will agree to Viscount Greyling's invitation to the next banquet. The girl's gentle and soothing voice flowed into the golden retriever's ears, only getting 2 barks in exchange. As night falls, factory workers drag their bodies back home after a tiring day to eat and rest. And the beautiful time for the nobles has just begun. Luxurious yet elegant carriages drove along the King's Avenue in Queens with the melodious sound of horse hooves. Greg Negan, the next heir to Duke Negan. His banquets are among the most exclusive in the entire aristocratic circle. Tonight's dinner starts at 7:30 and will be held in a private estate owned by the Negan family in northern Queens. At around 7 o'clock, carriages of nobles began to arrive one after another. One by one, the aristocratic ladies, who were gorgeously and delicately dressed and wearing various gemstones and diamond rings, walked briskly and showed confident and elegant smiles as they got off the carriage and entered the manor. Sometimes they talked about the latest popular new skirt styles, sometimes about which perfume was more fragrant and elegant, and some who were bolder and more open-minded whispered about which of the men present tonight was more outstanding. As for the invited male nobles, they naturally left the best place for the ladies to talk. They consciously stood on the periphery, holding a glass of wine, admiring the graceful figure deliberately displayed by the noble lady. Then we talked about some recent news in various aspects of the kingdom, as well as some romantic anecdotes among the nobles. Earl Hall's carriage arrived at the manor at almost 7:30. When Audrey Hall, Backlund's most dazzling gem, emerged from the carriage, everything here seemed to be dimmed. Her blonde hair was dyed like pure sunlight. Smooth, silky and lustrous. And her green eyes were as deep as the sea, as if they were dazzling gems hidden deep underground. She doesn't need to compete with anyone. She just needs to stand among the crowd. And she is the most dazzling light. Hold your breath and admire the beauty. This is the unanimous choice of the male nobles present. Not too many people can actually see the jewel of Earl Hall's family at a banquet. For many people, every time they see her it is a baptism of beauty. Greg, the hero of the party, came out with Hibbert Hall to welcome Audrey. Your arrival adds a lot of splendor to my banquet. You are the sister I am most proud of, and the most dazzling jewel tonight. Not far away, Hastur raised the wine glass in his hand, looked at Audrey, smiled, and whispered softly, "First meeting, Miss Justice." Chapter 34, The Legendary Dog Heroes? Asta came about 10 minutes earlier than Audrey. His arrival also attracted a lot of attention, especially the noble ladies, who were chatting happily. With his tall figure, handsome face, and youthful temperament, he is undoubtedly the most outstanding man among the nobles, who are almost 30 years old. Moreover, he is still single, and has always had a good reputation. Fortunately, tonight was a banquet hosted by Greco, so those fiery eyes were restrained. After Hastur arrived, he took a quick glance and found that Mrs. Germani was also invited tonight. When her eyes glanced over Mrs. Germani returned a more provocative look. The smile in the corners of her eyes made her look several years younger. Hastur kept a decent smile and naturally turned around to avoid the area where Mrs. Germani was. During this period, although Mrs. Germani did not block him at the court door, she often sent him banquet invitations, but he politely declined them one by one. Perhaps this move aroused Mrs. Germany's desire to win even more, so she simply stopped pretending and no longer sent news in the form of invitations, but directly sent ambiguous letters in a private name. In response, Hastur smiled every time and burned all the unopened letters. Except for the accident of Mrs. Germani, Hastur is very free here. He didn't know many aristocratic children, and there were only 3 or 4 who he really knew well. Some of them were not invited to the banquet due to insufficient status. Grey Linty, as a viscount, was not invited to the banquet either. Hastur speculated that this might be Greco's way of expressing his displeasure. He didn't know many people, so he didn't have many people to talk to. Apart from superficial pleasantries, he didn't have to deal with people. While sipping sweets, I listened to the nobles nearby talking about the latest current affairs and the anecdotes of the upper class. Very comfortable, just like at home. In addition to the dessert area, there is also a deli area. But looking at the piles of various tableware, his scalp felt numb, and he had no intention of going to the deli area to eat something. In front of each kind of food, there are special knives, forks, and spoons. There are more than 100 kinds of them in total, and they are all made of sterling silver. This way of showing off wealth is too high-end. Most people will lose their courage when seeing such a scene. This is still a relatively public banquet. If it is a private banquet at a noble family, it will be more luxurious and have more etiquette. When you sit down at the dining table, there are several kinds of tableware that you will use at the beginning. The servant will calmly replace you with special tableware according to different dishes. How to accurately select the target from these similar forks, spoons, and knives is a profound knowledge. After a banquet, each person will use dozens of tableware. If you have not received corresponding training, you will basically make a fool of yourself on the spot. Complicated, refined, and luxurious. This is the normal life of the great nobles. Hastur guessed that there might be hundreds of maids responsible for preparing today's banquet, and the money spent would start from £1,000. This is the huge gap between the great nobles and down-and-out nobles like him. It wasn't until Audrey's arrival that he caught his attention. From a man's perspective, Audrey's beauty was unmatched by all the noble ladies present. From the perspective of a noble, there is probably no more outstanding marriage partner than Audrey. Hastur just admired her for a while, and then looked away. Audrey was beautiful and Backlund's brightest gem, but she was not the type he wanted to fall in love with. As for the marriage partner, he, a down-and-out baron, was obviously incomparable to an earl's daughter who could marry into the royal family at any time. Even if he had equal status in the future, he would not have such thoughts. Audrey's beauty is better suited to be appreciated from a distance. As it is now, well, this caramel pudding tastes better tonight. Asta tasted most of the desserts tonight, and finally decided that the dessert champion tonight was caramel pudding. To show respect for the champion, he took a few more bites. So you like desserts very much. While Audrey attracted everyone's attention. Mrs. Germani, who had been paying attention to Asta's movements, finally waited for the opportunity. Asta kept smiling and pointedly said, "Sweet but not greasy," which is the best compliment for a dessert. "Are you trying to say that I'm too boring?" Mrs. Kimini was very smart, and her tone became somewhat resentful. Hastur said nothing and gave her a silent answer. If two people want to be together, one of them must take the initiative. Otherwise the person you like will slip away from you sooner or later. Is this another famous quote from Emperor Russell? He is also a love saint? Gemini was startled for a moment, and the rippling atmosphere that had just arisen was ruined by these words. Just when she was about to say something else, Hastur gave her no chance and walked towards Audrey. This made her face change slightly, and she stared straight at Hastur's back. When she saw that Hastur just passed Audrey in the end, another smile appeared on her face. "Do you want to use Miss Audrey's light to make me feel gloomy?" It's really easy to guess the little man's thoughts. With a smile on her face, Germani stood up and walked towards Audrey, chatting politely for a few words, and then gave Hastur a provocative look. Baffling. Hastur only had this idea about this. He just wanted to avoid Mrs. Germani, and had no intention of using Audrey to politely reject her. This kind of thing is so boring. He won't waste time on it. The banquet was halfway through, and soon it was time to dance. There are many people who want to invite Audrey, but most of them know that they have little chance, and Audrey will not give them this opportunity. She only danced once with her eldest brother, Hibbert Hall, and then made an excuse to go to the lounge on the second floor of the manor to avoid this period of time. Mrs. Germani looked around, but could not find Hastur, which made her very frustrated. On the second floor, in Greco's study, Hastur had already left the center of the dance floor and came here to rest. When he made the request, the housekeeper at Greco's house knew that he had a good relationship with Greco and consciously led him the way to avoid Mrs. Germani, sitting on the soft sofa in the study room. Asta closed his eyes and rested for a while. He had eaten a lot of desserts tonight and took this opportunity to digest them. After a short rest, Asta got up and walked to one of the rows of bookshelves, found a book about law and opened it. He would rather stay here and read than dance down there. At least reading can increase his knowledge and wisdom, while dancing below will only waste his time. Boom, boom, boom. 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. "Please come in." Hastur opened the book and spoke naturally. The door opened, and two figures came out of the door. Asta looked back, looking slightly startled. He originally thought that the only person who would come to the study at this time was Greg, but he didn't expect that it would be Audrey and her personal maid. Well, we also have to count Susie, the future fantasy dog. Audrey and Hastur looked at each other, feeling a bit of astonishment in each other's eyes. This is Greg's study, a place of privacy. Generally, only close people can come here. Audrey can only come to the study with Greg's permission. I thought the person inside was the servant responsible for guarding the study, but I didn't expect it to be a young and handsome aristocratic boy. Judging from age, he should be about the same age as himself. After all, his temperament is young and immature, making him look several years younger invisibly. Asta took the initiative and said, "Miss Audrey, I'm glad to meet you here. If you don't mind, would you like to enjoy some quiet reading time?" He was seeing the most exciting part and didn't want to be distracted at this time. Audrey nodded calmly and sat on the other side of the sofa under the vigilant protection of the maid. After sitting for a while, Audrey deliberately asked about the other party's identity. It could be seen that the other party was reading so seriously that she was too embarrassed to disturb him. After all, I don't know the other person, so this is quite rude. After thinking about it, she left the sofa, stood up, and walked to several rows of bookshelves. She wanted to find suitable books here, and had no intention of going back and sitting on the sofa. Greg's study is very large and has a rich collection of books. Many rare books are collected here, and there are even many books that record knowledge of mysticism. If it weren't for the fact that her personal maid was still around, she would definitely find a related book to read. After about 10 minutes, Hastur finished reading the key points, closed the book, scanned around, and found Audrey deep in the bookshelf, quietly flipping through the books. Hastur glanced twice and then set his sights on Susie, the future fantasy dog. At the moment, Susie has not taken the magic potion and has become an audience dog, but is only generally smart. Facing Hastur's hooking of his index finger, it didn't even look at it and found a place to lie down not far from Audrey. The tail wags gently, as if refusing all disturbances that may affect sleep. Susie must be a female. Right? Should I raise a big male dog in the future and give it the audience potion so that it can become a magical dog couple with Susie? In this way, they can keep each other company. When no one is around, they can get together to discuss which human being was stupid again today. Hastur imagined the scene in his mind of two extraordinary dogs getting along. Chapter 35, a future that conforms to the trend of the times. Oh, do you know my master, Miss Audrey? Although she usually looks so dignified and elegant, there is actually a child who has not grown up living in her heart. Well, my master also has a side that no one knows about. Although he looks aristocratic in front of others and has a bright and sunny smile, in private he is very sinister and likes to eat desserts that only children like to eat. Miss Audrey sometimes likes to talk to herself, and she also likes to ask me questions. But I'm just a dog, and it's really difficult to answer these questions for her. My master likes to tease me, but those actions are too childish in my opinion. I can only be more patient and play with him for a while. Oh, they really don't let us worry. We are obviously just a dog, but we have to worry so much about them. Yes, we are obviously just dogs. The two extraordinary dogs looked at each other and fell into deep thought. This picture is so familiar. Hastur thought for a while and decided to give up the idea of raising a super dog that could rival Susie. If they really get together, God knows what they can talk about. It is estimated that by then, all the privacy of himself and Audrey will be stripped away. It's better to raise other extraordinary creatures. Cats are quite good. You can let it go out to collect some information, and you can pet the cat when nothing happens. It's best to enhance its combat power so that it can chase Susie around in the future. Hastur couldn't stop thinking. Susie, who was sleeping on the ground, shuddered, glanced around in a panic, and finally took a frightened look at Hastur, who was deep in thought. The only wisdom it is tells it, this human being is not easy to mess with, so stay away from him in the future. Susie got up, came to Audrey's feet, rubbed her trousers, and then laid down again where Asta couldn't see, swaying her golden tail. There was no trace of Susie in his sight, and Hastur also retracted his scattered thoughts and focused his attention on the book in his hand again. There is something unusual about the book of law that is worthy of being collected by Greg. The content of this book and the themes it represents are both rebellious and righteous. In the book, the author severely denounces the imperfection of the loan law and believes that the current loan law pays too much attention to the interests of the nobility. However, the nobles of the old era no longer have the ability to make new cakes. The rights should be transferred, at least from the old nobles, shun out from the hand. In this process, the law must also pay attention to justice, whether it is procedural justice or resultant justice. Ordinary people must see the hope that everyone is equal before the law. The more Hastur read, the more he felt that this book was very similar to the style of Lecturer Follin, which emphasized the justice of rules. Could this book really be written by Professor Follin? Asta flipped through a few more pages, feeling more and more that the content in the book was very similar to the insights that Lecturer Follin would say. He directly turned the book to the last page, and found that Professor Follin's name was not found in the author's signature, but Professor Wayne's name appeared. Wayne Elric, TSK. The young Professor Wayne turned out to be the current Lecturer Follin. Hastur whispered with a smile, closed the book, and for a moment had no desire to open the book again. Of course, there are many disadvantages in the loan law, but many of these disadvantages are to protect the interests of the nobles. And he is a noble. In the future, he will definitely not be limited to a baron, but will become a duke and a prince. This is not only the glory of the Campbell family's rise, but also the only path to his extraordinary path. When he stood at the top of the nobility, his interests naturally represented the interests of the nobility. To weaken his own interests and achieve the perfection of the law, he did not think that he would make such a choice when he reached that position. Equality and freedom sounds wonderful, but it is not suitable for this era at this stage. He quite agrees with the concept revealed by Adam becoming a god, and it is in line with the future trend of the times. Every era has its own wave. He won't make waves in secret like Adam, but when a new wave appears, he doesn't mind a little push. The end of the world is coming soon. If you think about it carefully, this kind of thing is nothing at all. Hastur leaned on the sofa, closing his eyes and thinking. He didn't open his eyes until the door opened again. Two more figures opened the door and came in. One was tonight's protagonist, Greg, and the other was Audrey's eldest brother Hibbert. This is my good friend, Hastur Campbell, the current heir of the Campbell family. Greco introduced Hibbert with a smile. I have heard the name of Baron Campbell from many noble ladies. When I saw him today, I realized that they were still too modest. Hibbert made a little joke to express his friendliness and closeness. Only when I see Lord Hibbert can I understand how handsome Earl Hall was when he was young. After the two sides exchanged a few words, Greco and Hibbert also sat on the sofa, deep in the bookshelf. Audrey was flipping through books. She stopped for a moment, listened carefully for a while, and then whispered in her heart, "It turns out that he is Baron Hastur Campbell, who is knowledgeable in the occult." This time, Graydland seems not to beautify his friend too much. Her first impression of Baron Hastur Campbell was that of a scholar who loved reading and specialized in studying knowledge. This gives Graydland's statement that he is knowledgeable about the occult a high degree of credibility. Woof woof. Susie suddenly shouted twice, interrupting Audrey's thinking and successfully attracting the attention of the three people on the sofa. Is my sister here too? Hibbert still had a smile on his face, but his expression was much more serious. She said she wanted to visit my study before, but she didn't expect to come to this study as well, Greco said, glanced at Asta and asked curiously, Asta, did you have any unpleasant conversations with Miss Audrey? This question was a bit difficult for Asta to answer. From the moment Audrey entered the door to now, he has only said one sentence to her. It would be too rude to say this. After all, facing a beauty like Audrey, few men can resist the urge to go up and talk. Right? Seeing that Hastur did not respond immediately, Hibbert frowned slightly, and Greg teased Asta. As a noble, when facing a beautiful lady, excessive enthusiasm will make the other party avoid you. Apparently, like Hibbert, had misunderstood something. Hastur sighed. He had no thoughts or actions to tease Audrey. Miss Audrey's beauty shocked me so much that I only had time to say a word of praise. Hastur tried to speak as tactfully as possible. Dear brother, are you frowning slightly because you suspect that Baron Campbell will do something rude to me? In this case, you will lose Baron Campbell, an excellent friend. Audrey walked over with a smile, accompanied by her maid, and started teasing her eldest brother to resolve the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Hibbert smiled and said, Your beauty always makes me, my eldest brother, deeply worried about you. Any excessive speculation seems so reasonable under your beauty. A few words of question and answer made the original awkward atmosphere disappear. As expected of a nobleman who is good at conversational speech, he made people feel very comfortable when he spoke. Greco, as the protagonist of the night, just chatted for a while, and then went downstairs to receive other guests. Hibbert is very interested in Hastur, and there are only 2 or 3 people who can be called friends by Greco. Even he is only a partner, a political and business ally in Greco's eyes. Audrey was also very interested in Hastur's occult knowledge, but she was not in a hurry. After chatting for a while, she left under the escort of her maid, leaving the opportunity to chat tonight to her elder brother. We met before, when you were still very young. I didn't expect that it has been several years since we met again, without outsiders present. Hibbert's tone was much more casual. Well, it should be 5 years. Hastur had met Hibbert at a banquet. At that time, Voltaire Campbell had not lost the house in Queens. As the heir of a hereditary earl, it was normal to interact with such high-class banquets. 5 years is really a long time. Looking at you, I can't help but think of my brother, who is far away in the southern continent. He should also miss your brother in the southern continent. Asta replied with a smile, and murmured in his heart, if it weren't for you, your brother probably wouldn't have left Backland to open up wasteland in the southern continent and work hard. There can only be one heir in a noble family. Fortunately, Hibbert was born into this world earlier than his brother Alfred Hall. So the different fates of the 2 people were determined. If Alfred did not leave Backland, he would have to rely on Hibbert for the rest of his life. Although he had no worries about food and clothing and a comfortable life, he would never see any hope of getting ahead. Going to the southern continent to fight was Alfred's only choice out of self-respect and to prove himself. The dance is over, and those who look at each other have already met in the back garden, while those who are not attracted to each other can only taste the loneliness of the night silently. Mrs. Gamini, who looked down on other men, was sulking and looking enviously at the noble ladies, who were obviously more radiant than before. What made her even more angry was that not long ago, Greco's butler came to tell her to stop pestering Baron Hastur Campbell, lest it affect his reputation. Chapter 36 Legal Aid. April 2nd. Sunday. Asta got up at 8 o'clock, got dressed, had breakfast and took a carriage to Backland University. In the carriage, Hastur quietly thought about the extraordinary party that would be held tonight. Except for a solid unicorn crystal of an earth rhinoceros, he had already collected all the extraordinary materials needed for the barbarian potion formula. The extraordinary gathering at the brave man's bar collected materials too slowly, and there was no news of the solid horn crystal of the earth rhinoceros. In addition, there is a woman there who is also about to be promoted to barbarian, and is also collecting this extraordinary material. It will be difficult for him to collect it in a short time. In order to collect the barbarian potion as soon as possible, he planned to attend the extraordinary party held by Mr. A tonight. Although the people in the Aurora Society are more crazy, their level is much higher than the extraordinary party in the Brave Bar. It shouldn't be too difficult to buy the Earth Rhino solid unicorn crystal at the party. He could prepare a few more gold pounds for this purpose. What is more difficult for him now is how to hide his true identity as much as possible at the extraordinary party held by Mr. A. Although it is relatively normal for a noble to embark on the path of the Black Emperor, he does not want too many people to know where he is before he becomes truly powerful. Of course, he had another option: seeking help from Greco. As the heir of Duke Negan, he is surrounded by the protection of extraordinaries. Maybe he himself is an extraordinary in the Black Emperor path. Although it is difficult to purchase the solid horn crystals of Earth Rhinoceros, Greco and his family must have a lot of them in stock. Hastur thought for a long time and decided to put seeking help from Greg as the last alternative, and try his luck with Mr. A first. The carriage traveled all the way and soon arrived at Backland University. Professor Wayne was already waiting in the classroom early and was currently writing on the blackboard the legal knowledge to be taught today. Have you read the 3 books I recommended you to read last time? Do you remember them? Professor Wayne asked casually while writing on the blackboard. Yes, I already remember it. Let me test you. Professor Wayne began to ask about the contents of the 3 Torah books to test whether Hastur really grasped the knowledge inside. After asking 7 or 8 questions in a row, Hastur answered them one by one. Professor Wayne nodded with satisfaction and put down the chalk in his hand. Very good. My memory is pretty good. I'm really suitable for becoming a lawyer, Asta said with a smile. It's all because the teacher taught me well. After the last Workhouse incident, he also followed Professor Folan in calling Professor Wayne teacher, which is a more intimate title. I will accept this praise. Emperor Russell has a saying that goes like this: a person is better than a person who is good at it. The smile on Hastur's face froze slightly, and he couldn't help but complain a few words in his heart. Why are you everywhere? Emperor Russell? Also, the teacher meant to praise me, not you. Come on. Let's start today's teaching. After chatting for a few words, Professor Wayne entered the teaching mode. After finishing today's study, Asta did not leave the classroom, but stayed in his seat to copy the knowledge points on the blackboard. This made him feel like he was dreaming back to his high school days. Every time after class, the teacher would finish class early and leave a blackboard with knowledge points for them to copy. It's also a beautiful name. At this time, people in other classes are rushing to the cafeteria. The road will be crowded, and you will get injured if you are not careful. It is better to finish school 10 minutes later and stagger the peak period. This sentence sounds reasonable, but other teachers think so too. Hastur silently finished copying the contents on the blackboard, took a break, and looked at the time. It was 11:40. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Lecturer Folan appeared. Mr. Hastur, please forgive me for taking a little time today. The time is right now. I've just finished my studies. The two smiled and exchanged a few words, and Lecturer Folan and Asta went to the cafeteria to eat together. It has been a week since the last Grec banquet. During this week, Hastur often enjoyed lunch with Lecturer Folan. Both of them are Professor Wayne's valued students, and they get along well with each other in many ways, especially Professor Folan, who is very good at chatting and telling stories. He can tell an ordinary legal story in an extraordinarily exciting way and make people listen. You can also dismantle complicated legal cases in the simplest way so that people can easily understand the meaning. He was really well suited to be a Torah lecturer. In addition to these 2 points, whenever Lecturer Folan has free time every afternoon, he will take Asta with him to the Jowwood district to work as a legal aid, helping some suffering people who cannot afford lawyers for free. This move will greatly help Hastur digest the lawyer's potion. In a few days, he should be able to completely digest the lawyer's potion. Jowwood district. There are a large number of lone civilians living here. Although their lives are not rich, they can basically maintain food and clothing, and they are not like the chaos and poverty in the East District. Lecturer Fallen and Haster took the steam train and arrived at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. As a lawyer with a strong sense of justice, Lecturer Foran once established a legal association with other lawyers called the Research Association for the Implementation of Justice. When Haster first heard the name of the association, he wanted to change it directly to the Justice League. After thinking about it later, I decided to forget it. After all, Lecturer Falun and the others were just ordinary people. We should leave the fight against evil to the Seven Righteous Gods Church. The Justice Research Association has a secret base in the Jowood district that is difficult for ordinary people to know. According to Lecturer Falun, this is not an ordinary stronghold, but a place of hope that gathers the future laws of Lone. It is the soil from which justice is born, and the spear that implements fairness. Well, it's actually just an ordinary law firm. There are only 5 people in the entire Justice Research Association, including Haster, who has not yet officially joined. Lecturer Falun and Asta came to the law firm. The other 3 were busy with their own affairs for the time being. Today, it was up to the 2 of them to provide legal aid to those in need. Asta chose the location of the legal aid near the Holy Wind Church. Originally, Lecturer Falun wanted to locate the location near the Workhouse. After all, there were more people in need of help there. But this proposal was directly rejected by Asta. A place like the Workhouse cannot be safer than near the Holy Wind Church. Although Old Storm Pigeon can be very irritable at times, he will never stand aside when it's time to take action. And he still feels very safe. Moreover, if you encounter irresistible force, you can still shout his honorable name and seek his help. The clergy of the nearby Holy Wind Church knew the purpose of Lecturer Haster and Foran's visit, so they specially came to provide them with some help. Among the 2 temporarily rented rooms, Professor Asta and Foran each chose one as the place where they would work today. Haster sat on a chair, his hands naturally placed on the table, with a cup of Earl Grey tea and his substantial cane beside him. After adjusting his mentality a little, he put down the black curtain. His eyes were sharper and his expression was serious. He looked at the door of the room and said in a deep voice, "Come in." When he first came here to serve as a legal aid, because of his smile, gentle attitude, and slightly immature appearance, it was easy for people to doubt his professionalism. The male seekers were okay. They would cryptically express that they would refer to the advice, and then go to Lecturer Fallon's door to queue up. It is more troublesome for some female help seekers. Generally, people who need legal aid have hidden pain in their hearts that they want to vent. Facing Haster, they naturally regarded him as a listener and a dumping bucket for tears. Someone was crying heartbrokenly 1 second, and the next second she was begging Haster to hug her. Others were talking about their tragic experiences while quietly approaching Haster. This made him very uncomfortable, and he couldn't say harsh words to drive people away. In short, he just felt very uncomfortable. Later, he discussed with Professor Falun and decided to draw a black curtain in front of the table to block the view of the seeker. This method is really good. It not only blocks those distrustful eyes, but also saves a lot of unnecessary entanglements. It also increases confidentiality and makes the seekers more willing to reveal their feelings. After waiting for about 5 seconds, the first caller of the day came in. Haster also couldn't see the other person clearly, and could only guess their identity from the other person's speech and behavior. Today's seeker should be a middle-aged man in his 40s. His trouble is about property distribution. He has 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl. The eldest son is 23 years old. The youngest son is 11 years old. And his daughter is 17 years old. She is not married yet. Originally, his family's conditions were only above the food and clothing line. Although the family was not very rich in material terms, they had a good relationship with each other. But when he made a lot of money last year because of his luck and vision, the originally happy family underwent subtle changes. The eldest son is already married and has a child. Logically speaking, he should be the best choice to inherit the property. However, the eldest son's mother is no longer alive, and the younger son's mother is his current wife. Regarding the issue of property division, she naturally wanted to fight for her son. Separating the family, this is the solution she proposed: to let the eldest son's family move to another place, give him a sum of money, and then other properties will be inherited by her son. The eldest son's family was naturally unwilling. He even threatened his stepmother many times. If he could not inherit the property, then he would not care about brotherhood. The implication is that he might be cruel to his younger brother. This is not uncommon when faced with huge property disputes. As long as other people who may inherit are eliminated, the eldest son will be the only heir. What this seeker is most afraid of now is the tragedy of his son committing suicide. So he hesitates to make a decision. Hastur silently listened to the middle-aged man's story, and already had an idea in his mind. Things like this are actually very common, and they are more obvious in noble families. Fortunately, the law of Rune only protects the inheritance rights of the eldest son. How much other descendants can get depends on how generous the eldest son is. There is no legal problem in just kicking other people out without giving them even one penny. However, this kind of behavior is very dishonorable. Under normal circumstances, no nobles will do this. On the contrary, they will give their brothers a considerable portion of their property to show their generosity. Another point is that the stepmother cannot directly intervene in the property distribution of the nobles. No matter how favored she is, her children will not be able to inherit the title unless there are no other suitable heirs in front of her children. Ordinary civilians don't have much property. Generally, they don't have much property to inherit, and what they inherit may even be a pile of debts. In this case, it is difficult to have property disputes. There are more cases where the problem is the support of the elderly. Chapter 37. An Old Man. A story. What outcome do you want most? Of course, our family can live in harmony, and no longer have barriers and disputes over money. I also hope that my eldest son can be kinder and treat his younger brother better. Then you are willing to leave all the family property to your eldest son to inherit it, in exchange for his taking care of your younger son in the future? I no longer dare to expect him to have such a kind heart. This is also what I have been struggling with. Then you prefer to hand over the property to your young son? He's still too young. Having said this, Hastur already understood the middle-aged man's thoughts. He would rather distribute his property to his younger son. But because his older son may act impulsively, he will get into trouble. It is not difficult to solve his troubles. Just let him postpone the inheritance of property until his younger son grows up. You can divide the property into two parts, large and small, and then find an excellent notary to complete the notarization and protect the property for you. Wait 10 years or after your death, and then let the notary public handle the property according to your wishes. Make allocations. Hastur offered his own little advice, even though it was a bit unfair to the eldest son. But this is not something that a lawyer like him should consider. He is just protecting their employer's interests within the scope permitted by loans laws. If the person who comes here to seek help from him today is the eldest son of a middle-aged man, then he will try his best to fight for his eldest son's interests within the scope of loans law. In this aspect, lawyer's attitude is still very equal. The middle-aged man hesitated and said, "But shouldn't the inheritance rights of property belong exclusively to the eldest son? That's what the noble men do. First of all, you are not a noble, and there is no title in your family that needs to be inherited. Secondly, the loan law has different requirements for nobles and commoners in this regard. Finally, there are certain prerequisites to ensure the priority of inheritance for the eldest son, even if it is a noble gentleman." Asta explained, "If the eldest son is poor in all aspects, for example, he is extremely unfilial, has a bad reputation, and people have a low opinion of him, then he can be replaced by a better heir. The loan law also leaves a certain amount of leeway for the nobles in this regard. As for civilians like middle-aged men, their property distribution is not worthy of being truly protected by the law. To put it another way, middle-aged men have greater freedom than nobles when it comes to distributing property. Then, if the notary office embezzles my property in the future, what should I do to protect my rights and interests?" The middle-aged man has already made some moves. At this point, Asta can't guarantee anything. Even if the money is deposited in the bank, it may be stolen. No matter what industry there are trustworthy and untrustworthy people. I can only hope that you can find a notary who is truly fair and just. The middle-aged man was silent for a long time, then stood up, took off his hat and saluted. "Thank you for your guidance. Being able to help you is the greatest compliment to me." Asta responded with a smile. "I think I should pay a certain amount of gold pounds as a reward for this matter. But I feel that this is an insult to your noble character." The middle-aged man suddenly said this when he was leaving the house. Hastur looked calm and was speechless. After a minute of rest, a second caller walked in from outside. The voice sounded like that of a woman. Her trouble was the divorce issue of her husband cheating on her. This problem is not difficult to solve. Either divorce or continue to make do. Of course, if the situation is intense, it may turn into a family homicide. This lady no longer wants to continue living with her current husband and wants to use this matter to obtain more financial compensation for herself and her children. This is a very reasonable request and is also protected by the law of loan. But the two did not reach an agreement on the issue of financial compensation. The husband believed that the financial compensation demanded by his wife was too much, while the wife believed that this was a reasonable request from the betrayed party. After several discussions ended unhappily, the husband directly made harsh words, either accepting the amount of compensation he proposed or going to court to sue him. After recounting her experience, the lady asked in a low voice, "I heard that if I really wanted to go to court to sue him, the judge would not side with me. Instead, he would think that the amount of compensation I requested was too excessive." Asta tapped the fingers of his right hand on the table to signal the lady to pay more attention. After she waited quietly for a while, Asta spoke. "The loan law will indeed protect the interests of the cheated party in the marriage, and the amount of compensation will be appropriately increased in the event of divorce because of this incident. However, the law does not specify the amount of this amount, nor does it detail the fraction of the property. Normally, the two parties would conduct multiple mediations and then compromise on a compensation range acceptable to both parties. If your husband is never willing to accept mediation, it will be difficult for you to obtain adequate compensation from him in the end, even if it is what you deserve. In this matter, loan law is more in the interests of men, because cheating is not uncommon among loan nobles. But the way aristocratic couples get along is different from that of commoners. Even if they find out that the other party has cheated and betrayed, they may still continue to live together and then play their own lives. At this time, cheating can hardly be a reasonable request for more financial compensation. Between civilian couples, if one party cheats, it is a big deal for the entire family, and the originally happy life will most likely fall apart. Then how should I protect my own interests?" The lady was a little anxious. Asta smiled and said, "I would like to ask, are you a believer of the goddess?" "Yes. I have always believed in the goddess devoutly. She is the most important pillar of my soul. It was his gentleness that allowed me to get through the most difficult days. Praise the goddess." As the lady spoke, she tapped her chest 4 times piously, drawing a crimson moon. "Then what does your husband believe in?" "He's a believer in storms." At this point, the lady gritted her teeth and said, "I should have followed my parents' advice back then and stayed away from the followers of storm. They are so rude and ruthless, and they are not suitable for spending life together." Asta thought for a while and said, "Is he still a businessman?" "Yes. He was engaged in some sailing business and made a lot of money over the years. It was at this time that he betrayed our love." "Well, then you go to court and sue him. But before that, you can go to the goddess's church to tell the clergy about your grievances, so that more people will know about your husband's cheating. Is this useful? It should not take a few days before he will take the initiative to negotiate with you, and then your demands will be met." The lady doesn't know why the lawyer behind the curtain has such confidence, but such words are very trustworthy and useful. The two chatted for a while, and the lady made a small request, wanting to open the curtain and take a look at Hastur. For such a small request, Hastur naturally refused with a smile. Finally, the lady praised Hastur's gentle voice before getting up and leaving. In the following time, Asta adhered to the basic qualities of a lawyer and provided corresponding advice to many people seeking help. The person who asked for help most impressed him was an old man. He must be in his 60s. He spoke in a low voice and occasionally stopped to take a breath. In his intermittent narration, a cruel story was told. The old man is not an original resident of Backland. He is from Winter County, because Winter County is close to Fuzak. The situation often changes with the relationship between the two countries. Some areas have been at war with Fuzak all the year round, and have been feuding for generations. The old man came from such a family. Both his grandfather and grandfather were killed in the war with Fuzak. After his father was also killed in battle, he also inherited the iron-blooded will of his ancestors. He joined the army without hesitation and participated in the war to defend the country. After several years, he fought hundreds of battles, large and small, and fought hard. On a battlefield with such a terrible mortality rate, he still survived by virtue of his courage and luck. When he was 28 years old, he was seriously injured and separated from the main army. He fled all the way, escaping across the border into Fuzak's territory. He fainted near a small stream. Like the protagonist in the legendary story, he was rescued by a village ruled by Fuzak. In order to survive, he lied that he was a soldier of Fuzak, and that he was lucky enough to survive the battle with Lone's army. Perhaps because of his realistic acting skills, or because the villagers were too simple and kind, he managed to get through and stay in the village to recuperate. His scars made him look very masculine, which aroused the admiration of many girls. Among them was a young girl who was difficult to control. Soon the two had a relationship. and the girl became pregnant successfully. When the girl shyly took his hand, put it in his ear, and whispered to him that she was pregnant with his child, he woke up from this short-term tenderness. He is a soldier of Lone, and the people here are all Fezak's subjects. The things they usually discuss are how invincible Fezak's army is, and how many enemies they have killed during this period, among which the Kingdom of Lone is also their hunting target. These people are enemies, the descendants of the murderers who killed their ancestors. The feud between Fezak and Luen is a contradiction that can never be reconciled. He had struggled, been timid, and was secretly happy that he had an offspring. But there was more fear in his heart that could not be wiped away. He was forcing himself to make a cruel decision. Just like the cowardly apostle in the song who knew he couldn't but still wanted to make a deal with the devil. Finally, he took action. While the village was holding a grand gathering to celebrate the harvest, he contacted a lone team wandering in the nearby mountains. Soon disaster struck, and the entire village was washed with blood. Even the young girl who loved him and was pregnant with his child was not spared. They both died and were eventually burned to ashes in a fire. He, an executioner, was commended by his superiors for this incident and received many rewards. He tried his best to stop thinking about the right and wrong of this matter and focused on the battle with Fezak's army. But the more he fought, the more confused he became. For what reason was he fighting? Is it the righteousness of defending the country? But he is also a murderer and an arsonist, and Lone may not have any plans to annex Fezak. Who is the righteous party? Finally, he put down his weapons, left the battlefield, left Winter County, and came to Backland, known as the City of Hope. It was here that he saw what it means to be a superior noble, what war is like child's play, and what the benefits of mutual cooperation are. It turns out that the only people at the bottom who are truly hostile to each other and are mortal enemies of each other are them. He looked at the capital of the kingdom that he once guarded. If he had known earlier that his bloody battle would be nothing more than a victim of the interests of the big shots, then will he continue to fight on the battlefield? If I were born in Backland, would my attitude toward Fezak's army be different? In a trance, he dreamed of the girl who loved him wholeheartedly and his unborn child. Will he be a boy or a girl? If he had stayed in that village, would his children have already married and had children? Or had children and lived a good life? If I had stayed in that village. Chapter 38 The Penitent. The Eternal Warrior. If you stay in that village? This is a question that the old man has been thinking about over the years. He also knows that time cannot flow backwards, and he cannot return to the intersection where he made a new choice. He came here to tell this story because of the guilt in his heart and to repent of his past sins. He wanted to go to court to face his belated trial, but he didn't know whether the court would accept the absurd behavior of an old man like him. Perhaps those judges and jurors will just think that they are old fools and sneer at their own stories. They will even praise their imaginary stories as not bad, and then tell them as a joke when they are drunk and gossiping. This question made Hastur fall into silence. It is impossible for the Kingdom of Lone to allow the old man to go to court and admit that the past killings were wrong, because in this way, the wrong people are not just the old people, but the royal family and the powerful. Moreover, this is also a disguised admission that the war between the Lone Kingdom and Fezak is far less just than ordinary people think. This is absolutely not allowed. If the old man's story were told from a different perspective. For example, the man rescued by the village was a soldier of Fezak, and the place that was destroyed was a village in the Kingdom of Lone. Then, the Lone royal family and dignitaries will definitely let the old man tell such a thing at a critical moment, so that the people can see Fezak's cruelty and terror. Unfortunately, it cannot be replaced. Is the old man at fault? Hastur is not qualified to judge him. But if the protagonist is him, he will only quietly take away the girl who loves him wholeheartedly after recovering from the injury. Then leave the battlefield and find a quiet small village to spend the rest of his life. Sir, I don't think I can help you in this matter, Hastur said, his tone solemn and apologetic. If he was involved in this matter, the final result would be just one more drowned noble body in the Taysock River. Your words are the greatest help to me. The old man stood up tremblingly, with no trace of disappointment on his face, as if he was not surprised by such an answer. Sir, there are many things that we can't change now. Asta thought for a long time and finally said this. Yes, I understand. The old man's tone was very relaxed. With a faint smile on his face, he said goodbye to Hastur and turned to leave. Hastur suddenly wanted to open the curtain and take a look at this legendary old man, but he still resisted the urge. Even if he saw him, he couldn't help him. After the old man left, Hastur sat quietly for a long time, and finally sighed. As expected, he still couldn't just sit back and watch the old man die. After a moment of silence, Hastur stood up and left through the back door. After going to say hello to lecturer Falun, he took a carriage to the nearest court. When he arrived at the court, Asta glanced at his pocket watch. It was 5:20, which was 40 minutes before the court closed. He got out of the carriage and stood waiting near the courthouse gate. If he guessed correctly, the old man should already be on his way here. From the old man's confession to his final relief, Hastur already understood what he was thinking. Although the old man knows that his behavior is absurd and ridiculous, and nothing can be changed, he still does it because he is old. Some people will become extremely panicked when death is approaching, while others will feel relieved when they look back on the past. The old man belongs to the latter. So he will come. And today, after waiting for about 10 minutes, Hastur saw an old man getting off the carriage. The old man was wearing a black formal suit, leaning on a cane, and his silver hair was neatly combed. The deep wrinkles carved by the years were like knives and axes. His dark brown pupils contained the calmness of the vicissitudes of life, and the faint smile on his face was calmness in facing the ups and downs of life. With just one glance, Hastur recognized that this was the old man who had just asked for his help. The old man looked at the court in front of him, where crimes were judged, and subconsciously bent down. Then he straightened up again and walked towards him with firm steps. As he approached the door of the court, Hastur took a step forward and said, "Sir, you can only repent for the things you are guilty of while you are alive." The old man paused, looked at Hastur carefully, and said with a smile, "May you have no regrets in the future. Same for you." It was an afternoon full of surprises. Under the gaze of Hastur, the old man walked into the court with a smile. Hastur did not follow, nor did he say anything. He just watched silently as the old man disappeared from sight and entered the hall that symbolized judgment. "Baron Campbell, we meet again. Thank you for your generosity last time." At night, at Gravelindy's house, Hastur met Zio and Forsey again. In order to get in touch with the extraordinary party held by Mr. A, Hastur sought the introduction of Forsey through Gravelin, nominally claiming that he was interested in this extraordinary party. Unexpectedly, Zio also followed Forsey this time. "Ms. Hugh, I would also like to thank you for your contribution to rescuing Professor Wayne last time." Hastur replied with a smile. 3 question marks flashed over Forsey's head. He glanced at Hastur and then stared at Zio, trying to find out the relationship between them from their conversations and expressions. Just an unexpected hire. Zio couldn't stand Forsey's gaze, so she could only give a simple explanation. Seeing Forsey's thoughtful gaze, Zio secretly touched her shoulder and told her to pay attention to her image. "It's getting late. We can go." "Well, I'm sure it will be an interesting night." Hastur smiled and left in a carriage with Forsey and Zio. As for Viscount Gravelin, he had something to deal with tonight and really couldn't get away. He just entrusted Hastur to help him ask the pharmacist for the potion formula. Matter. The last time this mission was taken on by Furs. There had been no news since then, until they contacted each other some time ago, when Furs politely apologized to him and said that she had no way to find the vampires hiding in the darkness. In fact, Forsey just asked Zio to post a mission to find vampires, and then nothing happened again. It took the carriage more than 10 minutes to reach its destination, which was a wooden house on the roadside. The environment here looked very desolate and remote. The 3 of them got off the carriage and came to the wooden door. Zio said, "It's better to try not to reveal your true identity when attending this extraordinary gathering." In order to prepare for this extraordinary gathering, she herself went through no less than 3 layers of disguise, and even used insoles to increase her height. Well, she swore that it was really just a little bit higher. This was out of the need to disguise, not because she disliked herself for being too short. Hastur also went through some disguise, wearing a black robe that could cover his whole body, and a black hood to block his hair color, and his face was wearing a randomly bought catface mask. He was leaning on a cane that could draw out a sharp sword when necessary. This was a good thing he found while sorting out the relics left by the original owner. This cane is silver gray in color. The head of the cane is inlaid with a large white-yellow crystal. A short section of the cane is twisted in a spiral pattern. Inside the cane is an elegant and slender sword, about 60 centimeters in length. Hastur tried to pull out the sword to test its strength. It was very thin and sharp, and could easily cut through hard bones. The steel was unusual, and the forging skills were excellent, so it was not easy to curl the blade. He suspected that this sword might be some extraordinary weapon, but he had not discovered its extraordinary use yet. Seeing that Hastur and Forsey were ready, Zyle came to the wooden door and knocked on it in a rhythm of 3 long and 2 short. With a creak, the wooden door slowly opened, and there were already many participants sitting inside. Most of them used various methods to hide their true appearance, and only a few of them revealed their true appearance calmly. The 3 of them walked in, and the wooden door was closed again by the attendant. Their arrival attracted the attention of everyone present, among which Mr. A's gaze was the most impressive. His eyes were like 2 slippery tentacles, crawling over people's bodies as they looked, as if they wanted to pull off other people's clothes and penetrate deeply. This goosebump feeling was disgusting. This also made Hastur recognize who Mr. A was at a glance, but he remained silent and deliberately showed a hint of curiosity. Zyle introduced, "That person is Mr. A powerful, extraordinary person, and the convener of this extraordinary gathering." Hastur nodded silently, while Forsey looked at the 2 blackboards erected in front of him, with lines of words written on them. "You introduced some of the trading rules here to Asta, who came here for the first time to attend an extraordinary gathering. What's on the blackboard is the deal the participants want to make. They will write down what they need and what price they are willing to pay for it. If someone likes it and is willing to trade, it can be regarded as completing the transaction. All transactions are notarized by Mr. A, and there will be no fraud." Hastur listened silently, and then imitated Forsey and began to write his needs on the blackboard. In addition to the earth rhinoceros solid horn crystal, he also wrote the medicine man's potion recipe. He is not here to buy Roselle's diary. That would be too eye-catching. He could already feel Mr. A's eyes falling on him from time to time, as if he was measuring something. Soon, each transaction was completed under the witness of the 3 Hasturs. But until near the end of the party, there was no news about the medicine master's potion formula or the earth rhino solid unicorn crystal that Hastur needed. What a failed party. "It seems we need to ask Greco for help." Hastur murmured in his heart that his lawyer potion was almost digested, and he needed to gather the barbarian potion ingredients as soon as possible. Just when Hastur was disappointed with tonight's party, an attendant quietly came to him, handed him a note, and whispered, "This is from Mr. A for you." Chapter 39. Mr. A, are you willing to become a secret prayer person? Hastur unfolded the note, which read, "If you are willing to become a secret prayer, you can provide the earth rhinoceros solid horn crystal for free." Asta's first reaction was, "Mr. A is really reckless. As long as you have enough understanding of occultism, you will know that the secret prayer person is on the hangman pathway, which is the pathway that the Aurora Club is good at and manipulates. The reputation of the Aurora Society in the supernatural world is that everyone shouts about it. It is a force hostile to the Church of the 7 Gods, and is equivalent to a terrorist organization in peaceful times. Their members usually hide in the shadows, and only when they take action do people realize how terrifying they are. Mr. A's current behavior is equivalent to directly asking you if you want to buy a submachine gun in peacetime. If you encounter a more righteous person, you will definitely report it directly to the official organization." Asta's second reaction, "Does Mr. A like him? I have always heard that the Aurora Society is rich in beauties, and they attach great importance to their appearance, no matter whether they are men or women. They are all welcome. The more good-looking someone is, the more they like them. To put it simply, it is a complete look control." Hastur's third reaction was rejection, not to mention that he was about to be promoted to Sequence 8 Barbarian. Even if he had not embarked on the Black Emperor path, he would not have chosen the Hangman path. There are several extraordinary people in this path who are crazy. The only difference between them is that some people are relatively crazy, and some people are very crazy. Aurora's big stage. Don't come if you're not crazy. Forgive me for refusing. I prefer to be a medicine man. Hastur wrote a sentence on the note, and asked the attendant to pass it to Mr. A. Mr. A opened the note and glanced at it, then turned his attention to Hastur again. After a while of silence, he wrote another sentence on the note. Soon, Asta received a reply from Mr. A right in front of him again. Everything is a gift from the Lord. We all need to stay close to the Lord. He is the only salvation in the last days. Asta was silent. He really didn't know how to complain about Mr. A's thinking logic. This sentence simply exposes the word preaching nakedly in front of me. Doesn't Mr. A know that at this kind of extraordinary gathering, the more enthusiastic he is, the easier it is to arouse resistance from others? Am I so easily deceived? I am a believer in the goddess, and will not deviate from it. Hastur replied politely to save Mr. A from pestering him. Less than 2 minutes later, Mr. A once again asked the waiter to send a reply. Earth rhinoceros solid single horn crystal. 300 pounds. Hastur thought for a moment, and then wrote deal on the note. I'm not used to Mr. A's psychology, but he couldn't give up when faced with this kind of reasonable deal. Zio and Forsey stared at Asta for a long time, their eyes full of curiosity. In the circle they knew, Mr. A could almost be said to be the most powerful beyonder. It was incredible that such a person would value a newcomer who came to the party for the first time so much. As you know, I have always been very popular, Hastur explained with a smile. Yeah, I heard people say that Mr. A is a very handsome man, and it's normal for you to be valued by him. Shio smiled and made a point. Hastur was silent, decided to drop the topic, and asked, what did you gain tonight? No. Zio and Forsey shook their heads together. One of them didn't have much idea about promotion, and the other was seriously short of money. After the transaction, we took a 10-minute break and then came to the free communication session. Hastur had no interest in this part, but he always felt that Mr. A's eyes were often sweeping over him, which forced him to pretend to be interested in all kinds of knowledge. Are any of you interested in the words left by Emperor Russell? Someone held up a piece of paper and looked around at everyone with excitement. Asta remained silent. Forsey glanced at him quietly and whispered, Can the deal you mentioned last time continue? Hastur said, I only accept the original manuscript of Emperor Russell. Other imitations have no collection value. Then how to determine whether it is the original manuscript of Emperor Russell? I know a professor with rich historical knowledge. He is very knowledgeable in this field. And isn't Mr. A also very good at identification? Forsey glanced at Mr. A, then whispered a few words into Zio's ear. Soon, Zio stood up and walked towards the man who claimed to study the mysterious writings of Emperor Russell. After communicating with him enthusiastically for a while, he successfully retrieved 3 original manuscripts said to be left by Emperor Russell. Hastur just glanced twice and saw that 2 of them were copies made by later generations, and only one was the real original manuscript of Russell's diary. The handwriting of Chinese characters is difficult to imitate, especially long sentences. It is difficult to imitate them completely. In addition, he knew the format and content of Russell's diary, and what style the content would probably be, making it easier to distinguish. Zio took the 3 Russell diaries and went to find Mr. A for appraisal. Mr. A looked at them briefly, selected one of them, and then looked past Zio and landed on Hastur. Thank you for your generosity. Zio successfully obtained a free appraisal from Mr. A and walked back with brisk steps. Pay it, my Lord Baron. Zio's tone was very pleasant, and she got 50 gold pounds for free after just saying a few words, which was really a big profit for her. Of course, this is the deal we agreed upon. Hastur nodded with a smile, approving the deal. The reason why he is willing to pay a large price to acquire Russell's diary at this stage is to prepare for the future, because in the future, he probably won't join the Tarot Club. At that time, the only way to influence Klein and change some regrettable things was through Russell's diary. Klein collected Russell's diaries through Audrey, political commissar, Forsey and others, and he was the one who could steadily supply Russell's diaries. He could also write Chinese characters and knows many things. Although his handwriting is different from Russell's, the diary he wrote can be regarded as a replica of Russell's diary. There is another advantage to doing this. Rather than contacting Klein directly to arouse his precautions and vigilance, it is better to communicate through Russell's diary. Klein will definitely be more willing to trust Huang Tao, a fellow villager in distress. Moreover, in these transactions, he was able to recover the cost of purchasing the original manuscript of Russell's diary from Audrey, Furs and others. This is a business that is absolutely guaranteed to make a profit. So now he wants to let Audrey, Forsey, and Zio know that he has a hobby of collecting the original manuscripts of Russell's diaries, and he also has many copies of Russell's diaries hidden in his hands. In this way, when they need to make a deal with Mr. Fool, they will naturally think of him. The communication session gradually came to an end. Mr. A wanted to complete the transaction with Asta alone, but this request was rejected by Asta. Mr. A did not force himself too much and asked someone to hand over the solid unicorn crystal of the Earth Rhino to him, and Hastur paid 300 gold pounds. Leaving the party cabin, the 3 returned to Viscount Graydlint's villa. Facing Graydlint's scorching gaze, Hastur could only say sorry. He really did not acquire the pharmacist's potion formula at tonight's extraordinary gathering. It doesn't matter. I can wait a little longer. Grey Linty pretended to be relaxed. After chatting for a while, Hastur paid 450 gold pounds, took back a manuscript of Russell's diary, and ended tonight's brief gathering. At 11:33, Hastur returned to his study, sat at his desk, and began to list his income and expenses during this period. His main income comes from three aspects: 2,000 gold pounds borrowed by Viscount Grey Lint, 800 gold pounds from selling the barbarian potion formula, and a weekly salary of 10 gold pounds per week. There are many places to spend, such as purchasing extraordinary materials, acquiring Russell's diary, wages of housekeepers and maids, daily living expenses. Pick up a pen and write calculations on a piece of paper, and finally come up with a result. He has less than 800 pounds left in his savings, currently only 500 pounds left in the bank, and has more than 200 gold pounds on hand, and has already proposed to pay 500 gold pounds to support his salary and expenses for 2 to 3 months. With the current expenses and savings, without purchasing the sequence 7 bribery extraordinary materials, we can support the plantation until June when the income comes. But it is impossible for him not to collect the briber's extraordinary materials in advance, which is another huge expense. Oh, I still have to keep making money. You can wait until you are promoted to Sequence 8 Barbarian before you can think about making money. For now, the priority is to fully digest the lawyer's potion. I don't know what changes will happen to the Palace of Stars after being promoted to Sequence 8. Asta thought deeply for a long time, then took another piece of paper and continued to summarize what he had encountered during this period. The Djinn and the fallen Mother Goddess. Andrew, who has not been caught blackmailing him. Mrs. Germany, who has recently stopped. The Workhouse, that has not been able to find out the reality. And Mr. A, who is very interested in him. These are potential enemies that may cause trouble to you. He doesn't plan to pay attention to the fallen Mother Goddess now. He will wait until he is promoted to Sequence 8 to see what the situation is like. Scammer Andrew can offer a reward and ask you to help find a solution. Madam Germany, it's best to keep it that way. Regarding the Workhouse, since Professor Wayne had a transaction with Vice Dean Bard, he did not report it to the Church of the Goddess of the Night. As long as he no longer goes to the Workhouse, there should be no more trouble. As for Mr. A, who is very interested in me, this is a headache. Who knows what those crazy people will do? They might even go directly to their own homes to preach for the true Creator in the middle of the night. He can't really find out his identity so quickly and come to his door. Can he? Hastur subconsciously looked out the dark window, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. No. I always feel like it's no longer safe here. Hastur frowned slightly, feeling that he needed to find a new residence, preferably somewhere closer to the Church of the Goddess of the Night. Only in this way can you feel safe. After tonight, find a reason to go to Queen's and stay for a while. After being promoted to Sequence 8 Barbarian, you should be able to save your life to a certain extent. Hastur made a decision in his heart. He sat and thought for a while before burning the paper full of words to ashes. Because of Mr. A, he was in a bad mood. Well, he couldn't let the Djinn live too comfortably. Chapter 40 Sequence 8 Barbarians. The next day, Hastur went to Queen's to find Greco after breakfast and said he wanted to stay with him for 2 or 3 nights. For this trivial matter, Greco smiled and agreed, and also said that he would stay here from now on. After solving this small matter, Asta went to Backland University to attend classes. In the afternoon, he followed lecturer Falun to the Jowood district to work as a legal aid. When he finished his busy work and left the Jowood district, Hastur let the carriage go around the court, opened the curtain and took a look at the court door. This afternoon, he heard from a member of the Justice Research Association that an old man suddenly came to him when the court was closing yesterday and wanted to confess the mistakes he had committed in the past. The old man told the judge and jury a story that was both touching and frightening. The court even closed its doors in advance because of this incident. As for how to deal with it in the end, the member didn't know. According to his guess, the old man would not live much longer, and he might not even have survived last night. Although he had expected this incident, Hastur still couldn't hide a sigh. If you have a chance in a few days, go to the small village where the old man lives in the suburbs and help him build a monument. He was also a warrior who guarded the kingdom of Loam. Any warrior who selflessly fought for his country should not be forgotten like this. Thursday, April 6th. After finishing the half-day of legal aid in the afternoon, Hastur could clearly feel that the lawyer's potion in his body had been completely digested. As long as he prepared the barbarian potion, he could be promoted to Sequence 8 Barbarian. After leaving Jowood, Hastur did not return to Greco, Queens, but returned to the house where he had been away for 3 days. He moved all the materials needed for the barbarian formula to an empty room on the 2nd floor and did not let anyone approach it. Extraordinary materials: a quanhua grass, a solid horn crystal of an earth rhinoceros. Auxiliary materials: 1 deep grain walnut, 1 lemon balm, 10 milliliters of hydrosol soaked in poplar bark, and 100 milliliters of spirits. Hastur looked at all the collected materials and felt very satisfied and excited. After taking the magic potion, you will become a Sequence A barbarian, and your combat power will be greatly improved, which cannot be compared to civilians like lawyers. After getting excited, Asta felt a little embarrassed and picked up the deep grain walnut, held it in his palm, and observed it for a moment. Did this thing need to be pitted? Or should I just crush it and take the core inside? Asta looked at the formula again. It clearly stated that 1 deep grain walnut should be taken together with the core. Otherwise, it should be written as, how many grams of deep-grained walnut pulp? Understanding this, Asta began to grind and mash various materials with the utensils prepared in advance, and finally added 100 milliliters of spirits. The final product is a small bowl of mushy viscous liquid. Hastur took a deep breath, then endured the discomfort and drank the small bowl of viscous liquid in 1 gulp. The entrance is very hot, like swallowing a ball of hot coals, and there is a burning pain from the mouth to the throat to the internal organs. My whole head was in severe pain, as if someone was pounding it hard with a pestle. There were bursts of roars coming from my ears, and every sound could tear my nerves and vibrate my eardrums. Frequent hallucinations appeared before his eyes, as if the entire order of heaven and earth was collapsing, falling into the endless abyss. Based on his previous experience, Hastur tried his best to visualize the Palace of Stars, and used it to suppress all the violent murmurs coming from the barbarian potions. After 10 or 20 minutes, Hastur gradually regained his former sobriety. His whole person seemed to be completely transformed. Waves of warmth filled his whole body, and his fists gathered enough power to break the door with 1 punch. It's just that he was mentally exhausted and still a little uncomfortable, which made his face turn slightly pale. He did not take a shower immediately, but sat on the bed and closed his eyes to rest for a long time. Then he got out of bed and moved his limbs, silently feeling the new abilities brought by being promoted to barbarian. Barbarians represent terrible strength, strong physique, and outstanding resistance to negative effects. When the enemy cannot be dealt with by law, using force is a very reasonable way of persuasion. This is somewhat similar to Zio's performance. She is also good at relying on physical means to arbitrate others. There are 4 main abilities brought by barbarians. Terrible power. Your fists can easily defeat those who don't listen to your words, when order and rules are threatened. Strength is the key to defending and reversing everything. Strong physique. You have a stronger physique than normal people. You are a barbarian, and your strong body is your biggest reliance on rampaging and defeating your enemies. Resistance and weakening. A strong physique gives you extraordinary resistance. Any force that attempts to harm you will be effectively blocked by your strong physique. You are naturally very immune to attacks with negative effects, such as poisoning, curses, illness, blood roar. When you are threatened, your blood begins to boil, and your fighting spirit begins to gather. You can temporarily increase your strength several times, and at the same time, you can also emit a terrifying roar to scare the enemy. The first 3 abilities are easy to understand. They can all be classified as strong physical qualities. Strength and resistance are passive abilities after the physical body is strong. The 4th ability, Blood Roar, is an active skill, similar to Berserk. It enhances one's own abilities several times, and can also send out a roar-like mental impact, which can cause the enemy to suffer heavy losses at critical moments. Barbarian. Is the Barbarian King going to be big? It doesn't seem that perverted. It's more like Zhang Fei's god descending to Earth in the 3 kingdoms, increasing his size, speed and strength, and being immune to control at the same time. I just don't know if using this skill will clear up your sanity. Hastur thought about it, and felt that it shouldn't be the case. After all, this skill is called Blood Roar, not Brutal Madness. He estimated that after using this skill, he would be in a very weak state. 3 seconds of real man? Well, it tastes a bit like that. Asta carefully felt the changes in every inch of his body in the room. After he got used to it, he left the room and went to take a bath. After taking a bath, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. He was enjoying his late dinner. In order to make up for his body's energy consumption, His appetite seemed a bit large. Butler Neil, who was standing by, was a little frightened, fearing that Hastur's stomach would burst. Seeing Hastur eating 2 more pan-fried beef short ribs, Butler Neil reminded him in a low voice, "Overeating like this can easily overwhelm your body and affect your health." "Well, I exercised too much this afternoon, so I seem a little hungry," Asta explained, and then drank the last sip of the style drink from Desi Bay before ending today's dinner. "At around 10 o'clock, remember to bring me a late-night snack. Dessert would be even better." After giving instructions, Hastur got up and left his seat to go upstairs. Butler Neil looked at his back blankly, and then at the empty dining table, with a very complicated expression, and finally came to the conclusion the Baron may have been growing recently. After going upstairs to the bedroom, Hastur set the alarm clock and then fell asleep on the warm quilt. He learned the lesson from last time and did not enter the Hall of Stars immediately. Instead, he recovered his energy first and then entered the Hall of Stars. After sleeping until 10 o'clock, the maid had already brought tonight's supper, which was 2 desserts, caramel pudding and strawberry cake, accompanied by a glass of hot milk. Hastur enjoyed it slowly, thinking about how to treat the djinn later. At about 10:30, Hastur closed the door and locked the windows and entered the Hall of Stars. The stars were particularly bright tonight, seeming to be celebrating his successful promotion to Sequence 8. Hastur came to sit down on his own high chair, stretched out his hand, and 2 chains of order hung in front of him at the same time. Yes, after he was promoted to Sequence 8, there was another chain of order in the Palace of Stars, and he could also write a rule that was beneficial to him on this new chain of order. Last time, he had formulated a rule for himself to protect himself in the long run. What he needed now was a rule that could match his own ability to exert strong combat effectiveness. For example, the effect of Blood Roar can be enhanced several times or 10 times. But such rough and simple rules can easily be exploited. And even if it can be strengthened so many times, his body will definitely not be able to withstand it, and will be exploded by a force that far exceeds the body's load. In this regard, he has not yet decided what kind of rules to formulate. In addition to enhancing his own strength, he has another idea. Develop a rule specifically suitable for the Hall of Stars. The Hall of Stars could bring the old man to a gathering with the outer gods. He had always been very excited but also very wary. Therefore, when he became a Sequence 9 lawyer, he did not immediately bring the djinn and the fallen mother goddess, who were trapped in the wishing lamp, to the Hall of Stars. He was just afraid that they would turn him into the guest. Even though the rules of the Hall of Stars respected him, and he was the ruler here, he still had concerns. But he couldn't wait until he became a god before dragging them to gather in the Hall of Stars. That would be meaningless and helpful. His original idea was to wait until he was promoted to Sequence 7 Briber before trying to recruit people. But after more than a month of whip testing, he found that the djinn had no ability to counterattack the Hall of Stars, and could only become so angry and furious every night. It is impossible for an outer god who once shone in the starry sky to face such a humiliating temptation without taking any action. It's not that the djinn doesn't want to. It's that he can't. He doesn't have the means or ability to threaten the Palace of Stars. This gave him the idea of bringing the djinn to the Hall of Stars for a meeting first, so that he could understand the scope of the Hall of Stars' abilities in advance. As for the fallen mother goddess, he doesn't want to mess with her yet. After all, the fallen mother goddess has not been sealed, and is still one of the 3 pillars. Her strength is not comparable to that of the djinn god. At the same time, the fallen mother goddess is still the one who has the deepest influence and interference in the world. Hastur was most wary and on guard against him. If you want to invite him to a meeting, you must at least wait until you are promoted to Sequence 4 demigod before considering it. While thinking, Hastur turned his gaze to the vast starry sky above his head. The stars were exceptionally bright. One of the stars reflected the same dazzling light as the djinn and the fallen mother. Which alien god and old man could this be? With a thought, the vast starry sky came closer, and the dazzling star magnified in front of Hastur's eyes. Chapter 41. When the djinn begins to transform. Taking a closer look, Hastur discovered that the star's light was close to black, and the black light surrounded it, making it appear eerie and strange. The star where the fallen mother goddess is located is crimson in color, as if a crimson moon is contained within it, or it should be described as a primitive moon. The star where the genie is located shines like gold, a color that is majestic and miraculous. Being able to clearly see the color of the star's light was a new change that only appeared in the Hall of Stars after he was promoted to Sequence 8. This was helpful for him to understand some of the characteristics of the star. In the dim black light, a huge and bloated tree could be vaguely seen rising from the sky. In the center of the tree, there was a figure tightly bound by countless branches. The dense trunk and branches were hung with numerous fruits, and each fruit was covered with red lines. The lines are engraved with smiling faces. This was a very strange picture, which made Asta feel a little frightened. He observed carefully for a long time, and had a rough judgment in his mind. The outer god corresponding to this star should be the mother tree of desire, known as Cassava. That tightly bound figure is most likely the god at the end of the alien path, the bound god who originally founded the Rose School. According to the information revealed in this picture, the bound god has been completely eroded and occupied by the mother tree of desire. Hastur just glanced at it for a few times, and then looked away. He was also wary of the mother tree of desire. Among all the outer gods and the old ones, he and the fallen mother goddess have their own power that can affect the world through the barrier. And they are very polluting. So they absolutely need to be vigilant. If one is not careful, he will give birth to a child for the mother tree of desire. The mother tree of desire will arouse the desire of creatures to reproduce, allowing the polluted creatures to mate with each other and have children. If it is a fallen mother goddess, he does not need to have the desire to reproduce, but will have the instinct and ability to reproduce on his own. Well, even though he is a man, as long as he is tainted by the power of the fallen mother goddess, the child will be born to him. He doesn't want to be a so-called boy mother. Hastur couldn't help but shudder when he thought of that scene. It was really terrifying. Comparing the three of them, the Jinn is simply a gentle and harmless little sheep. For the first time, Hastur felt that he was a little unfriendly to the Jinn in the past. But this idea was quickly forgotten by him. He still had to test how much power he could control in the Palace of Stars. He withdrew his gaze, and turned to the star where the Jinn was. Compared with the black light just now, the pale golden light is like a hell or a heaven. Huh? Hastur saw the Jinn sealed in the wishing lamp as he wished. And at the same time, the range of what he could see increased several times. Originally, I could only see the scenery within 1 meter of the wishing lantern. But now I can see at least 3 meters. He could clearly see that the wishing lamp was sealed in a small iron cage in a room. The room should be a cabin, because the lightning and thunder were very obvious in the sky outside. And there was also the faint sound of waves crashing. Boom, boom, boom. Hastur tapped his fingers on the table, making a rhythmic sound. He now has 2 chains of order, and his spirituality has become much stronger. Can he come up with some new tricks? Inside the wishing lamp, the lamp god suddenly felt a wave of malice coming from the starry sky above his head. Damn it! What else does he want to do? The lantern god came out of the wishing lantern with a gloomy expression and looked at the starry sky above his head. He suddenly felt that his days would become increasingly difficult. At his level, he can already warn in advance about the forces that can affect changes in his own destiny. This feeling was not strong enough before. But now, he can clearly feel it. There will be changes that will affect his destiny in the near future. Whether it is good or bad, it is difficult for him to know clearly. It can only be vaguely noticed that new opportunities will be born among the malicious intentions. For him, the best opportunity is to return to the starry sky as soon as possible. He doesn't want to wait until the end of the world and be trapped in this magical lamp. The power of the stars, new opportunities. The Jinn's gloomy expression gradually faded away, and he began to think deeply. He now believes that as long as the mysterious existence is willing to lend a helping hand, he can break away from the seal and return to the starry sky. But what conditions do I have to impress the other person now? With his current ability, it is still possible to satisfy wishes below the true god level. But if it involves a higher level, unless he escapes from the trap and regains his integrity, such an ability was obviously not noticed by that mysterious being. Perhaps he will really ask for something from me. The Jinn thought for a long time and came up with a possibility. The other person's status and authority will never be lower than him, or even higher than him. There are only a few such existences in the entire starry sky. If there is no place that needs his help, why would he stare at him every day? Compared with the opponent, the only advantage he has is one. That is, he is within the barrier, while the opponent is above the starry sky. The reason why the other party can penetrate the barrier and affect you may be because of some special relationship with you, or it may be because of the wishing lamp itself. He needs his own power within the barrier to help him accomplish some things that he can't do yet. This is why he keeps staring at him. This is a very reasonable guess. Just when the Jinn was deep in thought, an illusory whip fell from the starry sky and struck him hard. The entire small iron cage was pulled out, and smashed directly into a wooden table in the cabin before stopping. The force of this whip was much stronger than before. It hurt a little, but it was still within the acceptable range. Before the djinn could react, another whip roared out and hit him again. The entire small iron cage was whipped and spun around, smashing into many objects in the cabin. The continuous sound of breaking items alerted Bernadette outside. She immediately came to fight off the nearby crew members, opened the door alone, and walked in. As soon as she raised her eyes, she saw that the small iron cage holding the magical wishing lamp was being held up in the air by two whips, one on the left and one on the right. The scene was like someone stretching out a pair of hands, holding up the magic lamp, and placing it in front of him for casual observation. Not good. Bernadette reacted quickly, and quickly increased the sealing power of the small iron cage to prevent the djinn inside the wishing lamp from taking this opportunity to escape. Once the djinn escapes from trouble, it will be a catastrophe. It is normal to cause a god to descend. And there is more than one true god. No matter whether it is the 7 righteous gods, or the evil gods such as the original witch and the fallen creator. They will not allow the djinn to escape the barrier at this time. Soon, the small iron cage with enhanced sealing power successfully sealed the wishing lamp, and fell directly from midair. The 2 whips hanging from the starry sky have also disappeared, and their breath is completely undetectable. Bernadette frowned. She suspected that it was not her strengthening the seal that had the effect, but the owner of the 2 whips, who chose to leave on their own initiative. Compared with the movement caused the first time, the movement this time was undoubtedly much larger. It can be seen from here that the influence of the being above the starry sky on the world is getting stronger and stronger. This is not a good thing. If the other party really came with good intentions, then why did he come to tease the djinn every night instead of talking to himself? This kind of behavior is not only difficult for the djinn to understand, but also difficult for her to understand as a bystander. Sometimes she even wonders, why doesn't the other party directly help the djinn break the seal? From the djinn's reaction and her observations over the past month, she could confirm that the other party had no intention of helping the djinn break the seal. He doesn't help, but he comes to whip the djinn every night. Is this some weird habit? Or is he and the djinn god enemies, deliberately humiliating the djinn in this way? I can't understand it, and I don't dare to think about it deeply. Knowledge is poisonous. This is what she has learned along the way. Knowing too many things means that the danger is getting closer. Damn it! If you can, show up and let me see who you are. It's so shameful to hide. After all the humiliation. One day when I get out of trouble, I will definitely go to the stars to settle this debt with you. At this time, the djinn showed his anger at the right time, and the angry expression on his face did not seem to be fake. Oh! Be quiet. Bernadette waved her right hand and slapped the magic lamp and the small iron cage away. She was also in a bad mood, so she took it out on the djinn. For more than a month, she has been worried about this matter every night and cannot sleep well. And to prevent accidents, she had to keep her ships wandering near the Temple of Storms. This has aroused the alarm of the higher-ups of the Church of Storms, and a saint has even arrived. If this continues, she will have no choice but to give up this magical wishing lamp and throw it to the 7 Orthodox churches for suppression. This way, she has one less trump card that can turn the situation around. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Bernadette's eyes were slightly cold. Her pretty face was cold, and she swung the wishing lamp back and forth in midair to vent her anger a little. Bernadette? Even you. Shut up. Snapped. Bernadette slapped her again, and the wishing lantern led the genie around in several circles. Snort. The lamp god snorted coldly and returned to the wishing lamp, no longer provoking Bernadette, who was in a state of anger. After venting a little, Bernadette felt much better. She checked the seal again and found that there was no damage, then turned and left the room. Inside the wishing lantern, the lantern god calmed down his angry expression and showed a thoughtful expression. Tonight, he was not as angry as he had shown just now. Instead, he was a little expectant, looking forward to the next changes. As long as the other party needs his help, the 2 parties can reach a cooperative relationship, which is very beneficial for him to break through the seal. Originally, he was worried that the other party might have the same authority as himself and would one day devour him. However, after more than a month of observation, he gradually gave up this speculation. If you were the other party, you would never reveal your intentions in advance, let alone come in contact at will, so as not to arouse your own alertness and vigilance. Waiting silently for the right time, and then killing him with one strike is what a top hunter would do. Perhaps I will be able to return to the stars in the not-too-distant future. The jinn thought that he would return to the starry sky in the not-too-distant future and restore his complete picture. And he felt extremely happy. Chapter 42 Conjectures about the path to trial. Huh? I'm really tired. In the Hall of Stars. Hastur retracted his gaze from the star where the jinn was, leaning back on his chair, closing his eyes, and thinking about what he had just gained. After whipping the jinn twice at the beginning, he found that about half of his spirituality was still left. So he wanted to test it to see if he could affect the wishing lantern more directly. This was the scene that Bernadette saw when she opened the door. He did not want to conflict with Bernadette for the time being, and the loss of spiritual power was accelerating. When Bernadette took action to strengthen the seal, he left and returned to the Palace of Stars. After tonight's test, he has determined that the current jinn is no threat to him. For more than a month, he has taken time to whip the jinn every night. In addition to testing whether the jinn has the ability to fight back, he also has another attempt. There are only about 19 years left before the predicted end of the world in 1368. In these 19 years, he wanted to be promoted to Sequence 1 and establish a kingdom to become the new Black Emperor. But time was really running out, especially in the Black Emperor's godhood ceremony. He will definitely spend more than 10 years. He remembered that the Black Emperor's ceremony to become a god was owning a country of one's own allows one's name to be closely linked with the title of emperor, making it common knowledge among the people. It is also necessary to establish a set of strict and complex rules that are contrary to normal conditions, including architectural styles, customs, etc. Then, 9 pyramid-like mausoleums need to be built. After secretly entering one of the mausoleums, with the participation and approval of the vast majority of the people, they can spread out the corresponding sacrificial rituals in different cities, and take the Sequence 0 potion. Only by resisting madness and maintaining sanity can one successfully be promoted to the Sequence 0 Black Emperor. It is difficult to become a Black Emperor, especially when the previous Black Emperor failed not long ago. Then, jumping to the adjacent trial path is a good choice, because he speculated that the godhood ceremony of the Judgment Path Sequence 0 judge would be shorter than the godhood ceremony of the Black Emperor. His speculation mainly comes from the several known ways of becoming a god. For example, wrong way. The mistake of becoming a Sequence 0 is to replace others in their god-making ceremony and become a god. Path of the Storm. To become a Sequence 0 tyrant is to have hundreds of thousands of followers who surrender out of fear, then challenge a god and successfully survive. Red Priest Path. If you want to become a god, you must start a war that sweeps the continent and win. The Dreamer's Path. Let the development of the times conform to your own expectations, and then take the magic potion to advance at key nodes and within the prescribed trend of the times. Other godlike rituals for reference include Eternal Sun, god of knowledge and wisdom. The Sun, the White Tower and the Tyrant became gods after the same incident. It can be inferred that their god-making rituals should also involve the power of the divine level. From these godhood rituals, we can draw a relatively credible conclusion. The godhood rituals are generally related to their respective names corresponding to Sequence 0. Based on this, Hastur has tried many times to speculate on the godhood ceremony of the Judge of Judgment Path Sequence 0. The judge's becoming a god ceremony is most likely to judge the sins committed by other gods and make them obey the judgment, in addition to judging existences at the level of gods. Hastur cannot think of anything else that a Sequence 0 judge can judge. To judge a true god in Sequence 1 and make that true god obey the judgment, the difficulty and level are enough to support a new true god. After all, judging the true god for his sins is equivalent to shaking the anchor of the true god's faith. In this case, if someone successfully ascends to the throne of God, there must be a god who will go mad or even fall because the anchor of faith is shaken and chaotic. Hastur has reasonable suspicion that the reason why there is currently no Sequence 0 in the judge path may be because the 7 righteous gods do not allow it. In their past history, they have definitely committed a lot of sinful things, because evil and good have never been moral issues that the gods need to consider, especially the Lord of Storms, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the Eternal Sun, who ate the ancient sun god. If there were not both judgment and justice cards in the 22 tarot cards, then he believed that the justice card should belong to the judgment path, not the audience path. Righteous audience. This sounds weird. Just judgment. This is very pleasing and reasonable. Of course, all this is just Hastur's personal speculation. He only dares to think about these things when he is in the Hall of Stars. In reality, he does not dare to offend the true God like this. If his speculation comes true, then he will have a very good chance of becoming a god in the future. When Amon and the fool began to fight for the Lord of Mysteries, Adam became a god as a dreamer, dreaming up half a step of his old strength, sealing the Lord of Storms, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the eternal fierce sun, allowing them to there is no way to leave the kingdom of God in a short period of time. At this time, if he can become the Sequence 1 sequence killing prince, and gather 3 copies of the Sequence 1 extraordinary characteristics and uniqueness of the judgment path, then he can take this opportunity to judge the true God. He believed that Amon and Adam would be happy to see the judgment of the 3 true gods. If he could also make friends with the goddess of night, then his deification ceremony would be basically half completed. If that doesn't work, the Palace of Stars can invite the old man to have a meeting with the outer gods. Choose an outer god and judge him. I believe that none of the 7 existing gods will stop him. The jinn is a very suitable choice. Sealed in the wishing lamp, his existing power is limited, and he is also an outside god involved in the path of judgment and the Black Emperor. There is really no more suitable candidate than him. Furthermore, there is another possibility. The godhood ceremony of the Sequence 0 judge may be related to education, rules, and order. Anyway, whipping the jinn and giving him judgment and education may, in the long run, allow you to perform the role in advance. Just like Klein was moving faster and faster in the later stages. In the short term, testing the jinn gods is something that must be done. Only by testing the authority of the Hall of Stars first can they be invited to come here for a meeting. Moreover, the jinn is in existence at the top of the path of judgment and the Black Emperor. Sooner or later, he will be an enemy. It is very reasonable to whip him. It can also be used to cheer up the mood. Why not? There are definitely adventures. But in the mysterious world, which choice does not require risk? Hastur quietly pondered the relevant issues, and the starry sky above his head shed brilliant light, adding an aura of holiness and immortality to him. After some thought, he decided to wait. When he uses the second chain of order to formulate a new rule, he can then bring the jinn to the Hall of Stars. This is double insurance. But for the second rule, he has no idea yet. After thinking for a long time, Hastur left the Hall of Stars until his head felt like it was bursting with pain. When he fainted and fell into a deep sleep, he seemed to see a chain of order glowing with starlight integrated into his right arm. In a daze, the chain of order can also transform into different weapons, which can be controlled by oneself. Sure enough, I am so tired that even my dreams are blurry. Asta woke up early in the morning, patted his still swollen head, and lay on his back on the quilt for another 10 minutes before getting up. Get out of bed, and simply move your fists and feet. You can really feel the powerful power contained in every muscle of your body. He squatted down on his horse and punched straight away, which made a somewhat empty explosion. With a slight jump in the room, he could easily jump more than 2 meters high, and almost hit the roof. Fortunately, his hands supported the roof in time, so he did not cause an accident. TSK. If you go to the Olympics with a body like this, you can at least win 1 or 2 gold medals. Right? In the room, Hastur gradually adapted to his surge in strength due to the barbarian. I picked up the usually heavy cane and waved it twice, and it obviously felt much lighter, like holding a plastic stick. Weapons suitable for barbarians should be heavy weapons such as maces and hammers. Right? Hastur imagined the scene. He was holding a big hammer and smashed it with one strike, directly smashing through the people and the house. If this were on an ancient battlefield, he would definitely be a fierce general. Asta thought about it and felt that it was too bullying. It was only now that he had the feeling of being an extraordinary person, someone who was superior to ordinary people and possessed something extraordinary. After staying in the room for another 20 minutes, Asta left the room and went out to freshen up and have breakfast. His appetite is much larger than usual. Maybe his digestive system also evolved when he was promoted to barbarian. Butler Neil looked at Asta, who was enjoying his meal today but trying to remain elegant while eating, with a silent look on his face. After breakfast, Asta did not go to Backland University to study. He had taken a few days off in advance to serve as an adaptation period. Come to the study, sit at the desk, take out a blank piece of paper, and prepare to sort out the rules for playing a barbarian. The difficulty for him in playing the role of a lawyer is to memorize and remember the complicated provisions. As for the core points of distorting the law, using the law for his own benefit, and the law must conform to the trend of the times, it is not difficult for him. After all, the laws he knew were beyond this era. Even if he was not a legal professional, he still knew a lot of modern laws, especially after an outlaw maniac who was good at popularizing science using Zhang San as an example appeared. He also followed many lectures. Playing a barbarian made him a little bit embarrassed. His current status is that of a nobleman. And nobleman is a symbol of courtesy and elegance. This is the opposite extreme of being a barbarian. What is a barbarian? When you are undecided, you will be dealt with a big stick instead of stopping to patiently tell you the facts and reason. They are the opposite of rules and order, and often conflict with, ignore, and destroy rules and order. The powerful force prevents them from being bound by rules. They go their own way and ignore the rules of the game set by the outside world. At the same time, they are also representatives of no brains and relatively low IQ. Another way is that when they are rejected by mainstream concepts and disliked, they will naturally be called barbarians. Haster patiently summarized the key points of playing a barbarian. Although it may not be correct, it is generally in this direction. Chapter 43 Barbarian Playing Rules. The first rule of barbarian play, when encountering a problem: use more hands and less brain, and rely more on force to solve the corresponding problem. Article 2. When faced with the common sense of rules and order recognized by the public, sometimes you can try to use brutal methods to break it. Article 3. Savagery is not only reflected in behavior, but also psychologically. Savagery represents the solipsistic character of being unrestrained and going one's own way. Article 4. Don't send yourself to jail. The fourth one is the most important. He is pretending to be a barbarian, but he is not a real barbarian. If he keeps using brute force to solve problems, he will definitely be imprisoned for harming others. After listing the 4 rules for playing barbarians, Halstead felt that the way forward became much clearer. But knowing it is one thing, and actually doing it is another. He is not an impulsive and reckless person, and he also has a noble image to pay attention to. So he must control that degree. Otherwise, after digesting the barbarian potion, his reputation as Baron Campbell will be ruined, which will not be conducive to his future title promotion. He also thought about maintaining an elegant aristocratic image during the day and secretly acting like a barbarian at night. But this kind of behavior is undoubtedly self-deception. Not only is it not conducive to digesting the potion, it will also cause schizophrenia. And there are no timid and hiding barbarians anywhere. Anyone who behaves like this is called a thief. In his opinion, the most suitable people to play savages are those gangsters with low morals, and who like to act impulsively. Their behavior has always been brutal and rude, and they are used to using force to solve problems. Unfortunately, he is not that type of person. Haster didn't come out of the study until lunchtime. He walked down the stairs, looked at the maid who was busy, and then glanced at Butler Neal, thinking for a moment, pulling open the first button of his white shirt. His smile faded, replaced by an unscrupulous glance, and his elegant posture as he walked down the stairs became more relaxed and casual. Butler Neal looked up and was stunned in place, his eyes a little confused. It's only been less than half a day, right? Why did my Lord Baron change so much? Did he receive any stimulation? Lord Baron, you need to maintain a decent dress and elegant temperament even in private. Butler Neal felt that he needed to remind him. Haster walked down the stairs and chuckled. Proper dress and elegance are just the external image. A true nobleman dares to be true to his heart. Butler Neal's eyes were even more confused. Are you loyal to your heart? Dressing like this, speaking like this, and behaving like this. You are not restricted by your aristocratic status. Is this what you feel like in your heart? Don't be so distressed. This is just a necessary stage in life. I will still be Baron Campbell. Have you reached the period of youth rebellion? Butler Neal asked in a low voice. This time it was Haster's turn to be silent. But he quickly smiled and said, Butler Neal, you are worthy of being the butler I personally selected. You can always easily see through the essence of my exaggerated behavior. It is indeed the rebellious period of youth. Butler Neal was mostly worried about the situation. When his grandson reached the age of the Baron, he often contradicted his father, and was unwilling to be bound by various rules and regulations. He shouted about freedom and rebellion against authority every day. How do they have a family and status like theirs to pursue any kind of freedom? Are they still resisting authority because they want to commit the following crime? For young people with such symptoms, his experience is that you don't need to pay attention to them. Once they encounter a few obstacles in society, they will become honest. When the two maids passed by Haster, they both took a look at the place where Haster's buttons were unbuttoned, and the white and tender skin was vaguely exposed there, which made their faces slightly red. They glanced at it a few more times, and then quickened their pace to leave. Haster turned a blind eye to such scrutiny, and walked towards the dining table with bold steps. Today's lunch staples are seafood fried rice, and a pan-fried veal steak. as well as 2 desserts after the meal. Hastur changed his usual elegant eating style and became much wilder. If he hadn't been afraid that the sudden change would frighten Butler Neal, he would have just started eating the pan-fried veal steak instead of cutting it into small pieces with a knife and fork. Butler Neal just glanced at Hastur and remained silent. In his opinion, Hastur is not very young, and may be yearning for the heroic and debauched life of those adult nobles. Just like children always like to prove that they have grown up by drinking and smoking. As everyone knows, their behavior makes them look even more childish. Thinking of this, Butler Neal smiled on his face. I feel like my child is about to grow up. After lunch, Hastur returned to his study. He already had a lot of experience in playing a barbarian, and now he needed to study how to formulate a second new rule. The first new rule has given him a certain guarantee for his long-term development, and there is no need for similar rules for the time being. He had considered enhancing his current combat power or formulating a rule specifically for the Hall of Stars. He was about to bring the Jinn God into the Hall of Stars, so he felt it was necessary to strengthen the rules of the Hall of Stars first, which could be regarded as formulating rules for the future foreign gods to come to the Hall of Stars for a meeting. The rule can be similar to, in the Hall of Stars, Hastur Campbell is respected, and no other participants can offend His Majesty. Any participant who dares to provoke will be severely punished. You must try your best to ensure that you have the dominance of the Palace of Stars, and you must ensure that when the old days of the outer gods come, they will not be able to target you, and you will not be able to create trouble for yourself. It is equivalent to the Palace of Stars being his own kingdom of God, and other participants must abide by the rules he has set. Otherwise they will be expelled and obliterated. To sum it up, it's actually just one sentence. In the Palace of Stars, he, Hastur Campbell, has no rivals from any of the outer gods. The tone is a bit loud, but there is definitely nothing wrong with thinking in this direction. He is relatively weak now, but that may not be the case in the future. The rules he needs are ones that can accompany his growth, rather than being invincible within Sequence 8. Otherwise, waiting for him to advance to Sequence 7. Wouldn't it be a waste of a rule? According to the layout and sequence level of the Hall of Stars, he can formulate up to 10 or 11 rules. Every new rule cannot be wasted. This is his biggest trump card. After thinking for a long time, Hastur finally started to write. Under the gaze of the stars, Hastur Campbell, a traveler from another world, the last heir of the Campbell family, is the master of the Hall of Stars. Anyone who offends him in the Hall of Stars will be severely punished. This rule it is fair and reasonable, and does not change due to any external factors. After finishing writing, Hastur read it carefully several times, and felt that there was nothing wrong with the beginning and the end. But there was still a lot of difference in the rhetoric in the middle. Well, I have to change it again to make sure there aren't too many loopholes. The Hall of Stars is his biggest golden finger, and there must be no accidents. After revising and revising for 2 hours, Hastur was quite satisfied and burned the other scraps to ashes. The Lord of Chaos and Order, the origin of all rules in the starry sky, he who returns the stars. After Hastur finished reciting an ancient Hermes, the astral body entered the Palace of Stars. After the last experience, he sat on the high chair, stretched out his hand to summon the second chain of order, and used his mind as a knife to carve out the rules. Under the gaze of the stars, Hastur Campbell, a traveler from another world, the last heir of the Campbell family, the Palace of Stars is his kingdom of God, and the chain of order is his weapon. Anyone who is hostile to him anyone who offends his existence will be bound by the chain of order, and will remain under the stars forever. This rule is fair and reasonable, and will not be changed by any external factors. The thought moved, but the chain of order showed no response. Hastur changed this sentence into ancient Hermes and tried, but the chain of order still did not respond. Could it be that the rules set this time have exceeded the limits of the Hall of Stars? Or is it that I can only make one rule, but not the second or third rule? Hastur stopped in confusion, thought hard for a long time, and finally said to himself in shock, isn't this rule already included in the Hall of Stars? This is my own kingdom of God. The chain of order is my weapon, and I am the master of this Palace of Stars. Hastur remembered that he had just arrived in the Hall of Stars and sat down in this position, and this realization flashed through his mind. It was just that at that time, he was dubious about this, and he didn't dare to bring the Jinn God and the fallen mother goddess to the meeting. Is it really what I guessed? Hastur closed his eyes, leaned back on the chair, and silently felt the Palace of Stars. When he opened his eyes again, he already got a definite answer. The rules and order of the Hall of Stars itself were enough to protect the safety of his new master. Even if he brought the Jinn God and the fallen Mother Goddess to a meeting when he was just promoted to Sequence 9 lawyer, there would not be any danger. Asta tapped his fingers on the table, shook his head and said with a smile, "It seems that I am too careful. Also, if he cannot ensure his own safety, the Hall of Stars will not manifest the stars where the Jinn God and the fallen Mother Goddess are, nor will it give him the authority to draw them to the meeting. Perhaps the way the Palace of Stars held meetings in the past was different from what I thought. Otherwise, with his current Sequence 8 strength, even if he cooperates with the high status of the Hall of Stars, he will definitely not be able to suppress an existence like the fallen Mother Goddess. No matter what, it can be regarded as a solution to a troublesome matter." Hastur's expression became relaxed, and there was a smile on his lips. He planned to try the Jinn first tonight. "I don't know what kind of mood the Jinn God will have when facing this mysterious existence that has been smoking him for more than a month. Before that, I need to change my image. He definitely couldn't face the Jinn with this slightly immature face, or he would definitely be seen through." Asta, the King in Yellow. Hastur, the King in Yellow. Directly adopt the image of the King in Yellow? Hastur thought for a moment, but still didn't want to have anything to do with the King in Yellow. "I can no longer use a human face and identity. I need a look similar to that of an alien god or the old god. Just like the starry door in the star where Mr. Door is, the image of the evil tree in the star where the mother tree of desire is. As the master of the Palace of Stars, what kind of image should he have?" Chapter 44. The starry sky descends, and the Jinn escapes? Boom! High in the sky, black clouds gathered into groups, and the roar of thunder hit the sea, causing waves of wild waves. At the same time, a storm broke out, causing thunder and lightning, and the heavy and depressing atmosphere made all onlookers feel terrified. The power of heaven and earth plus the fury of thunder combined to create a terrifying scene in front of you. Dozens of nearby ships stopped sailing, and most of them looked worriedly at the terrifying scene ahead. On the deck of one of the ships stood a dozen people. The leader had messy dark blue hair, deep features, rough outlines, and skin. Bronze man. He looked at the extraordinary sight of turbulent waves in front of him, his eyes full of Indian hope, and awe deep in his heart. As an extraordinary who is also on the path of the storm, he can detect that the abnormality of the storm and thunder ahead is not the pure power of nature, but a powerful extraordinary that is turning the river upside down. The person who can cause such a big commotion is most likely the saint in the storm temple. He once unexpectedly heard someone call an extraordinary person at this level Sea King, which means the king of the sea. He didn't know what sequence this was in the path of the storm, but he knew that it must be very early in the sequence. Standing on the sea, almost invincible. This is the powerful power he longs for. Mastering this powerful force is his original intention, to long for the extraordinary world. He stood nearby and watched for a long time, and heard a rumor from some people. It is said that this anomaly is because the mysterious queen has been frequently appearing in the nearby waters recently, and her behavior is very suspicious, which has attracted the attention of the Storm Templar. It is difficult to tell whether it is true or false, but the terrifying sight of the roaring waves seems to prove that this rumor is true. A high-sequence strongman, the man with dark blue hair, looked solemn, clenched and unclenched his fists, then smiled as if nothing had happened, chatting and joking with the crew members next to him. On the windswept sea, the Dawn is quietly waiting for its owner to return. At this time, a shuttle-shaped object glowing with light green light, different from ordinary ships, broke through the waves from the depths of the seabed. Then a figure stepped out, flew into the air, and landed on the bow of the Dawn. The shuttle-shaped ship glowing with light green light turned into a faint point of light and disappeared in the sight of the Dawn crew. Like a fairy tale, the crew members are already familiar with this scene, and they also know that this ship that can sneak deep under the sea is not a ship, but a submarine. This is a very appropriate name. In this sea, only their captain can summon something that can sneak into the depths of the sea. I heard from their captain that this submarine also has a name, called the Nautilus. In the exclusive captain's room, Bernadette stared at the wishing lamp that was still imprisoned in the small iron cage with a bad expression. The disciples of the storm do have an advantage on the sea, and even you are almost trapped. The genie came out of the wishing lamp with a teasing tone, not caring at all about Bernadette's bad mood. Just as Bernadette loved to see him in the embarrassment of being whipped, he also loved to see Bernadette forced into danger. The more dangerous the situation, the more likely Bernadette is to borrow his power. You better shut up now. If I'm not happy, I'll send you directly to the Church of Storms. I believe they will treat your level 0 sealed artifact well. Seeing that Bernadette was really angry, the djinn smiled without being angry. Instead, he no longer wants to be sealed by the Church of the Seven Gods, but is looking forward to the upcoming changes. Before the change comes, it is better to stay in Bernadette's hands. He even wanted Bernadette to stay away from the sea near the Tempest Temple. In this way, even if there is a lot of movement, it will be difficult for the people from the Storm Temple to rush to cooperate with Bernadette immediately. You seem to be in a good mood? Bernadette seemed to have noticed something. The djinn said casually, seeing you being besieged is naturally a happy thing. Bernadette didn't say anything else, but she became more vigilant. If it were the djinn in the past, after seeing himself angry, he would definitely try to annoy himself and make himself do some irrational behavior. But today the djinn seems to be particularly peaceful. It seems like I should throw you into the endless trench right now. Bernadette's words contained a sinister tone. The wishing lamp is a good thing, and you have already made 2 wishes, the genie said with a smile and returned to the wishing lantern. At night, the sea is calm and the stars in the sky are not very bright, making the whole sea more poetic. In the cabin, Bernadette stood near the wishing lamp, carefully watching the wishing lamp to prevent any accidents tonight. The djinn is also waiting quietly. Near 1:30 in the evening, a hole seemed to be torn open above the magical wishing lamp, and stars shone in the hole, as if a starry sky had descended here. Bernadette, who had always been on guard, had a serious expression on her face, and quickly reacted as best she could, trying to cut off the connection between the wishing lamp and the starry sky. The small iron cage trapping the wishing lamp changed instantly. Several rays of golden light circulated, and the original square shape transformed into an inverted pyramid structure. The sharp waves of light rippled from the corners of the inverted pyramid and turned into a golden barrier, completely enveloping the wishing lantern and isolating it from the starry sky. This is a level 1 sealed object, known as the triangular spacetime. It was Bernadette who had been specially hired to prevent abnormalities in the wishing lamp during the recent period. Its function is to separate space and strengthen the seal, and it can also be used to imprison enemies. The negative effect is, every time it is used, there is a chance that the holder will fall into chaotic time and space within a day, and thus become disoriented and unable to come out again. Haha. Now that you don't want to leave here quickly, you are still trying to fight. And have you forgotten the survival method you have always adhered to? Compared to Bernadette's nervousness, the genie imprisoned in the wishing lamp was in a happy mood. Although Bernadette strengthened the seal in advance, so that he could not manifest from the wishing lamp for the time being, a seal of this level was unable to fight against the existence above the starry sky. The personality gap between them is far beyond what Bernadette can make up for. Bernadette said coldly, when the time comes, I would rather make a 3rd wish than let you escape the seal of the wishing lamp. The djinn's expression changed slightly, and he did not say any more words to irritate Bernadette. Due to the rules of the wishing lamp, as long as Bernadette makes a wish to him, he will definitely satisfy it, although this wish will eventually be fulfilled in a twisted way. Once Bernadette becomes violent, he will probably be affected as well. In addition to using the power of the level 1 sealed artifact triangle time and space, Bernadette also attracted the power of dawn to temporarily enhance her own strength in order to deal with possible dangers. Just when Bernadette was using all her methods, the stars drew a chain of order that penetrated the seal of the wishing lamp and linked the djinn. Then the stars returned to their positions. The starry sky inside the cabin disappeared, and everything returned to its original state. Are you still unable to stop the djinn from breaking the seal? Bernadette's face was ugly, and her brows were furrowed. She had already used no less than 3 methods, but she still couldn't stop the behavior of the starry sky just now. Once the djinn breaks the seal and returns to the starry sky, the outer gods entrenched outside the barrier will surely corrode and pollute the world faster. The predicted doomsday may be brought forward because of this. Bernadette sighed, dissipated the power borrowed from dawn, and at the same time restored the level 1 sealed object triangle spacetime to the state of a small iron cage. After standing still and calming down, Bernadette's eyes returned to the magic lamp. Judging from what happened just now, the djinn who was sealed in the wishing lantern should have broken the seal as the starry sky left. Wrong. Bernadette's expression changed again. She stretched out her hand, and the magic lamp with its small iron cage flew in front of her. She looked at it carefully for a long time, and a smile slowly emerged from the corner of her mouth. She was still wondering, if the djinn really escaped from trouble, how could there be so little movement? According to her understanding of the djinn, once he breaks the seal, he will definitely laugh wildly and then fly straight into the starry sky. The scene at that time would definitely attract the attention of all true gods. In the wishing lamp, the lamp god had a dark face, opened his mouth, and finally turned into a cold snort. He closed his eyes, and felt the ray of consciousness that was taken away from him, which can also be said to be a clone. When the starry sky appeared just now, he also thought that the time had come for him to escape from the predicament. At that time, he was both looking forward to and worried, fearing that future development would exceed his expectations. But who knew that when the whip fell on him, it just formed a link, and then it took away a wisp of his clone and disappeared. He was indeed out of trouble. But the only one who was out of trouble was that ray of clone. The extraordinary, whose strength was equivalent to sequence 8 at most, could only lie down when he arrived at the mysterious existence's territory, and was not even qualified to speak loudly. Now, he could feel that his clone was following the chain of order, passing through the star barrier, and arriving at a magnificent white gold palace, the Hall of Stars. The avatar of the genie transformed into a wish-making lantern and floated over. Entering the Platinum Palace, the first thing that catches the eye is a long table made of black crystal stone. Like the darkness and depth in the sky of the pole star, there are 5 seats on each side of the long table, plus a seat for the owner of the place, for a total of 11 seats. At this moment, a figure was already sitting on the master seat, staring at him with interest. Under the dome, stars gathered, and endless starlight merged into the figure. Chapter 45 Superstar Dominator? God? The original creator? The black robe outlines the figure, like the deepest lightless darkness in the starry sky, with stars dotted inside, as if the starry sky has been integrated into the body. He has a pair of pupils, but no facial features. The pupils are dark black, red gold, orange, turquoise. It's hard to describe it in such superficial words. If you look carefully, you will find that it is not a pair of pupils, but stars that gather together to accommodate each other, just like a galaxy condensed into a point the size of a pupil. His arms were long and slender, and the palm of his right hand was holding a dark red planet, which he was gently playing with. His left hand was naturally placed on the table, and his fingers tapped the table rhythmically. Just sitting quietly on the chair, he naturally became the master of this place. The palace was splendid because of his presence, and the stars praised his presence. The djinn stared at it for a long time, then slowly said, "Who are you? Superstar Master?" At their level, their appearance does not mean anything. To be precise, they have never had a fixed form. Although the image of the being in front of him does not look like the Superstar Master he knows, it does not rule out that the Superstar Master comes with a new identity. What do you think? Asta's tone was very calm, and seemed to have a slight chuckle. "Oh, you are not a Superstar Master." The djinn rejected the possibility that the existence in front of him was a Superstar Master. "Don't you choose a location?" Haster's tone was still very calm, but it also carried an irresistible majesty. The djinn glanced at the positions 5 rows on each side, and finally floated to the last chair on the left, putting the farthest distance between him and Haster. Very wary, the lantern god glanced at the height between the chair and the long table. His figure suddenly grew several times larger, and a pair of pale golden arms stretched out from both sides of the wishing lantern. Then he slowly sat down, with his arms placed on the long table, and his body leaned back slightly, trying to make your posture appear as relaxed as possible. After a long silence, the djinn saw that the other party had no thoughts, and took the initiative to say, "There is an aura of rules and order here, but it is not the main body. The stars are the eternal theme here. I once remembered that God has a Star Master title, but you are not him." It was only now that the djinn finally let go of his guard. There is a power of order and rules here, but they are all under the stars, which means that the power held by the other party is slightly related to one's own, but it is not the main body. Just like the fallen mother goddess and the mother tree of desire, they both have the ability to reproduce, but one represents all the negative power in the universe, and the other represents the authority of the desires of all things. The two powers overlap, but are not the same. In your understanding, the stars are equal to the star realm? Haster's tone was still light, but this time it was a little disapproving. In fact, he himself does not understand the relationship between the star realm and the stars. Do the stars exist in the star realm? Or is the star realm just a small part of the starry sky? A small world opened up by the supreme power? No way. The explanation and description of the star realm in the original work is also very vague. Only the 3-layer structure of occultism is mentioned, the real world, the spiritual world, and the astral world. God does have another name, Lord of the Stars. But as a pillar with God is the Lord of Mysteries and the fallen Mother Goddess. It can be seen that the star realm does not contain everything. Otherwise the Lord of Mysteries and the fallen Mother Goddess will succumb to God. Naturally, he couldn't figure out this problem. So he could only throw it to the Jinn and ask him to explain it. Or let him figure it out himself. Anyway, my strength cannot be reduced. The star realm is naturally not the same as the stars. I still know this knowledge. The Jinn felt like he was being underestimated. And there was a little anger in his tone. The star realm is a special world opened up among the stars. Some outer gods belong to the star realm in the past. But there are also existences that are not included in the star realm. The genie explained, indicating that he was not so ignorant. Impossible. You can't be the Lord of the Stars. The Jinn's voice suddenly became louder. The stars contain everything. Everything. Only the original creator can be called its master. And you are definitely not. The Jinn's tone was firm. But Hastur could hear his nervousness and lack of confidence. It seems that the Jinn is not as sure about his guess as he says on the surface. Yes. After all, the original creator has always been alive and lives in everything. The more powerful the existence, the more likely it is that the consciousness of the original creator will awaken in the body. For example, for the Jinn, there is no problem in saying that he is part of the original creator. It is just that he gave birth to his own consciousness and only recognized his identity as the son of chaos. Not the original creator. God, the Lord of Mysteries, and the fallen Mother Goddess are all the same. And they can all be called parts of the original creator. But none of them wanted to be the first creator. Your stupidity is impressive. Hastur commented lightly. The Jinn god also knew that he was too fussy just now, and seemed to have no IQ. If the other party was the original creator, then according to the instinct of aggregation, he would have been devoured long ago. And it would be impossible for him to sit here and chat with himself. Because the creator had no human side in the beginning. He only had the instinct of gathering and dividing. He would gather everything and then break it apart again. Over and over again. Endlessly. The scene became quiet for a moment. And the Dangshan seemed a little embarrassed. After a while, he took the initiative to drop the topic. Are you the alien god who just arrived in the starry sky here? The Jinn god had a new guess. He basically recognized the old foreign god, who was entrenched outside the barrier. But he had no impression of the palace in front of him that contained the power of the stars. Then the identity of the other party should be the new alien god, who came here from the distant edge of the universe after he was sealed by the mystery. The status of this palace is definitely not low. Although he doesn't want to admit it. He should not be able to compare with the other party in terms of status. The doomsday predictions here are interesting. Hastur did not directly answer the Jinn god's question. He did not know the origin of the Hall of Stars. Even if he knew it, he would not be able to tell the Jinn god directly. So instead of following the words of the Jinn god, it is better to take the initiative yourself. Which can make you look more mysterious. It's indeed interesting. And it's coming soon. The Jinn didn't continue the topic. The end is coming. And what kind of ending you will have, as an incomplete person, is also worth looking forward to. The Jinn didn't know what to say for a moment. The reason why he strives to return to the stars before the end is to avoid the worst situation. When the barrier is broken and the end comes. If he is still unable to break free from the seal, then the swarming alien gods and the old one will definitely swallow him up. Even if he is on a different path than the other party. Because the group of hungry predators outside have been waiting for a long time. And they definitely don't mind satisfying themselves with dessert first. As for the chaos and madness after devouring it, even if they don't devour it, can they still have much sanity left? Aggregation is an instinct. But not everything can resist this instinct. I know you have the ability to help me get rid of the seal. Let's be honest. What deal do you want to make with me? The Jinn no longer held back. And went straight to a showdown and negotiation. No. I don't have the ability to help you get rid of the seal. Hastur murmured in his heart that he actually knew very little about the Palace of Stars. And he was only Sequence 8. Even with the help of the Palace of Stars, he could not help the Jinn unlock the seal set by the Lord of Mysteries with the wishing lamp. Even if he had the ability, he would not help the Jinn break the seal in advance. He would just wait until the end of the world. Do you have any abilities worth using now? His tone was light, with a hint of contempt. The Jinn snorted coldly. If you don't value my ability, why do you spend so much energy to pull me into this palace? Spending a lot of energy? Does this refer to the fact that you whipped him every night? From the perspective of the Jinn, it is reasonable to have such a guess. By the way, Why do you want to whip the djinn every night? Hastur couldn't imagine for a moment what he had in mind when he whipped the djinn. Just a test? No. He should still have a prank mentality. It's like a commoner who gets a whip that can enter the king's dream and whip the king every night. This temptation must be difficult to resist. He even shouted while being whipped, "You are the king. You are so majestic on weekdays. But now you are pushed to the ground by me and whipped hard. Challenging authority? The following guilty? Or should I say to get some kind of pleasure? Whipping. Feeling of pleasure." Hastur hurriedly stopped this thought. But he did not answer the djinn's question, but quietly waited for him to think about it first. "Ha. Even though I'm down and out and sealed, it doesn't mean that you are the only one with hope. When selling for a price, you have to be generous. That makes sense. Then just keep waiting." The djinn was stunned for a while. What he just said was just to remind the other party not to propose an excessive deal. Unexpectedly, the other party just stopped talking. "Uh-huh. Are you going to start a tug-of-war with me? Do you want to wait for me to ask you to trade, and then let you take the initiative?" The djinn god had some guesses in his mind, but he also felt a little strange. These beings were generally very straightforward and rarely so cunning. This reminded him of the Lord of Mysteries. There are many thieves in mind. Just bully him for being innocent. After a round of deception, he was directly tricked into the magical wishing lamp and sealed to this day. Thinking of this, the genie immediately became vigilant. "Don't just leave the wolf's den and enter the tiger's mouth again. I only accept transactions of equal value." The dang god's tone was stiff and firm. "I'm not in a hurry," Hastur replied calmly. "Uh-huh. Who knows?" The djinn snorted softly and thought to himself, "If you weren't in a hurry, would you have come to harass me frequently in the past month or so?" Seeing that there was no hope for this transaction, the djinn had no intention of speaking again. He felt that he had to hold on and not act too anxious. Otherwise he would definitely be manipulated by the other party. Of course, you can show your value appropriately and let the other party propose better trading conditions. The djinn didn't want to speak, and Hastur wouldn't speak easily to lower his authority. So he just kept it like this. The scene was silent for a moment. Hastur glanced at the djinn and said calmly, "Let's dismiss the meeting." The djinn god was stunned for a while. He had been carrying it for so long, and he just got such a sentence. The next gathering will be in 15 days. After Hastur finished speaking, without waiting for the djinn's reaction, a chain of order behind him bloomed with starlight, drawing out a starry sky, and sent this part of the djinn's clone back into the wishing lamp. Chapter 46 Believers of the Stars. After sending the djinn away, Hastur looked much more relaxed, leaning back on his chair and thinking about tonight's harvest. Successfully bringing the djinn god to a meeting gave him a new understanding of the abilities of the Hall of Stars. Tonight, he just used the power of the Hall of Stars to draw a starry sky above the wishing lamp. When Bernadette blocked and strengthened the seal, he thought he would fail. Unexpectedly, Bernadette's power could not affect the Hall of Stars at all. He only needed a simple thought to break through the seals and bring the djinn to the Hall of Stars for a meeting. Judging from the aura just now, it is obvious that the djinn god did not really arrive at the Hall of Stars, but a small part of him, or a ray of conscious clone. His true body is still sealed in the wishing lamp and cannot break through the seal. Only when you become stronger and completely master the Hall of Stars can you break through the seal of the wishing lamp and help the lamp god return to the starry sky. The ability possessed by the Palace of Stars is really terrifying. If it falls into the hands of the old ones, such as the fallen Mother Goddess and the Mother Tree of Desire, it may be able to operate in reverse and send the old gods from outside the starry sky into the real world through barriers. That would be a devastating disaster. In addition to these gains, Hastur also learned many secrets from the djinn. For example, the Palace of Stars is dominated by the power of the stars, and order and rules are only two minor powers. The stars are not the same as the astral realm. The astral realm is part of the stars. According to the djinn god, the stars should be similar to the concept of the entire universe, and the star realm is just a special world in the entire universe. The stars have returned to their places. The stars have returned to their places. Hastur tried to separate the stars from the return. After thinking about it several times, he vaguely understood its meaning. If the stars refer to the entire universe, then their placement should be in order and rules. So the stars' returners collectively refer to the rules and order of the entire universe? Something is wrong. In this case, the main authority of the Star Palace is rules and order. How can it be the stars? Hastur quickly rejected the idea. He thought for a long time and felt that in order to solve this mystery, he must first clarify the concept of stars. After thinking for a long time, Haster still couldn't figure it out. So he decided to wait and find out from the jinn later. It seems too monotonous to have only one outer god. The jinn god. It's easy for two people to chat face to face and be seen through, Haster murmured, scanning his gaze towards the star where the fallen mother goddess and the mother tree of desire were, and finally stopped at the star where the mother tree of desire was. At the next party, he will try to pull the tree of desire. As for the fallen mother goddess, Haster has always maintained the highest level of vigilance against her. Before God returns and the mystery has not awakened, the fallen mother goddess represents the strongest power. The risk factor is much higher than that of the mother tree of desire, so it is definitely the first target to be on guard against. However, before bringing the mother tree of desire to the meeting, we still need to think of ways to prepare some means of self-protection. And we also need to test it out in advance. After all, the mother tree of desire is no better than the jinn. He lives well outside the starry sky, and even the bound god was swallowed by it. Inviting him to a meeting can easily trigger his counterattack. So be careful. Haster thought quietly for a long time. And when he was about to leave the Hall of Stars, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be unable to whip the jinn in the future. How about trying to hit the mother tree of desire and see how it reacts? If it's too much trouble, just don't invite him to the next meeting. Think about it or forget it. The waves can easily capsize the boat. So be careful. Hold on. In the cabin of the Dawn, Bernadette has been observing the changes in the magic lamp, fearing that it will make any changes again. At this time, the starry sky above the wishing lamp reappeared, and a chain that gathered starlight came out and fell on the wishing lamp. Before Bernadette could react, the entire starry sky disappeared, and everything returned to the same state as before. Bernadette observed for a long time and found nothing unusual about the wishing lamp. But the lamp god kept hiding inside and refused to come out. Heh. It seems it's time for me to make a decision. The tempest of storms is still suitable for you, Bernadette said with a cold tone. Even if you are suppressed in the storm temple, you still cannot escape what is coming. The genie slowly came out of the wishing lamp. You think I will believe you? I don't need to lie on this matter. Haven't you seen it yourself? What power is that? Not sure. The jinn was also a little helpless. It was just a clone of him that went to the mysterious palace. Although it had consciousness and memory, the power it exerted might be too weak to detect many secrets. As long as he makes any change, the existence's finger will press it, and his clone will be extinguished. Although he didn't care about the fate of that clone. He didn't want to offend the other person when they first met. What kind of existence is the other party? Are you sure you want to know? The jinn looked at Bernadette with a smile and continued, knowledge is poisonous. If you know him, he will also know you. He already knows my existence, so I naturally want to know about it. Bernadette was not deterred by the words of the jinn god. I can tell you everything that just happened, but you must agree to a small request of mine. I won't agree to any of your deals. Help me find believers in the stars. The jinn didn't pay attention to Bernadette's instinctive defensive attitude. Bernadette looked puzzled. Which mysterious organization was the stars? Why had she never heard of it? Are the stars a new organization established by the goddess of the night? The jinn god pondered for a while and said, I'm not sure if there are followers of Chuanqing. You just need to pay attention casually, even if this transaction is completed. Bernadette said on guard, this is not my wish. This has nothing to do with the wishing lamp transaction. The genie's voice was majestic, and his whole body was shrouded in pale golden light, which meant that he had no deception or calculation regarding this transaction. This made Bernadette even more curious about the so-called believers of the stars. But she still did not agree directly, but changed her explanation. It wasn't a wish or a deal, just casual conversation. Even though the jinn seemed trustworthy, Bernadette remained cautious and would not make any promises easily. The jinn was not angry and quickly told Bernadette what he had seen and heard in his clone tonight. After hearing this, Bernadette sneered, no wonder you are so honest tonight. It turns out that you don't know the identity of the other party at all. So you want to find out everything about him through possible believers in the stars. His existence is even more dangerous to you. Once he cooperates with existences such as the fallen mother goddess and the desire mother tree, even if the barrier cannot be broken through, their erosion and pollution of this world will increase exponentially. Bernadette was silent. What happened tonight really shocked and frightened her. This was like the fallen mother goddess suddenly attacking her outside the starry sky through a barrier. The risk factor is too great. Too scary. You can inform the Church of the Seven Gods about this news. The djinn made his own suggestion on the side. Instead of letting the other party hide his identity and hide outside the starry sky, let the 7 gods find out his details as soon as possible. The unknown is often the scariest thing. And this sentence is even more applicable to a being like him. Are you very afraid of him? Bernadette saw the djinn's little thoughts. You would do the same thing if you were me. I will think about it. Bernadette did not make a specific promise. After confirming again that the seal of the wishing lamp was okay, she got up and left the cabin. 11 seats. Who else could there be besides me? The genie returned to the wishing lamp and began to think about tonight's harvest. There are only 3 things he wants to know most right now. Who is that being? Where is that mysterious palace? Do the 11 seats mean that besides myself, there were other foreign gods who attended the meeting in the past? After thinking for a long time, the djinn finally sighed, and the pale golden figure disappeared. He was still trapped in the wishing lamp. And even if he knew it, it would be difficult for him to change anything. Hastur slept so long that he missed breakfast. Butler Neil had people knock on the door 3 times, but failed to wake Asta from his sleep. It was not until lunchtime that Hastur woke up from his deep sleep. His spiritual power was severely depleted last night, and could only be restored through sleep. Phew. Please pay attention to the time next time to avoid being so tired every time. Hastur got up from the bed, went to the bathroom to wash up, and took another shower by the way. When it was time to change into new clothes, he paused and asked the maid waiting outside the door to change into something more unique. The so-called uniqueness refers to new era clothing that is different from traditional formal wear and shows more personality. For example, Inta-style men's clothing is generally used for banquets, and they wear lighter, simpler, and distinctive clothing in daily life. In East Balam and West Balam in the southern continent, their clothes are more bold and avant-garde, full of wildness. What Hastur wanted was southern continent-style clothing, but unfortunately, he didn't have it in his wardrobe. Apart from formal wear and travel wear, there were only 2 or 3 sets of Inta-style clothes. After the final selection, Asta selected one of the sets, which included a white Inta-style shirt, a dark black jacket, beige trousers, and black leather boots. This time I really want to thank Emperor Russell. If he hadn't stitched modern style with Inta style, he wouldn't be able to wear such a more personalized outfit. Butler Neil felt that this was not decent enough. He did not look like an aristocratic gentleman, but looked like ordinary civilians, which did not show nobility and elegance. Steward Neil, you should look young once in a while, so that you won't live so tiringly. Asta replied with a smile. And after finishing lunch, he went out for shopping. After being promoted to Sequence A barbarian, he stayed at home for 2 days to adapt to his new state. Now that he has basically mastered the terrifying power of the barbarians, his safety factor has been greatly improved. So it's a good time for him to go out for a walk. Chapter 47. The fateful encounter is irresistible. Walking on the streets of the West District, there were not many pedestrians coming and going. Most of the big businessmen and small nobles traveled in horse-drawn carriages. The real pedestrians were usually people buying food and servants. In order not to affect the living environment, there are no slaughterhouses or vegetable markets nearby. They have to be found a little further away from the residential area. Asta walked around a lot but didn't find anything new. He checked the time and saw that it was almost 11 o'clock. Then we randomly found a restaurant to eat. Not long after he sat down to eat, he heard someone calling him from behind. Hastur put down his knife and fork, looking for the voice. It was Chief Reed, who he had met once. Baron Campbell, I didn't expect to see you here. Chief Reed followed the 2 young police officers and walked up with a smile. This may be the goddess's guidance. Hastur smiled and invited Chief Reed and the 3 of them to sit down. He happened to have something to ask Chief Reed. Praise the goddess. Sheriff Reed clicked 4 times on his chest to draw a crimson moon. He was also a devout believer in the goddess. After the 3 of them were seated, Hastur called the waiter and ordered 3 more meals. The food here is affordable and Asta doesn't have to worry about it. Even if we invite a few more people, it won't cost more than £1. Sheriff Reed and the other 3 quickly stood up and thanked them before taking their seats again. While waiting for their meal, Hastur asked him about Andrew. We do have news about him recently. Someone saw him in the dock area yesterday. He seemed to be going to sea and leaving Backland. Our police have sent people to guard there to prevent him from getting on the ship and going to sea. Sheriff Reed still had some impression of the fraudster who dared to defraud the nobles. Last time, he led people to secretly guard near Asta's house. Docklands? Hastur frowned slightly, thinking about arresting the fraudster himself if he had the chance. But the dock area was too close to the Sunrise Workhouse. And he didn't want to get close. He is very cunning. Maybe it was just a feint to mislead our judgment. Having said this, Sheriff Reed sighed. It has been a long time since he started chasing Andrew. But every time he was just a little bit close. He always failed to catch him. Have you gained anything else? Hastur tried to ask. At this time, 3 lunches had been delivered. In order not to disturb the conversation between Chief Reed and Hastur, the other 2 young police officers took their own lunches and sat at the table next to them. Sheriff Reed cut off a piece of steak, pondered for a moment and said, "He seems to be very lucky. Every time we are just a little bit close to catching him. One of our men caught a glimpse of him while patrolling. Just when he was about to catch up and see what happened, he was interrupted by other things. Another time, we organized people to start checking the pub late at night, but they arrived a few minutes late and allowed him to slip out of the back door. Different luck?" Hastur became alert. Different luck. Is there any extraordinary factor hidden in it? As far as he knows, the destiny path can give others good luck in encountering good things. And it can also curse others with continuous bad luck. He also recalled that when he was chatting with Professor Wayne, he once said that Voltaire Campbell had bad luck in gambling. He just turned over the cards and won a manor title deed. And Andrew came to blackmail him for £2,000 for no reason. Were they really just here for the money? Or do they want to force themselves to sell them something valuable? When they sneaked into the house where they lived that night, besides themselves, were they also looking for something else? Hastur fell into deep thought. And he knew that maybe he was too worried. It is entirely possible that this is a simple fraud and theft case where a group of fraudsters targeted you and then sneaked into the house to steal. As for the different luck, maybe someone in the police station tipped off Andrew. Seeing Hastur not speaking for a long time, Chief Reed said awkwardly, "We will capture him as soon as possible, and we will never let him escape again next time. I have always believed in your ability, and your ability to arrest criminals, and put them behind bars." Hastur spoke with a smile, glanced at Sheriff Reed's nearly eaten steak, and said, "Would you like a beer? Thank you for your generosity. Congratulations in advance on your arrest." Asta reached out to the waiter, and ordered 3 glasses of the best beer here and a drink. "I have something to do in the afternoon, so I can't drink," Asta explained. Dock area. Not long after he separated from Chief Reed, Hastur came here alone. In the past, he would not take risks here alone. But now he is playing the role of a barbarian, thinking less and doing more. Now that he has the intention, he comes to the dock area for a walk. Maybe you can actually gain something. After all, fate always attracts each other. Upon arriving at the dock area, he established a rule that the fateful encounter was irresistible. If Andrew is really an extraordinary person in the path of destiny, then there is a high probability that he will meet the other party. Hastur was walking in the dock area. Apart from being wary of pickpockets stealing his money, he walked around aimlessly. If you really have to rely on reasoning to trace, he will definitely not be as professional as the police department. What he focuses on this time is metaphysics. If you can meet the best one, there is no regret if you don't. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Asta still had nothing to gain. He sat in a tavern and ordered 2 sausages, a cup of Earl Grey tea, and a dessert for afternoon tea. Although the food here in the dock area is rough, the kielbasa is delicious. Much better than some famous restaurants. As for the desserts, the gap is a bit big. They are neither exquisite nor delicious. Hastur quietly enjoyed his afternoon tea, looking around the inside and outside of the tavern from time to time. Maybe he might actually meet Andrew here. Halfway through the meal, Hastur glanced outside the tavern and his eyes narrowed slightly. He actually caught a glimpse of Andrew. Compared with the image of a thug in a suit when we last met, Andrew is now tightly wrapped, with his chin covered by a collar. And the clothes he wears are common for workers here. His eyes were lowered, sometimes searching around, sometimes dodging, as if he was avoiding someone. Is this being targeted by the police department? Hastur did not pay the bill and stand up immediately. Instead, he watched patiently for a while. He wanted to see who Andrew was avoiding. If it's a police officer, then he doesn't need to be so anxious. Just follow carefully. If it was anyone else, then he would have to take a closer look. Until Andrew's figure was about to disappear, Asta did not notice anyone in particular following Andrew. Has he become frightened? Hastur stood up and paid the bill for 1 sol and 4 pence. Then went out and mingled with the crowd, following Andrew. He always kept a safe distance of about 10 meters from Andrew. Only every time Andrew wanted to turn a corner or disappear, He would speed up his pace. The two walked one behind the other, bypassing several alleyways, and passing 2 or 3 warehouses. Andrew finally stopped at the door of a small wooden house. He first searched around, and then knocked on the door quietly. Soon, a strong man of about 30 years old poked his head out, and glanced around before meeting Andrew's eyes. The two exchanged a few words briefly, and Andrew followed the strong man into the cabin. And the door was closed again. Is this his hiding place? Hastur emerged from around the corner, and stared at the cabin for a moment. He now has 2 better options. One is to inform nearby police officers to come here to arrest people, and let the police department solve the matter. The second is to stay here, send someone to notify nearby police officers, and then act with them. Of course, he chose the third way, and rushed forward. Hastur found a wooden stick with thick arms nearby, waited, and came to the door of the cabin. The wooden stick in his hand swung heavily, and hit the door, which was not very strong. Boom! The whole door collapsed. Hastur strode in, with a wooden stick in hand, and saw 3 figures in front of him. One of them was Andrew, who looked panicked, and the other 2 strong men looked wary. The strong man in black picked up the bench in the room as a weapon, and the strong man in gray took out the dagger hidden in his arms. The strong man in black looked at Andrew and cursed. You idiot! You didn't even know the police came to your door. He is not a policeman. He is Voltaire's son. Andrew recognized Hastur's identity, and his expression became even more panicked. He took a step back and hid behind the 2 strong men, his eyes rolling, ready to slip away at any time. Voltaire's son? Uh-huh. Did you deliver it to your door yourself? Yes. I came here on my own. Who makes you dare not look for me again? A pure and kind smile appeared on Hastur's face. Before the 2 strong men could speak again, the wooden stick in his hand hit the strong man in black, who was closer. The strong man in black smiled ferociously, picked up the bench with both hands, swept it from right to left, and hit Hastur's temple. The strong man in gray stepped aside, trying to block Hastur's retreat. Hastur was 1 step faster, and the wooden stick hit the strong man in black on the head first. Click! The wooden stick shattered from the middle with heavy force. At the same time, the head of the strong man in black was also cracked. The head was buzzing, and before the strong man in black could marvel at Hastur's strength, he fell backwards, and Andrew hurriedly stepped aside. The strong man in gray originally wanted to block the retreat and attack Hastur from the side. Seeing this, he hurriedly ran towards the door. Hastur turned around, glanced at it, and threw half of the wooden stick in his hand. With a wailing sound, the strong man in gray clothes was thrust into the waist by a broken wooden stick. The heavy force took him to the open space in front of him. His forehead came into close contact with the ground, and he fainted. I was aiming for his thighs. Seeing that the strong man in gray clothes couldn't run away for a while, Hastur silently withdrew his gaze, and looked at Andrew, who had no way to retreat. He said in a calm tone, I think we can have a good chat. Chapter 48 Friendly Exchanges. Destiny related. Andrew shrank back, leaning against the corner, and not daring to raise his head. This made Hastur a little confused. He remembered that Andrew's behavior was not so bad when they first met. Was he stimulated by something during this time? It seems you prefer violence to chatting. As Hastur spoke, he lifted the square wooden table in the room with one hand and raised it over his shoulder, as if Andrew would have the table cover him if he didn't speak. Andrew shuddered and hurriedly begged for mercy. I really don't know anything. I just want to take the opportunity to extort a sum of money. Other things are none of my business. Who asked you to blackmail me? Andrew's face turned pale, and he moved his lips, but did not dare to say anything else. At this time, there was a noise outside. It was the dock workers, who happened to be passing by. They found a strong man in gray clothes lying on the ground with bleeding from his waist. Andrew's eyes lit up, and he shouted, Gentlemen, there is a robbery here. Help! Snapped. The wooden table in Hastur's hand directly covered it, hitting Andrew with stars in his eyes, bleeding from his mouth and nose. And he fainted. After thinking for a moment, Hastur first tidied up his somewhat messy clothes, then took the initiative to walk to the door, blocking the situation inside the room, and shouted to the 3 dock workers who came after hearing the sound. Gentlemen, the gangster just escaped from the back door. He still had a knife in his hand. He is very dangerous. Please call the police and arrest him. When the 3 dock workers saw Hastur's young face and his clothes that were obviously not ordinary people's, they quickly believed what he said. One of them went to call the police, and the other 2 bravely followed. After the 3 of them left, Hastur returned to the room, held Andrew by his collar with one hand, picked him up, and took Andrew to another place while no one was around. As he passed by, he touched up the kick of the strong man in gray, who was stabbed in the waist by a broken wooden stick. The sewage outlet of a paper factory, where the pipeline leads directly to the sea, and untreated industrial sewage washes directly into the ocean. There was a nauseating smell nearby. Not far from the sewage outlet, Asta held Andrew's legs and put his head close to the black, smelly industrial sewage. Before he touched the industrial sewage, Andrew's body reacted. A big mouthful of filth spurted out, and his whole body instantly recovered from his coma. He stared blankly for a moment before he understood his current state. No! I'll tell you everything. Looking at the industrial sewage, just a finger away from his lips, Andrew finally begged for mercy. But it was no use. He still watched the foul-smelling industrial sewage soak through his lips and pour into his nasal cavity. A stench of suffocating feeling instantly numbed his whole body. But he did not dare to ask for mercy again. Otherwise, he would be greeted by a mouthful of chemical drink. After 3 or 4 seconds of immersion, Hastur lifted him out of the water, shook him twice, and then threw him on the shore. Wow! Andrew vomited again, until his face turned blue and his body was weak. Then he looked at Hastur with fear. His lips trembled. You are simply a devil. He really couldn't imagine how such an elegant nobleman could do such a thing? This is simply more vicious and more awe-inspiring than their method of punishing disobedient people. Now he can still feel numbness, bitterness, astringency, and even a little sweetness on the tip of his tongue. Pooh! Andrew spat a few more times, trying to rid his tongue of this complex taste. The devil likes to hear the truth. I hope you won't try to hide anything anymore. If there is an extra corpse here, I'm afraid no one will find it within a month. Even if they find out, they'll probably pretend nothing happened. After all, the body stinks so much that no one would want to fish it out. Hastur's calm tone made Andrew's face turn pale again. He was really frightened. I said, someone asked me to go to you and blackmail you for a sum of money. You lied. It seems you prefer to have a drink here. Austin narrowed his eyes, seeming to see through all of Andrew's little thoughts. I didn't. What they actually wanted was one thing. It was my suggestion to extort a sum of money under the pretext of extorting money, so that it would be less likely to arouse suspicion. Andrew shook his head quickly, so anxious that he almost burst into tears. What? They said it was a golden box the size of a palm. I don't know what it's called specifically. Andrew was afraid that Hastur would not believe it, so he stretched out his hand to show the size of the box. Who are they? I don't know, but there are extraordinary people among them. The kind of beings with extraordinary power. They promised me that as long as I can get the golden box, they will help me become a Sequence 9 criminal. Why don't they come and get it themselves, and why do they need your help? I don't know very well, but I once heard them say something like this. Only those who are related to destiny can get the things of destiny. What's so special about you? I actually played cards with your father, Voltaire, at the gambling table, and I won him a lot of money. Hastur stopped questioning and began to think about the ins and outs of all this. The last few questions. Andrew wasn't lying. This was really all the information he knew. The key information is, golden box. Destiny related. Voltaire Campbell. He had no memory of the golden box. It might have been an item hidden by Voltaire. If it really existed, then it was most likely hidden somewhere on the 3rd floor. It is easier to understand the matter related to destiny. It must be the extraordinary people of the destiny path. They follow the guidance of destiny. For many things, their way of dealing with it is magic stick and metaphysics. As for Voltaire, he might have been cursed, which was why he had bad luck all the way. In the end, he even lost his footing and fell into the water, dying. But that doesn't change the fact that he is a dog gambler. I've said everything. Can I leave? Seeing Austin not speaking for a long time, Andrew asked timidly, Are you rushing to jail? Andrew's face turned pale, and he said tremblingly, You have no intention of letting me go? Defrauding a nobleman involves a huge amount of money. Don't you have to go to jail? Don't you want to become a Sequence 9 criminal? This is a good opportunity. Lying on the ground, Andrew curled up and remained silent. Hastur did not let him go so easily. He counted his fingers and said, Because of you, I broke 2 stained glass windows and have been worried for so long. You should compensate a nobleman for his material and spiritual losses, so that there is fairness. Chances of jail time. Andrew understood the subtext in this sentence. If he didn't lose money, he would be sunk into this industrial sewage. How much do you want? Oh, how much money do you have? Asta's eyes lit up slightly. If someone doesn't have too many deposits, they usually won't ask how much they want, but will just tell them how much money they have left. Andrew shuddered and hesitated. The total of all my property is less than 20 gold pounds. Andrew, why did you lie again? You will anger the devil. For the sake of the gold pound. Hastur was willing to give him another chance to tell the truth. Only less than 100 gold pounds. I really only have this little money. There is really no more. Alas, you are not honest again. Hastur stepped forward, and under Andrew's horrified gaze, he picked up his legs, lowered his head, and moved sideways, approaching the black water. I said, I still have more than 200 pounds in cash. There is also a small house on 33rd Street in Jowood District. Is this really all there is? Real? Andrew cried sadly. If he was really that rich, he wouldn't blackmail a noble. The more than 200 pounds in cash was what he had saved through years of frugality. It was his only savings. Only honest people are eligible for salvation. But you still have to pay a price for the lies you just told. Hastur lowered his hands, and Andrew's lips and nose were immersed in industrial sewage again. After a 3-second pause, Hastur picked him up and threw him on the shore. Vomit! Andrew supported the ground with one hand, turned sideways, and felt nauseated and wretched again, almost vomiting out bile. After Andrew's stomach was almost cleared, Asta discussed the big issue of compensation amount with him. Finally, after a cordial and friendly exchange, Mr. Andrew was willing to spend all his cash to compensate Baron Hastur Campbell for his mental losses during this period. As for the money for the 2 stained glass windows, Baron Hastur Campbell showed the generosity of a nobleman and waived this considerable expense. Congratulations on the opportunity to go to trial and jail. Andrew curled up and turned his back to Hastur. Without saying a word, he silently stretched out his hand to wipe his tears. Answer me a few more questions, and the feud between us will be over. Hastur asked more questions about Voltaire's behavior at the gambling table in the past, and some of his ridiculous actions. After being taught 2 lessons, Andrew behaved very well, and was very willing to cooperate with the questioning. When nearby police officers received the news and arrived, they saw Andrew hanging on a rope, with his legs up and his head down, only a finger away from the black water. The fraudster Andrew had been knocked unconscious. Fortunately, his life was not in danger. He just kept vomiting after waking up. On the other side, Hastur has already taken away 225 gold 6 pounds Suler for mental damages from the place where Andrew hid the money. That's a lot of money. Asta's steps also became a little more relaxed. When passing by a clothing store, he lightly sniffed his clothes, which smelled a bit stinky. It must be that he stayed at the sewage outlet for too long, and his clothes were stained with the stench there. Without hesitation, Asta walked into the clothing store, ready to buy a new outfit. As soon as he walked into the clothing store, Asta looked surprised and looked at a figure in front of him who was choosing clothes. Miss Sharon. Chapter 49. The first meeting with Miss Sharon. Is this the irresistible fate of meeting each other? The first thing that came to Hastur's mind was the rule he had set when he stepped into the dock area. He also went to the Brave Bar many times, not only to attend extraordinary parties, but also to think about whether he might have a chance to meet Miss Sharon. Unexpectedly, today, I met him in an ordinary clothing store in the dock area. She has long, pale gold hair in a bun, blue eyes, delicate appearance, and pale face. She wears a complicated and exquisite black Gothic palace dress and a small black soft hat. His posture is elegant, and he looks a bit unsmiling. A look of surprise quickly flashed through Asta's eyes, and he withdrew his gaze and looked at the owner of the clothing store. She was a woman in her 30s, dressed simply yet stylishly. I want to wear decent clothes, preferably in a rough and bold style. Asta briefly described his requirements, and then asked the landlady to recommend a suitable set of clothes for him. Soon, the waitress in the store took measuring tools to measure various data of his body in order to choose a set of clothes that fit the best. With nothing to do, Hastur's eyes unconsciously looked in the direction of Sharon, only to find that she had disappeared. Maybe while he was chatting with the landlady, she picked out her clothes and left. It was a pity that Hastur was unable to exchange a few words. The landlady smiled and said, "A chance encounter always makes it easier for people to believe in the existence of fate." Asta heard the hidden meaning of her words and said with a smile, "If we are destined, the fateful meeting will be irresistible. It's such a youthful day. Youth has never passed away. It has always been well preserved in you." Hastur praised her and talked to the proprietress about Sharon as her eyes brightened. According to the proprietress, This is the second time Sharon has come to their store to buy clothes. Each time she chooses several sets, all of which are the most popular styles. The last time she bought clothes was 2 months ago. The proprietress once asked Sharon if she wanted to order a few sets for her, but she was declined, saying that she preferred to choose her favorite styles from the dazzling array of clothes. As for why such a girl with a different temperament from the dock area came to the dock area to buy clothes alone, the landlady didn't ask. She didn't know anything about such private issues as where she lived. After chatting with the landlady for about 20 minutes, the waitress just came over and said that she had selected clothes, and then led Asta to try on clothes under the look of the landlady with reluctance. After changing his clothes, Asta paid only 3 gold pounds for the landlady's enthusiastic discount, and left with a set of Southern Continental style clothes that would sell for at least 5 gold pounds in Queens. He also took a small bag of old clothes with him. After leaving the clothing store, Asta scanned around and saw no trace of Miss Sharon. He took a carriage and returned to his home in the West District. As soon as he got on the carriage, a calm voice came into his ears. "Are you the blonde young nobleman who likes mysticism as Merrick mentioned? Is this voice Miss Sharon?" Asta's expression moved slightly, and he looked around, but could not see Miss Sharon. As expected of a Sequence 5 resentful soul, its ability to hide is truly amazing. If I make a rule that no invisibility is allowed here, can Miss Sharon reveal her true identity? Hastur just thought for a moment, but did not take action. He said calmly, "If Merrick doesn't know other blonde nobles, it should be me. Well, can you do me a favor?" Even if she asked for help, Miss Sharon's voice was still as calm as water, without any waves, and still sounded good. "What's the deal?" Hastur doesn't mind providing some help to Miss Sharon and Merrick. In the metropolis of Backland, the two of them will be good allies and close friends. Merrick was caught by the police department for some things. I hope you can come forward to solve this matter. Aren't you extraordinary? Ordinary people will be safer here. Asta understands the meaning behind these words. Backland is the capital of Mandu that may trigger a divine descent at any time. There are quite a few extraordinary people hiding in Backland. Not to mention demigods. Even angels. The higher sequence beyonders come to Backland, the more careful they must be. Otherwise they will easily be visited by personnel from the Church of the Night Goddess and the Church of Storms to check the water meter. I need to know clearly why Merrick was arrested so that I can intercede for his bail. Backland Bridge District. Police Division. Hastur arrived in a carriage. He asked Sharon to wait in the carriage while he went in to handle the matter alone. Although he didn't know where Sharon was hiding, it shouldn't be too far from the carriage. No matter how serious the matter of Merrick's arrest this time is, as long as the other party gives up the pursuit, he will not receive any punishment. The cause of the incident is not complicated. Someone was drunk and causing trouble at the Brave Bar the night before. Merrick asked his living corpse to teach the other party a lesson. The living corpse did not control its strength well and injured the other party, probably with a bruise and a swollen face. In the end, the other party apologized and left the Brave Man Bar. He thought that the matter would just go away, but unexpectedly, not even 20 minutes had passed. That person called the police and reported that someone maliciously assaulted a noble. The police came to arrest the person, and Merrick naturally couldn't let his living corpse be taken to the police station. Otherwise a big mess would occur. He could only take on the matter by himself, and was caught and locked up at the police station. With the extraordinary abilities of Merrick and Sharon, they can easily escape from prison. But in this way, their identities will be exposed, and it will be difficult to live stably in Backland. Merrick and Sharon knew many nobles, but it was difficult to ask those nobles to help intercede because the injured man was a viscount. It's that Viscount Greylint. Sharon learned through her own channels that the reason why Viscount Greylint went to the Brave Bar that night was because his friend Baron Hastur Campbell had been here many times. So he also wanted to come here to watch. After all, unexpectedly, he was beaten up before he could get a glimpse of the secret. He was so angry that he chose to call the police. Sharon followed this clue and easily found Hastur. After understanding the specific appearance, she communicated with Merrick and decided to come to Hastur to resolve the matter. She originally planned to choose a few more formal outfits and talk to Asta in person about it, but she didn't expect to meet Asta in this clothing store in the dock area. This is what happened later. In this regard, Hastur could only lament that Greylint was really lucky. He could meet Merrick, a Sequence 6 Beyonder. Once he went to the Brave Bar and sent him to prison. Speaking of which, it was only through the help of Greylint that he was able to meet Miss Sharon and make her owe him a small favor. Entering the police station, Hastur identified himself. explained his purpose, and asked the police department to consult Grey Lint for his opinion. About an hour later, Asta took Merrick out of the police station gate, got into the carriage, and headed to where Grey Lint lived. He had to tell Grey Lint personally about this matter. After knowing that Grey Lint had been looking for the formula of the medicine man's potion and wanted to enter the extraordinary world, Merrick asked Haster to take him with him. He said that he could help Grey Lint solve the problem of the pharmacist's potion formula. Haster did not reveal his little thoughts. He clearly wanted to show his identity as a Beyonder in front of Grey Lint. Also, being locked up in jail for 2 days and 1 night, I must have been holding back some anger in my heart. Asta did not refuse Marichi's request. Marichi went to see Grey Lint to express that he would expose this matter and would not seek revenge in the future. Otherwise, if Grey Lint made him suffer such a loss this time, he would have to be careful when going out in the future, as he would be beaten up by his zombie team at any time. In the villa, Grey Lint learned that Haster was coming to visit, so he prepared tea and waited. When I saw Haster leading Merrick in together, Grey Lint's face stiffened slightly, and he quickly raised his chin slightly and hummed softly. In his opinion, Haster brought the other party here to make the other party apologize to him. With a smile in his eyes, Merrick walked up to Grey Lint and said with a slight smile on his lips, "Viscount Grey Lint, let's get to know Merrick again." A Sequence 6 Beyonder. Grey Lint was stunned for a while, then looked up at Haster. After receiving Haster's confirmation, he froze on the spot. A Sequence 6 Beyonder. This should be the strongest Beyonder he knows. During this time, he gained a lot of knowledge about mysticism from Haster, and he probably knew what kind of existence Sequence 6 was. That is already a sequence representing the middle power in the extraordinary world. He himself has not even entered the initial Sequence 9 yet. After the shock, Grey Lint smiled bitterly and gave Haster a look asking for help. "Don't worry, Mr. Merrick is from the lawful good camp and will not secretly deal with you because of what happened before." Haster asked Grey Lint to relax. Before Grey Lint could figure out what the lawful good camp represented, he heard Merrick in front of him say gloomily, "I am not from the lawful good camp. I just like to kill people and turn them into living corpses. This way, even if he dies, he cannot escape my control." Grey Lint, he shuddered. His face turned slightly pale, and finally he forced a smile and said, "Mr. Merrick is joking. You must be a good person. No matter how good a person is put in prison, his character will change." Grey Lint breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. The other party wanted an apology from him. "Mr. Merrick, this matter is my fault, and I am willing to compensate accordingly." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Merrick. "Forget it. I'm not that stingy. Let's just let this matter go." "Well, it's for his sake." Merrick pointed at Haas Tower. "Grey Lint and I are very good friends," Haster said with a smile. Grey Lint's face gradually returned to normal, and he felt much more relaxed. "I have the recipe for the medicine master's potion that you need. How many gold pounds do you plan to pay?" Merrick gave Glallant another surprise. Chapter 50 The Destiny Beard. 300 gold pounds. After reacting, Grey Lint directly quoted a relatively high price. Haster once told him that the price of the Sequence 9 potion formula was between 200 and 300 gold pounds. The medicine master's potion formula is relatively valuable. About 250 gold pounds. You're generous and a good bargain. As Merrick spoke, he took out a piece of paper from his arms and handed it to Grey Lint, and then said, "If you can't gather the extraordinary materials above, you can come and seek my help. Of course, I will charge you a certain amount of hard work fee." Grey Lint took the paper with a smile and said with excitement, "This is what it should be. It should be." He had no doubts about the authenticity of the pharmacist's potion formula. He didn't believe in Merrick, but in Haster's credibility. If Haster wanted to lie to him, he would have given him a fake medicine master's potion formula long ago. There was no need to wait until now. "You have better luck than me." Haster gave Glarant a reassuring look. Merrick and Sharon were still trustworthy. "Ha." Grey Lint smiled for a while, and then hurriedly asked the servant to go down and prepare some things so that Merrick and Haster could stay for dinner. Merrick was in the living corpse sequence. He didn't really need to eat, so he politely refused to leave. Of course, Haster couldn't just slap his butt and leave like Merrick. He also had to thank Grey Lint for giving him thin noodles today, and at the same time, he had to answer some of Grey Lint's doubts. After all, he can be regarded as the guide for Grey Lint to enter the extraordinary world. After dinner, Grey Lint took Haster to his study to chat and ask some questions about extraordinary materials. Haster only recommended him a fairly trustworthy black market for trading extraordinary materials. He believed that Grey Lint would not be stupid enough to take risks himself every time. When it comes to buying extraordinary materials, he can definitely send someone he trusts to buy them. At the end of the conversation, Grey Lint mentioned that he was going to hold a small private party this week, saying that he wanted to give him a little shock. Could it be that you invited Miss Audrey? Asta made a casual guess. He noticed something was wrong with Audrey's expression last time they met. Haster, can't you act a little stupid sometimes? Grey Lint, I also hope you can become smarter. Oh, I can't be this friend anymore. Grey Lint sighed. But his depression was quickly dissipated by the joy of the pharmacist's potion formula. And he smiled and left Haster to chat for a while longer. Before leaving, Haster specifically told Grey Lint not to tell others about the resurrection ceremony he had held. Otherwise it would cause trouble. Grey Lint, who had already half-stepped into the extraordinary world, now began to realize how terrifying it was to hold a resurrection ceremony. Although the ritual ultimately failed, it was still terrifying. After hearing Haster's instructions, he quickly agreed and promised not to tell anyone else in the future. When he got home, Asta looked at his pocket watch. Around 9:30. He asked someone to prepare a substantial midnight snack. When he came to the bathroom and was about to take a shower, a slim figure appeared in the mirror in front of him. She was wearing a gothic palace dress of a different color than this afternoon, and a small black gauze hat. Her blue eyes were like a pool of clear water, without any ripples. Seeing Haster looking over, she held up the skirts on both sides of her hands with both hands, gracefully performed the court etiquette, and then disappeared from the mirror. Haster didn't have time to say anything. He could only lament that the extraordinary ability of the resentful soul was really elusive and unpredictable. Fortunately, I was still wearing clothes. If Miss Sharon suddenly appeared in the mirror while I was taking a shower, it would be really scary. But Miss Sharon won't be so boring. Right? Haster tried calling twice in a low voice, but when he received no response, he felt relieved. Pausing in front of the mirror for a while, Haster summoned his spiritual power and formulated a new rule for this bathroom. Invisibility is prohibited here. Hiding is prohibited. After the rules were generated, Haster turned on his spiritual vision again and checked it carefully, and indeed found no trace of Miss Sharon. He couldn't help but feel happy. He was just taking a bath, but he felt like a thief. The feeling of being a thief in your own home is really new. After taking a shower and eating a delicious late-night snack, Asta was particularly excited. He looked at his pocket watch and saw that there was still more than an hour before 11:30. He came to the study and began to study advanced legal books. With the barbarian's physical bonus, he is now very energetic. Even if he is reading these complicated and boring legal provisions, he will not feel tired. It wasn't until 2 hours later that he put down his books and stretched back to the bedroom to rest. After lying on the bed for a while, he entered the Hall of Stars, with 2 chains of order hanging on both sides of him. Swaying gently, Haster stared at the star where the djinn was for a long time, and finally resisted the idea of lashing him. I'm used to smoking, but I'm still a little uncomfortable at the moment. Sighing, he looked at the star where the mother tree of desire was, then looked back and began to think about what kind of rules should be formulated for the second chain of order. With the first rule as a foundation, he can now be more free to think about some rules other than combat effectiveness, such as destiny. From the time he was born in the mysterious world until now, he seems to have a deep relationship with the word destiny. The name Haster Campbell itself is not a simple name in occultism, regardless of whether the king in yellow exists or not. It is something that requires vigilance. A person's name may affect a person's destiny. In occultism, the relationship between the two is even closer, and he has already carried this destiny. Voltaire Campbell, the gambler, seemed to be cursed by someone with an extraordinary path of destiny, which made his gambling luck extremely unlucky. In the end, he lost his family fortune and drowned by the river. Andrew came to blackmail him, and there was also the shadow of the instigation of the extraordinary destiny path behind him. When these series of events are connected, it seems that his fate has been arranged. So can you use the Palace of Stars to escape the influence of fate as much as possible? Charting a destiny that transcends destiny? This is obviously impossible, because no matter what kind of fate it is still fate, and there cannot be a fate outside of fate. Then you can only try to reduce or get rid of the fate that affects you as much as possible. How should such rules be formulated? Haster was in trouble again and fell into deep thought. This is not something he can determine in a day or two. He still has time to think about it slowly. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Hastur had already woken up from his deep sleep. With the physique of a barbarian, his sleep time could be greatly reduced. 4 hours of sleep a day was enough. When I got up and had nothing to do, I went to the study room and continued reading law books. At around 8:30, after breakfast, Asta asked the coachman to go to the countryside. With nothing to do, he planned to go to the village where the old man lived and erect a monument for him. This was the only thing he could do for the old man. In the story narrated by the old man, he had no relatives, friends, or descendants. He just lived alone in a secluded small village in the suburbs. The countryside was a bit far away, and the carriage was bumpy. It took Hastur nearly 4 hours to reach the small village, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and water on 1 side. It is indeed a suitable place for retirement. However, for the villagers here, this terrain pattern is the root of their poverty and backwardness. There are many mountains and few plains, and there are no rare mines nearby. So no company will invest and build factories here to stimulate economic growth. Hastur's arrival aroused the attention of many people. This place was quite far from the city, and few nobles would come to this place on weekdays. Hearing that Asta came to see the old man, the villagers were talking privately. Could it be that the old man's grandson came to look for a bride? A young man who was responsible for leading the way was very talkative. He told everything he knew without Hastur opening too many words. The old man is also considered a weirdo in the village. Although he comes from a foreign country and lives alone, there is always an endless supply of meat at home. According to hunters who go hunting in the mountains, the old man is very familiar with the mountain forest environment and is very good at hunting. As long as he wanders around the mountains, he can eat endless meat in a week. On weekdays, the old man occasionally trades prey with the villagers for some daily necessities, and the price is very reasonable. So the villagers have a pretty good relationship with him. Under the leadership of the young man, Asta came to the old man's house and opened the door. There were not many things in the room, but everything was neatly placed. Hastur thought that this should be a habit developed by the old man during his years of military service. He didn't disturb the old man's house too much. He just asked the young man to fetch him a set of old man's clothes, bought a small plot of cemetery, buried the clothes in it, and erected a monument for the old man. It reads, "A penitent, an eternal warrior." After doing all this, Hastur took out 1 gold pound and handed it to the busy young man. Then, under the strange eyes of the villagers, he got on the carriage and returned. As for lunch, he bought some local bread in the village, prepared it for a while, and then had a big meal when he returned. On the carriage, Hastur looked at the mountains in the distance, thinking in his mind, he wants to play the role of a barbarian in the metropolis of Backland, which is very difficult and can easily attract others' attention. But if he goes to the suburbs, near the mountains and forests, will it be easier for him to play the role of a barbarian? Barbarians. Wildness is also a very important point. Nothing liberates the wild like the natural environment. It's just that in the suburbs, far away from urban areas, the risk factor is relatively high. You can consider letting Merrick act as your bodyguard for a period of time. If Miss Sharon is also willing to come, it will be safer. Hastur thinks this method is very feasible. He happens to have a large manor in the suburbs, and has not visited it yet. It's time to go and have a look. But don't let the mosquitoes, snakes, and rats ruin everything. Chapter 51. Well, just give me a whip. Back home, Hastur talked to Butler Neil about the suburban manor. If you want to live in a suburban manor, you will need to hire at least 10 more people, including maids, gardeners, and laborers. Reduce the staff as much as possible, and other things will be arranged as you said. Approximately when will you go to live? Can it be done within 3 days? If the manor is large, 3 days will not be enough time to clean and decorate it. Hastur didn't know how to answer this question. He had never been to that manor, but had only heard from the old butler that the manor was very big. As for how big it would be, he didn't have a specific idea. Well, just look at the arrangements and try to come as early as possible. Hastur decided to just be a hands-off shopkeeper and leave these troublesome matters to Butler Neil. According to him, this is the meaning of the butler's existence. I looked at my pocket watch and saw it was almost 7 o'clock. Hastur rested for a while at home, then went out and got on the carriage to go to the brave man's bar. He needed to discuss this matter with Merrick and the others. Normally Merrick would not refuse, but there was no guarantee that they would not want to take the risk. When they arrived at the brave bar, Caspers walked up to Hastur before he even looked for it. With a solemn expression, he led Hastur to a secluded corner. When no one was around, he spoke in a low voice, because of the fight some time ago. Merrick may have been targeted and needs to hide for a while. Asta understood and said with a smile, I have a large manor in the suburbs. If he is willing, he can come there as a guest. Really a great place to be, Caspers whispered. His expression softened a lot, and he stopped talking to Hastur, pretending that he just happened to meet him, and turned around to leave. Hastur waited for a while before leaving here and returned to the Brave Bar to order a cocktail called Blue Jellyfish. Fortunately, it's not called Blue Enchantress. Otherwise it would be really hard to pronounce. Hastur sat in front of the bar, ordered another snack, and tasted it slowly with a cocktail. It took another half an hour before Hastur left the Brave Bar in a carriage. When he got home, he went straight to the study. In order to cope with Miss Sharon's mysterious visit, he deliberately placed a mirror on the right side of the study, directly in front of the mirror. He also placed a sofa, which was conducive to conversation between the two parties. I believe Miss Sharon will understand what he means, and will not wait until he is about to take a shower to enter the bathroom mirror. Before Miss Sharon came, Hastur was sitting at the desk reading books. Although he has now passed the need to play the role of a lawyer, studying the law will still help him advance in the sequence. It was almost 11 o'clock when Miss Sharon's figure appeared in the study mirror. She is still familiar with the Gothic palace-style long dress, and the little black hat embellished on her blonde hair looks very cute. Sharon, this is my name. The voice was very light and had no ups and downs. But Hastur liked this voice very much. He disliked noisy voices that kept chattering. Asta Campbell. Nice to meet Miss Sharon. Hastur stood up and sat on the sofa, looking at Miss Sharon in the mirror, and also made a brief introduction. Merrick really needs to hide for a while. The suburban manor is very nice. I'm not sure how long it will take to sort out the manor now, so I can't give you an accurate time. Merrick can wait for you near the manor first. Hastur nodded, gave an address to the manor, and asked, will Miss Sharon also go? Uncertain. Isn't it too dangerous to stay here alone? No. They can't find me. Miss Sharon is really confident in her own strength. It should be that the demigods who were chasing them didn't dare to get close to Backland. With only the Beyonders below the level of demigods, it would be extremely difficult to find a resentful soul extraordinary in the big city of Backland. Hastur had another brief chat with Miss Sharon, and then realized that there was no time left to talk. Ms. Sharon's personality is not one that takes the initiative to chat. Even when she answers, she tries to be brief and restrained. Normally it would be impossible for her to take the initiative to bring up the topic. Miss Sharon seems to like this style of clothes? Asta tried to find a topic. Yes, I like it. Have you considered changing your style of dressing? Sharon just stared at Hastur without answering. From her eyes, Hastur could tell that she was still a little interested in this matter. Miss Sharon, please wait a moment. Hastur left the sofa, walked to the desk, took out a pen and paper, and began to draw. He drew sketches of Lolita costumes, which were designed not too dissimilar to the Gothic court dresses Sharon favored. The main reason is that their styles are somewhat different. Miss Sharon likes Gothic palace dresses with black as the main color. It highlights an elegant and mysterious look with elements of horror and death, which is very consistent with the field of occultism. The simple drawings drawn by Asta are mainly blue and white, with lace and floral fabrics. It is a classic, elegant yet innocent and lovely style. Because of the limitation of ink, Hastur specially marked the corresponding color next to it so that Miss Sharon could see it more clearly. After finishing writing, Hastur looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction and imagined the scene of Miss Sharon wearing this blue and white Lolita costume with a base tone. Miss Sharon should look very cute like that. Right? Sharon looked at the sketch of the Lolita costume, but didn't speak for a long time, and finally disappeared under Asta's surprised eyes. Can't you accept a style that's too cute? Asta regretted putting away this simple picture. He had not used pink color yet. If it were paired with cakes, candies, and small animals, the cuteness would definitely be off the charts. Ahem. He felt that he didn't have any bad habits. But looking at Miss Sharon's exquisite doll-like appearance, he wanted to design several different styles of clothing for her. Maybe my painting was too ugly, which made Miss Sharon disgusted. Asta considers himself to be an average painter and not a professional. Late at night, Hastur came to the Hall of Stars, skipping the star where the Jinn was, and staring at the star where the Mother Tree of Desire was. I really want to test him by cracking a whip. Otherwise, I will feel a little uneasy if I have to drag him into the Palace of Stars in the future. Well, just a whip. It is better than dragging him to the Palace of Stars and then guarding against him. There were definitely risks, But he couldn't always just have face-to-face meetings with the jinn. Before that, Hastur first changed his form and appeared as the ruler of the Hall of Stars. Then, with a thought in his mind, he drove a chain of order to reach outside the star where the Mother Tree of Desire was. The chain curved and was drawn down like thunder. The starlight shattered, and the chain of order picked up a fruit with a human face. The fruit with a human face shook in fright, and the sound of a baby crying could be heard. The crying sound also woke up other nearby face fruits, and the babbling baby crying quickly gathered like a sea and resounded throughout the sky. At the same time, Hastur hurriedly let the chain of order turn into starlight and disperse, and at the same time retracted his gaze from the star. He was sure that if he had been in the same time and space as the Mother Tree of Desire just now, he would have been polluted by the sea-like cry of a baby. Devoured. At that last moment, he could sense that the Mother Tree of Desire was awakening, and his eyes were about to peep at it. After waiting for a while, there was no movement at all except for the black light surrounding the star where the Mother Tree of Desire was located. Hastur turned his gaze to the star again. The Mother Tree of Desire was indeed watching here, and even stretched out a branch and struck twice at the place where the chain of order disappeared. But no matter how hard he tried, his power could not pass through the starry sky and reach the Palace of Stars. This scene surprised and puzzled Hastur. In what way does the Palace of Stars connect the time and space between the two places? Why can he drive the chain of order to the location of the Mother Tree of Desire, but he cannot follow the chain of order to find the Palace of Stars? Could it be that the Palace of Stars is not a real place? So whether it is the Jinn God or the Mother Tree of Desire, they cannot find it, and cannot let their power affect this place, existing entirely in an imaginary place? Hastur scanned the Hall of Stars, and felt that everything here did not seem to be completely fictitious. It might be that his current rank was too low to understand the secrets of the Hall of Stars. Maybe there is another possibility. The Palace of Stars does exist, but it is not outside the starry sky, but within the barrier left by the original creator. That's why the Mother Tree of Desire cannot directly affect this place through the barrier. What about the Jinn? What is his reason? Could it be that he is too weak now? Sealed in the wishing magic lamp by the Lord of Mysteries, relying on his high status and the wishing magic lamp, his defense power is indeed very powerful, and even the true God can hardly split him. But the power he can display is already very weak, and he cannot pass through the starry sky and reach the Palace of Stars. If he was really powerful, it would have been impossible for him to remain in Bernadette's hands, and he would have already polluted Bernadette and returned to the starry sky. If you can't even deal with a sequence 3, then it's normal that you can't deal with the Hall of Stars. Hastur thought carefully, but felt that it was not that simple. The origin of the Hall of Stars may be more mysterious than he thought. The 9 major sources of Earth: Sea of Chaos, Source Castle, Mother's Nest, River of Eternal Darkness, City of Disaster, Kingdom of Disorder, World of Shadows, Wilderness of Knowledge, and Key of Light. There is no source of matter here that corresponds to the authority and ability displayed in the Palace of Stars. At first, Hastur thought that the Palace of Stars might be part of the source of the Kingdom of Disorder. But when the Jinn was unable to intervene in the Palace of Stars, he rejected this speculation. The Kingdom of Disorder originally belonged to the Jinn God. If the Jinn God came here, he would definitely react, and even directly take away the Kingdom of Disorder and break through the seal. The power of the stars. Hastur remembered what the Jinn said again. Order and rules are only part of the Palace of Stars, and the stars are the masters here. Chapter 52. Miss Audrey. What kind of extraordinary person do you want to be? The next morning, Asta went to Backland University after a long absence. He had 2 classes with Professor Wayne, and then went to the cafeteria with Professor Falun to have dinner. I have some things to deal with recently, and I don't have time to be a legal aid for the time being. It's such a regrettable thing. I will tell them for you. Lecturer Falun was not too surprised by Hastur's decision. It was impossible for a nobleman to concentrate on being a lawyer, let alone a legal aid all the time. After dinner and farewell to Lecturer Falun, Hastur went to the court and listened there all afternoon. When I returned home at 5:30, Butler Neil walked towards me with a worried look on his face. I took people to visit the manor this morning. It's too big. It's definitely not enough to recruit 10 new people. At least 20 people are needed to maintain all aspects of the entire manor. Then, Butler Neil described the general situation of the manor to Hastur. It covers a large area, and there are 3 lakes in the manor. One is an artificial lake in front of the garden, and the other 2 lakes are behind the house. There are also sculpture gardens, art galleries, playgrounds, wild forest parks and other areas. The main building has at least 60 rooms. not including bathrooms, study rooms, balconies, kitchens, and other rooms used for other purposes. This is a place specially used by the nobles to hold grand receptions, large banquets, garden parties, and other activities. Generally, only aristocratic families have the ability to maintain such a large manor. Hastur listened silently and quickly thought of a question. There must be many collections in such a large manor, right? It is the tradition of many great nobles to collect items that are rich in history and value as exhibits for their own families. As long as you take out a few collectibles, you can sell them for at least tens of thousands of gold pounds. Right? Butler Neal broke his thoughts. The manor is not suitable for hosting outsiders for the time being, except for some daily necessities. Everything else, including collections, has been moved away. This is very unseemly for a nobleman. One thing. He chose his words very carefully, and did not directly say that the collection was lost in gambling by the previous Baron Campbell. Hastur had only one thought in his mind. Gambling on dogs should be damned. Such a huge family fortune. As long as you don't invest in gambling and just eat, drink, and have fun, you won't be able to use it up in a lifetime. If you want to move in addition to the necessary cleaning and grooming, you also need to fill in some missing items in the manor and repair some places. This is a big expense. Is 100 gold pounds enough? Asta reported a number with a headache. Not very decent. Butler Neal hesitated for a moment before saying this. 200 gold pounds. I will try to handle this matter within 5 days. Well, let's do this for now. Asta sighed. The mental damage he finally got back from Andrew had to be paid out before he could cover up the heat. The life of a noble is really a waste of money. Tuesday, April 11th. Graydlin held a small party in the villa, and Hastur arrived at the villa an hour early at Graydlin's urging. The only people at the real party tonight were Graydlinty, Asta, Audrey, and Forsey. Originally, Graydlinty had no intention of inviting Forsey to attend the party, but considering that having only Audrey as a lady would make the situation more embarrassing, he sent someone to send an invitation to Forsey. At the same time, it can be regarded as a thank you for Forsey's hard work on the pharmacist's potion formula. Asta, I have prepared all the extraordinary materials. What should I do now? Graydlinty looked at the table full of materials in front of him, looking very excited. It's very simple. Just mix them together according to the dosage on the formula. It's that simple? Graydlinty blinked, feeling that this was too perfunctory. After all, this is the beginning of stepping into the extraordinary world. Even if there is no need to hold any ceremony, it should still be a special place. Right? Asta said with a smile. Sometimes extraordinary is that simple. Asta, help me match it. Hastur put away the smile on his face and said seriously, Graylint, the extraordinary world is far more dangerous than you think. There are some things that you need to deal with by yourself. If you blindly seek help, it will be difficult to go far in the extraordinary world. Then I can prepare it myself? Well, I will guide you from the side. Good. Graylint took a few deep breaths and slowly started to mix the extraordinary ingredients together according to the instructions in the potion formula, and finally concentrated it into a cup of thick green liquid. Smelling the pungent smell of the potion, Graylint's facial features twitched together slightly, and finally, he drank the medicine master's potion in one gulp under Hastur's gaze. Remember, every time you take a magic potion, it is a competition with madness. Suppress the madness, stay rational, and try to avoid being affected by those strange phenomena and nonsense. Hastur carefully guided Graylint on the side, allowing him to gradually pass this stage. As for the extraordinary means of activating spiritual vision, he planned to wait for Graylint to rest for a few days before telling him. He had always felt that Graylint was not very talented in mysticism, and it was better to do things step by step. As for the acting method and the 2 extraordinary laws, he will not tell him, but will only guide him slowly. Otherwise, with Graylinty's big mouth, he could easily leak this knowledge and cause trouble and danger for himself. By the time the 2 came out of the secret room, Audrey and Forsey had been waiting in the study for more than 10 minutes. Although the 2 people didn't know each other yet, there was no awkward silence. I wasted time. Graylint smiled awkwardly, and then introduced Audrey and Forsey respectively. Have you become an extraordinary person? Forsey saw that Graylinty's face was pale, and there was cold sweat on her forehead. Her spiritual power seemed to be leaking out, which made her make a guess. Hearing this, Audrey also cast a curious look. Graylint raised his chin slightly, unable to control his smile, and raised his voice. Yes, I am already an extraordinary. A Sequence 9 medicine master. You like to show off. Grey Linty. You are still too young. Hastur sighed in his heart. If it were him, he would never show off such a thing. Or even want others to know that he was already an extraordinary. Extraordinary? Grey Lint really succeeded. Audrey was shocked. She was also pursuing the extraordinary. But she had not yet started. She didn't expect that Grey Lint would be able to go ahead of her on this matter. Forsey didn't feel anything at all, and was still lazily leaning on the sofa. Audrey was quite envious and said, Greylint, I didn't expect you to be one step ahead of me. I need to thank my good friend, Hastur, for all this. He found the pharmacist's potion formula for me, so that I can successfully enter the extraordinary world. Greylint enthusiastically gave the credit to Hastur. In the previous conversation with Merrick, Merrick asked him not to reveal his identity as much as possible, and he naturally complied. Is Baron Campbell also an extraordinary? Audrey's curious eyes fell on Hastur. Greylint was also curious about this issue. Hastur said with a smile, I haven't decided which path to take yet. Didn't you successfully hold a resurrection ceremony? Audrey became more and more curious. She had heard Grey Linty tell many legendary stories about Hastur. It is precisely because I was lucky enough to survive this disaster that I dare not embark on an extraordinary path at will, Hastur said, tapping 4 times in front of him to draw a crimson moon, and said piously, Praise the goddess. Audrey's heart trembled, and she asked in confusion, Is the extraordinary road dangerous? Well, it's more dangerous than the adventure stories in the books, and certainly more magical. Looking into Audrey's innocent eyes, Asta added, If you don't have a certain level of awareness, it's better not to enter the extraordinary world and become a noble. It's also a good choice. Yes, the extraordinary world is dangerous and scary. Forsey has a lot to say on this issue. She has personally experienced dangers more than once, especially on the night of the full moon. I will think about it carefully, Audrey said with a smile. Thank you Baron Campbell and MS. Force for your advice. Don't worry. I will act as a forerunner and open the way for you. Grey Lint was obviously a little distracted. Audrey smiled and said nothing. Compared to Grey Lint, who always liked to show his outstanding side, she was more willing to let Baron Campbell be the guide on her extraordinary path. The other party was far superior to Grey Lint in terms of conversational skills and mystical knowledge. Miss Audrey, if you have any questions about occult knowledge, you can ask my friend Hastur. After showing his excellent side, Grey Lint decided not to continue to endure it and prepared to go down and have a rest. Otherwise he would have a severe headache. Soon, Grey Lint found a reason to leave first, leaving Asta to entertain Audrey and Forsey. Miss Audrey, what kind of extraordinary person do you want to be? Asta smiled and dropped the topic to avoid an awkward atmosphere. Mysterious, powerful, and omnipotent. After Audrey finished speaking, her face felt a little hot. Thinking to herself, was this statement too childish? Miss Audrey's idea is very consistent with my imagination of extraordinary people. Forsey took over the topic. Aren't all extraordinary people like this? Of course not. Some extraordinary paths are very cruel. Although they are powerful, they are accompanied by heavy blood and killing along the way. Is it so scary? Well, they are scarier than the most evil criminals in novels. Audrey was a little frightened by Forsey's words and looked at Hastur, seeking his explanation. Asta said with a smile, Crazy and chaos are indeed common. But there are also better types of extraordinary people, such as pharmacists. They can treat diseases and save people, and treat diseases that ordinary doctors cannot treat. Extraordinary people such as readers, generalists, and secret voyeurs pursue knowledge, use knowledge to help others, and even promote the progress of the entire society. It is said that Emperor Russell was once a generalist, and many of the technologies he developed have improved our lives to this day. Asta talked about it in detail, but did not explain it in depth. At most, it only touched on the level of Sequence 9. As for the knowledge of acting, extraordinary laws, and Sequence 0 above Sequence 1, he couldn't speak a single word. Chapter 53 Astor Manor. Abnormal temperature. The three of them talked for more than an hour, and Audrey finally understood why Grey Lint admired Baron Campbell so much. His knowledge of mysticism is so profound that even MS. Furs, who has become an extraordinary person, can only be a student who obeys his lectures in front of him. Moreover, she felt that Baron Campbell still had a lot of knowledge that he had not revealed, and his knowledge was as unfathomable as the ocean. Do you think I should pursue promotion to a higher level? Forsey was ignited by Hastur's words, and felt a little more fighting spirit after a long time. Lying flat is also a very reasonable way of life. If you don't care that you are powerless in the face of danger, since it's so dangerous, wouldn't it be possible to reduce the risk by lying down and not going out? Certainly. After hearing this, the fire that was ignited in Forsy's heart extinguished again. She felt that she should just lie down peacefully and try not to even go out through the door. Safety is the first priority. Which extraordinary path is suitable for me to take? It was already a little late, and Audrey asked the question she wanted to ask the most. It's good to be an audience. This is more in line with your original intention of pursuing an extraordinary world. Thank you. Audrey sincerely thanked Baron Campbell for his guidance. Asta smiled and said nothing. He knew the audience's potion formula, but he didn't want to tell Audrey at this time, so as not to affect her future direction. It's better to let her continue on the established track. That is the most suitable path for her. Not long after, Graylin, who had been resting for a while, came again and chatted for another half an hour before Audrey was about to leave. She couldn't come out too late. Her maid had come twice to remind her. Hastur and Forsy also used excuses to end the party tonight, which left Graylin unsatisfied. Astor Manor. Merrick came to the vicinity of this large manor 2 days ago. He did not enter the manor directly, but just walked around the area near the manor. This manor is grand in scale, has exquisite sculptures, beautiful lakes, and covers a huge area. When we first arrived, there were only 2 people guarding it, an elderly man and a middle-aged man who was dull and taciturn. The 2 of them guarded this large manor, but they did not live in it. Instead, they lived in a small house on the corner. Every day, the old man is either going to the garden to prune flowers and do gardening work, or he is lying on the grass in front of the manor and basking in the warm sun. The middle-aged man is more diligent. He can carry stones back from the mountains, and then carve his own works in the sculpture garden. He is also responsible for 3 meals a day for 2 people. On weekdays, the 2 of them rarely communicated. They only occasionally exchanged a few words when eating. Basically, they were gossips about whether it will rain today and the sun may shine tomorrow. Not long after, a man who looked like a housekeeper arrived with a group of people. They opened the door of the manor house, went in to clean and repair the house, and also brought in many daily necessities. Merrick watched quietly without disturbing. From the occasional conversations from those people, he knew that they were the housekeepers and servants of the Hastur family. So he stopped staring at this place and came to the edge of a lake in the forest behind, hiding here temporarily, while also he has a squad of zombies. He didn't know if it was because the vegetation here was denser, which always made him feel a little cold, especially late at night. On the first night, he didn't pay too much attention, thinking that he was new here, so he was not used to the environment here. After all, this is a suburb, and there is a forest outside. It is normal for the temperature to be lower than inside the city. The next night, he felt something was wrong. He was a sequence 6 zombie, and his sequence characteristics had long made him not easily affected by temperature differences outside, especially in low-temperature environments. On the 3rd night, a cold wind blew in the middle of the night, and even the lakes were covered with a light layer of frost, which alerted him. But he still did not act easily. He waited silently until dawn, and the scorching sun shed a warm light. Then he led his team of living corpses to explore deep in the forest, in order to prevent anything bad from happening. He asked 2 zombies to explore the path ahead, keeping a safe distance of about 50 meters from himself and other zombies. Always vigilant, he explored deeply and found no other problems except signs of human activity in the depths. The forest here is connected to more than one Astor manor, as well as the manors of other great nobles. It can be regarded as a shared forest park. It was normal for there to be traces of man-made activities, and he even avoided 2 waves of noble teams who had nothing to do and went into the forest for hunting and adventure. After searching to no avail, he returned to stay by the lake, while digging a hole and burying the living corpse in the soil so as not to be easily discovered. On the 4th night, the sky was cloudless, the moonlight was just right, and the temperature in the forest was extremely cold. The living corpse originally buried in the pit made the sound of scratching nails. Merrick, who was not sleepy at all, immediately noticed the abnormality of his zombie team. He looked into the deep forest and frowned. This was the first time he encountered such a thing. Vaguely, he heard the sound of a whistle blowing deep in the jungle. It was very soft and cold, as if tentacles were reaching out from the depths of your heart and scratching at your heart. He didn't dare to explore the secrets in the forest casually, so he could only try his best to suppress his zombie team and prevent them from being affected. Fortunately, it was a little far away from where the whistle was blowing. so the impact on the living corpse was limited. And he could still control it by himself. It lasted for about 2 hours before the whistle sound in the deep forest disappeared completely. And the living corpses became quiet, and lay obediently in the pit. Merrick was silent for a long time, but still did not choose to stir up trouble. If something happened again, he would be in trouble. On the 5th day, Merrick finally saw Hastur's figure getting off the carriage. Seeing that there were a lot of people nearby, he didn't go to disturb them. He planned to wait until the night was quiet before reminiscing with Hastur. At the gate of Ziyuan Manor, Asta looked at this large manor, and was stunned for a while. Butler Neil told him before that the manor was very big, but he didn't expect it to be so big. The garden area in front of the door alone is twice the size of the house he lives in now. And there is also the artificial lake, with fountains surging and water dripping everywhere. On the right is the sculpture garden. From this position, you can vaguely see that it is definitely not small. I heard from Butler Neil that there is now a sculptor who is responsible for carving here. The sculptor has been paid. Although he didn't quite remember the glorious moments of the Campbell family, he was certain that this manor was rare even among the entire great nobility. To be able to survive in the hands of Voltaire Campbell, a gambler, the old butler must have put in a lot of effort. Close to here is the manor owned by Earl Richard. And further away there is a manor belonging to the royal family. Butler Neil patiently introduced Hastur to the nearby nobles, so that they would not be unfamiliar with them. Hastur walked into the manor while listening. Passing through the garden area, Hastur met the old man responsible for guarding the place. He was the cousin of the old butler, and a member of the Campbell family, who was loyal to the family. He was not young and was ill, so he took the initiative to stay in the manor, and take on the job of guarding it. Originally, there were more than 40 people in the manor, including maids, workers, chefs and other positions. However, before the original owner was about to hold the resurrection ceremony, he fired these people, leaving only the sculptor and the old man who had not completed the sculpture work. Companion? When the old man saw Hastur, a smile appeared on his wrinkled face and he said, "It's great that the Campbell family has finally welcomed its true heir." Hastur couldn't help but sigh. How disappointing the original Voltaire Campbell was. The old butler has been very kind to me. Regardless of the future glory or decline of the Campbell family, your future will be taken care of by the Campbell family. Asta made a solemn promise. Yes, the glory of the Campbell family will once again shine through the entire Lone Kingdom. The old man looked very excited, and Asta quickly gave him a hand to prevent him from slipping and falling. Asta looked at Butler Neil aside and said, "From now on, we will recruit a family doctor in our house." Okay. Butler Neil understood the meaning of Hastur's words, which was to hire a dedicated doctor for the old man in front of him, who would be responsible for taking good care of him so that he could spend his old age peacefully. After chatting for a while, Hastur asked the old man to go down to rest first, and asked someone to prepare a large room for him in the house. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Hastur enjoyed a belated dinner in the manor. He originally wanted the old man to have a meal with him, but the old man refused. He didn't force him, and just asked someone to prepare another suitable food for the old man. After eating, Hastur did not go upstairs, but went out for a walk around the manor alone. Before coming, Miss Sharon had told him that Merrick had already come to stay near the manor. Sure enough, when no one was around, Merrick emerged from the bushes. "TSK. They say your Campbell family has declined, but this large manor alone is enough to sell for a sky-high price." Merrick patted the grass clippings and leaves on his body and joked with a smile. According to his estimate, this large manor could be sold for tens of thousands of gold pounds at least. The location and environment here are very good, and the people living nearby are also big nobles, and even the royal family. It is a manor that even rich people may not be able to buy. Hastur smiled and replied, "The Duke Negan family is the real noble family, and they live in the castle. Although times have changed and technology has advanced, some things have remained. For example, the castles of the old era were the configuration of a truly great noble. Today's times are different. Most members of Duke Negan's family live in Queens and enjoy a convenient life. The symbolic significance of the castle to them is far greater than the role of residence, because this thing is usually built in the territory. A noble with a castle in his territory is equivalent to a king. That is the real great aristocracy. And the current Campbell family is still far from it." Chapter 54 New Rules. Eyes peering into destiny. When it comes to Duke Negan's family, Merrick's expression also shudders. It is difficult for ordinary people or extraordinary people to wait calmly for this top powerful family. The other party may not have high-sequence experts at home, but they can invite powerful beyonders at any time if they want. In a place like Backland, even if you really invite an angel, you might not be able to do it. Merrick sighed. You nobles are so rich. No wonder the workers below are getting worse and worse. A year of hard work is not as much as the cost of your one-night banquet. This question is difficult for Hastur to answer, no matter which dynasty it is. As long as there are people enjoying life above, there will definitely be people working hard below. Isn't it just someone who rides on someone else's head? He is a nobleman, and will become a great nobleman, faced with such harsh social structural problems. Unless the tide of the times has arrived, it will be difficult for him to go to the opposite side of his own class. Don't worry. I don't hate the rich and powerful that much. I just think your life is too good and makes people jealous. Merrick smiled and dropped the topic and turned to talk about what he had discovered in the depths of the jungle these past few days. The spiritual religion group. The path of death? The first instinct in Hastur's mind was the spiritual cult from the southern continent. The death path naturally restrains undead creatures such as living zombies. They don't need too high a sequence to easily take away the living zombie team that Merrick has carefully cultivated. Fortunately, Merrick didn't take any risks. Otherwise, he would have suffered a big loss. Is it far from here? Hastur asked the most critical question. It's quite far away. It's relatively close to that Earl's manor. If something changes, they will be the ones who encounter the unexpected. That's good. Hastur breathed a sigh of relief. There was no threat here for the time being, so he didn't need to deal with it in a hurry. After collecting conclusive evidence, just report it directly to the Church of the Night Goddess and ask them to send someone to solve it. Don't you want to go take a look? A noble should not put himself in danger. Hastur said seriously. Is this what Emperor Russell said? Maybe. Hastur did not want to discuss Emperor Russell's famous sayings with Merrick, and instead asked if it was necessary to arrange a room for him in the manor. No. I can't worry about my friends. Facing the unknown situation, Merrick did not dare to stay too far away from his living corpse. Hastur chatted with Merrick for a few more words, and then returned to the manor. It was time for him to plan on living a savage life. Tomorrow I will go into the mountains in the name of hunting, and then find an excuse to stay alone in the forest to camp. With Merrick nearby, safety should still be guaranteed. Late at night, Hastur entered the Palace of Stars on the newly made big bed. After testing the Mother Tree of Desire last time, he stopped this dangerous move. He always felt that the Mother Tree of Desire had already tied his pocket, waiting for him to get in. It is better to wait until he has formulated the second rule, and then find an opportunity to test it. He also felt that he was too crazy for a Sequence 8 to dare to test an alien god like this. But he didn't dare to invite the Mother Tree of Desire to a meeting without testing it first, even if it was just a clone of his consciousness. After thinking for a while, Hastur focused his energy on the second rule. During this period of time, he has determined the general content of the second rule, which is to allow himself to always be able to glimpse the most correct destiny in the chaotic and disorderly destiny. What is the right destiny? The destiny that is most beneficial to you. Equivalent to when doing multiple choice questions. It can always choose the answer that meets its needs. Of course, the fate that is most beneficial to him is not necessarily the best fate. This requires him to use some language to avoid and modify it as much as possible. Finally, he wrote this rule. Under the gaze of the stars, Hastur Campbell, a traveler from another world, the last heir of the Campbell family. He is the darling of fate, and good luck always accompanies him throughout his life. He is the exception to fate, and will not be arranged by any existence. He is the wise man of fate, and can always see in advance the fate that will have a major impact on him. This rule is fair and reasonable, and will not change due to any external factors. When this rule about destiny was printed on the chain of order, the stars in the Palace of Stars gathered like a sea and poured into the chain of order. As the light blue starlight line spread, Hastur knew that the rule he had formulated had successfully taken effect. As the starlight patterns continued to be completed, the sea of starlight gradually dispersed, and the entire star palace seemed to be enveloped with an indescribable aura of destiny. Hastur quietly felt the changes in the Palace of Stars, and had a new understanding of the two-word stars in his heart. Maybe the stars really do contain it all. A new rule. Let yourself be involved in the path of destiny, and become the darling, exception, and wise man of destiny. So when you make your next rule, can you use the path of the sun or the path of the night? This is somewhat similar to the authority of a visionary, but not the same. Utopians transform illusion into reality through fantasy, similar to creating things out of thin air. This ability of the Palace of Stars is essentially an application of rules. But this kind of rules is more advanced, and seems to include everything. To use a simple example, water is poisonous. The power of ideologues is to dream up poisonous water and let it replace non-poisonous water, so that the truth that water is poisonous can be accepted by people. The Palace of Stars directly formulated a rule that water is poisonous. From then on, non-toxic water becomes highly poisonous, and then everyone obeys and recognizes this rule. In the same way, you can also formulate some rules that are contrary to common sense, such as, stones are soft, sugar is bitter, children are born by men. Hastur quietly thought about all the possibilities about the Palace of Stars. Although these speculations are only based on his existing knowledge and may not be correct or even completely wrong, they can broaden his thinking and clear up a little bit of the fog. While Hastur was meditating, the second chain of order flew in front of Hastur, and the top point was between Hastur's eyebrows. The familiar feeling surged up again, making him groan. This time, it didn't go straight from the center of his eyebrows to the back of his head, but instead merged into his eyes. He seemed to see a chain of order integrating into his eyes, and his eyes began to emit the same light as the stars. Is this to form eyes that can peer into destiny? Asta had a guess in his mind. Among all the organs in the body, there is no doubt that the eyes are the most suitable for destiny. When I was formulating the new rules just now, I also emphasized the ability to peek into fate. Only eyes are suitable to carry the changes this time. The last time it was integrated into the spine. This time it was integrated into the eyes. And which part of your body will it be integrated into next time? If you could formulate a rule related to the pharmacist's path, wouldn't it be? Ahem. Don't think too much. I'm not that guy from Grey Lint. Hastur put away his distracting thoughts and gradually adapted to this change. Soon, everything returned to normal in the Hall of Stars, and the second chain of order quietly dropped to Hastur's right side. Boom, boom, boom. Asta tapped his fingers on the table and looked at the star where the mother tree of desire was, looking thoughtful. After thinking for a while, he decided to give it a try to see if he could glimpse the corresponding destiny. Now if the mother tree of desire is brought to the Hall of Stars for a meeting, what kind of future will happen? Hastur recited it silently 3 times in his heart, and then slowly closed his eyes. First there was a vast expanse of darkness before his eyes, and then he fell into eternal tranquility. Everything seemed to be forbidden at this moment. Suddenly, a picture flashed by quickly, breaking the dark tranquility. Hastur opened his eyes suddenly and felt a severe headache. His brain felt like needles pricking him. This was a sign that his spiritual power was being consumed a lot. If it were in the real world, he would definitely be blown away. There is a price to pay for spying on fate. Being in the Hall of Stars, because of the rules, he can be greatly exempted from this kind of damage. After taking a short rest, Hastur recalled the scene he had just seen. Although it was only a quick glance, he could still clearly see the general content of the picture. In the Hall of Stars, he sat for a meeting with the Mother Tree of Desire and the Jinn. The Jinn sat at the very end, and the Mother Tree of Desire sat nearest to her left. The picture looks quite harmonious, but I don't know if anything happened between before and after. This is the equivalent of a painting that freezes a corner of future destiny. I don't know the cause. I don't know the result. It can only be interpreted and thought by the person who sees this painting. Hastur thought carefully for a while, and felt that this picture was an expression of harmony and friendship, and represented a good destiny in the future. Don't worry. Wait until the next time you bring the Jinn to a meeting, and test his reaction a little. Maybe you can also bring the Mother Tree of Desire directly in front of him. Hastur quietly thought about various possibilities, and did not leave the Hall of Stars until the pain in his head became unbearable. The next day, Hastur followed his original plan, and went to the dense forest behind the manor to hunt and relax. As night fell, he proposed that he and his friends would camp in the jungle, and asked Merrick to send 2 living corpses to act as his camping partners, in order to dispel Butler Neal's concerns and worries. With no outsiders present, Hastur breathed a sigh of relief, looking much more relaxed. Regardless of his elegant aristocratic image, he took off his coat, rolled up his sleeves, shoes, and rolled up his trousers, preparing to go down to the lake to catch some fish to grill. Merrick walked out of the depths of the jungle and saw this scene. He was startled and joked, "Have you had enough of being a noble? Do you want to be a savage for once? When you are in nature, you should liberate your mind and be in tune with nature, so that you can experience the beauty of nature." Hastur didn't even look back. He grabbed a wooden stick with a sharp head and stabbed a big fish that was blowing bubbles. It was very powerful, and the clear water was rippling. But it was a pity that the accuracy was a little off. Asta was not in a hurry. He searched for a while, and then aimed at the next fish. Liberate your mind? You are obviously just playful. Right? Shh. You scared my fish away again. It's obviously your own poor fishing skills. TSK. You can do it. Come on. Don't push me. At this moment, Merrick felt that the image of Haster's elegant aristocracy in his mind was completely shattered. Chapter 55 Spiritual Religion Group? Want to dance together? At night, a bonfire was lit in the open space beside the lake. On the edge of the bonfire, there were 7 or 8 small wooden sticks with disemboweled fish of different sizes strung on them. Merrick glanced at the charred fish skewers in his hand, and then glanced at Asta opposite. I always feel that this scene is a bit ridiculous and unreal. Haster Campbell, a young and handsome baron, the last heir of the Campbell family, should have been a nobleman known for his elegance. But now, his behavior of fishing in the water and grilling fish is even more proficient than the skills he has honed over many years of living in the open air. Is this his nature liberated in nature? Facing Merrick's appraising gaze, Asta took a bite of the fish with a natural expression, frowned slightly and said, "It's a pity that there is no seasoning here." The fish was a bit fishy. It was definitely not because of the poor grilling skills, but because there was no seasoning to enhance the flavor. Speaking of which, he hadn't experienced the taste of spiciness in a long time. The grilled fish would be more delicious if it was spicier. Have you been suppressed for too long? As Merrick spoke, he secretly threw the charred grilled fish in his hand into the fire. To be more precise, I want to try something new. You nobles are really idle. Yes, most nobles are very leisurely. They don't need to consider material needs, so they have a lot of leisure time. Is this also the reason why you want to set foot in the extraordinary world? Asta did not continue discussing these worthless topics with Merrick, and quickly brought the topic to Miss Sharon. He is very interested in Miss Sharon's past life. He has heard Merrick's version of the adventure story, and he also wants to hear Miss Sharon's version of the adventure. It's just that Miss Sharon obviously doesn't like talking and introducing herself. Sharon is different from me. Her temperament has been like this since she was a child. She is quiet, doesn't like talking, and hates making noise. Apart from her preference for beautiful dresses, it's hard to find other girlish aspects in her. Her teacher is a very capable person. Sharon learns and grows very quickly. If it weren't for that accident, her life would be far more exciting and stable than it is now. There is no need to risk her life and come to Backland to live in hiding. She never complained about the hardships of life, no matter how the world changed or how dangerous it was. She always moved forward according to the principles she adhered to in her heart. Asta listened silently and asked curiously, "Hasn't Miss Sharon done something more naughty and out of the box before?" Of course, when she was a child. When Merrick reached the key point, he stopped hurriedly, coughed slightly and said, "I was still young at that time, so I can't remember some things clearly." He felt that if he dared to reveal the embarrassing things Sharon had done as a child in front of Haster, he would definitely be beaten. Merrick, being good at sharing is a good virtue. I'm sorry that my moral character has been at a low point. There are only 2 of us here. Do we still need to worry about this? Do I look stupid? Well, seeing that he could not convince Merrick, Asta did not continue to ask. The 2 chatted for a while, and Merrick went back to stay with his zombie team. Haster flattened the grass and originally wanted to get a blanket to spread it on, but later gave up the idea. If you want to play a barbarian, you have to be thorough. You cannot become a barbarian if you live a too civilized lifestyle. Late at night, a light mist came in, adding a bit of chill to the whole air. Asta, who was lying in the open space near the campfire, woke up from his sleep and listened for a moment, and indeed heard the whistle from Merrick's mouth. Are the people in the spiritual religion so idle? Come to this remote mountain and forest to hold a dance party in the middle of the night every day? Or are they holding some kind of ceremony and have reached a critical moment? Want to go and see it together? Haster was interrupted from his contemplation by Merrick's sudden voice. He got up from the ground and looked at Merrick, who was coming with the zombie team. Didn't you say that the whistle will cause the living corpses to mutate? Don't worry. I'll keep them away from here. Just you and I will go take a look. Okay. I'll go with you. Asta agreed to Merrick's invitation, and he was also interested in what the spiritual religion group was going to do. I'll go take care of it first. You wait for me here. Merrick led the zombie team away from here and tried to suppress their possible changes before returning to join Haster. The 2 of them walked carefully along the source of the whistle under the moonlight. After walking for about 20 minutes, they saw a ball of fire from deep in the forest. Even under the cover of the dense forest, The fire was very dazzling. If there is really any ceremony going on, it must be very large. Haster and Merrick looked at each other, and both knew they had to be more careful on the next road. The two pushed aside the branches and vines blocking the road, with Merrick walking in front and Asta following behind, gradually approaching the source of the firelight and whistle. After getting closer, Asta and Merrick vaguely heard voices coming from the firelight. Words such as soul, H.L., Lord of the Dead, and happiness in the afterlife are mentioned many times. From this information, Haster has been able to confirm that the organization causing trouble tonight is definitely the spiritual religion group. As for which lineage it is, he cannot yet judge. Although the spiritual cult believes in death and the true God who stands at the top of the path of death, they are divided into several factions. There are the royal faction, the artificial death faction, the sleeping faction, the underworld faction, and some other small factions. Each faction advocates and pursues different goals. The royal faction advocates supporting the descendants of the god of death and has extremely high rights in the southern continent. The artificial death faction tries to activate the uniqueness and let the god of death return from the depths of the underworld, which is the most crazy and dangerous lineage. The hypnotized sect simply believes that the soul will be left behind after death. Only by allowing the soul to sleep peacefully can they obtain happiness in the next life. The existence that controls whether the soul sleeps or not is the god of death. This lineage is very calm and has good original intentions. It is the best lineage to deal with. What it seeks and does is more in line with the authority of the goddess of the night. The underworld sect advocates summoning creatures from the underworld, which is similar to the branch of the summoning flow. Haster has little understanding of other factions. Continue or not? Merrick gave Haster a look. Be careful. Haster nodded, agreeing with the idea of continuing to explore. The two of them tiptoed and cautiously approached a distance. Through the gaps between the branches and leaves, you can vaguely see a group of people circling around the fire in the light of the fire, dancing an uncoordinated sacrificial dance. Merrick's expression was solemn, while Haster's expression was relaxed. Even the sacrificial dance was danced so loosely and irregularly. At first glance, it didn't look like a regular member of the spiritual religion group, but more like a non-staff member of the spiritual religion group. Should we leave first, and then report it to the Church of the Night? Merrick suggested in a low voice. Asta glanced at Merrick in surprise. Shouldn't this kind of behavior be something he is better at? Merrick, a member of a non-orthodox church, now has such a high level of consciousness. The Church of the Night handles these extraordinary events more seriously. Merrick couldn't understand Haster's complicated eyes, and said in a lower voice, Don't worry. Let's see again, Haster said, motioning for Merrick to continue to open the way forward. The two of them went deeper, and were about 15 meters away from the blazing fire. By the light of the fire, I could already see clearly the group of people dancing in circles. There are elderly people, middle-aged people who have started to lose their hair, and there are young people, children, both men and women. The firelight illuminated their faces, and there was deep sadness behind their calm and pious expressions. After dancing, some people could no longer control their sadness and sobbed quietly, while others blew brass whistles and sobbed, causing the surrounding temperature to drop again. They shouldn't have summoned any spiritual creatures. Right? How about a spiritual vision? While Haster was thinking, Merrick beside him had already opened his spiritual vision first. From his unsightly expression, it could be seen that he must have seen incredible spiritual creatures. Is it dangerous? Not yet. Merrick gave his own judgment. Haster put aside his worries, gently rubbed his fingers, and turned on his spiritual vision. The first thing that caught the eye was a huge and bloated spiritual creature. It looks like a toad, but it has no limbs and can only lie on the ground. Its head was so big that the bonfire was only a small flame compared to it, and the group of people dancing in circles were not enough for it to swallow in one gulp. It looked very quiet, and its expression only fluctuated slightly when the whistle sounded. In addition to the largest toad-shaped spirit world creature, there are also several spirit world creatures a few sizes smaller. They open their eyes and stare at the brass whistles, and make a few whimpering and urging sounds from time to time. Could these be all spiritual messengers summoned by brass whistles? Is there not even one person in this group of people who can see? Haster was confused and felt that it was not that simple. That toad-shaped spiritual creature was too huge, and its performance proved that it already possessed considerable intelligence. It should not be a messenger, but a spiritual creature that signs a contract with people. Whose messenger would make such a big mess? By the time it finishes delivering the letter, no one knows how long it will take. Could this be the missionary site of the spiritual religion group? As soon as the thought came to Hastur's mind, he heard a middle-aged man in formal attire at the bonfire in front of him, smiling and speaking in the direction where he and Merrick were, two friends from afar. Do you want to dance together? Chapter 56. Lord of the Dead? The Lord of Darkness? A loving father who is sleeping peacefully. It was discovered that there is indeed an extraordinary person here. Hastur took this to confirm his guess, and looked at the big toad with a more wary look. Merrick showed a ferocious look in his eyes, glanced at Hastur, and shouted, Do you want to go up and deal with him? Negotiate first. The other party has not shown any malicious intent yet. Asta pulled Merrick's arm to signal him to calm down and not act impulsively. We just happened to be passing by and were attracted by the movement here. Hastur led Mariki out of the dense forest, attracting curious eyes. Their expressions were very calm, not at all the panic when someone peeked into the secret. The middle-aged man said with a smile, Everyone who can come here is the Lord's favorite. Host? Hastur deliberately showed curiosity and interest. The middle-aged man's smile became brighter, and he said in a soft voice, We believe in the Lord who is in charge of the destination of all deaths. He is the Lord of the dead, the Lord of darkness, and the loving Father who gives sleep to all living beings. Are you all his followers? We believe that only after death can the souls of the deceased sleep in complete peace and sleep. Can they achieve happiness in the next life? We are followers of his will. What are you here? Hastur pointed to the crowd dancing around the bonfire. Although the Lord does not care about our gratitude, we still need to please the Lord with dance to show our piety and joy. Hastur nodded and said with a smile, Then you continue. We will leave first. The smile on the middle-aged man's face froze slightly. And then he said with a smile, My manor is not far from here. You can go and stay for a night. We are always willing to provide help to those in need. The owner of the manor not far away. Is this Earl Richard? Thank you for your kindness. We came out to camp in the wild on purpose. Hastur still declined, turned around and wanted to leave. He was just testing and didn't really want to leave at this time. If Earl Richard chooses to take action, then you can be sure that they are not good people. If he does not take action, then you can continue chatting with them for a while. There are many wild animals here. My two friends. Please be careful when camping outside. If you need help, you can come here to find us. The middle-aged man smiled kindly and stopped talking to Hastur. Instead, he walked into the crowd and led the crowd to start a new round of sacrificial dance. His dancing was clearly well above average for the group, and he was almost certainly the one hosting the event. Other believers also joined the dancing team, leaving only Hastur and Merrick standing outside the circle. Want to try the dancing here? Hastur suggested with a smile. Merrick said in surprise, Aren't you always cautious? Why are you so reckless now? Life requires a little indulgence once in a while. You shouldn't be convinced by him in just a few words. Right. I'll try it first, while you stay here to guard it. Merrick watched Hastur join the dancing team. The middle-aged man was very happy to see Hastur come back, and personally taught Hastur how to dance this sacrificial dance well. Hastur learned quickly, which made the middle-aged people think more highly of him and kept praising him for his talent. Soon, Hastur became proficient in dancing this sacrificial dance and naturally blended into the group. Only Merrick, who stayed outside, seemed out of place, attracting many curious and puzzled looks. After dancing, Hastur got rid of the conversation with Earl Richard, returned to Merrick, and shared with him the information he had found. After the integration and cliches just now, he has confirmed that the middle-aged man is Earl Richard, and his full name is Dylan Richard. During this period, they would come here to dance and pray for blessings every night, asking the Lord of the Dead, who rules the world of dead souls, to allow the souls of their relatives to rest in peace, so that they can gain better happiness in the next life. This concept is very similar to the Buddhist teachings that Hastur is familiar with, which is the belief in blessings in the afterlife. In order to ensure that they can please the Lord of the Dead, they have to perform sacrificial dances for 13 days in a row. And now there are only the last 2 days left before the 13th day. You seem to have changed a lot. Merrick went around and looked at Hastur. What he cared about was not Hastur's ability to easily pry out information, but the temperament and character that Hastur showed. Looking carefully again, Hastur's original childishness and youthfulness seemed to have faded a lot, becoming more mature and reliable. People always change themselves according to different situations, and no one is ever the same. That's right. Merrick nodded, did not dwell on the issue any longer, and asked softly, You really don't want to dance with them late at night, do you? Aren't you curious at all? Curious? I don't think I have lived enough. I would rather pretend that nothing happened tonight. Asta pondered for a while, and said with emotion, Merrick, you have successfully changed my stereotype of you. I find that you are getting more and more in need of spanking now. The corner of Merrick's mouth twitched. Hastur smiled, and was no longer poor. The reason why he wanted to know what this group of people wanted to do was entirely because this Earl Richard was too close to his manor. If he was just a member of the sleeping sect of the spiritual religion, then even reporting it to the Church of the Goddess of Night would be of no use. Sleep is also the authority of the Goddess of the Night. Her full honorific name is Goddess of Night. Higher than the stars. Longer than eternity. Mother of secrets. Queen of disaster and fear. Lord of sleep and silence. Perhaps people from the spiritual religion group don't know that the being who holds the authority to sleep is not only the god of death, but also the goddess of night. And after the conversation just now, he found that although Earl Richard was enthusiastic about preaching, he had a not bad character. Many people here have been helped by Earl Richard. He not only provided help within his ability, but also comforted their sad hearts because of the death of their loved ones. Merrick advised earnestly, I know you yearn for a mysterious and extraordinary world. But this world is very dangerous, and is far from as simple as what you see with your eyes. For example, now, do you really think that what you see with your eyes is the whole place? Hastur showed interest in his eyes. And Merrick hesitated before lowering his voice and said, there is a huge spiritual creature here. And it is overlooking all of us. Spiritual creatures? Where are they? Why can't I see them? Hastur showed his nervousness, excitement and curiosity at the right time. You haven't become an extraordinary person yet. So you can't activate spiritual vision. And you can't see creatures from the spiritual world. What a pity. Hastur sighed regretfully. It's hard for me to judge whether that spiritual creature is good or evil. It's best to stay away from it. You are right. But this Earl Richard is my neighbor who lives next door. And we will meet again sooner or later. Merrick was silent for a while, but still felt that it would be safest and easiest to report it directly to the Church of the Night. At this moment, Earl Richard came over again, enthusiastically conveyed the philosophy he pursued to Hastur, and invited Hastur to join them. I don't have anything to be sad about now. Hastur refused at first, and then said, I accept the concept that only by letting the souls of the dead rest in peace can they obtain happiness in the next life. Earl Richard understood the meaning of his words, and extended an invitation. We will still be nearby tomorrow night, and the night after tomorrow. If you are interested, you can come and have a look. We will definitely come. After receiving a positive reply, Earl Richard became even more hospitable and invited Hastur and Merrick to his manor for 2 days many times. Hastur smiled and declined the invitation to go directly to his lair. At about 3 o'clock in the night, all the excitement gradually calmed down. Earl Richard organized people to extinguish the bonfire with soil and clean up the traces of the activity. Hastur asked curiously, and Earl Richard told them that the Lord they believed in liked the tranquility after the excitement. After the sacrificial dance ended, his followers should not disturb his peace. Soon, the sky brightened, and Earl Richard led the people away from here. The huge toad-shaped spiritual creature also disappeared after the bonfire was extinguished. Hastur and Merrick, who stayed where they were, looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh at the wonder of last night. They looked pretty normal, if not for that spiritual creature. Merrick gave his evaluation. He is an earl. If he really wanted to do anything to perform evil rituals, I'm afraid it would have attracted the attention of the church. I hope so. Merrick nodded. Seeing Asta's energetic look, he asked curiously, You haven't slept all night. Aren't you tired at all? I'm so excited. Back near the lake, Hastur pretended to be very tired and proposed to go back to the manor to rest first before having enough energy to attend the party in the evening. Merrick went to check on his zombie team to see if there was any accident. At Astor Manor, Butler Neal had a complicated expression when he saw Asta covered in leaves and grass clippings. What fun is there in camping in the wild? In such a densely forested place. There are so many mosquitoes, snakes, and rats that you can't sleep peacefully at night. Where can I find a comfortable bed in a home? He didn't interfere too much, just thinking that Hastur was still young and liked to seek excitement. In the evening, Asta once again proposed camping in the wild. And then he and Merrick played cards around the lake, lighting a fire, and playing cards for 2 hours. During this period, a living corpse was also added to form 3 people, and they played a few games against evil. However, living zombies have limited IQ. Faced with this relatively high-end gameplay, it is obvious that their intelligence cannot keep up. They cannot distinguish between teammates and enemies. If there are bombs, bombs will be thrown. Around 12 o'clock at night, the surrounding temperature dropped, and the faint whistle sounded again from the depths of the dense forest. Hastur and Merrick ended the game and followed the source of the whistle. Finally, I found Earl Richard and his party, who had prepared a bonfire. Their number was similar to last night, a dozen or so. Seeing Hastur showing up as promised, Earl Richard was very happy to welcome him. After a few words of greeting, Hastur asked curiously, "Why is the place where the ceremony is held tonight different from last night?" Chapter 57 The Messenger Wandering Between the Living World and the World of the Dead. A sacrificial site that has been used once is no longer clean. The Lord likes cleanliness and hates filth. He is the Lord who guides sleep. Only a clean and refreshing environment is suitable for serving as his kingdom of God on earth. Earl Richard introduced with piety. Merrick nodded, not doubting that he was there. Hastur secretly paid attention. This time, Hastur and Merrick came earlier, just in time to complete a sacrificial session. At the beginning, they all sat cross-legged on one side of the campfire, closed their eyes, and chanted songs to praise the Lord. The souls of the dead wandering around the world with nowhere to rest. We need guidance. We need salvation. We need the gift of the Lord. O Lord, Lord of sleep in the realm of the dead, please cast your compassionate gaze and send your blessings to lead the way forward. After reciting the song 10 times, Earl Richard ended the first part. The second link is the summoning ceremony, which was presided over and completed by Earl Richard alone. Surrounded by everyone, he looked pious and drew a mysterious and complex rune on the ground, consisting of several curves, 3 circles, and 4 straight lines. Hastur stepped forward to take a look, twitched the corners of his mouth slightly, and stepped back to the side while suppressing his complaints. What kind of summoning rune is this? It's clearly an ordinary pattern that Earl Richard saw somewhere and drew randomly. It just looks very bluffing. Earl Richard then took out 3 candles that had been prepared. The black candle was placed in the upper left corner. The red candle was placed in the upper right corner. And the last ordinary candle was placed in the center. This scene surprised Hastur. The meaningless rune just now made him think that Earl Richard's knowledge of mysticism was poor. But the placement of these 3 candles did meet the needs of ritual magic. When he saw Earl Richard taking out rotten grass, corpse flower, night vanilla, sleep flower and other plants, and placing them respectfully and neatly, he was inexplicably shocked. He was now certain that Earl Richard must have mixed the god of death and the goddess of night together to form what he thought was the Lord of the Dead. Plants with a strong smell of death, such as rotten grass and corpse flowers, are loved and favored by the god of death. Night vanilla and deep sleep flower are the favorites of the goddess of night. Before it was over, Earl Richard carefully took out a fist-sized crystal ball from his arms and placed it in the center of the 3 candles. After preparing all this, Earl Richard began to chant the incantation devoutly. I call in my name, a spirit that dwells in the depths of the void, a mysterious creature that likes darkness and tranquility, a messenger that wanders between the world of the living and the dead. When Earl Richard finished reciting the incantation in ancient Hermetic language, a strong wind blew in the void, which was gloomy and cold, and the swinging candles were dyed with deep blue light. The huge spiritual creature that looked like a toad appeared again last night, coiled up and looked down at Earl Richard and others below. Richard stood up and bowed respectfully towards the location of the spiritual creature. Among the attendees gathered in a circle outside, 5 people took out brass whistles and blew them. Soon, 5 more spiritual creatures with smaller sizes appeared. The surrounding temperature dropped again, and a gust of wind made people feel chilly all over. It's done! After completing this, Earl Richard was very happy, and the surrounding participants also praised the Lord's eyes coming from the world of the dead to the human world. Merrick was well informed, but he was still shocked by this scene. A ritual magic was messed up, but it was still successful in the end. He wanted to know how this Earl Richard and this huge spiritual creature could coexist harmoniously for so long. There is no contract signed, but he can be successfully summoned every time, and there has been no unexpected incident. This is too much luck. Right? There are also 5 brass whistles that can summon 5 spiritual creatures. Could they be some kind of sealed artifact? That's not right. If it were a sealed object, the negative effects alone would not be bearable by this group of ordinary people. Hastur was also shocked by Earl Richard's operations. What a talent! The third part is dancing and offering sacrifices around the bonfire to please the gods. Merrick still did not join in. Hastur took the initiative to join the dancing team without waiting for Count Richard to invite him. which made Count Richard very satisfied. There are 3 rounds of this sacrificial dance, each with its own symbolic meaning. The first round of sacrificial dance is to please the gods. Let the gods listen to their small wishes and have their wishes fulfilled. The second round of sacrificial dance is for the deceased relatives, hoping that their souls can rest in peace through dance. The third round of sacrificial dance is for yourself. The dead souls need to rest in peace, and the people still living in the world still need to move forward. They need courage, blessings, and the luck to be able to finish their lives. After the 3 rounds of sacrificial dance, Hastur and the people around him began to discuss the deeds of the Lord of the Dead and their respective sad stories. At 3 o'clock in the night, the grand and mysterious ceremony ended again, and Earl Richard once again sincerely invited Hastur and Merrick to visit his manor. If I can witness a miracle tomorrow night, I think I will change my faith. Hastur did not finish his words, but gave Earl Richard a signal that he might join. Yes, the Lord will show miracles and give equal blessings to every believer. Earl Richard was happy to lead his team to leave. Before leaving, they still put out the bonfire and cleaned up the scene. It's unimaginable, unbelievable, that he can survive until now, with no outsiders present. Merrick let out a series of sighs. Asta hid his smile and asked puzzledly, "Is there any problem?" "Of course there is a problem. The problem is huge. Is Earl Richard parasitized by some evil god or demon?" Merrick waved his hand and said, "It's not that serious. How should I put it, is a lucky guy. The main problem does not come from him, but from the huge spiritual creature." Hastur showed an expression of humbly asking for advice, and Merrick took 2 steps back and forth. There are indeed friendly creatures in the spiritual world, but the ritual magic that Earl Richard just performed did not specifically mention being friendly and harmless. In other words, a spirit that dwells in the depths of the void, a mysterious creature that likes darkness and tranquility, a messenger that wanders between the living world and the world of the dead. Spiritual creatures that fit this description do exist, but they are not necessarily friendly. They are more likely to be evil, terrifying creatures with hidden evil intentions, especially the one about messengers who travel between the living world and the world of the dead. I have never heard of any friendly creatures coming out of the world of the dead. You should understand the ancient Hermetic language. Right? Hastur said modestly, "I can understand part of it. Then you have to study harder. If you want to enter the extraordinary world, ancient Hermes is a very important mystical language. If you have the ability, you must also master such mystical languages as Elf and Giant. It's hard to find the right teachers." Hastur sighed slightly. Although he knew some Giant and Elvish languages, they were limited to a few and difficult to master. It was really difficult to find a suitable teacher for these 2 languages. Merrick thought for a while. Sharon is very good at learning this kind of knowledge. Much better than me. If she is willing to be your teacher, with her personality, she won't just become someone else's teacher. You better go to Backland University and find the old professors who specialize in languages. Merrick felt that it was very unreliable to ask Sharon to teach the occult language. Based on her temperament, she would probably throw the relevant books directly in front of Hastur and let him study on his own. Hastur also felt that was Sharon's character. She would not be his teacher. Alas, it was a bit of a pity. "Do you think Earl Richard should be an extraordinary of what order?" Hastur changed the topic. "It will definitely not exceed sequence 5. I estimate that he should be around sequence 7. Sequence 7. A psychic on the path of death? This is quite similar to the ability shown by Earl Richard. He is so lucky that a person who is not very proficient in mystical knowledge can be successfully promoted to sequence 7 without losing control." The 2 of them chatted all the way back to the lake. When parting, Hastur specifically guided them. "You said that Earl Richard and the others have to change places every time they hold a ceremony. Is there any special reason?" Merrick thought for a long time and said, "Tomorrow. Let's go investigate together." The next day, Hastur and Merrick started searching along the nearby dense forest, and soon found the 3rd and 4th places where ceremonies had been held. "Have you noticed that these 4 ritual sites seem to be around a circle?" Hastur guessed. "Do you think the 13th ceremony will be at the center of the location of the previous 12 ceremonies?" Merrick's face became more solemn. The 2 of them followed this line of thought and searched in circles. And sure enough they found the 5th, 6th, and 12th ceremony location, connecting these 12 points. It does look like a circle, and the distance between the 2 points is almost the same. This can already show that Earl Richard and his party did not choose the ceremony location randomly, but had already decided on 13 ceremony locations at the very beginning of the ceremony. according to the order in which they perform the ceremony. It should go around in a counterclockwise direction. Hastur's expression also became serious. In occultism, counterclockwise and clockwise are also important. For example, in tarot cards, there is a difference between upright and reverse. If clockwise represents the passage of time, from the past to the future, then counterclockwise represents the exact opposite. It can be understood as going back in time, from the present to the past. The idea pursued by Earl Richard and his party is to put the dead souls to sleep. After the souls die, they are reincarnated, from death to rebirth. This should mean clockwise, because time flows normally. On the contrary, counterclockwise represents the pursuit of resurrection from the dead. This is completely contrary to the philosophy pursued by Earl Richard and others, and is extremely dangerous. He is now a little suspicious that Earl Richard may not understand the occult meaning of this at all, and that his actions are guided by external forces. For example, the huge spiritual creature that cannot see the depth clearly. According to Earl Richard's description, it is a messenger walking between the world of the living and the dead. So wanting to escape from the undead world and appear in this world should be its very reasonable pursuit. Right? This can also explain why Earl Richard can accurately summon it every time, and is always safe with the opponent. Because Earl Richard still has enough use value. Chapter 58 The Lord loves the world. And everyone loves the Lord. Counterclockwise? Merrick's limited knowledge of mysticism makes it difficult to fully understand the meaning of this sentence. But as an extraordinary person who has experienced fighting, he can realize the danger that may be contained in it. If reincarnation after death is clockwise, then resurrection from death is counterclockwise. Hastur briefly introduced resurrection from the dead? Merrick's expression changed drastically. In mysticism, resurrection from the dead is definitely one of the taboos. The people and things related to it will not end well. Blood and madness, depravity and destruction are the ultimate destination of this taboo. Are you sure? No. But it's a very reasonable conjecture. Hastur shook his head. He only made corresponding reasonable inferences based on his own knowledge of mysticism. As for whether it was correct, he was not sure. Maybe he just thinks too much. And clockwise or counterclockwise has no effect at all. Merrick hesitated and said, "It's better to report it to the Church of the Night. It might be too dangerous for just the two of us." Well, can I report anonymously? Hastur did not want to reveal his identity. Based on his knowledge of the Nighthawks of the Church of the Night Goddess, they would definitely conduct an investigation on the person who provided the information. For example, if he casts the nightmare technique and enters your dream to ask questions, Hastur is not sure whether he can remain unaffected. It's a little difficult. Merrick scratched his head. As long as there is an envoy from the Lord, the people from the Church of the Night will be able to follow the clues and find out clearly. Earl Richard is not a bad person. Maybe there are other opportunities for this matter. Hastur decided to take a little risk. Sometimes being reckless is an effective way to solve problems. You're not even an extraordinary person. So you dare to participate in such a thing? Aren't you still there to protect me? If we really fight, I can't guarantee your safety. Don't worry. I still have some strength. Merrick glanced at Asta's body without any muscles, and said with disgust, "I have serious doubts about this sentence." "Oh, okay. Let me show my cards. I have already become an extraordinary person." He is about to face danger, and Asta no longer hides it. Anyway, he will cooperate with Merrick and the others many times in the future. You? Extraordinary? Which way? Merrick didn't look too surprised. Lawyer path. Sequence a barbarian. Hastur did not directly say that it was the Black Emperor path, because many Beyonders did not know the true meaning of the Black Emperor. TSK. It's really fast. You nobles are really rich. It's been less than 2 months since you first went to the braid bar. Right? Barbarian. You are nothing like that. Merrick clicked his tongue in amazement, and felt a little more confident about tonight's action. Without the distraction of protecting Hastur, he was less afraid of the spirit creature, especially at night. Asta said with a smile, "If Miss Sharon is here, our actions tonight will be more secure. I'll leave her a message. But she might not be able to make it. She doesn't like extraneous things." Then the two discussed the evening's actions, and quickly formulated the basic policy for the action. It is up to Merrick to resist the spirit creatures that may become angry, and Hastur is responsible for leading the group of ordinary people away. If Earl Richard is also bad, Hastur will attack them in a sneak attack. After formulating a course of action, the two discussed relevant details, as well as new changes that might suddenly occur. Around 12 o'clock at night, the familiar whistle began to sound. Asta and Merrick, who had been waiting by the lake for a long time, looked at each other, got up and looked for the source of the sound. It was truly the first time to come into contact with this kind of extraordinary event, and Hastur was still a little excited. In order to ensure the smoothness and safety of tonight's operation, he figured out a few very suitable rules, some of which could be used to fight the enemy, and some of which could be used to cover his and Merrick's retreat. In terms of weapons, he also placed a suitable large wooden stick near the guest center position one step ahead. If tonight's ceremony is really where he expected it to be, he can quickly pick up a weapon and fight back. If it's not in that place, it proves that tonight is still safe. As the two people approached the source of the sound, their expressions gradually became serious. The route they took was leading to the location predicted by Hastur. This proved that his guess was true. Earl Richard and his party really started the ceremony around a circle point, and placed the most important 13th ceremony in the center. It seems your guess is correct. I don't feel happy at all. Be careful. The same goes for you. I don't want you to ask me for help later. You should keep this to yourself. Action was imminent. Hastur went to find his big stick, and then he and Merrick arrived at the burning fire. A spacious area has been cleared here, and many people have added wood to the fire to make the fire more raging. The number of people attending the party tonight was nearly double that of the previous 2 times, with more than 30 people. Seeing Hastur arriving, Earl Richard greeted him eagerly and introduced Hastur to the grand ceremony they were going to hold tonight. Hastur listened to Earl Richard's introduction with a smile. After he finished speaking excitedly, he asked Earl Richard how he knew to hold the ceremony in this way. Of course the Lord told me. He appeared in my dream very early, and guided me along the way. He also guided me to complete this ceremony. Oh! What does the Lord think of this ceremony? He said that as long as we act according to his wishes, we will surely receive his blessings, and the souls of our deceased relatives will be completely put to rest, reincarnated, and gain happiness in the next life. Then did your Lord say why there are 13? This is not an auspicious number. I also asked the Lord, and he said that the first 12 ceremonies represent the 12 months of the year, and the last ceremony represents that the Lord's blessing will be with us all the time and forever. Faced with the question of Hastur's ulterior motives, Earl Richard still did not hide anything, which made Hastur even more convinced of Earl Richard's innocence. The reason why he is in this situation today is mainly because of his ignorance of occult knowledge and the sinister intentions of that spiritual creature. Asta hesitated for a moment, then deliberately lowered his voice and said, I heard that people who can become God's spokesperson in the world are not ordinary people. Are you? I am an extraordinary person. A Sequence 7 psychic. Earl Richard was obviously very excited, and said with enthusiasm in his eyes, It is precisely because I can channel spirits that I can hear the Lord's guidance and become the Lord's spokesperson in the world. What an enviable opportunity. The Lord likes you very much. 2. If you are willing to become his believer, you will surely become an extraordinary person. Hastur captured the key word. Does the Lord know that I exist? The night when I first saw you, when the Lord communicated with me in a dream, he mentioned that you were a good seedling and very suitable to become his believer. Am I a good seedling? Yes. The Lord said that you are very suitable to be a secret prayer person. If you are willing, he can help you fulfill your wish. Secret prayer? Hastur instantly felt chills all over his body. His heartbeat almost skipped a beat. His mouth was dry, and his body was stiff for a moment. How could he be suitable to become a secret prayer person? Judging from Earl Richard's experience, the so-called Lord in his mouth is undoubtedly the spiritual creature. Even if that highly intelligent spirit world creature sees that he is a good candidate, he should still recommend him to take the path of death. Right? Why do you think you are suitable to be a secret prayer person? Is it really just a simple spiritual creature? Or does it mean that he has characteristics related to the secret prayer path? Just don't know it. The secret prayer path is an omniscient and omnipotent path. Could this be the reason for the power of the stars? It shouldn't be. With a person in the Hall of Stars, how could a spirit world creature easily see that he has the authority of the stars? There must be other reasons. Grass. Could it be related to Mr. A? This guy has always given him a bad feeling. When they first met, he wanted to let him take the secret way of praying for people. At that time, he thought Mr. A only valued his appearance. Now that I think about it, there must be other factors as well. During this period of time, Mr. A has not appeared in his life, making him almost forget about it. Could it be that Mr. A is hiding in the dark and snooping now? Halsteadton felt his scalp numb and goosebumps rising. He did not dare to look around casually, lest he suddenly meet Mr. A's eyes and frighten himself. Maybe I just think too much. This spiritual creature with high intelligence may know what kind of organization Aurora is. So it feels that its appearance is suitable to become a member of it. Mr. should be busy holding an extraordinary gathering at the moment. How could he come to such a remote place because of himself? Besides, the time doesn't match up either. 12 days have passed since Earl Richard held the first ceremony. At that time, he had not yet met Mr. A. Mr. should not be involved in this matter tonight. Hastur thought a lot, and the fear and worry in his heart gradually eased. Seeing Hastur silent for a long time, Earl Richard asked with concern, "Are you feeling uncomfortable? There's something wrong with your face." Asta forced a smile and said, "I just felt flattered for a moment. Don't take it too seriously. The Lord values every believer equally." Earl Richard explained, "The Lord loves new people, and every time a new person comes along, he will show them an extraordinary path that is right for them. Some people are suitable for audiences. Some are suitable for sailors. Some are suitable for lawyers. And some are suitable for singers." A black line flashed on Asta's forehead. "Why didn't you say something about such a big thing first? The reason why we have been following the Lord is because the Lord cares for us in every possible way. He treats us with equality and kindness. And we must respond with pious respect and love. Yes, the Lord loves the world. And everyone loves the Lord," Hastur said casually. Earl Richard's expression was shocked. His eyes lit up, and he kept muttering these words. "The Lord loves the world. And everyone loves the Lord." He wonders how he will feel when he finds out that the Lord he believes in is the big toad that he regards as the messenger between the two worlds. Hastur's tension finally relaxed. Chapter 59 My Lord. Why are you a big toad? A blazing bonfire was lit, and more than 30 people gathered in a circle to make their humble wishes to the Lord they believed in devoutly. In the first link, Asta and Merrick did not stop them. What we really need to pay attention to is the second link and the final link. Tonight is the final ceremony. In addition to the 3 usual links, there is an extra link. Blessing. Every believer can be blessed by the Lord they believe in turn. Only through blessing can the 13-night ceremony be considered complete. After the first link, it was still Earl Richard who was in charge of the second link. This time, Hastur focused his observation on the crystal ball that was said to be able to communicate between reality and the world of the dead. Earl Richard himself said that he obtained the crystal ball under the guidance of the Lord and began to plan the 13-night blessing ceremony. In occultism, crystal balls are often used as a medium to communicate and link two different worlds. It can also enhance the user's insufficient spirituality in a certain aspect. For example, those diviners who are not good enough will need to rely on some external aids to successfully complete their divination. If something unexpected happens later, just smashing the crystal ball may interrupt the process of the ceremony. Every movement of Earl Richard was the same as last night. There was no other special behavior. The giant toad-shaped spiritual creature appeared again. As the brass whistle blew, the messengers from the spiritual world lowered the surrounding temperature several degrees. Every time he saw this scene, Asta couldn't hold himself tight. I thought that these messengers from the spirit world were too unlucky. They had to be woken up every night. After waking up, there was no letter for them to deliver, so they could only wait for the ceremony to end. As Earl Richard finished the ceremony, it was time for the third dance ritual. This time Hastur made excuses not to participate, but instead kept a vigilant eye on the surroundings to prevent unexpected changes. Everything is business as usual, and there is no problem in the third link. Earl Richard stood in front of everyone with an excited face and said with excitement, "We are all believers of the Lord. We have given our most devout faith to the Lord. Now the Lord will respond to us and give us the gift of facing the future. A blessing in life. The Lord loves the world. And everyone loves the Lord." Earl Richard shouted passionate slogans, causing the believers present to go crazy. They all shouted the words, "The Lord loves the world. And everyone loves the Lord." What a talent. He can apply what he has learned so quickly. Asta praised in his heart. As the atmosphere reached its climax, Earl Richard, the organizer of the ceremony, decided to receive the blessing from God alone. Let all believers who follow the Lord witness what a real miracle is. Hastur had already grasped the big wooden stick with both hands and silently approached Earl Richard. Merrick was also staring at the spiritual creature. When Earl Richard stood in the center, he opened his hands, closed his eyes, and faced the spiritual creatures with an open arms posture. Other believers formed a circle on the outside, stretched out their hands and spread them out, palms facing up, closed their eyes, and chanted words such as "The souls of the dead rest in peace. Enjoy the blessings in the next life. And the living move forward. At this time, the spiritual world creatures that had been silent finally made some moves. It moved its huge body, opened its mouth, revealing a toothless mouth, and slowly moved towards Earl Richard's head. Earl Richard seemed to have noticed something was wrong. He hadn't received a blessing yet, but he felt his scalp was itchy and his whole body was cold. He quietly opened a corner of his eyes, glanced at it, and saw that the big mouth seemed to be eating his head. He subconsciously took 2 steps back and looked at the spiritual creature with a look of horror on his face. Pious believer, it's time for you to dedicate your life to the Lord. A familiar voice appeared in Earl Richard's mind. It was the voice of the Lord in the dream. Earl Richard was shocked and said, "My lord, why are you a big toad?" The Lord in the dream was dressed in a gray robe, with thousands of dead souls engraved on the robe. His face was covered with a layer of mist, making it impossible to see his true face. His arms were slender, and he held a judgment of death in his right hand, Ling's sword, holding a blue crystal ball in his left hand. Thousands of dead souls sang to him, praising his mercy and majesty. The Ain River flowing through the entire world of the dead lay at his feet. He likes Dundun to teach every devout believer. Under his majestic appearance, there is a kind heart that leads the believers forward. His image is tall and mighty. Definitely not the toad in front of you. This is just his messenger. A messenger who travels between 2 realms and delivers messages. It is definitely not the real Lord. It must be trying to steal the Lord's position. Snapped. A dull sound broke through the air above the head. Earl Richard stared blankly as a large wooden stick swept over his head and hit his master's big head. His head was smashed. "What are you still doing? Take the people here away quickly." Hastur pulled the confused Earl Richard and retreated with him. The stick he just struck did hit the head of the spiritual world creature, but it seemed to hit a cloud and missed, without any force. The smashed head also dispersed and reunited like clouds, becoming whole again. It is a spirit, an ethereal spirit that travels between 2 realms. A creature that does not yet have a real body. Physical damage has no effect on him. This is also the reason why Merrick's attack against him doesn't work. The food that was about to enter his mouth was taken away, and the big toad was enraged. Layers of black mist spread from all parts of the body. The surrounding temperature dropped again, and even the ground surface was covered with a light layer of white frost. This is a manifestation of mastering the feminine power. It can't cross the border yet. Take this opportunity to destroy the ceremony. Merrick made a clear judgment that Hastur had already hit the crystal ball in the center of the ceremony with a stick. The rolling black mist turned into a black wall, blocking the front of the crystal ball. It also knew the importance of the crystal ball. At the same time, the spreading black mist spread in all directions. Soon, those believers who still didn't know what happened were soaked in the black mist. Their eyes instantly became blind, and their bodies staggered like zombies. Living corpse? Merrick knew very well how to deal with this kind of situation. He transformed into a werewolf, and moved back and forth among the crowd at extremely fast speeds, knocking them out completely with 1 claw at a time. Even if the believers were not affected by the black mist, Merrick would knock them out to avoid causing trouble later. Upon seeing this, Hastur was moved spiritually, and silently shouted in his heart, "Spiritual creatures are forbidden to exist here." There seemed to be golden light flowing down the spine behind his back, and the rules took effect immediately. The void seemed to create a circle of ripples, turning into a lake, swallowing up the big toad braving the black mist. The black fog dissipated, and the nearly extinguished bonfire was lit again, making a crackling sound, and everything seemed to be back to normal. Snapped. Hastur slapped Earl Richard, who was still dazed, and completely woke him up. "You have believed in the wrong Lord." "No, the Lord is not wrong. What is wrong is that dirty toad who dared to steal the Lord's position." When Earl Richard regained consciousness, he was filled with uncontrollable anger, especially at this time. The familiar voice of the Lord came from his mind. He allowed himself to be a bridge to communicate with the spiritual world and lead him to his true return. Earl Richard chuckled at this. The real Lord is the Lord of the dead, the Lord in charge of darkness. He is omnipotent, so there is no need to lead him back. What's fake is fake. Wherever there is a God asking for help from a believer, it must be that evil toad tempting him. Its existence insults the majesty of the Lord. At this time, Malik noticed that there was a wave from the spiritual world approaching here, and he asked Hastur to stay away from his current location. Hastur did not leave, but took a few steps forward, smashed the unprotected crystal ball with a stick, and swept away the 3 candles at the same time. The fluctuations from the spiritual world weakened instantly. Finished? Merrick felt it carefully and scanned the surroundings several times to confirm that there were no other abnormalities. But the temperature here is still so cold and has not returned to normal at all. He quickly opened his spiritual vision and scanned his surroundings again. I saw that Earl Richard was gradually changing. Behind him, the toad-like spiritual creature was lying on his back with all 4 limbs, and its huge belly was bulging, as if it was brewing something. This should be the backhand that the spirit world creature left behind on Count Richard. Open your vision. It's on Earl Richard. Asta turned on his spiritual vision as he was told, slapped Earl Richard again, and said in a deep voice, "If you don't want to die, just stick to your sanity." Earl Richard also heard Merrick shouting. After being slapped by Haster, he took a few deep breaths to suppress his anger. Although he is not proficient in occult knowledge, he also knows that such evil creatures like to feed on people's negative emotions to accelerate their growth. My own anger just now was the nourishment it needed most. Your existence has tainted the Lord, and I will issue the judgment of death on the Lord's behalf. Earl Richard's voice was cold. His expression was stern, and he slowly closed his eyes. He is also an extraordinary person. Although he has rarely fought with anyone, he is still very clear about the abilities of his sequence. Psychics can not only help people communicate with the dead spirits, subdue disobedient dead spirits, and issue judgments on them, but this is also part of their abilities. The damage taken by spiritual creatures here is doubled. When Earl Richard was confronting the spiritual creature, Haster silently formulated a second rule. The 2 rules took effect at the same time, and he clearly felt that his spiritual power was almost drained. He staggered and almost fell. Fortunately, the effect was very significant. With his help, Earl Richard relied on his extraordinary ability to burst the belly of the spiritual creature and completely destroy its clone. This is the fate of the blasphemer. Earl Richard straightened his back, with a look of disdain and contempt. Chapter 60. Miss Sharon is also very poor. Are you born to be so good at showing yourself to others? Haster really wanted to slap Earl Richard again, but after looking at Earl Richard's gradually red and swollen cheeks, he gave up the idea. Is this the end? Merrick was a little confused. He always felt that this matter went too smoothly tonight, and he didn't even take any action. So he took action and knocked out the group of believers, without causing any harm to the spiritual creature. The spirit world creature suddenly disappeared and was isolated again by the barrier between the real world and the spirit world. When it was about to return, Haster smashed the crystal ball with a stick, destroying the coordinates. When the backhand left on Count Richard came into play, Count Richard used his own will to wipe out its clone and end everything completely. Haster and Earl Richard both played important roles in this battle, but he was the only one who did not have any dazzling performance. He is clearly the highest ranked and most powerful beyonder among the 3. Generally, how should we deal with this kind of situation? Haster looked at Merrick and asked for his opinion. Send it to the church for purification or purify it with flames on the spot. Merrick slowly approached Earl Richard, his eyes unkind. The matter was resolved so quickly tonight, which makes people wonder whether the spiritual creature still has something left in Count Richard's body. What do you want to do? Earl Richard subconsciously took a few steps back, then held his sore and swollen cheek, and said angrily, "I have not been contaminated." Merrick curled his lips disdainfully and said, "Oh, is pollution that can be detected by you still called pollution?" Facing Merrick's pressing steps, Earl Richard was a little scared, but he still said firmly, "I am a noble. You can't treat me like this. You held a ceremony late at night with the intention of bringing evil beings down. This crime alone will keep you in the church dungeon for the rest of your life. It is the toad who is evil, not my lord. Who knows?" Earl Richard couldn't defeat Merrick, and he was also afraid of Merrick's werewolf state at the moment. So he thought of asking Haster for help. Don't scare him first. Let him clear the memories of these believers tonight, so that they will not be easily contaminated when they think about it in the future. Asta, who was gradually recovering from his weak state, prevented Merrick from taking action at this time. As a psychic, Earl Richard is very good at clearing memories. He also knew that he was the cause of this disaster, so he worked extra hard. After all the believers had their memories of tonight wiped out, Marichi woke them up from their coma. Earl Richard stood up and said a few words, announcing that tonight's blessing was over, and asked them to go to the Junction Church to pray sincerely after returning. After everything was over, Haster and Malik discussed how to deal with Earl Richard in front of them. Judging from Earl Richard's performance, he should not be contaminated or parasitized now. But it is difficult to draw a complete conclusion on this matter. Maybe after going back tonight, when Earl Richard dreams, he will still dream about his so-called master. and that spiritual creature can still affect him through the spiritual world. The best way is to directly humanely destroy Earl Richard and cut off all possibilities. But he was an earl after all, and they didn't want to be accused of killing an earl. It is better to take a gentler approach and let him go to the bishops of the Junction Church for purification. As long as a small donation is made, they are happy to perform purifications for believers. Earl Richard listened silently, and finally said that he would definitely comply with the instructions after returning. How did an earl like you get to this point? Hastur was very interested in Earl Richard's extraordinary story. This starts from 15 years ago. Earl Richard sighed and told the story of his journey into the extraordinary world. 15 years ago, Earl Richard was a handsome young man in his early 20s. Although he knew that extraordinary people existed, he did not think about pursuing them, until he kindly helped an old man. Before the old man died, he asked him to help with the burial and arrange all the funeral arrangements. In order to repay his great kindness, the old man gave him a booklet, which contained 3 potion recipes, what to pay attention to in each sequence, and a lot of extraordinary knowledge. He couldn't hold back his curiosity, so he prepared the magic potion and successfully became an extraordinary person. A sequence 9 corpse collector. According to the booklet, if you want to advance to a higher order, you must learn to be a real corpse collector. He doesn't know much about these mystical knowledge, and as a noble, it's hard for him to be a taboo corpse collector. Only when he came to live in a suburban manner would he go to nearby villages and occasionally try to collect corpses. It took him about 8 years to experience the wonderful feeling described in the booklet. He then took the potion and became a sequence 8 gravedigger. It was not until last year that he became a sequence 7 psychic. It was when he became a psychic that he heard the voice of the Lord. Following the Lord's guidance, he summoned the Lord's messenger, the toad creature from the spiritual world, through a ritual. Then we developed new believers step by step until now. Regarding the ceremony, this is already the 3rd large-scale ceremony he has held. There were no abnormalities in the previous 2 ceremonies, and he and the believers could indeed feel the blessing from the Lord. It is a very warm feeling. After each blessing, you will be full of energy and vitality, and some minor illnesses can be cured. Because of this, he believed in the Lord unswervingly. Have you ever thought that the Lord who guided you in the beginning was the toad messenger? Merrick couldn't help but ask. Impossible. Earl Richard answered firmly and said disdainfully, how can such an ugly creature be the Lord? It must be trying to steal the Lord's position secretly, while the Lord is not paying attention. Not only does it want to pretend to be the Lord, it even pretends to be the Lord's voice. If I catch it, I will definitely skin it and put it on the fire grill to roast. Austin narrowed his eyes. Charcoal grilled bullfrog, sprinkled with plenty of seasonings, will definitely taste delicious. Merrick looked at Earl Richard as if he were a madman. Do you know what kind of existence the spiritual world creatures are? Aren't creatures in the spiritual world also living things? Can't they be killed? It was difficult for Merrick to continue talking to this count, who had little knowledge of mysticism. Thank you both for your help tonight, so that my Lord's power has not been blasphemed. I am willing to pay as much gratitude as I can for this. Before leaving, Earl Richard asked for a thank you, and Hastur and Merrick looked at him much kindly. Only those who know how to repay kindness are good nobles. Earl Richard paused and said awkwardly, my knowledge of the extraordinary world is limited. I don't have anything particularly good. Just some gold pounds and a little land. I know these things are tacky, but they are the best thank you gifts I can give at the moment. Some gold pounds? A little land? This is a new way to show off your wealth. Asta sighed inwardly. He likes these vulgar things now. If Earl Richard really gave him a sealed artifact, he would not dare to use it. Merrick had the same feeling as Asta, coughed slightly and said, we believe in the sincerity and generosity of a noble. Can I give you a thank you gift of 1,000 gold pounds? Earl Richard looked uneasy, feeling that this thank you gift was too low priced compared to his status as an earl. But he has spent a lot of money recently, and he has not managed the plantation much, so his income is less than in previous years. He is not good at investing, so he does not have much cash at his disposal at the moment. 1,000 gold pounds. That is 500 gold pounds per person, which is also a considerable amount of wealth. Neither Austin nor Merrick refused the thank you gift that came to their door. It wasn't until Earl Richard said it was 1,000 gold pounds per person that they sighed that he was indeed an earl, and he was rich. Earl Richard definitely didn't have such a large amount of money with him. He asked Hastur and the 2 of them to follow him to the manor as a guest and send him a thank you gift. Hastur did not agree to the matter of being a guest. He asked Merrick to accompany Earl Richard back to the manor to withdraw money, and at the same time told Merrick to be careful. Tonight, his spiritual power was basically exhausted, and he didn't dare to take any more risks. After seeing off Merrick and Earl Richard, Hastur was also preparing to return to the lake, resting while waiting for Merrick's good news. Carrying the big wooden stick, I followed the original path back to the lake. Not long after I sat down to rest, I heard a voice coming into my ears. If something like this happens again in the future, you can call me Miss Sharon. Have you been around tonight? Under the dim moonlight, Sharon floated from the top of the tree to the opposite side of Hastur, separated from him by a bonfire. Even in such a dense forest, there were no grass clippings or branches and leaves on her body. She was clean and spotless. Okay. If I encounter such a dangerous thing again in the future, I will definitely inform Miss Sharon in advance. No. I'm talking about the chance to earn 1,000 gold pounds. Asta put away his grateful mood and his eyes became complicated. It turned out that Miss Sharon was also very poor. Sharon didn't speak, just glanced at Hastur quietly, and then moved her gaze to the bonfire. Her face seemed a little red in the firelight. Hastur wiped his eyes gently and took another look, only to see a calm face without any disturbance. Was that scene just an illusion? Has Miss Sharon been holding the battle for us in the dark tonight? Asta changed the subject. In the beginning, I met an extraordinary person with evil intentions. There are other people peeping in the secret. Asta frowned and said, Does Miss Sharon know the identity of that extraordinary person? He didn't conflict with me. He just confronted me from a distance. He didn't leave until you dealt with the spiritual creature. Sharon thought for a moment and then said calmly, He should be from the secret prayer path. Possibly from the Aurora Society. Aurora Society? Could it really be Mr. A? Asta's heart trembled, and he felt like he was sweating on his back. Why did Mr. A appear here? Are you really here specifically for yourself? Or is this ceremony inherently related to the Aurora? Asta had many little questions in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more he became afraid. If Miss Sharon hadn't shown up tonight, would Mr. A have attacked him?